Well, greet him. You have to bow down respectfully because this is the person carrying the blood of the noble white snake. Walking down the path lined with maids, Birdie looks around in confusion and wonders, Touched by a sudden wave of shock, Birdie holds her cheek in disbelief. What? Just now? I stared in utter disbelief, my hands pressing against my cheeks as I tried to comprehend the impossible reality of the situation. Was clearly fainting on the ground? I felt like I was going to die. At that moment, it seemed that darkness had completely covered me. My consciousness shattered like glass, leaving behind nothing but a dark, red void as my life slipped away. Then, in front of me? A blinding light enveloped my vision, and a young, silver-haired boy appeared right before me. Surprised, Birdie stammers, "Ritter? What's going on?" This person was standing in front of me when I was about to die. Young Richter smiles warmly at Birdie and asks, "Huh? My name? Do you know me?" "My childhood sweetheart who killed me." Just then, her aunt shouts angrily, "You idiot, what are you doing? You are standing in front of His Highness." Instantly, Birdie gasps, "Ugh, this voice, I remember." A beautiful arrangement of roses frames the start of a fateful day. Today is the first day I met Richter. Birdie realizes she has traveled back in time, thinking, come to think of it, both I and Richter look so small. Perhaps, did I go back to the past? Meanwhile, Richter politely reassures her aunt, "It's okay, this is her first time meeting me, so she must be a little shy." Birdie looks at him, thinking, "It's okay, this is what he used to say all the time." Ryder smiles kindly and extends his hand, saying, "It's okay, it doesn't matter when you're a descendant of poor squirrels, because I see you as a friend." Clutching her dress tightly in anger, Birdie thinks, "I used to believe those words. Right before my dream came true, until he bit my neck. I have always lived alone since childhood. Back then, only books were my friends, and all those people lived very happily." The door slams open as Birdie's aunt, Farina Sirius, yells, "You're lazily lying in your room again?" Farina barks, "Wake up, we need to go." Birdie looks up, startled. "Me?" Farina glares down coldly at her. "Yes, you." Holding her book, Birdie thinks in surprise, she never left the house. Where are we going? Her aunt continues, "Even though you're just a kid, you still want to go out and do something worthwhile, right?" Farina tells her firmly, being proposed to by the prince is already too lucky for you. They arrive at a grand and imposing mansion standing tall under the clear blue sky. Farina instructs Birdie as they walk, "Think of His Highness as your future husband and honestly serve him." Farina lectures her endlessly. "If you want to be a good wife, you must sincerely serve your husband. Always keep your head low in front of your husband. Always have to walk gently. Good conduct is mandatory for you, and you are not allowed to speak loudly." Birdie bows her head in dread, thinking, "I feel like I have to go meet a monster," while Farina presses on, "Even a rigid person like your mother can do it, then you can do it." The maids bow respectfully as Farina commands Birdie, "Well, greet him. You have to bow down respectfully." Young Richter stands smiling before them. Farina tells Birdie, "Because this is the person carrying the blood of the noble white snake." But Richter chuckles gently, "Haha, there's no need to be so rigid." Birdie looks at him in surprise, thinking, it feels completely different from what she said. The prince introduces himself kindly, saying, "Hello, I am the second prince of Astrum Kingdom, Richter Astrum." He reaches out and holds Birdie's hand, prompting her to gasp, That? Ritter exclaims in excitement, "Wow, this is my first time seeing a Suan like me." Birdie panics silently, thinking, the divine emblem of Signum shines brilliantly, representing the royal bloodline of the beastkin. Constellations of the phoenix and the lion light up the cosmos, for only descendants of constellations born as Suan have these star fragments. Walking away dejectedly, Birdie thinks, for ordinary people, it's something to be proud of, but for me, it's bad luck. Ryder holds Birdie's arm gently to comfort her, saying, "It's okay." Birdie's heart thumps rapidly as Ritter's warm smile is reflected in her eyes. A soft, warm feeling fills her heart as she thinks, this is the first time someone said it was beautiful. Ritter holds her hands and promises with a sweet smile, "You know that, don't you? That I'm always on your side?" She is engaged to the prince. She thought they would become good friends. But after getting engaged to the prince, Birdie's world has shrunk a lot. Farina points Birdie into a dusty room filled with cobwebs. To complete the training, you must move into a separate villa. The training that Farina said was not the usual class, and that woman didn't spend a single penny on her annoying niece. She used the excuse of marriage class to completely control Birdie's life. While Birdie was neglected, her aunt and others enjoyed delicious food, beautiful clothes, and elegant tea parties. Bound by heavy, dark chains, Birdie looks up at the grand hall, thinking, all too luxurious for me. Thanks to unused books and obsolete newspapers, I found a place to read books. Thanks to the blessing of the stars, I was born as a squirrel swin. It felt so warm, and in this form, I could easily sneak into the garden. What are you looking at? The young prince asks, while Birdie holds her book tightly and thinks, because I also have a friend. A commercial book? What are you going to do with a book like this? Because I want to become a merchant and travel around the world in the future, Birdie explains proudly, leaving Richter utterly dumbfounded. I think I am very suitable to be a merchant. There is an inspiring quote from the author in the book, a merchant shouldn't be ashamed of just having no money. Birdie remembers her aunt yelling angrily, you're a shameless kid. Why would you let other people see you? That's why you were abandoned. You are truly shameless. That's why I told you I was suitable to be a merchant. Birdie was completely fascinated by her dream of becoming a merchant. Birdie imagines herself sailing across the wide ocean, heading toward a new world full of adventures. I want to go to the land I saw in that book, Birdie thinks, as Richter asks, do you want to give up your position as the future queen just to be a merchant? Birdie looks up at Richter anxiously, wondering if he will support her dream or oppose it. Ritter, you don't want this marriage either, right? Aren't you just marrying me because your mother wanted you to? Ah, is that so? So that's what I said? Richter replies calmly, making Birdie sigh in relief as he seems to return to normal. We are friends, Birdie says with a bright, pure smile that warms the surroundings. I feel so embarrassed saying that, Birdie mutters shyly, while Richter quietly repeats, friends. Right, I have to support my friend's dream, Richter says, his yellow eyes glinting with the mysterious light. Thank you. I have no one but you, Birdie exclaims, her heart filled with gratitude. Me too, Richter replies softly, a dark smile playing on his lips. Under the clear sky, the story of the talented baby squirrel begins, filled with adorable moments and heartwarming relationships. Birdie sneaked out in the evening to fulfill her dream of becoming a merchant. Birdie, I really want to make your dream come true. If you leave the mansion to become a merchant, I'll help you. Help me? Birdie asks in surprise, and Richter nods gently. Yes, I want to help you. Ritter looks at her warmly and calls out, Princess. Birdie blinks her large, sparkling eyes in confusion at Richter's sudden formal address. I'm a duchess, not a princess, Birdie corrects him softly. Yes, Duchess. Can you give this prince here a chance? Ritter asks with a gentle smile, kneeling before her. Birdie stares down at his open palm, her heart fluttering at his sincere and respectful gesture. They began planning their future together, discussing how to get free rent, what major Birdie should study, and more. The only question left was when to execute their carefully prepared escape plan. When will we leave? Birdie asks eagerly, and Richter pauses to think, humming softly. Since I have to become an adult before leaving, I will have to wait a little longer, Birdie says with a bright smile. Years pass by like drifting snow, bringing Birdie closer to her long-awaited day of freedom. On the day of Birdie's coming-of-age ceremony, she has grown into a beautiful 18-year-old. Suddenly, Richter calls out to her, Birdie. Huh? Ritter walks toward her with a gentle smile, saying, Here, it finally came. Birdie looks at him, realizing the moment of their escape is finally at hand. Richter pulls Birdie into a warm embrace and whispers softly, Good luck. Birdie holds him back, feeling a silent rush of emotion. Ryder, why aren't you saying anything? Birdie asks in confusion, unaware of the sharp fangs suddenly bared near her neck. In an instant, a sharp, agonizing pain pierces her neck and a horrified gasp escapes her lips as blood splatters across the floor. Birdie holds her neck in utter shock as blood drips from Richter's mouth. Just now, Richter, my neck? Did he bite it, she thinks, staring at his terrifyingly cold smile. Birdie violently coughs up blood, her vision blurring as her body weakens. Blood? Birdie gasps, staring at her blood-stained hand in complete disbelief. Huh? Birdie utters weakly, her legs giving out as she struggles to stay upright. Birdie collapses onto the cold, hard floor, her consciousness rapidly fading. It hasn't ended yet, Birdie thinks weakly, fighting to keep her eyes open. This voice, Birdie realizes in shock. Why is Auntie here? I was sure that there was no one at the mansion today. Looking at Richter standing side by side with her aunt, Bertie wonders in despair, why are these two together? Coughing weakly, Bertie desperately cries out in her mind, "Somebody, anybody, help me." Bertie pleads silently as Richter stands before her like a captor, surrounded by heavy, dark chains. In her final moments of darkness, Richter's cold hand tightly grasps hers, sealing her tragic fate. As her consciousness fades, Bertie watches in horror as her glowing signum is forcibly taken from her. The story of the talented baby squirrel begins anew. A young girl with bright orange hair and a cute squirrel companion on her shoulders stands beside noble protectors. "I almost forgot," Richter murmurs coldly as he reaches down, adding, "your most valuable thing." With a faint glowing sound, the emblem of her beastkin bloodline is painfully drawn out from her neck. "Your signum, I'll take it," Richter says with a cruel smile. Bertie cries out in agony and betrayal, "Richter, you bastard!" She remembers when he held her hands gently as children, promising, "I'm on your side." But now she lies lifeless on the cold ground, while her betrayers walk away without looking back. The heavy mansion doors slam shut, sealing her inside the darkness. "It's so far away," she thinks weakly, staring up at the distant light. "I just want to go there." Suddenly, a voice echoes, asking, "Shall we say goodbye here?" It is the second prince of the Astrum Empire, Richter Astrum. Bertie is transported back to the past, standing before the young prince once again. "I almost forgot," Richter's voice echoes in her mind. "Your most valuable thing." The young prince smiles warmly, extending his hand just as he did in her past life. Staring at his outstretched hand, Bertie's eyes burn with rage as she thinks, "You traitor." She marches toward him with determined, heavy steps, leaving him utterly confused as he asks, "Lady?" Without a second thought, Bertie delivers a resounding slap across the young prince's face, shocking everyone present. "What the hell did you do?" her aunt shrieks in horror as the maids scream in panic. "Your Highness, are you okay?" the maids fuss, while Bertie glares at him thinking, "That's right, you deserved it." "I'll pluck all your hair out," Bertie yells, lunging forward to attack the prince. "Guards!" her aunt yells furiously, pointing at Bertie. "What the hell are you looking at?" "Catch her!" they shout as the guards grab Bertie, who continues to seethe with rage. "I can't stand her anymore," her aunt snaps, but with a puff of smoke, Bertie transforms into her squirrel form. The guards look down in shock, holding nothing but an empty dress. "Are you sure you were holding her arm?" one asks in confusion. Realizing what happened, the aunt looks up in disbelief as a tiny squirrel scurries up a tree branch. "There! Up there!" her aunt screams, desperately pointing into the trees. Squirrel Bertie leaps quickly from branch to branch, escaping her pursuers with ease. "Catch her!" they yell from below, but Bertie scoffs in her mind, "Ha! I'm a squirrel, don't you know?" Screams and curses echo through the woods behind her. "Stop running, you brat! Do you really think you can survive out there? Come back right now!" Leaving the chaotic mess behind, Bertie never turns her head around. She simply runs as fast as her tiny legs can carry her. "To the north of Aslan, we're about to depart," the carriage driver calls out, while a relieved Bertie hitches a ride on top, thinking, "Phew, I got away." The carriage starts moving with a sudden jolt, carrying her away to safety. The carriage rumbles through the bustling streets of the city, leaving her old life behind. "This is where I grew up," Bertie thinks, looking back at the grand estate. "And this is where I died," she remembers, shivering slightly. "My neck hurt so bad when I died." Teardrops well up in her eyes as she thinks, "Just thinking about being outside makes me so happy." As the carriage passes through the heavy iron gates, she whispers to herself, "I feel a bit strange." She remembers the dusty, lonely library where she was forced to spend the rest of her days in her past life. She was entirely alone, with no one she could truly call a friend. But now, a new path opens before her. The carriage arrives at a magnificent white mansion surrounded by blooming pink roses. Back at the prince's estate, her aunt screams in absolute fury, "How dare you show your face?" while Richter stands quietly, scratches marking his face. Ritter spits out a bloodied tooth, staring at it with a quiet sigh. Children are inherently easy to fall down, but Richter thinks, processing the sheer shock of Bertie's physical assault. Shaking with rage, the aunt growls, "If I catch you, I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget." "I heard you're going to introduce him to me, right?" Richter inquires calmly, causing the aunt to sweat nervously. "Your Highness, this meeting is truly unexpected." "I don't even know why she went crazy and attacked you," the aunt babbles, bowing. But Richter interjects, Didn't the Viscount say something first? Are you planning to push me out of the royal city and side with my brother? Ritter asks coldly. The aunt gasps in sheer terror. What are you saying? I am entirely loyal to your highness. I will definitely solve this problem, the aunt begs on her knees, trembling. Please, have mercy. I won't let rumors about you running away spread, Richter thinks with a dark, calculating expression, nor will I let any doubts be directed toward you. Very good, Richter murmurs, his eye glinting with a sharp, slitted golden pupil as he schemes. If necessary, I will grant you permission to use the royal crystal ball, a mysterious, soft voice promises. Under a clear but chilly blue sky, the cold wind whistles loudly around the towering white spires of the majestic castle of Aslan. Here is the territory of North Aslan, a tiny baby squirrel chatters, shivering uncontrollably in the freezing snow as it clutches its small brown cloak. I came here without heralding after receiving information from the carriage. By the way, I've arrived. I was so lucky to ride the carriage all the way to Aslan. As the horse-drawn carriage rumbles along a peaceful, sun-dappled road, the little squirrel realizes, but I can't just show up like this. I want to take revenge on Ritter properly, the tiny squirrel squeaks, puffing its cheeks out in pure, adorable anger. Clutching its chin with a tiny paw, the squirrel pauses to ponder, come to think of it, Richter? Normally, he's very attentive to the first prince. If the first prince is still alive, I can just use him as Richter's weak point. No, I'm just 8 years old now, so the first prince is still alive? The squirrel exclaims happily as a bright bulb of inspiration lights up over her head. But there's no way to meet the first prince. Since he was young, he went to wars and abroad, so how can I find him and convey it to him? Besides, I have nowhere to stay right now. How can I find the prince? Additionally, there are many people who are targeting the Signum as an expensive product. Since I'm young and not good at transfiguration like me, how can I survive? Bertie worries, while two men reading a newspaper below call out to each other in excitement. Under the command of Duke Aslan, the royal army defeated the Holy Empire army in the first battle. The announcement spreads across the empire. If this victory continues, then the Great War, which has already lasted a long time, will finally come to an end, Bertie thinks, her large eyes shining with hope. That's right, this is it. The Great War is over, Bertie cheers in her mind, raising her tiny paws in excitement. 10 years ago, the war lasted long, and I was looking forward to it coming to an end. An event that became the starting point for a sudden retreat occurred. This is the first retreat of the Golden Lion Duke who continuously won. The solution to this was given after 10 years, so if he has knowledge about the future in the next 10 years, he can solve this problem. Looking at a portrait of the legendary Golden Lion Duke, Leonhart Elde Aslan, Bertie thinks sadly, even though I'm a princess, I'm still the head of a family I've never known. I've never called anyone father before. Father never came to see me until I was growing up. There was no reply to the letters I sent countless times. Among them was the letter asking if I could visit the Duke's mansion even once. Young Bertie stands alone in the dark, staring at the broken remnants of her letters as sharp, crimson-tipped thorns wrap around her in a visual representation of her isolated childhood. Even though I'm nothing more than an abandoned kid, I can offer a transaction that cannot be refused. Until adulthood, I will ask them to let me stay at the mansion. After the maturity ceremony, I will join my dream trade union. No. Anyway, I wonder if I can form a trade union of my own. Very good. I will definitely succeed in this trade. Bertie envisions her future filled with wealth and bright success. Huddled in the snow, the shivering baby squirrel sighs. But how do I enter the castle? What is that thing in front of the gate? One of the armored castle guards asks, pointing at a tiny, shivering brown ball in the snow. What did you say? The other asks. Looking through a telescope, the guard gasps in shock. Let's see. Oh no! That form? Could it be? The guard gasps as he views the cute squirrel thinking deeply through the circular lens. What? Did they ever see a signum? It can't be. Bertie panics, scurrying away as fast as her tiny legs can carry her. Lady, you must not go anywhere. Princess Aslan, the voice echoes. Hearing this, Bertie blinks in utter confusion. Did you call me? You go alone without an escort? I absolutely cannot let someone like you go alone, the guard cries dramatically, kneeling in front of the tiny squirrel who thinks in confusion. Cuck, 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 how do you know me? Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, the guard apologizes. I'm sorry, I don't know the squirrel language, so I don't understand what you're saying. With a gentle lift, the guard presents the adorable squirrel on his open palms, sending the nearby maids into a frenzy of squeals. Ah! Miss, is that you? The maids cry out happily, crowding around. Ha, it's really you. Oh my, you are so beautiful. Suddenly, a furious voice bellows down the hallway, "Get out!" making the startled maids whisper, "Butler? Oh my God, the daughter of the Aslan family?" The butler gasps in complete shock, covering his mouth as he looks down at the tiny squirrel resting in the guard's hands. As expected, am I a bit sloppy? Otherwise, I'm not a lion, but a squirrel, Bertie thinks, her tail drooping with a dejected sigh. Why are Our Lady's cheeks so haggard? The butler dramatically weeps, imagining a tragically starving squirrel. Watching this, Bertie's sweat drops. Johanna's guilt is very big. To welcome the tiny princess, a magnificent and lavish feast of delicious strawberry cakes, pastries, cupcakes, and savory egg sandwiches is immediately prepared. Sitting on a massive royal blue sofa and sipping a tall glass of juice, Bertie thinks, of course I didn't think I'd be greeted like this. Why do people here treat me so well? Giving me good food and nice clothes? No, wake up, Bertie yells in her mind, vigorously shaking her head to snap herself out of the comfortable treatment. She recalls Richter's warnings, visualized by two dark snakes wrapping around him. No one in this world gives me anything for free. If someone shows their goodwill to you with a sincere heart, then they're just hiding the reason behind it. What I can believe is a transaction where I have something to exchange with them, Bertie thinks determinedly, slamming her empty glass onto the table. I have something to say, butler, Bertie announces seriously. The butler bows politely. Lady, just go ahead. You can just call me Joanna. Joanna? Bertie begins, her tiny hands clenching her dress tightly as she prepares to pitch her deal. Sitting upright on the massive gold-trimmed sofa, the tiny orange-haired princess gathers all her courage and stares ahead with an incredibly serious expression. So that you have a good proposal? So you want to talk to the owner? Johanna asks, nodding. In his mind, he weeps, what should I do? She wants to see her father's face this much? It turns out she is very lonely. My master sent her a lot of pocket money. Just material things like that might not be enough for her. Lady, Johanna thinks, his eyes welling with deep sympathy. Bertie's notebook displays a cute crayon drawing of a brave blonde knight on a horse defeating bad guys under the words, "The owner has now gone a long way to fight the bad guys. But if he knows that you miss him like this, then he will quickly defeat the delinquents and come back," Johanna reassures her gently with a warm, encouraging smile. Joanna tells Bertie to stay strong in a safe place until her father returns, but Bertie decides she doesn't want to see him anymore and instead asks, out of all the people here, who has the most authority? Bertie knows she must quickly solve the family's impending crisis before the first retreat event occurs, so she requests, "Can the highest authority speak to me on behalf of the owner?" Looking nervous, Joanna explains that when the Duke is away, the manager temporarily handles any urgent family problems. Suddenly, with a loud slam, the large double doors are thrown open as a striking black-haired boy with a dark fur cape enters the room. Both Bertie and Johanna freeze in utter shock, their eyes wide with surprise at the sudden intrusion. The intruder is none other than 15-year-old Carlos Aslan, sporting sharp, slitted golden eyes and fresh blood splattered across his cheek and hand. Looking at his approaching figure, a nervous Bertie realizes, that person. Khalees stares down at her with a cool, detached gaze and mutters a quiet, "Hello." Bertie gazes back up at him, her large eyes filled with apprehension as she tries to read his intentions. With his arms crossed, Carlos greets her with a calm smirk, saying, "Hello, the lost baby squirrel." While Carlos looks away indifferently, Bertie repeats his words in complete bewilderment, wondering why he called her a lost baby squirrel. As Johanna frantically reminds the young master that Bertie is at a very sensitive age, Bertie worries that Carlos thinks she is just a troublemaker, wondering if she should reveal that she actually ran away to survive. In a comical chibi scene, Bertie anxiously wonders, does that mean I'm a fugitive? While the butler and a guard frantically try to wipe the blood off Carlos's face. Once the blood is wiped, Bertie stares at Carlos and reflects that while she has never been to the Duke's castle before, she immediately recognizes his face from the family portraits. The majestic and intimidating crest of Carlitos el Aslan stands as a symbol of the family's fearsome legacy. Known as a legendary prodigy, he has been a genius swordsman since the age of 10, treating the bloody battlefields like his own home. Showing absolutely no mercy to his enemies, he leaves a trail of absolute devastation in his wake. With a reputation so fearsome that his hair seen dyed in the blood of his enemies, people dreadfully refer to him as the Lion Lord. Trembling slightly, Bertie gulps in apprehension as she stares at the fearsome young lord before her. Carlos stands imposing and tall with his arms crossed, silently evaluating the tiny princess as she sits quietly on the massive royal sofa. Carlos peers closely at her and quietly utters, "Sister." Surrounded by a heavy, ominous aura of dark snakes, Bertie anxiously wonders, because I'm a sister, does that mean he doesn't like me? Suddenly, Carlos's eyes widen slightly in surprise, as if he has just sensed something unexpected about her. Stepping forward, Carlos leans in close and questions, "Why do you—" He leans directly into her personal space and finishes his question in a chilling tone. "Smell like snakes?" As dark memories of her cruel relatives flash in the background. Bertie blinks in confusion at the strange question about smelling like snakes, but quickly tries to compose herself. Inheriting Aslan's legendary golden eye, even a single cold glance from him is powerful enough to bring the most seasoned knights to their knees in terror. Yet Bertie looks directly into his intimidating eyes and realizes that unlike the terrifying rumors she heard, his presence doesn't make her feel pressured at all. In fact, she feels an unexpected sense of warmth and peace, as if drifting gently through a meadow of bright yellow blossoms. The peaceful moment is instantly shattered when Carlos suddenly barks out, "You!" causing Bertie to squeak in absolute shock. As Carlos points at her and repeats his loud exclamation, Bertie clutches her dress tightly, convinced that his angry expression means he hates having a little sister. However, Carlos is actually just thoroughly confused, standing with his hand on his hip as imaginary question marks float around his head. When Bertie nervously responds, "Yes," Carlos's stern expression melts away into a mischievous, knowing smirk. Without warning, Carlos scoops her up by the waist, leaving the tiny princess dangling helplessly in the air as she flails her legs in surprise. Bertie squeals in shock as Carlos pulls her into a tight, protective embrace, gently patting her back. Whispering a soft shh to calm her down, Carlos gently nuzzles her hair, leaving Bertie completely frozen in shock as she thinks, "He hugs me?" Carrying her in his arms with a bright, affectionate smile, Carlos declares, "All right, now this is exactly what you are supposed to smell like." Completely frozen like a stone statue in his arms, Bertie panics internally, realizing this is her very first time experiencing such warmth and wondering what she should do next. Seeing her completely stiffen up, Carlos bluntly asks if she has died and why she isn't moving, prompting a horrified Joanna to scream, "Young master, what on earth are you saying?" Panicking, Bertie quickly escapes his grasp, scurrying away as fast as she can to hide behind the sofa while clutching her chest as her heart beats wildly. As Bertie huddles under a blanket on the sofa, trembling in confusion, Joanna frantically asks if she is all right, while Bertie wonders why Carlos hugged her if he is supposed to hate her. Johanna lectures Carlos on handling his fragile sister carefully, but Carlos defensively responds that he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Hearing this, a sweat-dropping Bertie thinks in horror, "He's already thinking about drawing a sword on me?" When Carlos casually refers to Bertie as "this thing," the butler immediately scolds him, shouting that he cannot refer to his own little sister in such a disrespectful way. Carlos shrugs and asks what he should call her instead, suggesting nicknames like Lost Squirrel, while Bertie watches their bickering in silence. A heavy, melancholic silence falls over Bertie as her eyes are cast down in shadow, bringing back painful memories of her past. Clutching her collar tightly, Bertie whispers the word name as she remembers how she was treated in her childhood. She recalls her lonely past where the housemaids would gossip about dividing chores, completely ignoring her while warning each other to keep an eye on her as if she were a nuisance. Living in a drafty, neglected room with cobwebs, Bertie remembers how she didn't even have a proper name until she was 10 years old, with everyone cruelly referring to her as the half-hearted child. In her memories, a newer maid asks her colleague in confusion why they refer to the young noble lady by such a derogatory name when she is of noble blood. The older maid dismisses the concern, pointing out that even the Viscount treats Bertie like trash, so there is no reason for the servants to show her any respect. Overhearing the maids cruelly gossiping about her being half-hearted and having ominous black eyes, young Birdie looks down in deep sorrow. In this world, different lineages are symbolized by their eyes, ranging from the dragon's eye and snake's eye to the formidable lion's eye. The eyes of the kingdom's beastmen are naturally golden, and the stronger their beastman blood, the more intense the luster of their golden eyes becomes. This is especially true for the formidable Aslan beastmen, who are famous throughout the land for their brilliantly shining golden eyes. Recalling how the maids mockingly laughed at her black eyes and called her half-hearted, Birdie remembers the painful realization that she was the only one in the family with black eyes. "No, it's me of the past," Birdie yells in her mind, vigorously shaking her head. She firmly decides, "I'm neither nameless nor half-hearted." Staring ahead with a sparkling, determined look in her starry black eyes, Birdie confidently declares in her mind, "I have a name." She remembers that her father had attached her name to the very first and last letter he ever sent her, even if he was just writing a rough draft and sending it off quickly. Clutching her hands to her chest on the blue sofa, Birdie resolves, "But even so, I know what my name is, so I will protect it." Gathering all her courage, the tiny princess suddenly stands up on the sofa and yells, "I have a name," leaving Carlos and Johanna completely frozen in shock. Surrounded by a beautiful backdrop of blooming pink roses, she proudly announces, "Birdie, that's my name." Looking incredibly nervous and sweating profusely, Johanna quietly repeats in surprise, "Birdie?" while Carlos stares at her intently. Carlos turns his head slightly, his golden eyes narrowed as he mutters in quiet confusion, "What?" Standing tall and proud, the tiny orange-haired girl reiterates with utmost determination, "Birdie, that's my name." Both Khalees and Johanna stare at her in complete silence, with Khalees once again muttering a bewildered, "What?" Birdie remembers how that name was thrown at her when she was just 10 years old, serving as a painful reminder of how little her father cared about her. Yet, clutching the letter tightly to her chest, she determinedly vows that she will make that name a truly meaningful one. Looking up at her intimidating older brother, Birdie nervously wonders, "I can't tell what they're thinking through their expressions. Or perhaps, do they think I'm stepping out of line?" In a lovely, flowery, imaginary scene, a warm voice praises her, saying, "What a beautiful name, Lady Birdie. Did you name yourself? How clever." Birdie softly looks down and clarifies, "No, I was named by someone else." To which the voice gently responds, "I see." Sensing that both Carlos and Johanna are looking at her with deep sympathy, Birdie's thoughts are interrupted when they softly say her name. "Birdie?" Flustered and wide-eyed amidst a backdrop of white flowers and butterflies, Birdie thinks in utter disbelief, "Brother just called my name." Blushing brightly, she happily clutches her cheeks and squeals in her mind, "Oh, brother, it's unfamiliar to be called by this, so it feels weird." Breaking her peaceful moment, Carlos blunt-facedly says, "You're small. How about I call you Tailhair?" prompting a comically shocked Birdie to yell, "What?" Leaning his hand on his chin, Carlos thoughtfully thinks, "Aren't tail hair the most distinct feature of a squirrel?" while imagining a black lion with a tufted tail, leaving a sweat-dropping Birdie incredibly annoyed. Carlos casually points at her and declares, "So in short, Birdie tail hair," leaving the tiny princess staring at him in sheer disbelief. Puffing her cheeks in absolute frustration, Birdie angrily thinks, "It's an unexpectedly irritating name." Smirking mischievously with his golden eyes glowing, Carlos wonders if she is afraid people won't recognize her as a chipmunk unless she puffs her cheeks, fondly labeling her as the chipmunk-like Birdie Hairtail who ran away from home. Angered by his constant teasing, Birdie hilariously shakes her fists and yells, "Why do you keep mentioning me running away?" while a sweat-dropping Johanna tries to clear his throat. With a pleasant, teasing smile, Johanna gently lectures the young master, saying, "If you want to get closer to your sister, you should act your age, master," causing a startled Carlos to look away. Bowing politely, Johanna changes the subject. "Lady, earlier, before master came, you were looking for the owner, right?" Birdie quickly replies, "Ah, yes, that's right." Knowing she must act fast, Birdie thinks, before the first recession happens, the sooner the better, as Johanna explains that the Duke is currently away. Johanna reveals that in the Duke's absence, his official representative, a serious-looking woman with glasses holding a red book, has been appointed to handle all urgent family matters. Smiling warmly, Johanna prepares to leave the room, saying, "Then, in the meantime, you two have fun talking." With a quiet click, the large double doors shut completely, leaving Carlos and Bertie watching in tense silence. Realizing she has been left entirely alone with her intimidating older brother, a horrified and pale Bertie panics. Just the two of us? Walking down the elegant hallway, Johanna is greeted politely by a head servant as he thoughtfully reflects, "However, I didn't think that the lady was named already." He recalls the traditional beliefs of their world, where they say that if a child's personality is twisted, it may lead to an unfortunate accident that could physically distort their body, all due to receiving an unsuitable name that brings nothing but misfortune to the child. Because of this superstition, there have been many situations where parents only name their child after observing their personality for a year or two to find the most suitable fit. This is especially true for highly noble and prestigious households, where they believe that the more a child is loved, the longer it should take to carefully craft and decide on a perfect name for them. Even so, Johanna reflects on his walk that for Bertie to remain unnamed past the age of 8 would normally be considered a very serious matter. Looking at a carved squirrel statue on a table, Johanna wonders, the lady has grown a few years older already. I wonder since when I started calling her lady instead of using her actual name. Meanwhile, back in the reception room, Bertie sits in tense silence, clutching her dress tightly as she anxiously thinks, "So?" Sitting stiffly on the opposite end of the massive sofa, Bertie sweats in sheer panic, feeling incredibly suffocated by the awkward, heavy distance stretching between them. As they stare at each other in awkward silence, Carlos wonders, when is Johanna coming back? While Bertie anxiously mutters, Observing the tiny princess, Carlos silently reflects that her hair looks much softer than his own, and that she is incredibly small, perhaps even smaller than a tiny ball of squirrel tail hair. Looking at her cute form, Carlos suddenly remembers, come to think of it, when she just arrived at the castle, she did say that she was in the form of a squirrel, recalling the adorable moment she showed up with a massive fluffy squirrel tail. Carlos silently reflects that he is the only one who has not yet seen his little sister in her animal form. Carlos narrows his eyes, which glow a brilliant golden color in the dim light. Carlos suddenly takes a step forward, startling Bertie as she sits on the sofa. Staring down at his trembling younger sister, Carlos commands her to do something right now. Standing tall and intimidating, Carlos bluntly orders Bertie to turn into a chipmunk. Bertie looks up at him in utter disbelief, squeaking out a hesitant response. Bertie's mind spins in confusion as she desperately tries to understand why he is suddenly demanding her to transform. Horrified, Bertie imagines a comical scenario of an evil Carlos swinging her upside down by her tail, wondering if he is just trying to bully her. Watching her sweat profusely, Carlos wonders what could possibly be going through her tiny head. Carlos observes her closely, noting that she at least does not appear to be trying to run away from him. He recalls his childhood in the snow, remembering how he always exuded an intimidating beast-like aura that kept others away. Every animal would flee in terror at his approach, but one day he spotted a cute snow rabbit in the distance. Although he only wanted to admire the cute creature, the rabbit caught sight of his terrifying lion silhouette and ran away in fear. Young Carlos was left standing alone in the snow as the rabbit scurried away as fast as it could. He remembers stretching his hand out back then, wishing he could have interacted with the little creature. Looking back at the past, Carlos reflects that his intentions were never malicious. He admits to himself that he had simply wanted to touch the rabbit's cute, perked-up ears. Sweating nervously, Bertie wonders if she is being overly cautious about her brother's intentions. She reminds herself that unlike her cruel father, she has never interacted with Carlos in her past life, making her wonder if there is any need to keep her distance from him. Bertie reflects on how Carlos is a powerful lion beast man, the pride of the family and beloved by everyone. Pumping her fists with determination, Bertie resolves that forming a good relationship with her powerful brother can only benefit her. Carlos watches in surprise as Bertie prepares to reveal her beast form. There is a rustle under her heavy yellow dress as she begins to transform. A small, adorable orange squirrel head pops out from beneath the ruffles of her skirt. Bertie successfully transforms into her cute squirrel form, instantly capturing the heart of a nearby knight who squeals in adoration. Carlos leans in close, staring intently at the tiny, soft squirrel sitting before him. Carlos casually remarks that she looks just like him, prompting a comically dramatic reaction from both Bertie and the bewildered knight. Carlos proudly sprouts his round lion ears, claiming that they are similar to her squirrel ears. The knight stares at him with a deadpan, unimpressed expression. The knight retorts that his own ears are round too, but an annoyed Carlos snaps at him to stop comparing his ugly ears to theirs. The knight cries out in protest at Carlos's harsh insult, while the tiny squirrel watches their bickering in silence. Carlos notes that there is already a massive difference in size between Birdie and the knight's ears, while Birdie squeaks happily. Carlos is fascinated by how she squeaks instead of growling, while the emotional knight continues to weep in the background. Carlos turns his attention to a bowl of sunflower seeds on the table. He places a single sunflower seed on his palm and gently offers it to Birdie, encouraging her to eat. Birdie hesitates, torn between her caution and her desire to accept her brother's rare gesture of kindness. Making up her mind, the tiny squirrel slowly walks onto his large palm. Surrounded by floating hearts, Birdie happily nibbles on the seed while sitting in the center of Carlos's hand. Carlos is completely mesmerized, a soft blush appearing on his cheeks as he watches her eat. Carlos rests his arm on the sofa, gently holding his palm up to give the little squirrel a comfortable place to eat. Against a lovely background of sunflowers, Birdie contentedly chews her seed with a happy, smiling face. Carlos continues to watch her with a soft, affectionate expression as she happily munches away. A warm, unfamiliar feeling washes over Carlos as he looks down at his adorable little sister. Their peaceful moment is suddenly interrupted when Johanna bursts through the doors, calling out for Lady Birdie. Johanna announces that the master has called for her, leaving Carlos surprised and Birdie utterly shocked in his hand. Birdie freezes in terror, realizing that the master refers to none other than her intimidating father. Sweating in panic, Birdie frantically wonders why her father is summoning her when he is supposed to be away from the castle. Looking incredibly distressed, Birdie fears that her father might be planning to kick her out of the family. The squirrel squeaks in panic while Johanna smiles warmly, commenting on how remarkably close the two siblings seem to have become. Johanna politely apologizes for interrupting and gently tells Birdie that she must return to her human form to meet with her father. "I will change your clothes in the next room. Let's go, milady." With Birdie gone to change, Carlos sits alone on the couch, staring blankly at his empty hand with a lingering sense of disappointment. Behind him, the knight eagerly gushes, "Isn't the squirrel lady too cute? When I put the lady on my palm, I was so touched," prompting a furious Carlos to turn and bark, "What?" Carlos angrily confronts him, demanding, "Why did you put it in your hand?" As the sweat-dropping knight nervously stammers, the lady is very weak, so it would be hard for her to walk such a long distance, right?" Growing more irritated, Carlos commands, "Give it to me," leaving the confused knight to ask, "Yes? Give what?" With his yellow eyes glowing menacingly, Carlos coldly declares, "The palm of your hand. I will skin your palm." Terribly shaken, the knight trembles and asks, "Is this some kind of cruel joke?" Only for Carlos to deadpan, "This is not a joke." The knight bursts into tears, crying, "How could you do such a thing to me?" While Carlos looks on unimpressed, retorting, "I'm not really skinning you. What are you pretending for?" Left alone with his thoughts, Carlos reflects on Birdie, noting, "Weak things usually get scared and run away when they see me. But that child?" With a soft, pleased smile, Carlos gently rests his chin on his hand, thinking, "Is not terrified of me, isn't she? Well, isn't there a reason?" He happily closes his eyes and smiles to himself, fondly thinking, "The lady, that's right, that little thing." Against a cute background of playful lions, Carlos and the knight stand together as Carlos proudly tells himself is half human, so she'll be less affected, and knows that I'm her older brother. The cute illusion quickly shatters as Carlos and the knight share a blank, awkward silence. Back in the elegant hallway, traditional beliefs of their world echo. Yes, it's possibly because she knows. Not possibly, but definitely. Yes, just as you said. Sometime later, Birdie is back in her human form wearing her regal blue and gold coat. Johanna leads Birdie and Carlos down the corridor, softly noting, "This place is..." Gently gesturing toward the massive double doors, Johanna explains, "This is the room that the master usually works in." Looking up at the giant, intimidating doors, a highly anxious Birdie clutches her dress and gulps nervously, thinking, "In this place, father?" With a polite knock on the door, Johanna calls out, "I'm coming in." Inside the bright, sunlit office, the Duke's representative, Count Gelat, looks up from her desk and smiles. "Finally, you've arrived." Standing to greet them, Count Gelat says, "Long time no see, Prince. Did you return from the battlefield because of logistics this time?" While Birdie looks at the serious woman in glasses, wondering, "Who is that?" Count Gelat smiles warmly and asks, Other than that, is there anything else? That's right. Turning her attention to the young princess, she kindly adds, Princess also, this is the first time I meet you. Count Jalot bows politely with a hand over her heart, introducing herself. I am the one who will manage the work on behalf of the Duke, Count Jalot. It's a pleasure to meet Princess of Great Aslan. Taking a deep breath, Bertie politely introduces herself. Bertie is my name, before nervously adding, I've heard that the master is seeking me. Count Jalot responds, Master? Yes, the Duke said that if you arrive, inform him immediately. Use this communicator. You can communicate with the Duke, who is currently on the battlefield, by this thing. Anxious but determined, Bertie clutches her dress tightly, thinking, it'll be quick. I'll be able to hear my father's voice, which I've never heard before. Count Jalot looks at her with a gentle, questioning expression, asking, But what are you talking about? While Bertie looks back and says, That? Isn't there just one thing? In the heavy silence that follows, a floating bubble reads, That's what the princess does. Count Jalot observes her closely, her golden eyes softening behind her glasses as she explains, It's normal for a princess to miss her family. Part of the North now. A grim illustration of armored knights standing ready on a smoky battlefield highlights her words, is in the midst of war. Fearing she might seem like a spoiled child, Bertie's sweat drops in panic, desperately thinking, I'm not throwing a tantrum, but I want to prevent the first setback. Count Jalot reassures her with a warm smile. There's nothing wrong with the princess having such thoughts. You can certainly do so, but the situation in the north is really serious right now. Standing small in a dark, empty space, Bertie is met with a warning bubble. If you want to figure out what the Duke meant by sending the princess to the capital, Carlos steps forward, staring down at Bertie with a stern and protective gaze as he firmly states, then moving on your own is absolutely forbidden. Taken aback by his stern warning, a startled Bertie flinches and squeaks, ooh. Bertie is suddenly plagued by a painful flashback of her cruel past life, where a noblewoman sneered, how annoying. What are you looking at, this dirty girl? Leaving Bertie trembling in fear. Count Jalot quickly tries to de-escalate the tension, saying, Please wait a moment, Your Highness. If the war ends, of course His Excellency will, only to be cut off by Carlos's dry smirk and a simple, ha. Carlos places a firm, reassuring hand on Bertie's shoulder, warning, Count Jello, you talked more after the time we didn't meet, huh? Beading with sweat, Count Jalot quickly bows her head in apology, saying, I'm sorry, I was worried beyond my duty. She continues, Please forgive me if this offends you, when suddenly a crackling charge of yellow magical electricity erupts from the crystal sphere, prompting a surprised "oh" from Bertie. Walking over to the device as it finishes connecting, a voice remarks, There's a signal just in time. Standing before the shining orb, Count Jalot speaks into it. Yes, Your Excellency. Yes, I'll be right up. I know. Turning back to Bertie, Count Jalot announces with a serious look, Princess, this is His Excellency. Count Jalot points to the device and instructs Bertie, Using this transmitter is quite simple. Place your hand here. As Bertie climbs onto a step stool, Count Jalot confirms, Yes, that's right. The moment Bertie places her hands on the transmitter, a powerful surge of blue magical energy bursts forth, surrounding her with glowing runes and causing her long pigtails to float wildly. A dramatic close-up reveals Bertie's sparkling eye wide with sudden shock as she gasps, Why? Kneeling in front of the blindingly bright orb, Bertie is startled as her father's cold, commanding voice echoes from the device, demanding, Why are you not in the capital but coming to the north? Bertie is momentarily spellbound, closing her eyes as she reflects, There was a voice in my head, my father. So this is my father's voice, a voice that has the power to allure people? Desperately trying to find the right words, Bertie stammers, while the deep voice from the orb asks, Did anything happen in the capital? The word catches Bertie completely off guard, and she freezes in utter shock, repeating, Capital? Bertie stares ahead with a blank, panicked expression, her mind completely racing as she realizes the weight of the question. Sweating profusely in sheer panic, Bertie frantically thinks, looking back, realizing she has stepped right into a dangerous trap. Realizing the depth of her predicament, Bertie is struck with panic as she recalls her actions in the capital. I slapped Richter in the capital. Bertie looks at the glowing transmitter, her mind racing with doubt. What should I do? For my part, I would have punched a traitor in the face, but in my father's eyes, it would have been a shame for assaulting the family. Standing behind the young princess, Carlos sweats in nervous anticipation, wondering, how the hell do I explain this? The glowing communicator reveals a regal and imposing portrait of the formidable head of the Aslan family, Leonhard Elde Aslan. Clutching the bright device, Bertie trembles as she desperately prepares herself. I don't know whether asked beforehand or asked really, but I can't lie. Stepping forward with sudden resolve, Bertie announces, "Right. I hit the second prince litter in the face." Bertie's startling confession leaves both her intimidating father and her brother Carlos completely frozen in disbelief, both uttering a shocked, "Huh?" The heavy silence is broken by a collective gasp of utter disbelief. The second prince's face? Sweat dropping in a panic, a chibi Bertie quickly realizes her blunder, thinking, it seems that couldn't deliver it here. I suddenly said it? Under the watchful eyes of Carolus and Count Gelat, Bertie explains to her father how her aunt had pushed for a marriage between her and the second prince, and how they had met for the very first time. Bowing her head slightly, Bertie sheepishly adds, "So I blew my hand across His Highness's cheek." Bertie hangs her head in dejection, worriedly thinking, I can't talk about regression, so they might think I'm just a troublemaker. Hearing a low murmur from the other side, Bertie winces slightly, her large blue eye widening in apprehension. The Duke responds with a calm, "I see," while Carlos looks down at Bertie and questions, "Really?" leaving Bertie utterly confused. Just as Bertie coughs nervously, thinking she has brought trouble to the Duke, Carlos places a firm hand on her shoulder and praises, "Well done." Carlos leans in close, his yellow eyes glowing with protective anger as he demands, "What marriage? It's not funny. How dare you go on with a marriage that I have not heard?" From the communicator, the Duke's stern voice echoes, "I must look very funny. It is the royal family that crossed the line first, so there is no need to be shy." As the Duke commands Count Gelat to send a letter of denial to the court as soon as the battle is over, Bertie reflects, I didn't run away from it since I was shy, but... The Duke's cold and final warning rings out, casting a dark shadow over Bertie. So please stop here and go back. Startled by his rejection, Bertie looks up and gasps, "What?" as her father reminds her, "This is a battlefield." She quickly replies, I know." Standing small against the backdrop of a snowy mountain pass, Bertie remembers the harsh realities of the Northern Front and resolves, I didn't come down here without thinking about the war. Bertie places her small hand back on the transmitter, trying to explain, there's a long war going on, and I want to tell you something I thought about it, only for her father to coldly cut her off with a sharp, stop, you don't. Bertie stands alone on a stool in the vast, quiet library as her father's distant voice delivers a harsh truth. This is no place for you. Bertie's heart sinks as she struggles to hold back her tears, thinking, but this, I know enough. I knew it, but... Sensing her deep sadness, Bertie's large, fluffy squirrel tail droops sadly, prompting a concerned Carlos to wonder, what did she hear? She involuntarily reacted to the tail? Unable to stand his sister's distress, Carlos steps in and angrily demands of his father, what did you say to her? The Duke firmly replies, I said go back. Carlos frowns and asks, to the capital? And the Duke deadpans, yeah. Carlos looks down at his downcast little sister, noting that the harsh environment of the north is no place for her weak body. Carlos gazes at her gently and asks, don't you want to go? And a determined Bertie answers, yes. Looking up at her brother, Bertie is deeply touched by his rare consideration, thinking, now, he asked me for my opinion, didn't he? This is the first time he's been like this. Carlos closes his eyes with a satisfied, subtle smile and says, really? It has nothing to do with it. From the crystal orb, the Duke warns them of the dangers of the front lines, stating, this is a place that you don't know when it will become the front line. Nothing is more dangerous than unsubstantiated optimism. With a sharp, glowing gaze, the Duke adds coldly, I think you're listening. Standing firm by Bertie's side, Carlos holds her hand as their father delivers his absolute decision. There is no reversal. Go back to the capital. Bertie looks incredibly heartbroken, tears pooling in her eyes as she sadly thinks, you don't want me here so much. Carlos turns his head in irritation, snapping back at his father, oh really, why did you say didn't like it? While a surprised Bertie thinks, my brother took my side? Standing tall, Carlos directly confronts his father over the communicator. Father, you didn't see what she looks like, did you? In a playful chibi illustration, Carlos lifts Birdie by her tiny hand and comments, "Wow, human figure is a beak if you tap your limbs? What a pity!" While Birdie wonders, "Is it true that you're helping?" Carlos continues to complain to his father, pointing out how thin Birdie has gotten on her long journey. "Oh, and you didn't have any flesh on your face, as if you were starving on the way." To emphasize his point, Carlos paints a dramatic picture of a tiny, collapsed squirrel, warning she'll collapse on the way to the capital, right? The Duke falls into a deep, contemplative silence, processing his son's protective complaints. A tense, quiet silence descends upon the library as Carlos and Birdie wait anxiously for their father's response. The quiet is finally broken as the Duke slowly relents, stating, "For a while." Surrounded by a beautiful bloom of blue hydrangeas, Birdie is absolutely overjoyed when her father permits, "Until I go back," to stay there, prompting an enthusiastic, "All right," from her. With sparkling, tearful eyes, a deeply grateful Birdie clasps her hands together and whispers, Thank you." Carlos looks on blankly as Birdie happily wags her massive fluffy tail in pure delight. Looking down at her, Chibi Carlos asks, "Thank me?" To which Birdie nods vigorously with a bright "yes." So Carlos puts on a proud, smug expression and declares, "Let me touch your tail." Birdie's sweat drops in disbelief, thinking, "I can't believe he's asking me to pay." Birdie pouts grumpily, making an adorable, reluctant face as she prepares herself for the trade. Turning around to let him touch her incredibly soft tail, Birdie smiles warmly and thinks, "But I'm really grateful." With a magical sparkle and a burst of pink roses, Birdie turns around to reveal her massive, fluffy orange squirrel tail, leaving her brother Carlos completely wide-eyed with shock. In an adorable chibi scene, Carlos gently strokes the incredibly soft tail, completely mesmerized, while a disgruntled Birdie sweats in panic, wondering if he is going to pull it. Their quiet moment is suddenly shattered when a guard bursts into the room, shouting in a panic about a major emergency. Looking out the window, they are horrified to see a massive warehouse engulfed in a violent, blazing fire, prompting Carlos to stand up in utter disbelief. Outside, the flames rage out of control as everyone realizes with horror that if the fire continues, all the essential supplies meant for the Lord will be completely destroyed. Knights desperately shout for water and urge everyone to move quickly as the fierce fire threatens to consume the entire wooden structure. Maids and soldiers frantically pour buckets of water onto the roaring flames, crying out in despair over the precious food meant for the soldiers being ruined. Watching the devastating scene, Birdie sadly reflects on how this terrible incident was the tragic precursor to the army's first major retreat. According to historical records, the sudden retreat of the Duke's army occurred right before the end of the grueling 5-year Great War, earning it the ironic name of the First Retreat Victory. At the time, newspapers cruelly mocked the Golden Lion of the Empire, stained and ruined like a defaced poster, laughing at him as if he were a harmless cat rather than a fierce beast. Birdie recalls that while the Duke hid the true details of the retreat to avoid crushing the royal morale, the devastating fire was the real reason the soldiers were left to starve. To make matters worse, a continental disaster struck the following year, severely reducing the Duke's population and army, a tragic future Birdie is determined to prevent. With a look of absolute determination, Birdie resolves to change history so that the disastrous first retreat never happens. Staring into the distance, Birdie realizes that she can change the course of history by using a special secret weapon. Suddenly, a massive, powerful black lion bounds through the snowy forest, easily catching and pinning down a mysterious cloaked figure. Now in his human form, a shirtless Carlos stands over the fallen intruder as the guards arrive, frantically asking if this is the arsonist and if he is dead. Carlos calmly explains that the intruder committed suicide the moment he was caught, leaving the guards frustrated that they couldn't extract any information from him. Carlos narrows his yellow eyes in deep suspicion, finding it incredibly strange that the culprit was caught so easily. While a guard praises his incredible speed, Carlos points down at the corpse's hand, directing their attention to a highly revealing detail. On the back of the deceased arsonist's hand lies a distinct dark tattoo, the unmistakable mark of the Holy Empire. Confirming the identity of the mark, Carlos realizes the Empire's direct involvement, finding it highly suspicious that the culprit practically delivered himself to be caught. The guards discuss the strange behavior of the arsonist, who seemed to deliberately run away only after making sure he was spotted. It becomes clear that the entire setup, from the arsonist wandering around to the dead body conveniently bearing the imperial mark, was completely unnatural and orchestrated. As Carlos stands deep in thought, a panicked advisor and his guard run up to him, shouting for their master. The worried advisor explains that with the military parade scheduled for tomorrow, they are in a desperate situation and asks if they should try to hunt down trading groups for supplies. He anxiously points out that no single trade group could possibly provide that much food on such short notice, and their soldiers will starve in the meantime. The advisor with glasses walks forward, trying to restore order by telling everyone to calm down, noting that panic will not bring a solution. Stepping before Carlos, the advisor bows deeply and solemnly asks to receive punishment for his failure. He explains that as the one acting on Carlos's behalf, he should have been prepared to prevent such a catastrophic mishap. The mustached guard frantically waves his hands, defending the advisor and asserting that nobody could have anticipated such a cunning attack. Despite the reassurance, the advisor keeps his head bowed, blaming himself for failing to prevent the incident despite their thorough fire security measures. He stares at the burnt warehouse silhouette in dejection, deeply regretful that he failed to protect the army's vital food supply. Standing before Carlos, the advisor humbly begs for forgiveness for his oversight. While the mustached guard begs Carlos not to punish the advisor too harshly, Carlos finds the relaxed, peaceful atmosphere a bit unsettling and wonders when he should tell him to raise his head. Breaking the tense silence, a cute chibi birdie suddenly pops up between the guards, waving her little fist and yelling dramatically. The guards look down in utter surprise, astonished to see a little child here, and quickly realize she is the young lady who has just returned. Carlos looks at her and casually refers to her as Tail, prompting Birdie to puff her cheeks grumpily and tell him not to call her that. Carlos gazes at her with a calm, handsome expression, completely unfazed by her adorable tantrum. Looking down, Birdie suddenly notices that her brother is completely shirtless, causing her to blush furiously and scream in embarrassment. The guards coo over how sweet it is that the young lady came all this way to worry about them, while a flustered Birdie frantically wonders why Carlos isn't wearing a shirt. Trying to focus on the task at hand, Birdie confidently announces that she has brought a perfect solution to their severe food crisis. With a bright, proud smile, Birdie holds up a leafy red tuber, presenting it to the stunned guards as the ultimate answer to their problems. The guards stare blankly at the strange root in her hands, completely speechless and utterly bewildered. Sweat dropping in pure terror, the guard recognizes the plant as the infamous bogeyman, a plant rumored to have a fearsome poison reef straight from hell. Carlos holds up the tuber curiously, trying to remember what it is, while Birdie notes that the locals dread it as the seed of the devil. A dramatic screen reveals the plant's true scientific name, tuberosum. Because of its incredible ability to grow self-reliantly and multiply rapidly, the plant has unfortunately acquired a long list of terrifying nicknames. Birdie passionately argues that the plant doesn't deserve its bad reputation and is actually the miracle crop that will solve their food shortage. Hugging her bag of potatoes with a sparkling, joyful smile, Birdie proudly declares it to be a true miracle plant. The mustached guard coughs nervously and politely interrupts, asking the young lady for a word as she tilts her head in curiosity. Pointing at the strange leafy tubers Birdie brought, a guard asks in utter disbelief, "Is it the solution?" The advisor gently looks down at Birdie, smiling kindly as he says, "You have a beautiful mind to help, but I'm afraid we can't play with you right now. If you're bored, I'll call you a maid." Looking down at the young lady's massive, fluffy tail, a shirtless Carlos narrows his eyes in contemplation as Birdie proudly asks him, "Count, do you know?" Birdie stands tall with a bright, confident smile on her face, determined to prove that her solution is the key to their crisis. The advisor stares back at Birdie in absolute bewilderment, whispering, "What?" Pointing to a diagram of the crop, Birdie begins her explanation. 1. Tuberosums grow well everywhere. Pointing to her little fist, she holds up the leafy plant and confidently explains, 2. The fruit at the root grows bigger than your fist. In an adorable chibi display, Birdie holds up the plant while trying to find the right words to describe it to her brother Carlos. Carlos gently raises Birdie's tiny hand as she eagerly exclaims, "About this, it's as big as this. Is this big enough for a meal?" Standing together in the snowy clearing, the advisor speaks up in concern. "It's big, though. You know that not only the leaves but also the roots are poisonous, right? If the soldiers eat it, they will have stomach aches and they will lie down." Looking at Carlos, the advisor sighs in exhaustion. "The Holy Imperium will be able to cut our men's throats in peace. Ah yeah, done. I have said too much." Birdie looks up at him with a proud, sunny smile and replies, "No, you're right." The advisor nods in agreement, saying softly, "Yeah, lady, it's never a shame to accept a mistake." So, before he can finish, Birdie interrupts with a serious face. "Just the part that says it's poisonous. Anything else is wrong." The surrounding guards begin to whisper in deep worry as they discuss the plant. What she is saying is wrong. Tuberosum is a poison that can cause stomach aches. The hunter's nephew almost got in trouble while picking it up without knowing anything. Well, if it's dangerous enough, we can die. Birdie raises her head confidently and asks, "No stomachache is okay, right?" With a wide, determined gaze, Birdie raises the leafy plant, preparing to do the unthinkable. To everyone's absolute horror, Birdie pops the leaves right into her mouth and begins chewing vigorously, prompting a shocked scream of "boo" from the guards. With a satisfied swallow, Birdie stands perfectly fine and happy, leaving the guards sweating in absolute panic behind her. The quiet forest is suddenly shattered by the guards' terrified screams. Lady, somebody get a doctor." A tense crowd gathers around as the doctor quickly checks Birdie for any signs of danger after consuming the notorious plant. The doctor looks up with a deeply serious expression, while Carolus stands anxiously by his side. After a careful examination, the doctor delivers the astonishing verdict: there is no symptom of poisoning. Sitting triumphantly on the rock, Birdie flashes a cheerful smile and holds up a peace sign to show everyone she is completely unharmed. An utterly stunned Carlos asks, "Not at all?" To which the doctor confirms frantically, "Yes, not at all. Are you sure? Yes, believe me." The doctor points up to explain the medical anomaly. Usually, even if a very small amount of poison is swallowed, symptoms of poisoning are bound to remain on the tongue. Birdie cutely sticks out her tiny pink tongue to show there are no traces of poison, confirming the doctor's words, but there is no sign of it from her. Birdie happily hops down from the rock, turning to Carlos with a triumphant, "You see?" With a magical, sparkling burst, Birdie proudly presents the plant and declares, "Tuberosum is edible food." Carlos rests his hand on his chin, falling into a deep, contemplative silence. Looking at the plant, Carlos thinks to himself in confusion, "It's definitely a poisonous herb that causes sickness if eaten, but what Tailfur swallowed wasn't. If so," Carlos points a finger as he realizes something, while a guard speaks up, "There are edible and inedible parts of tuberosum. Is there any way to tell them apart?" Then it must be that the young lady is special. A squirrel shapeshifter has the ability to digest tuberosum. Sweating nervously under Birdie's bright gaze, the guards wonder, "So what is the answer?" "I don't know. The answer is..." Birdie presents a small cloth sack filled with green stems, happily revealing, this stem." Looking into the bag in utter surprise, the guards ask, "The stem of tuberosum?" To which Birdie responds with an enthusiastic, "Yes." Birdie explains with an adorable illustration, when eating the fruit, people usually cut the stem to get rid of the leaves. In fact, the stem is the antidote to tuberosum. Showing a flashback of her preparation, Birdie smiles warmly and says, "Actually, before coming here, I took the stem apart and chewed them first. That's why I didn't get poisoned." A dramatic infographic reveals the incredible twist. Ironically, someone who tried to commit suicide by eating the whole tuberosum was still alive and well. The guards scratch their heads in disbelief, murmuring, "Is the stem an antidote? I've never heard of it." Hearing the guards whisper about wanting to try it, a silent Carlos stares intensely at the potato in Birdie's hand. Suddenly, Carlos snatches the plant right out of Birdie's hand, prompting a startled gasp from the guards. "All right, young master?" Without any hesitation, Carlos puts a piece of the tuber in his mouth and starts chewing, leaving everyone around him absolutely speechless. The guards scream in absolute horror and panic. There is no verification yet, but you. As a guard frantically warns, it's danger. Carlos merely glances back with a completely blank expression. Looking completely fine and unaffected, Carlos blinks calmly as the guard finishes his sentence in a tiny, bewildered voice. "Us?" Standing heroically with a brilliant light shining behind him, Carlos leaves the guards crying tears of pure admiration. You see, he sacrificed himself for verification. Eager to verify the crop for themselves, the knights enthusiastically rush forward to grab the remaining tubers. The young master is a lion, so he might be fine. Let me check with my body. Me too. Rubbing his full stomach, a knight burps happily, exclaiming, "Is it really okay? It just makes me feel full. It's amazing. It's definitely a poisonous herb." Surrounded by a beautiful bloom of roses, Birdie looks on with sparkling, tearful eyes and announces, "This is the solution I talked about. If tuberosum grows everywhere, it can solve the food problem." Filled with renewed hope, the guards smile warmly at Birdie and urge her, "My lady, please write a letter right away. You have to inform the commander on the battlefield about this. Let's dig up a lot of tuberosum and send them out." The realization brings immense relief, as she notes this means there will be no first retreat, and the devastating 10-year war can be completely avoided. Feeling incredibly determined, little Beatty clenches her tiny fists and resolves to use this massive achievement to secure her stay in the Duke's castle until her coming-of-age ceremony. Recognizing that her coming-of-age ceremony is still 10 long years away, she figures this mutually beneficial exchange is the perfect arrangement for both parties. She beams a brilliant, triumphant smile as she joyfully calculates how much money she can secure for her future business when she manages to negotiate this deal successfully. While the guards enthusiastically praise Beatty as an absolute treasure and wonder how she came up with such an amazing discovery, the advisor stands admiring her sheer genius. However, the advisor's expression quickly turns serious as a troubling thought crosses his mind about what to do now that the problem has been solved. Lost in his tense thoughts, he grimly ponders how he is supposed to report this unexpected development to that place. High above the quiet, tree-covered military camp, crows caw ominously as they circle over the tents. Down on the ground, the starving soldiers slouch in exhaustion, desperately asking when the food distribution will arrive before they end up as food for the crows. Clutching his spear weakly, another weary guard complains of dizziness and hunger as the distant sound of horse hooves begins to echo through the trees. A cloaked messenger finally arrives on horseback, pulling a wooden cart as the excited soldiers shout in hope, "The distribution!" The messenger presents a scroll to the blonde commander, announcing it is a letter from the young lady, prompting the commander to sigh in relief as the guards look on in surprise. The handsome, golden-eyed commander unravels the letter and begins to read its contents with a deeply focused gaze. As he reads further, the commander is left completely astonished, wondering where on earth a young child could have learned such things. Looking up from the paper, his sharp eyes narrow with curiosity as he asks if the supplies have finally arrived. The covers of the supply carts are pulled back, revealing crates filled with infamous leafy red tubers that the guards immediately mistake for dangerous poisonous herbs. The lead knight reassures them that these are the right carts, holding up the recipe sent by the 8-year-old lady, though the others remain highly skeptical of trusting a child. The terrified soldiers break out in a cold sweat, screaming that they would rather starve than die of severe sickness from trusting a little child's words. The guards look back nervously at their commander, waiting to see how he will react to the controversial food supply. Standing tall and magnificent, the golden-eyed commander gazes down calmly at the crates of sparkling red tubers before him. With a quiet, penetrating gaze, he carefully observes the plant, contemplating his next move. To everyone's absolute shock, the commander reaches down and plucks a tuberosum right out of the crate, prompting the guards to yell in panic. Without a moment of hesitation, he takes a big bite of the raw red tuber as the horrified guards look on, screaming in sheer terror. The commander calmly swallows the bite, leaving the soldiers behind him crying tears of profound admiration at his willingness to sacrifice himself to ease their fears. Deeply inspired by their leader's bravery, the knights instantly lose their fear and enthusiastically step forward, declaring they will eat it just like the Duke. As the eager soldiers clamor to get their hands on the food, the commander watches them calmly, having successfully diffused their deep-seated anxiety in an instant. Tears of pure loyalty well up in the eyes of the knights as they cheer for their lord, passionately swearing to follow him for the rest of their lives. A glorious cheer rings out across the sunny sky, celebrating the incredible valor of the lion. Feeling fully energized and satisfied after their meal, the soldiers happily chat about how the supply saved them and declare that victory is now close at hand. Back in his tent, the commander listens to his men outside praise the young lady's rare talent, amazed that an 8-year-old could devise such an incredible strategy. Inside the quiet tent, the commander reads the letter, listening as a guard outside jokes that the camp is full of muscle-brained guys, prompting a playful defense from another. In a sweet flashback, cute little Beatty is shown sitting at her desk with a quill, carefully writing down her sincere wish to help those defending the kingdom. The commander sits quietly at his desk under the warm glow of a lantern, deeply touched as he stares at the letter in his hands. He gently traces the signature at the bottom of the page, which reads, "Yours sincerely, Beatty." Under the soft light of the tent, the commander remains seated in silence, holding the young girl's letter close to him. Meanwhile, back at the castle, little Beady sits at a massive wooden desk, humming thoughtfully to herself. She holds her quill pen to her chin, trying to figure out how to write her letter with all the proper respect and grandeur. Surrounded by towering bookshelves, she busily scribbles down her thoughts about high places like the Northern Mountains, hoping to make her family name proud. With a sudden flourish, she holds up her quill pen triumphantly, declaring that she has finally finished. Beady raises the completed letter high in the air with a proud, sparkling smile, cheering that it is finally done. Joanna applauds her lady's hard work, while privately feeling relieved that the little girl managed to write down everything the adults told her. After stretching her tiny arms with a satisfied yawn, Beady suddenly perks her ears up as she hears something interesting outside her door. Peering out through the window at the setting sun, she realizes with a start that the day has already flown by. The young aide confirms her suspicions, explaining that a decision has just been made and the Cax have already headed out to harvest the tuberosum. Beady sits at her desk, staring wide-eyed in absolute disbelief as she processes the incredible news. A warm smile spreads across her face as she imagines the workers carrying massive baskets of the crops, realizing that her proposed solution has actually been accepted and put into action. Surrounded by beautiful blue roses, Beady sparkles with tears of pure joy, overwhelmed by the realization that she was actually helpful and made a real difference. Determined to see the progress herself, Beady hops down from her chair and eagerly announces to Johanna that she wants to go out and help too. Before she can take a single step, a large finger gently pokes her forehead, stopping her right in her tracks as she cutely objects. She looks up to see a handsome young man with messy black hair and golden eyes smirking down at her, teasingly asking her exactly where she thinks she is going. Confused by his sudden appearance, the little girl asks, "Brother?" Only for him to gently pat her head and reply, "It's your nap time, kiddo." Looking slightly annoyed, the young girl wonders why he keeps calling her kiddo with tail feathers, even though she already told him her name, when the butler suddenly chimes in with a realization. The butler politely explains that her room has finally been completely repaired, leaving her surprised. Staring at a portrait of the golden-haired emperor, she reflects on how her father hates her, making her certain that moving to the cold north was her only choice. In a cartoonish flashback, knights throw salt at a tiny squirrel in a cloak, blaming it for their troubles. Recalling how the maids gossiped about her being sent to the cold north, she assumed she would be treated poorly, making the news of a newly prepared room highly unexpected. The young master looks at her, thinking to himself how strange she is and how many things about her are completely unpredictable. Determined to survive even a dirty, narrow space as long as she isn't locked up in the capital, her expressive face amuses the young master, who finds her highly entertaining. The young master decides to personally escort the girl, prompting a surprised question from the butler. The butler smiles warmly, expressing how wonderful it is to see the two of them getting along so well. The little girl tilts her head in confusion, repeating the butler's word with suspicion. Turning to lead the way, the young master tells her to hurry up and follow him. She quickly runs after him with tiny steps, calling out that she is right behind him. She observes that despite calling her weird nicknames, he has the courtesy to hold the door open for her. As she steps through, she quietly concludes that people of the Duke's lineage are truly peculiar. Hearing her heavy breathing and quiet gasps behind him, the young master stops and turns around to look at her. Finding her completely out of breath and trembling from a short walk, he bluntly points out how incredibly weak she is. When he teases her about her short legs, she angrily retorts that his legs aren't long either, but he proudly thinks to himself that comparing a lion to a squirrel makes no sense. Seeing her squeeze her eyes shut and pout in frustration, the young master finds her adorable and entertaining. Extending his hand toward a massive hallway, he announces that they have finally arrived. He points toward the long hallway and declares it as her room, leaving her staring in wide-eyed shock. Starry-eyed and stunned, she can barely believe that this magnificent place is where she will be staying. She stands frozen in pure panic as she wonders if they expect her to sleep and grow up right in the middle of the hallway. Terrified, she jumps to the conclusion that this is a subtle hint that there is absolutely no proper place for her in the castle. Reaching down to take her tiny hand, he gently tells her that he will show her around. He leads her past a series of doors, pointing out her toy room, her dressing room, and her very own book room. Standing before a grand double door, he presents the final destination, her bedroom. Feeling completely overwhelmed and dizzy, she tries to count all the rooms assigned to her, realizing there must be more than 10. She begins to doubt that such an immense space is meant solely for her, remembering a cautionary tale. She recalls a story where a modest wanderer chose a shabby wooden chair and received a gift, while the arrogant traveler chose a golden throne. Worried about overstepping her bounds, she resolves to stay humble so she won't be kicked out like the arrogant wanderer from the fable. She nervously calls out to him, prompting him to look down at her in surprise. Looking up with determined eyes, she insists that she doesn't need luxury and would prefer a simple, unused, and unwanted room. When he asks if she has misunderstood him, she hesitantly wonders aloud if the grand gesture was actually a test of her greed. He points all the way down the corridor to a distant statue, while she strains her eyes, barely able to see that far. He points out the sheer scale of her quarters, catching her completely off guard. She is utterly flabbergasted to realize that her room is actually an entire floor, wondering if this is how the wealthy Aslan family handles guest accommodations. She shivers in disbelief as she processes the reality that this massive floor belongs entirely to her. He calls out to her as she stands frozen in place. Before she can reply, he scoops her up in his arms and asks if she wants to take a look, startling her yet again. Blushing with embarrassment from the close physical contact, she awkwardly claims to be very heavy, which only confuses him. He scoffs and tells her she needs to be 10 times heavier, making her imagine herself as a round, chubby pig squirrel. He comments on her busy day as he prepares to open her bedroom door. As the door swings open, she gasps in awe at the incredibly luxurious and beautiful bedroom inside. Remembering the dark, dusty attic she used to live in, she is deeply moved by the gorgeous new room before her. The young master points out the lavish dressing table and high-end jewelry prepared just for her. Looking out the window, she is mesmerized by the breathtakingly beautiful Winter Lake landscape. As she leans over the railing in absolute amazement, he reaches out to support her, gently warning her to be careful. Looking out at the grand estate, she reflects that she didn't just escape from the capital. She realizes that she didn't just gather all her courage to come here, she has found a true home. Then, also in this life, I won't be able to see this scene, Beatty reflects sadly as her older brother carries her onto the balcony under the bright sky. Looking out at the sunset, her brother asks, "Beautiful, right?" And Beatty smiles warmly, replying, "Yes, indeed." Looking out at the gorgeous sunset, Beatty resolves with quiet determination, "I'll try my best to stay here until the coming-of-age ceremony, and definitely fill my eyes with all the wonderful things in this world, no matter what happens." As her brother tucks her snugly into her bed, he says, "So sleep well, Tailfur," leaving Beatty blinking in confusion. Turning his back to head out, he softly adds, "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me," surprising Beatty with his consideration. He suddenly stops and turns around with a curious expression when she calls out to him. Pointing a finger, Beatty asks, "The sun is still up, but are you going to sleep? Do northern people go to bed early?" With a soft gaze, her brother explains, "It is said that you came here alone. Then it must be tiring because you walked a lot today. So go to bed early," he says, touching Beatty deeply as she realizes he is actually worried about her. But his next words ruin the sweet moment when he teases, "You must have had a hard time to come here with those short legs," prompting an indignant, "I came in a carriage, though," from Beatty. Tucked in bed with an annoyed pout, Beatty fumes, "He keeps making fun of me for having short legs," while her brother looks back at her and asks, "Aren't you sleepy?" Rummaging through his coat, her brother asks, "Then do you want to do this?" leaving Beatty to wonder, what is it? He reaches out his hand, preparing to present a special surprise as he says, "This is..." Beatty's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as she stares at a tiny pink running wheel. "Yes, do you want to ride it?" her brother asks with sparkling eyes, leaving Beatty utterly speechless as she thinks, "Is he kidding me? Is he really telling me to ride this?" While he asks, "Don't you like it?" "I see," her brother says as he walks away to fetch something else. "How about this?" he asks, while Beatty thinks nervously, "I don't know what it is, but it seems ominous." He turns back to her, proudly asking, "Do you like this?" leaving Beatty gasping in absolute shock. He presents a miniature, beautifully detailed dollhouse set up as a fancy banquet hall. Beside it is another miniature room representing a large, elegant living room. There is even an intricately designed miniature dressing room with tiny hangers and clothes. As her brother proudly presents the massive, incredibly detailed dollhouse mansion, he asks, "How is it?" while Beatty remains completely speechless. Seeing her brother look so incredibly smug and pleased with himself, Beatty wonders in disbelief, what, such a proud face? Beatty can only sweat drop and stare in absolute disbelief at her brother's bizarre choice of gifts. Just then, a knock is heard at the door as Joanna announces, "My lady, it's Joanna. I'll help you get ready for bed." Stepping into the room, Joanna gasps in surprise. Oh my. She stops in her tracks to find the young master sitting at the vanity, meticulously holding a tiny yellow doll dress next to a little squirrel. "The two of you were playing well," Johanna says warmly, and the young master nonchalantly replies, "Yeah, I tried to play well." "Taking good care of your sister like this, our young master has become grown up," Johanna praises, to which he proudly agrees, "I am," leaving the little squirrel form Beatty absolutely shell-shocked as she thinks, "Did he play? He brought me out to play, didn't he?" Beatty recalls how she was pressured into transforming into a squirrel by his sparkling, expectant gaze when he asked, "Really? Aren't you going to play?" She remembers how he kept asking, "Shall I bring more dolls?" and "Do you want to ride in front?" as he played with her squirrel form, leaving her absolutely dizzy and exhausted from the experience. "My lady, did you have fun playing with the young master?" Johanna asks, and the squirrel squeaks back indignantly, "Choot choot, choot choot choot," translating to, "It wasn't me who wanted to play," though Johanna misunderstands and smiles, "You had so much fun that your cheeks are flushed." "You will have a good sleep today. Then I will take you to the dressing room to wear your pajamas," Johanna says, leaving Beatty to sigh, choot, in disappointment that her protests are completely misunderstood. As Beatty admires her beautiful, high-quality nightgown, thinking how the Duke's generosity is always beyond her imagination, the door suddenly slams open, making her gasp, "Huh?" Her brother stands in the doorway, staring intently at her and saying, "You are here, Tailfur." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Beatty wonders in confusion, "Why is my brother still here? I'm getting sleepy." "Well, Brother Carlitos El Aslan?" Beatty speaks up hesitantly, causing her brother's eyes to widen as he asks, "What? I'm not even some kind of officer, so why did you call me so weirdly?" Her brother asks, before telling her, "Call me by my name." "Well, Brother Carlitos, aren't you going to sleep?" Beatty asks, to which he simply replies, "I have to sleep." "Brother Carlitos, then why?" Beatty starts, only to bite her tongue with a painful, Squeezing her eyes shut in embarrassment, Beatty thinks, "Highs, I'm still young, so my tongue is twisted," while her brother lets out a quiet amusement. "Just call me Carl. It's hard to pronounce with that short tongue," her brother says teasingly, trying to hide his grin. "Carl," Betty says bluntly, leaving him completely startled. "You have to add brother," he demands, reaching out to pinch her cheek as she cries out, "Arg!" As he stretches her soft cheeks, Beatty tearfully complies, crying out, "Brother Carl, let me go." "Brother Carl," Beatty whines as he keeps holding her cheeks. When he asks, "What?" she says, "I'm going to sleep." He responds with a simple, "Sleep?" prompting her to ask, "Are you not going back?" "I'll watch you lying down," Carl declares, suddenly scooping her up in his arms, catching her completely by surprise. "Come on," Carl says as he gently sets her down onto her large, comfortable bed. "Lie down," Carl commands, and Beatty obediently plops backward onto the pillow, blinking in utter confusion. "With the blanket," Carl says as he pulls the floral duvet all the way up to her nose, leaving her staring up with wide, bewildered eyes. Staring out from beneath the tightly tucked blanket, Beatty wonders in absolute exasperation, what kind of bullying is this? Carl sits quietly at the edge of Beatty's bed, keeping watch over her as she lies tucked beneath the floral blanket. Carl gazes down at Beatty with a warm, gentle smile, saying, "Well done, little kid. Good night." Tucked safely under the covers, Beatty peers out at her brother in wide-eyed, silent wonder. Peeking over the edge of her blanket, Beatty replies softly, "You too, Brother Carl. Good night." Carl lets out a soft grin as he prepares to leave the room. Carl gently pats her head and says, "Yeah, Beatty, see you tomorrow," leaving her feeling comforted. As her brother departs, Beatty reflects in surprise. "What? He called me little kid and Tailfur, then suddenly said my name." Beatty touches her head in quiet wonder, realizing that this is the first time anyone has ever helped her get to sleep. In a dark, tense office, an angry fist slams down hard on a desk covered with documents. Fuming with rage, the man with glasses yells, "How could the prepared plan? The little princess ruined everything. If it hadn't been for a magic communication orb on the desk violently crackles and sparks before the furious nobleman. The man gasps in sudden dread, staring at the unstable, glowing magic sphere. Gritting his teeth in anxiety, he wonders, why is that place getting in contact right now? The second queen of the Astrum Kingdom sits elegantly on her throne holding a glowing orb, thinking that she should have heard some good news by now. Clenching her fan as a maid trembles behind her, the queen is deeply angered that her subordinates skipped delivering a report and dared ignore the royal family's contact. Walking gracefully across her grand chamber, the queen mutters that her hound has forgotten its place, simply because of receiving a few trivial compliments. With a cold smile, the queen lifts the terrified maid's chin with her fan, telling her that she will have to go down this time. Looking down menacingly, the queen asks Viscountess Cirrus if she will make absolutely sure not to make a mistake this time. Viscountess Cirrus trembles in absolute terror, sweating under the queen's intense and commanding gaze. The next morning, a maid calls out a cheerful greeting. "Good morning, Lady Beatty. You must have been uncomfortable because you changed your bed. Did you sleep comfortably?" Beatty rubs her eyes sleepily, yawning as she sits up in her large, comfortable bed. The maid compliments Beatty's waking cuteness and asks if she wants to choose a dress to wear, leaving Beatty to repeat in confusion, "Dress?" Beatty is puzzled by the suggestion of choosing a dress, nervously thinking that she only brought one dress with her. Beatty is dressed in a magnificent, highly detailed yellow and white gown adorned with ribbons and matching shoes. The maids squeal with joy at how adorable she looks, while Beatty sweat drops, thinking, "This is my 7th dress, and I am gonna try it on again, aren't I?" When the maid eagerly holds up a blue dress to try on next, Beatty looks completely horrified, wondering, more? Is this harassment? The maid's ecstatic squeals of delight echo amidst beautifully decorated lily flowers. Beatty is shown in a rapid succession of 3 distinct gorgeous dresses as the maids squeal in absolute adoration of her cuteness. As the maids praise how much cuter she is than they expected, Beatty wonders in disbelief if they even know what cuteness actually means. Beatty recalls that in the capital, cute was a word used by corrupt servants to describe valuable gold or jewels they pocketed, referring to material property. Imagining herself as a piece of property, Beatty is struck with sudden horror, thinking, "I am somebody's property." Standing up straight with a determined shout, Beatty commands, "Hey, I am mine." The 3 maids stare at her with blank, comical expressions, completely baffled by her sudden outburst. Smiling warmly, the maids immediately agree with her and encourage her to throw out any boys who ever dare to speak harshly to her. Beatty's sweat drops in confusion, realizing her defensive outburst was somehow praised as a display of high intelligence. As the maids prepare to take her to the dining room, another maid nervously runs up, calling out, "Lady Beatty!" The maid explains she couldn't speak to Beatty yesterday due to being busy, leaving Beatty to turn around in surprise. The maid reveals she was sick with worry over yesterday's warehouse fire because her boyfriend is a soldier, but Beatty's warning saved her family. Smiling with tears of deep gratitude, the maid bows and says, "Thanks to this, I can wait for him without worrying. Thank you so much." Beatty's eyes sparkle with deep emotion as she realizes someone is genuinely thanking her for her actions. Overwhelmed with a warm, joyful feeling, Beatty happily floats on a soft, fluffy white cloud in her imagination. Sitting at a lavish dining table, Carl greets Beatty with a calm, handsome expression, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Beatty stands frozen at the entrance of the grand dining hall, shocked by her brother's presence and the massive feast prepared for them. Observing her cool-looking brother, Beatty assumes that he wants to maintain a dignified appearance and will be offended if she eats with him. Beatty recalls a painful memory from her past, where she was harshly told she was ruining someone's appetite just by being present. Quietly turning to leave, Beatty tells herself she is used to eating alone anyway and is glad to slip away so she doesn't offend him. Beatty freezes in surprise as Carl's voice suddenly stops her, asking, "Where are you going?" Carl asks if she left something behind or if she simply dislikes eating with him, causing Beatty to frantically panic and deny it. Pointing directly to the grand cushioned chair next to him, Carl gently instructs, "If not, sit down." Beatty looks up at her brother with huge, glittering eyes, overwhelmed with hope as she wonders, Can I? Carl gazes down with a gentle, warm smile as he agrees, "Sure." Observing Beatty hesitating, Carl asks, "Don't you sit?" prompting her to climb eagerly onto the grand chair, replying, "Yes, I sit right now." As Beatty happily enjoys her food, Carl asks if it tastes good, to which she eagerly nods, thinking how wonderful it is to share a meal and talk with someone like this. Carl encourages Beatty to eat a lot so she can grow 10 times larger, causing her to slight sweat drop as she realizes eating with someone is vastly different from eating alone. Walking down the grand hallway, Beatty reflects in quiet confusion, unable to understand why everyone in the castle is being so incredibly friendly to her. Deep in thought, Beatty reasons that the staff's warmth must be because her father hasn't said anything about her arrival yet. She recalls that her father has been away at war for 5 years, meaning the castle servants do not yet know she was hated and treated as a stain by him. Looking out the window, Beatty is filled with anxiety, realizing that once her father returns, the friendly servants will likely turn cold, just like the people in the capital. Steeling her heart, she tells herself that she must become cold and distant first to protect herself from the inevitable change. However, as she looks out the window, her eyes catch sight of bright red berries, and she decides to do one last thing before she changes. She fondly remembers transforming into a squirrel to bring delicious berries to the hardworking maids who happily gasped in delight at her sweet gesture. She recalls how a maid clasped her hands in deep gratitude, saying, "Thank you, lady," while Beatty squeaked back a cheerful peep. Waddling up to Carl with a heavy sack, Beatty catches her brother's attention as he turns and asks in confusion, "What's it?" She dumps a mountain of acorns, pine cones, and colorful berries before him, prompting Carl to think in amusement that this definitely isn't a typical adventure bag or a fruit shop. Sitting proudly amidst her treasure pile, Squirrel Beatty squeaks happily, nodding in confirmation when Carl asks if the gift is truly for him. Staring at the massive pile of forest treats, Carl looks utterly bewildered as he wonders, is she trying to give me? With a soft smile, Carl gently pats her tiny head and softly says, "Thank you," filling Beatty with happiness. Back in human form, Beatty skips through the castle gardens, overjoyed that her secret berry hunting skills from her difficult past in the capital brought so much joy to everyone. She remembers how she used to hunt for berries in secret when meals weren't served on time, which is how she learned to identify the best forest fruits. Reaching out to touch a large tree, Beatty determinedly decides to distribute even more treats to the castle staff, wondering what this tree has to offer. As her hand touches the bark, a magical resonance surges through her, and she feels a mysterious throbbing power calling out to her. With wide, sparkling eyes, Beatty focuses her magical energy and whispers, "Go." Following the strange pull, Beatty steps forward into the snow, whispering that the mysterious force is actively calling out to her. Suddenly, a maid rushes up and grabs Beatty's hand in a panic, crying out, "Lady!" just as Beatty was about to follow the call. Surprised by the sudden restraint, Beatty blinks in confusion, asking, "What's it?" as the maid urgently commands her to stay put. Feeling a deep, powerful resonance, Beatty lowers her head in serious contemplation, sensing that someone is calling out to her with extreme urgency. A sudden loud explosion shakes the area, and the maid rushes Beatty towards safety as the guards scream in terror, warning that magic is heading directly for her and to avoid it. Beatty's eyes widen in absolute shock as she gasps out in disbelief, "Magic?" Suddenly, a small, fluffy white creature flies down from the sky and lands directly on Beatty's head with a soft plop, leaving her completely bewildered. Seeing the creature, the guards instantly raise their spears in alarm, shouting that something dangerous is happening to the young lady. The guards surround her defensively, shouting at the creature to not harm the lady and accusing it of being a coward for taking her hostage. A bright, magical light envelopes the white animal on Beatty's head as it softly whispers, "Finally," leaving Beatty frozen in shock. With a blinding flash of wind and magic, the creature proclaims, "I found you," as the powerful force knocks the guards back. When the light fades, the maid and guards scream in absolute horror as they realize Lady Beatty has completely vanished from the spot. The castle guards stare up at the sky in sheer panic, shouting that a major crisis has occurred because the young lady has been kidnapped by magic. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy northern mountains of the Aslan territory, giant slain monsters lie scattered across the frozen ground as a figure walks past. Carl walks calmly through the snow, stepping past the carcass of a massive insect monster as he murmurs, Inspecting the slain beasts, Carl notes that these aren't the creatures he's looking for, wondering where the elusive Northwind foxes are since they must be close to their habitat. He recalls promising his little sister that he would return her favor by bringing her the absolute coolest thing from his hunt. He happily imagines Squirrel Beatty wrapped in a fluffy, beautiful white fox fur coat, thinking how adorable she will look. Wiping a trace of blood from his hand, Carl smiles warmly to himself, confident that the gift is going to suit her perfectly. He suddenly halts, looking down at the red stains on his fingers with the quiet, "Ah." He stares at his bloodied hand, reminding himself that he must be extremely careful not to get stained with blood before returning. He recalls the butler's frantic warnings that people with weak bodies can easily get sick from being startled, urging him to pay more attention so the young lady doesn't get scared. Staring at his hand, Carl deeply reflects on the advice, realizing that Beatty's fragile body could easily be overwhelmed by the sight of violence. With a look of intense determination, Carl resolves that this time, things must be handled differently. Placing his hand firmly on his sword hilt, he vows to handle the hunt with absolute care in order not to scare his little sister. Standing before a colossal, glowing blue-eyed white wolf, Carl prepares for battle, determined to capture the beast without spilling a single drop of blood. Sometime later, Carl walks triumphantly back toward the castle, humming a tune, carrying the massive, incredibly fluffy white beast over his shoulders, eager to see how Beatty will react. As he approaches, Carl overhears the maids gossiping in a panic about something fast heading to the forest and the guards being in complete disarray, causing him to halt in confusion, repeating, "Forest?" Panicking over Beatty's disappearance, the guards desperately decide to inform either the young master or the Duke, completely unaware that Carl has already returned with his prize. Carl drops the giant white beast to the ground with a heavy thud, asking what's wrong, which causes the anxious maid and guards to cry out in distress. The guard explains that security was loose due to the mobilization of troops, allowing a demonic beast to breach the castle grounds and kidnap the young lady. As the guard tearfully apologizes, the surrounding soldiers whisper in dread, realizing that the kidnapper is the notorious snowstorm squirrel of the northern mountains. Carl's eyes widen in absolute horror as he realizes Beatty is in grave danger of being slaughtered by the infamous beast. Overwhelmed with panic and rage, Carl throws his hand up and commands his men to gather every single guard immediately. With a fierce expression, Carl vows to hunt down and kill the creature for daring to touch his precious little sister. His eyes glowing with an intense predatory light, Carl is filled with wrath as he prepares to rescue Beatty from the monster. Meanwhile, Beatty finds herself standing alone in a pristine, snow-covered forest, looking around in utter confusion. She vividly remembers being in the castle's beautiful courtyard garden just moments ago, making her current surroundings even more baffling. Staring up at the dark, frozen branches of the deep forest, Beatty realizes she has been transported to a completely different place. Beatty wonders if she is in the dangerous northern mountains when a mysterious, echoey voice suddenly calls out to her. Beatty's heart beats rapidly with surprise as a warm, glittering light floats down and whispers that they have finally met. Turning around to find the source of the voice, Beatty is surprised to see a giant fluffy white squirrel sitting right behind her. The mysterious voice gently explains that it has taken a very long time to find Beatty, referring to her as a fragment. Looking up at the massive white creature, Beatty asks in confusion what it means by fragment, to which the voice replies that she is a fragment of a star. The voice continues, explaining that Beatty is ultimately a part of its own existence, surrounded by a magical forest of floating lights. Beatty tilts her head in curiosity, asking the mysterious entity to reveal its true identity. The giant squirrel agrees, but as a magical hum fills the air, Beatty is suddenly interrupted by a sudden loud hiccup. Finding its giant form difficult to manage, the entity shrinks down into a small, floating white squirrel, noting that the larger form clearly wasn't working. Pointing its tiny paw to release a soft magical glow, the small squirrel prepares to explain things clearly. A blinding burst of magical stardust erupts around Beatty, sending her hair flying as she gasps in surprise. Floated high into a breathtaking cosmic sky, Beatty is shocked to learn that this creature is the Great Squirrel Constellation, the ruler of the stars. A beautiful, magical emblem appears as the constellation explains its role as the origin of all shapeshifters, who once saved the world from ruin. Beatty's eyes sparkle with excitement as she asks if the constellation is her ancient ancestor, which the squirrel amusingly agrees is the easiest way to think about it. The star squirrel then reveals a shocking truth. It was the one who transported her to the snowy mountain. Beatty gasps in disbelief, wondering why the great constellation would bring her all the way out here. She recalls a dark memory of her past tragic death and realizes that her regression 10 years into the past was also the constellation's doing. When Beatty asks if the constellation really saved her, the squirrel explains that it wanted to choose a healthier body for her, but simply ran out of time. Gently stepping onto Beatty's hand, the star squirrel notes how difficult it is to find a suitable vessel to descend into the world at a moment's notice. Cradling the glowing creature, Beatty listens as the constellation instructs her to take good care of its physical body once its spirit departs. The star squirrel glows brighter, telling Beatty that it is finally time to reveal the most important secret of all. As Beatty stands suspended in the middle of a vast, sparkling galaxy, the constellation begins to explain the true reason it sent her back in time. Suddenly, the squirrel's eyes widen in surprise as its magical connection begins to fade much faster than anticipated. Beatty panics, calling out to her ancestor as she tightly clutches the rapidly shrinking and fading squirrel. With a brilliant flash of light, the constellation's spirit vanishes completely, leaving Beatty desperately crying out for it not to leave. Staring down at the tiny, ordinary white squirrel in her hands, Beatty realizes that its magical heartbeat and presence have completely disappeared. Frustrated and comically crying, Beatty shakes the unresponsive squirrel, whining that it should have finished telling her the important part first. The little squirrel gently pats Beatty's cheek to comfort her, leaving a dejected Beatty sighing over missing the most critical piece of information. As Betty wonders why she was sent back, a sudden sharp rustling sound in the snow behind her cuts her thoughts short. The loud rustling noises echo through the snowy woods, prompting a worried Beatty to spin around, fearing a monster might be approaching. Terrified of encountering the notorious giant beasts of the northern mountains, Beatty quickly looks around for a place to hide. Suddenly, a calm voice calls her kiddo from behind, startling Beatty as she realizes it's a human rather than a monster. Beatty finds the voice strangely familiar and wonders if the stranger could be someone from the Duke's household. Standing before her is a tall, mysterious boy swathed in an elegant black cloak adorned with intricate gold embroidery. Beatty stares up at the tall stranger in quiet surprise, trying to get a look at his face under the hood. The hooded boy stands silently before her under the snowy trees as Beatty wonders who this mysterious person could possibly be. The two stand facing each other in the quiet, snowy forest, creating a tense but curious atmosphere. Beatty observes his side profile, thinking that he looks incredibly suspicious. Swathed completely in a dark robe and exuding a gloomy aura, the mysterious boy leaves Beatty sweating in silent concern. "Who are you?" the young girl asks in surprise, as the mysterious hooded boy hesitatingly responds, "I." The girl looks at the cloaked figure suspiciously, thinking to herself, "Oh, wait, why does his voice sound like my brother's? Even his height. Why is he alone in such a dangerous place?" Stepping forward on the snowy ground, the young girl calls out, "Hey!" Walking closer, she asks, "Are you from town? Or, like me, you—" As the cloaked boy flinches in surprise at her sudden approach. Seeing him step back, she thinks, he seems vigilant? Well, he would be shocked if a stranger spoke to him. The boy pauses and says gently from beneath his hood, "If you're scared, I won't come any closer." Raising her hands to show she means no harm, the girl smiles and reassures him, "I'm just worried that you're in distress like me." The boy stands silently for a moment before stifling a sudden, quiet laugh, muttering, "Pff." Hearing him chuckle, the girl looks completely baffled and thinks to herself in annoyance, why is he laughing? He's not only suspicious, but also weird. Turning her back on him, the girl grumpily decides, "Anyway, I have to find the way." Suddenly, a cold droplet lands right on her forehead, causing her to stop and look up in surprise. As a sudden downpour begins, the girl covers her head with her hands in a panic, crying out, it's raining all of a sudden." The cloaked boy turns back toward her and calls out, "Here, this way." The two of them stand together beneath the shelter of a large tree as the rain continues to pour heavily in the snowy forest. Glancing sideways at the boy, the girl thinks to herself, wasn't he trying to avoid me? Suddenly, the boy gasps as he notices something, exclaiming, "Wait, it's—" To which she responds in confusion, "Huh?" Spotting the small white squirrel in her hands, the boy instantly conjures a glowing magical light, warning her, "Stay still, I'll get rid of it." Crackling yellow magic surges from the boy's hand as the white squirrel squeaks angrily, but the girl desperately shields the creature, shouting, "Wait," and forcing him to halt his attack. Clutching the squirrel tightly to her chest, she turns on him angrily and yells, "No, what are you doing?" While the boy explains, "It's not an ordinary squirrel, but a magical beast." She cradles the little white creature protectively and explains, "I know, but this is a precious squirrel." The cloaked boy stares at her in absolute bewilderment, blinking as he utters, What? The girl holds the squirrel close and insists he's like my friend, so don't hurt him, silently reminding herself that she needs the little beast to meet the great constellation again. She gazes up at him with massive, pleading eyes and begs, "Huh? Please?" causing the defeated boy to sparkle softly under his hood as he sighs, "All right." As they walk, the boy yields to her wishes, saying, "If it looks a bit dangerous to humans, I will deal with it then." Suddenly, the young girl lets out a loud sneeze, completely startling the cloaked boy. She continues to sneeze repeatedly in the cold, leaving the boy standing beside her in silent concern. Rubbing her nose, she sniffs and thinks, "I don't usually feel cold. Is it because my body is small?" As she realizes the forest is rapidly getting colder. Looking down at her shivering form, the cloaked boy smiles warmly and murmurs, I can't help it." Reaching his hand out to her, he says gently, "Come on." He wraps his warm black cloak around her shoulders, smiling as he says, "We can't keep on like this in the rain. I'll accompany you, lady." The young girl's face turns bright red in embarrassment as she squeals in shock. "What? Lady?" Thinking to herself that this is the very first time she has ever been addressed that way. She points at him accusingly and stammers, "Wait, you were a bit suspicious a while ago, but you are now very suspicious," leaving him to ask in confusion, "Huh? Me?" Resting his chin on his hand with a playful smile, the boy retorts, "But you look suspicious too." Surprised by his comment, the girl points to herself and asks, "Me? Why?" The boy looks at her and explains, "Well, you're wearing a dress that doesn't match this place," while the little white squirrel happily peeks out of her shoulder bag. The girl narrows her eyes in skepticism, muttering to herself, "It seems a bit suspicious." Gently holding the edge of the cloak over her head to shield her from the heavy downpour, the boy notes, "It's not going to stop raining soon." He looks down at her kindly and asks, "I saw a hut on the way. Would you allow me to escort you there?" as she looks up at him in quiet surprise. Together, they walk through the heavy rain toward a small wooden cabin nestled in the snowy woods. Reaching the cabin, the boy turns the wooden door handle to open the door. Opening the door, he politely calls out, "Well, please excuse me, is anyone here?" as the girl stands beside him fully swathed in his massive cloak. Stepping inside, the boy looks around the cozy cabin and muses, maybe this place was built for hunters or shipwrecked survivors." Pulling out a wooden chair for her, he says warmly, "Please sit down, lady," to which she replies, Sitting comfortably in the large chair, the girl clutches the cloak around herself, saying, "Thank you," feeling incredibly grateful that the robe kept her completely dry from the rain. Looking up at her companion, she realizes with guilt that he got completely wet because of her. Water continually drips from the sodden hem of the boy's elegant black and gold cloak onto the wooden floor. Feeling bad for him, she urges him, "Hey, it would be better to take it off, right? The robe will make your clothes wetter." She quickly adds, "If there is a situation where I have to cover my face, I will never look at you and turn around." True to her word, she snaps her head away and tightly closes her eyes to give him complete privacy. Squeezing her eyes shut, she loudly demands, "Hurry up, you will catch a cold," while the boy watches her adorable reaction in amusement. Close-up of the boy's lower face as he hesitates underneath his hood, wondering in concern, will it be okay? Turning around, the boy politely addresses her from behind, simply saying, "Lady." Squeezing her eyes shut tight, the girl flinches in surprise as the boy tells her, "You don't have to turn around," before gently adding, "You can look back, lady." Sweating nervously, the girl hesitatingly looks over her shoulder, wondering if it's truly all right to look, before reminding herself that it's probably not okay to see his face. The girl's sparkling purple-blue eye suddenly widens in absolute shock as she gasps, "Oh, it's..." Staring in astonishment, the girl sees the handsome boy standing before her, wearing a thick black blindfold across his eyes rather than an eye patch. Carrying a pile of wooden planks, the blindfolded boy smiles warmly and tells the young girl, "Found it." As the boy holds the stack of firewood, he cheerfully notes, "This is enough," while the girl stands in front of him, silently observing that he is completely blindfolded. Framed by beautiful blooming roses, the handsome boy stands calmly and gracefully while holding the firewood, his expression serene despite the blindfold. Staring closely at his face, the girl admires his glowing skin and pretty nose, thinking to herself that even through the cloth, she can spot a charming mole under his eye. Blushing deeply, the girl turns away and covers her face, scolding herself for staring too much, while the boy looks on behind her with a puzzled expression. Cupping her face, the girl reminds herself to be careful since it is rude to stare, just as the boy calls out, "Lady." Standing by a cozy, crackling fireplace, the boy invites her over to warm up, to which a grateful girl responds, "Oh, thank you." Clutching her hand to her chin, the girl reflects on how his warm friendliness is so completely different from the Duke's cold household, wondering if such kind people have names. Turning her head to look at him, the girl is startled as the boy stops and playfully asks, "Oh, is it why aren't you going?" Getting down on one knee in a grand, flowery border, the boy extends his hands and playfully asks, "That you want me to carry you?" With a warm, teasing smile beneath his blindfold, the boy gently adds, "If you want to." Blushing bright red, a completely shocked girl screams in embarrassment, "What is he saying?" and loudly insists that she can go by herself. Staring at the burning fireplace, the girl tries hard to recall the boy's description, wondering what he was called in the book. Her eyes narrowing in suspicion, the girl suddenly remembers and gasps to herself, "A philander." Sensing her sudden change in attitude, the boy smiles pleasantly and asks, "What's wrong?" Looking at him skeptically, the girl thinks to herself, "Wow, he's still young but this skillful at luring people already? Every action of him." She imagines him in the future as a handsome adult surrounded by wealthy, smitten noblewomen, recalling how she never understood how people could lose their assets to such smooth talkers until seeing his face. Leaning in closely to her level, the boy asks, "What are you thinking about? You've been avoiding my eyes." Completely startled, the girl shouts in a panic, "Oh, no, I wasn't thinking about anything." Sliding her hand away from his on the carpet, the girl warns herself that she has neither money nor power, so she must stay focused and figure out what he wants from her. Hilariously sliding further away from him, the girl firmly resolves to be careful and not get lured by handsome philanders, refusing to risk her life for a good-looking boy. Sweating in the silence, the girl tries to convince herself that the distance she put between them should be enough, right before her stomach lets out a loud rumble. Squeezing her eyes shut in deep embarrassment as her stomach growls continuously, she desperately pleads for it to stop, whining about her terrible timing. The boy awkwardly clears his throat and notes that the rain sounds suspiciously like a growling stomach, leaving the dejected girl wishing she had eaten a much bigger breakfast. She remembers the luxurious dining table at the Duke's place, where her brother ate so much that the massive spread was incredibly delicious and abundant. Regretfully remembering how she turned down a giant roasted chicken because her stomach was supposedly full, the hungry girl clutches her growling belly in deep despair. Hearing her hunger, the boy reaches behind his back and says, "Wait," as the girl looks at him in confusion. With a magical sparkle, the boy pulls out a small cloth pouch filled with warm, golden-baked sweet potatoes and says, "Now." The girl's eyes light up with pure joy as the boy hands over the bag, explaining it's enough to quench her hunger, prompting a very grateful, "Wow, thank you," from her. Happily holding up a piece, the girl offers to share, but the boy declines, explaining that he isn't fond of snacks and will be fine. Looking at him skeptically, the girl asks why he brought them if he doesn't like them, to which the boy playfully whistles and replies that he will throw them away if she doesn't eat. Not wanting any food to go to waste, the girl immediately stuffs a piece into her mouth, muffledly declaring, "No, I'll eat it, I'll enjoy it." Chewing happily with flushed cheeks, the girl squeals that it's delicious, making the boy chuckle softly in amusement beside her. Clutching her satisfied stomach, the young girl dramatically declares, "Ah, I'm alive," as sparkles of joy surround her. The boy smiles and says, "What a relief," as the girl thanks him, but a sudden loud growl echoes right from the boy's own stomach. Turning to him in absolute shock, the girl demands, "Wait, are you hungry too?" while the boy sweats nervously and jokes that it was just the sound of rain. Feeling terribly guilty for eating all the sweet potatoes, the girl asks what they should do, but the boy reassures her that he's fine since he gave them to her. Smiling gently, the boy explains that his hunger passes quickly and that he can easily go hunting once the heavy rain finally stops. Looking out the window, they watch the relentless downpour, realizing in despair that the rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. Glancing back at him with worried eyes, the girl guiltily thinks to herself, "He's hungry because of me. What to do?" Suddenly, she spots some leafy green plants growing in the snow outside the window and gasps in realization. "Oh?" Without a second thought, her small feet quickly pitter-patter across the wooden floor towards the door. Throwing the door wide open, the determined girl dashes out onto the deck directly into the pouring rain. The boy panics and runs to the doorway, shouting that she will get sick, but the girl calls back that there is something she needs as he looks on in confusion. Holding 2 red fruits, Beatty happily exclaims, "I was right, I didn't mistake it with anything else." Standing near the cabin doorway, the blindfolded boy tells her, "Wait, we're not in a rush, you can wait until it stops raining," leaving Beatty looking back in surprise with a startled, "Oh." Gently reaching for Beatty's scraped and dirty hand, the boy says, "Wait, lady, your hands are all dirty. Let me." Looking down in thought, the boy thinks, as he recognizes the red fruits and wonders, "This?" identifying them as the seeds of the devil. As Beatty carries her pouch inside, the boy asks, "Do you know what that is?" To which she enthusiastically replies, "Yeah, they're tuberosum. We're lucky that they're nearby." Framed by beautiful blooming white flowers, a smiling Beatty says, "I'll cook it now, just wait a bit." Walking around searching the cabin, Beatty wonders, "Bowls, where are they?" While the boy watches her with sweat on his brow, thinking in disbelief, "She knows what it is, but she's still going to feed me with that?" Raising a plate containing the red plants, Beatty says, "Oh, here it is," while the boy looks on with quiet concern, thinking, "Perhaps the lady too?" Carrying the bowl happily with musical notes floating around her, Beatty hums, "I can pay him back the favor now," right as the boy calls out, "Lady." Turning around to face him with the bowl, Beatty says, "Huh? Are you?" Looming over her with a serious, intense expression, the blindfolded boy bluntly asks, "Trying to murder me?" as Beatty freezes in shock. Close-up side view of the confrontation as the boy repeats, "Are you trying to murder me?" while Beatty holds the bowl of tuberosum. Stunned by his direct accusation, Beatty looks up at him in utter disbelief and mutters, "Huh?" Pointing a finger at herself in confusion with question marks floating in the air, Beatty stammers in a panic, "Me? Huh? What?" The boy sheepishly scratches the back of his neck and sweat drops, saying, haha, no, just pretend you didn't hear anything." Clutching the bowl with a confused expression, Beatty thinks, while the narration notes, "Right, you have no reason to do that." In a dark memory, the boy stands with a bloodied sword over a fallen assassin in a grand bedroom, reflecting, "Things like that happen all the time. Maybe that's why I'm so sensitive." Laughing sheepishly with a sweat drop, Beatty apologizes, "So it's because of tuberosum. Sorry I haven't told you yet." Setting the bowl of red plants down on the wooden table, she explains, "How can I give you poison? I would have also misunderstood." Beatty gesticulates happily, surrounded by beautiful pink roses, explaining, "These are called the devil seeds. They're safe to eat." Title card for the series with colorful, stylized text reading, "The baby squirrel is good at everything." Title banner reading, "Beatty's Tuberosum Cooking Class." As she explains, "First, we'll rinse and let them dry. Oh, you must not get rid of the stems." The instructions continue, showing the campfire cooking process. After wrapping the fruits with leaves, you must put it on medium heat if you want to cook them. Beatty raises her arms in triumph alongside the boy, declaring, "Ta-da! And we're finished," in front of a plate of cooked tuberosum. Holding up a green stem, Beatty says, "Now I'll neutralize the poison and we'll eat it together." As Betty holds the stem, saying, "If we eat it before our meal," the boy suddenly leans forward to take it with his mouth. Close-up of the boy swallowing the green stem with a satisfying gulp sound. The boy smiles serenely after swallowing the stem. Framed by bright yellow flowers, the boy asks, "Like this?" Blushing deeply in embarrassment, Beatty wide-eyedly responds, "Oh, yeah, like that," while thinking to herself, "He startled me." Holding a plate with a warm smile, the boy playfully says, "Leader." Clutching her fists with pure excitement, Beatty suggests, "We're both full. How about taking a walk around the house?" Overflowing with energy and happiness, Beatty jumps and spins around with joy. Exploring the cabin, Beatty spots some storage containers and says, "What's all of this? This box?" while the boy watches her from the background. Watching her curiosity with a soft, affectionate smile, the boy thinks, "She's still the same." Crouched on the floor holding a cardboard box, Beatty wonders in surprise, "Oh," while the narration labels her Little Mango and refers to this image of her. Close-up of Beatty's glowing face as the boy thinks, especially those deep black eyes, just like the night sky, full of curiosity. In a poignant flashback, the boy remembers a ragged, younger Beatty looking up with starry, sparkling eyes, thinking, "Nothing has changed since then. When our eyes met, I almost said that I didn't know." Close-up of the boy's lower face as he thinks, "I'm that person," while Beatty blinks in surprise and utters, "Oh?" The boy asks, "What's wrong, Little Mango?" as Beatty points out the window, shouting, "Look out there." Looking out of the cabin window at the snowy woods, Beatty cheers, "It stopped raining." Opening the door to leave, Beatty is followed by the boy who is now wearing his elegant black and gold cloak as she thinks, great, now I can return before sunset. Hearing familiar voices calling, Lady Beatty, where are you? Beatty pauses in surprise, thinking, huh? That voice? Spotting her searchers, Beatty waves her arms excitedly and shouts, they're here! I'm here! Here! Feeling a gentle hand patting her head, Beatty turns back as she thinks, oh, if we climbed on the mountains together. The boy pats her head affectionately and bids her farewell, saying, it's a shame, but we must say goodbye here. Stay healthy until we meet again. Turning around quickly to respond, Beatty starts to ask, what are you? Looking at the empty doorway, Beatty realizes that the boy has completely vanished into thin air, leaving her muttering a confused, huh? Searching through the snowy woods, two armored knights call out anxiously, Milady, Lady Beatty. Spotting her near the cabin, one of the soldiers waves excitedly and shouts, oh, it's Lady Beatty. Master, I found her. The black-haired young man panics as he grabs Beatty's shoulders, shouting in worry, Beatty, are you all right? Are you hurt? Beatty happily reassures him that she is fine and not hurt, while a mysterious figure in black boots quickly dashes away to hide behind a nearby tree. Watching from behind the tree, the blindfolded boy in the black hood is surprised to learn her name, thinking to himself, her name is Beatty? She didn't tell me. Peering through his mask, his sharp yellow eyes gleam as he ponders, now that's sad, though hiding her identity is a good thing. Recalling her simple appearance, he wonders why they called her a lady since she looked like a handmaiden rather than a noble child. But as he glances at the black-haired boy next to her, he feels relieved. Suddenly, the black-haired boy glares back with sharp instincts, prompting the hooded boy to hide completely and think, phew, I almost got caught. His instincts are so sharp that it's scary. Perched high up on a snowy branch, the hooded boy looks down and wonders, is she related to Aslan? I need to investigate more. With a swift, silent jump, the hooded boy disappears from the branch, leaving it completely empty. Beatty desperately clutches a tiny, cute white squirrel to her chest, protesting, no, I can't, as the black-haired boy commands her to hand it over. Drawing his sword with a terrifying, cold look, the boy says, hurry, I'll make it quick and painless, making Beatty panic and shout, whoa, I won't give it to you. Trembling in Beatty's hands, the little squirrel thinks in sheer terror, how can people be so cruel? 2 people tried to kill me today, as it remembers both the hooded boy and the black-haired young master. Sweating under his intense gaze, Beatty tries to explain, stammering, so you're the same. It's not that I have bad intentions, I have my own reasons. Staring down at her, the boy bluntly demands to know what those reasons are, leaving Beatty struggling to find her words. Suddenly, the young man feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, wondering in confusion what is wrong with his eyes. As the world spins, Beatty also feels incredibly dizzy and faint, suddenly collapsing onto the snowy ground right in front of the worried boy and his guards. Panicking as Beatty falls unconscious in the snow, the boy rushes to her side and desperately shouts, Lady? Beatty? Wake up! Back at the mansion, the black-haired boy crosses his arms in absolute confusion, unable to understand what is happening. Turning to the gray-haired doctor, the young master angrily demands, what on earth are you talking about? To which the nervous doctor stammers, as I just said. The doctor tries to explain, saying, though you don't believe, the lady's body is very different from the young master's body. So the truth is, lying in a massive bed with a damp cloth on her flushed forehead, Beatty sleeps fitfully as the boy thinks, she has such a fever because she caught the rain? Still trying to process the concept of illness, the boy thoughtfully murmurs, yes, that's right. Not because of being killed, but because of the rain? Looking at the deeply confused boy who has never been sick before, the doctor's sweat drops and realizes, looks like he's having a hard time understanding since he's never been sick. Beatty suddenly sneezes, letting out a loud achoo, which causes the young master to panic and yell, doctor, as the doctor scrambles to fetch more medicine. Sitting cross-armed on a chair by the bedside, the boy looks on with deep concern while the servants whisper in the background, hurrying to bring warm water. Gazing down at his sleeping little sister, the boy thinks with a mixture of worry and disbelief, how could you be so weak, and yet you're my sister? Under the warm blankets, Beatty's small hand rests quietly as she lets out soft, weak coughs. Gently placing his larger hand over her small, frail hand, the young master sighs and thinks, I've really got no choice. Surrounded by bright, beautiful flowers, the boy sits peacefully by Beatty's side, watching over her as she rests. Sometime later, Betty sits up in bed and lets out a giant sneeze. Achoo! The doctor and the maids freeze in absolute shock and panic, wide-eyedly reacting to her sneeze. They immediately swarm her bed, fussing over her and shouting, "Are you okay, my lady? Are you cold? Wrap more blankets around her." As a maid offers her some hot cocoa, Beatty sniffs with a runny nose and thinks in complete bewilderment, "What's wrong with everyone?" Wiping her nose, Beatty reassures them, "I'm fine, it's just a sneeze," allowing the doctor to breathe a massive sigh of relief. Smiling gently, the doctor says, "You're much better compared to yesterday, but you must rest till you're fully recovered. Come on." Remembering how the young master had glared at him with a death threat, the doctor desperately thinks, "He's always staring at me in a scary way. I don't want to have that nightmare one more time." The doctor pleads, "If you can, you should rest in bed, my lady, until your condition is stable," to which Beatty happily agrees, thinking how easy it is to just lie down. Bursting with happiness, a healthy Beatty runs freely in the sunny garden, celebrating that she is finally allowed to go outside. Looking back at her lonely days, she remembers how she used to only stay inside the house, looking out the window at the cold winter woods. Lying comfortably in bed, Beatty thinks lying down is really simple, as the maids smile and mention that the master should be arriving soon. When the maid specifies that both the master and his bodyguard have returned, Beatty's eyes light up with pure surprise and joy. Jumping out of bed with bare feet, Beatty excitedly asks, "Is father back?" while the maids panic and yell, "Oh, my lady, please don't run." One maid chuckles, noting how happy Beatty is now that the master has returned, while the other sighs and worries about her health. Crouching down to Beatty's level, the maid begins, "So, my lady, because the food sent to the Duke was burned last time?" Smiling brightly, the maid explains that thanks to the tuberosum Beatty sent, both the guards and the Duke were greatly helped, allowing them to return quickly as the war is finally ending. Beatty is overjoyed, thinking, "My father and I are finally reunited. The first retreat is gone too." The maids happily gossip about how long it has been since the master returned and how he even skipped his day off, while the narration notes, "Instead of saying it was for someone else." Remembering all the people who have helped her, Beatty reflects, "Let's just say things started because I was in need of a safe thing like this. I didn't expect it to be so helpful to others." Blushing a bright pink with a finger on her cheek, Beatty thinks to herself, "Just a bit, but I'm really excited." Seeing her flushed cheeks, a servant panics and yells, "My lady, your face is all red. Please have some rest." In the bustling town outside the Grand Castle, the crowd cheers in celebration, shouting, "Long live the Duke! Long live the Aslan army!" Riding on horses, two soldiers celebrate the return, noting that the 5-year expedition has finally come to an end and calling it a real thrill. One soldier remembers when the pantry burned down and says it was all thanks to the lady's tuberosum that they were able to survive, admitting he didn't expect to be saved by poisonous grass. The soldier happily exclaims that they will be able to meet the lady now that they are back at the castle, praising her for having genius ideas despite being so young. As the festive castle is decorated with colorful buntings, a soldier wonders what kind of person the lady is. The maid proudly presents a beautifully dressed Beatty, saying that despite being in a rush, everything fits the adorable young lady perfectly, while Beatty shyly thanks her. The maid gently tells Beatty that it would be fine to just wear her pajamas outside since she is still sick from overworking herself, reassuring her that the master would understand. Beatty stands determinedly in front of the mirror, adjusting her hair ribbons and asserting that her image has to be absolutely perfect. Surrounded by beautiful flowers, Beatty enthusiastically explains that, according to the book, the first impression of the first deal is incredibly important. The maid sweat drops and asks, "Is it so?" as a sudden knock on the door interrupts them. The maid opens the door to announce that the master has returned, prompting an excited Beatty to declare that she will be there right away. Beatty rushes down the stairs at full speed while the maid tells her to be careful, as Beatty thinks to herself that she absolutely cannot be late for the deal. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Beatty stops to catch her breath and looks on in anticipation as the returned party is welcomed back. The grand doors of the castle open to a clapping crowd cheering for the victorious return of the soldiers at the end of the war, as a majestic blonde man in military uniform enters. Staring in shock and sweating with anxiety, Beatty trembles as she thinks, "That man." Close-up of Beatty's eye, filled with starry wonder and intense shock, as she continues her thought, is, standing tall and majestic, the blonde Duke appears imposing in his grand white and gold uniform decorated with a lion emblem. Beatty clutches her chest as her heart beats rapidly, wondering why it is throbbing so fast. Sweating from both nervousness and her hurried run, Beatty looks down anxiously while the blonde duke stares at her with a piercing gaze. A close-up of the blonde duke's intense yellow eyes shows his brow twitching slightly as he looks down at her. Trying to steady her racing thoughts, Betty clutches her dress and tells herself to stop being stressed and speak properly. Standing before the silent, towering duke, Beatty looks up at him while a heavy atmosphere settles over the room. Looking incredibly small under the duke's dark, looming shadow, Betty tenses in fear. Beatty stands with her hand clutched to her chest, anticipating a cold reaction as she sadly thinks to herself that she knew it would turn out like this. Beatty recalls the warm, welcoming faces of the doctor, the maid, and the soldiers in the mansion, realizing she had briefly forgotten how warm everyone in the duke's castle has been to her. Staring back at the cold, intense gaze of the blonde duke, Beatty tries to steel herself by thinking that his reaction is nothing out of the ordinary. While the duke continues to watch her silently, Beatty struggles to maintain her composure, thinking that she needs to stay calm. Startled, Beatty looks up as the duke slowly reaches out his large gloved hand toward her head. A terrifying shadow of her abusive aunt looms in her mind as the hand approaches. In a painful flashback of her past abuse, Beatty remembers her aunt slapping her and yelling that children like her need to be punished and are too noisy, while a younger Beatty desperately apologizes. Terrified by her memories, Beatty flinches, closes her eyes tightly, and cowers in fear as the hand hovers over her. Surprised by her sudden, fearful reaction, the blonde duke freezes in midair, looking down at his hand in confusion. Carl walks into the hall and spots them, calling out to his father in surprise. The duke commends Carl on carrying out his orders smoothly, but Carl looks at Beatty and asks why his father is telling him that. Carl places a reassuring hand on Beatty's shoulder and proudly declares that she was the one who took care of everything. Feeling her confidence surge back, Beatty puffs up her cheeks and realizes that she did a great thing and shouldn't be so worried. Dressed in a clever detective outfit in front of a giant chessboard, Beatty reminds herself that she just needs to stay calm. A close-up shows Beatty's small hand confidently holding a white chess king piece. In a bold declaration, Beatty offers a proposal, saying, "Sir Patriarch, I want to offer you a deal that you won't regret accepting." Standing tall with a determined look, Beatty speaks up to present her deal to her father. Beatty confidently explains that just as she helped make up for the burned food when the fire broke out, she is proud to say that her tuberosum will bring great benefits to his territory. The duke looks completely bewildered by her business-like proposal and postpones the conversation, saying they will talk tomorrow. The duke quietly instructs the butler to take Beatty back to her bedroom to rest until she is fully recovered. The butler gently asks Beatty if she wants to return tomorrow, and Beatty enthusiastically agrees, saying she needs to prepare some things for their deal. The blonde duke silently watches Beatty as she happily skips back to her room. Night falls over the grand castle, and the butler bids the duke a polite evening. In the study, a knight reads a report to the duke, apologizing for bringing it up right after his return, but noting that the number of people entering the territory has dropped significantly. Hearing a knock, the duke looks up from his papers as Johanna, the doctor, announces himself at the door, and the duke tells him to enter. Johanna enters the study and reports that the young lady has just eaten and luckily no longer has the flu. Hearing the good news, the duke closes his eyes in relief and murmurs that they should take proper care of her. Against a backdrop of beautiful purple flowers, the duke softly reflects on how small and weak his young daughter is. Looking at his young daughter, the duke thinks with a softened gaze, "I can't believe she's grown so much that she's running to greet me now." Kneeling down to her eye level under a warm pink background filled with flower petals, the duke gently places a reassuring hand on Biesti's head, showing a rare moment of tenderness that leaves her momentarily frozen in surprise. Flinching fearfully under his touch, Beatty cowers in worry, prompting the duke to retreat to his study, where he rests his chin on his hands and wonders in deep concern, "Just like that, where's the problem?" Seeking answers, the duke turns to his loyal aides and asks in a moment of self-doubt, "Is it because I have a scary appearance?" leaving them completely bewildered. While the butler desperately tries to find polite words, the blunt guard jumps in and enthusiastically confirms, "Yes, you look scary." Slumping forward in his chair as the harsh truth pierces him like physical arrows, the duke listens in dejection as the guard continues. "Even adults fear you, let alone kids. Just a glimpse of you can make others shudder in fear." Delighted to list his master's terrifying traits, the guard proudly adds, "Your strictness makes everyone tremble. It's a livid fear. No one even dares to step on your shadow, especially since you're also in charge of Aslam." As the butler asks in concern if he is all right, the Duke buries his face in his arms, sadly realizing, "So that's why she's avoiding me. It's been so long since we met, but she's afraid." Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes the Duke, and his piercing yellow eyes light up as he realizes there might be a way to bridge the distance between them. Looking over his desk, the Duke reaches for his papers and thinks to himself, "Come to think of it, I have something for her." As the guard rambles on about how his terrifying reputation is spread across the land, the Duke suddenly cuts him off by calling his name, Pedgius, prompting a swift, "Yes," from the guard. Handing over a stack of papers, the Duke instructs him, "Work on this before she gets here tomorrow." Realizing what his master is planning, Pegasus grins widely and exclaims, "Oh, yes, I understand. Just leave it to me." Set on making the plan a resounding success, Pegasus determines to prepare everything with the utmost care. The next morning, Beatty enters the room and politely greets her father, saying, "Good morning, Sir Patriarch. I came here today to talk about the deal that I mentioned." To her utter surprise, she is greeted by a magnificent feast of sparkling desserts, from luscious strawberry tarts and cream-filled pastries to a perfect chestnut Mont Blanc. Looking around in confusion, Beatty wonders to herself, "Is there a tea party?" Appearing dramatically behind her with a bright smile, Pegasus exclaims, "Indeed, you must be wondering what this is about." Gesturing toward the silent Duke, Pegasus proudly reveals he especially brought these desserts here. They're all from a famous pastry chef. Helping Beatty into her chair, Pegasus encourages her, saying, "If you take a closer look, every dish has a different theme. Just enjoy yourself." Clinging to her resolve, Betty reminds herself, "I didn't come here to eat sweets." But as she looks up, she is completely dazzled by the Duke, who stands engulfed in a majestic, sparkling golden light surrounded by lilies, leaving her speechless. Shaking off the dazzling visual distraction, Beatty nervously tells herself, "No matter what he does, the deal is my priority." Caught in a fierce internal struggle, Beatty squeezes her eyes shut and thinks, "I'll just eat it then." No! Giving in to the delicious temptation, Beatty takes a bite and is instantly overwhelmed with happiness, thinking, "This is the best thing that I've ever eaten." As Beatty happily munches away, the aides gather around her with warm smiles, saying, "Do you like it? Eat some more, milady. It's great seeing you enjoy yourself." Chewing thoughtfully with a sweat drop, Beatty begins to worry, wondering, is this a way to oppress the other side with food and dealing? When the Duke quietly asks if she wants some more, a flustered Betty waves her hands in panic and replies, "Oh no, it's enough." Clearing her throat politely, Betty says, "Thank you for letting me try such delicious desserts, but as I said, there's a deal that I must bring forward." Amused by her formal and mature way of speaking, the Duke lets out a small chuckle, wondering where she learned to talk like that before telling her, "Sure, just tell me." Leaning forward with a serious expression, Beatty begins her pitch. "Yes, to put it carefully, I've been observing things around here for a few days. Isn't it clear that not as many people are going into the territory these days?" The Duke's eyes widen in genuine shock as he sweat drops and asks, "How do you know that?" Proud of her secret surveillance, Beatty smugly reflects, "Good, I didn't turn into a squirrel and go around during my free time for nothing." Explaining the territory's geography, Beatty points out that while the northern mountains surrounding the castle provide the best defense, they also make agriculture extremely poor. Due to the poor soil, Aslan is forced to import most of its food from the outside, creating a massive vulnerability that serves as the territory's first major barrier. Facing the Duke, Beatty solemnly warns, "It's a shame that apart from the interruption, things are only going to get worse." Recalling her lonely days in the dark room, she notes how the maids brought less food as grain prices soared higher than gold, revealing that the entire land is suffering from a severe famine. The severe famine has dealt a devastating blow to Aslan, a territory that is almost entirely incapable of producing sustenance on its own. Clenching her small fists with unwavering confidence, Beatty proudly declares, "But it's all right, because I have a solution to that." Looking down at her reflection in the teacup, she secretly plans to use this crisis as the perfect leverage to stay in the castle. The Duke listens in absolute silence, completely captivated by his young daughter's sharp intellect and bold demeanor. Standing tall, Beatty confidently declares, "I will solve this sustenance problem." From the far end of the grand negotiation table, the tiny girl boldly proclaims to the entire room of adults, "I'll solve this sustenance problem." As the Duke skeptically asks, "You will?" Beatty confidently reassures him, "Yes, I prepared so much for this deal today. There's no need to worry." However, her confident posture quickly crumbles into absolute confusion as a giant "huh" escapes her lips. Sitting back calmly, the Duke explains, "I made a plan with the Kingdom of Sades this fall. This place is known for its wheat plains, so there will be lots of cereals." As the Duke proudly declares that they will simply import grain from elsewhere if their territory is lacking, Beatty sweats in panic, silently pleading for him not to be so overly confident. In the brutal cold of the north, Aslan is defined by its harsh winters and constant fierce invasions from enemies trying to survive. Clenching his fist, Pegasus boasts, "They'll tremble as soon as they see the lion flag. This is why people call it the gangster land," while Beatty's sweat drops, thinking to herself how truly wild Aslan is. Regaining her composure, Beatty delivers a crucial piece of information. But more importantly, this shortage of food isn't just the kingdom's problem. Hearing the grim news, the Duke realizes they cannot underestimate the severity of this drought. He is informed that agriculture elsewhere is so severely damaged that people are desperate, and even warehouses in other kingdoms are completely empty. Clinging to her confidence, Beatty proudly declares that she has brought the absolute best solution to this problem, one even better than before. Striking a dramatic pose, Beatty pulls back the cloth, leaving Pegasus and the Duke utterly startled. To their complete bewilderment, the solution she presents is none other than a simple flower pot. Beatty happily reflects on how Joanna picked the prettiest flowers for her to present. Holding the pot high, Beatty proudly presents it as tuberosum, while the Duke looks on, wondering if his daughter is simply trying to give him flowers. The Duke takes the pot into his massive hand, deeply touched that his young daughter grew this plant. Though they are just wildflowers commonly seen on the road, the Duke softly thinks they are more beautiful than anything else because they came from her. When Pegasus skeptically asks if she expects to feed people with flowers, Beatty explains that tuberosum reproduces at an unimaginable rate, making it the perfect solution to the drought. Pegasus sweatily agrees with her logic but points out that there is still a major problem with tuberosum. Sweating in panic, Pegasus dramatically exclaims that the biggest issue is that tuberosum simply doesn't taste good. Pegasus recalls how even the toughest soldiers find it completely tasteless and hard to swallow, wondering how he can break this harsh truth to the young lady. Knowing exactly what is on his mind, Beatty lets out a smug little chuckle. When Betty directly asks if he is worried about the taste, Pegasus stammers in absolute shock at her quick intuition. To address their worries, Beatty happily wheels in a wooden cart covered in a clean white cloth. Reaching for the cover, Beatty determines that she couldn't simply bring a boring, predictable solution to her father. With a proud ta-da, she reveals a beautiful, sparkling bowl of creamy soup made entirely from tuberosum. Pegasus leans in and sniffs the savory steam, completely amazed by the rich, delicious aroma that smells just like a fine pottage. Beatty recalls how she struggled at first because she couldn't remember the exact recipe from her previous memories. Thanks to Joanna's helpful assistance in the kitchen, they were able to adjust the portions and successfully recreate the delicious dish. Clasping her hands with a bright smile, Beatty confidently guarantees that since she tasted it first and found it delicious, her father is sure to love it. Upon hearing her words, the Duke's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock and alarm. Rushing forward in a panic, the Duke grabs her shoulders and demands to know if she already ate the tuberosum herself, leaving Beatty completely startled. Terrified for his daughter's safety, the Duke frantically screams for a doctor to be summoned immediately, sending Pegasus running in panic. Beatty blinks in utter confusion, wondering what the matter is since she ate the cooked tuberosum and knows it is perfectly safe. Although Beatty reassures him that nothing is wrong with her, the Duke grips her shoulder with a tense, worried expression. Standing tall before her, the Duke sternly reminds her that she is different from him and cannot take such dangerous risks. Standing in silence against a dark, starry backdrop, Beatty is unexpectedly hurt by her father's words, feeling saddened by how easily he underestimates her strength. The Duke continues to lecture her, insisting that she is a weak child who must cherish her body and avoid eating reckless things, leaving Beatty wide-eyed in surprise. Looking up with giant, sparkling blue eyes, Beatty suddenly realizes that her father's anger actually stems from deep concern for her well-being. Shaking her head frantically, Beatty tries to convince herself that her terrifying father couldn't possibly be worried about her. She rationalizes that he is probably just terrified of rumors spreading that the Duke's daughter had been poisoned, which would bring shame to the clan. Downcast, Beatty worries that because her father refuses to believe her even when she explains the food is safe, their business deal might fall through due to his lack of trust. Determined to win his trust no matter what, Beatty tries to pitch her solution again, but her father quickly cuts her off. Looking down at her with intense seriousness, the Duke firmly declares that absolutely nothing is more important than her health. Sweating under his intense lion-like aura, Beatty finally accepts that her health really is his top priority and politely nods in agreement. Joanna kneels to conduct a thorough medical examination on Beatty, while the Duke, Butler, and Pegas watch on with anxious expressions. A heavy, tense silence falls over the study as the Duke and Pegas nervously await the doctor's final verdict. When Joanna happily announces that the young lady is completely fine, Pegas lets out a massive, dramatic sigh of relief. While Joanna reassures them, Betty sweat drops, silently realizing that people in the North are incredibly sensitive and protective when it comes to health. Now that her health is cleared, Beatty boldly asks her father if they can resume their conversation about the northern food shortage. The Duke reluctantly agrees, but firmly insists that she must return to her room to rest immediately after they finish speaking. Nodding enthusiastically, Beatty happily realizes that she can use her father's obsession with health to her advantage in their negotiations. Seizing the moment, Beatty proudly announces that she has prepared several other delicious tuberosum recipes to share. She presents a beautifully assembled, mouth-watering sandwich packed with fresh ingredients and tuberosum. Next, she shows off a vibrant plate of fresh tuberosum salad paired with savory sliced meat and tomatoes. Finally, she displays a platter of perfectly steamed tuberosum served with a variety of rich dipping sauces. Looking over the spectacular feast, the butler and Pegas stare in absolute awe, deeply impressed by the young lady's incredible culinary talents. Standing tall with unwavering confidence, Beatty triumphantly declares that with all three aspects covered, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Beatty's presentation is an absolute success. The staff are completely won over, and Beatty is thrilled to have everyone on her side. Turning to her father, Beatty confidently declares that these incredible tuberosum recipes are the price she is offering for their business deal. The Duke stares in absolute silence, completely baffled that his tiny daughter is talking about business and proposing deals. He looks at Beatty, realizing that this young child is trying to achieve something very specific with her bold negotiations. The Duke wonders what she could possibly want. Could it be dolls, her own personal mansion, or something even more grand? He tells her that whatever she desires, he can easily provide it, and directly asks what she wants from him. Stuttering nervously, Beatty tentatively explains that she only wants to stay at the castle until she grows up. Looking up at the majestic castle, she desperately pleads to be allowed to stay. The Duke is utterly stunned to realize that all she wants is simply to remain in the castle with him. He raises a hand to his chin, wondering if she wants a share in the inheritance, though she would have received it eventually anyway. Desperate to convince him, Beatty explains that she does not need a grand, luxurious room like her current one. She frantically offers to live in the old attic or even the basement, where no one will notice her, leaving her father completely speechless. Turning to his butler, the Duke asks if they had shown Beatty all the rooms, and the butler reports that she took a tour with Master Carl. Beatty chimed in, confirming she saw all the rooms and is perfectly fine living in a small, humble space instead of a pretty one. With tears in her eyes, she begs him to let her stay so she won't have to be sent back to the capital. Clenching her small fists, Beatty explains she can control her powers when she grows up and will go somewhere far away, but the Duke sternly rejects her. Dejected by his immediate rejection, Beatty sweats in panic, wondering why he said no after she solved their massive food crisis. In a desperate final pitch, Beatty promises she has other plans for the North, will make arrangements to please him, and will even pay for her own expenses. Overwhelmed by her childish body's natural urge to cry, Beatty tries to hold back her tears, not wanting to manipulate him with her emotions. Her huge blue eyes brim with tears as she stands there, looking incredibly fragile and sad. Realizing she is on the verge of tears, the Duke sighs and quietly tells her to return to her room for now. Confused and desperate, Beatty asks what he means, but he firmly tells her to stop. The Duke looks back at her, asking if she has already forgotten her promise to return to her room once their conversation ended. Realizing she cannot risk losing his trust, Beatty reluctantly nods and quietly agrees, lamenting how her first major deal has turned into a total mess. A dramatic, spiked speech bubble reveals Beatty's inner frustration as she screams that the deal was a failure and resolves to try again every day. Back in her bedroom, Beatty faceplants onto her bed in complete despair, crying out that her perfect plans for theory and application failed entirely. The sweet maids enter with warm smiles, offering Beatty warm milk and a soothing lullaby to cheer her up. Sitting on her bed, Beatty is deeply touched by how incredibly nice and kind everyone in the castle is to her. Suddenly, her brother rushes into the room, looking highly concerned as he asks the maid what is wrong with Beatty. The maids explain that she has been slumped over in bed since they entered, leaving the young master deeply worried. Placing a gentle hand on Beatty's head, her brother softly asks why she is looking so downcast. He sits beside her on the bed and tells her to let him know if anyone is bullying her so he can take care of them. While touched by his concern, Chibi Beatty playfully complains that his head pats are tangling her orange hair. Her brother smiles gently and asks her not to look so sad anymore, prompting a bright, happy smile and a thank you from Beatty. As her brother continues to vigorously pat her head, Beatty's sweat drops, wondering how long he will keep going, while the maid happily serves her warm milk. Snuggled in her large bed, Beatty holds a cute pink bunny plushie and a warm cup of milk, feeling incredibly cozy. The cheerful maids beam as they tell her that the little bunny plushie will keep her company so she won't feel lonely. Holding up a toy sword, her brother fiercely advises Beatty to stab any bad guys like a skewer, while the maids sweat in concern over his intense advice. Beatty sits quietly, holding her bunny and taking a slow sip of her warm milk in the peaceful, decorated room. She reflects on how she originally only wanted to stay in the castle because it was a safe place to hide. Surrounded by the maids and her protective brother, Beatty realizes she genuinely wants to live in the comforting warmth of this family. Igniting with a fiery passion, Betty clenches her fist and declares that she must succeed at her next deal, no matter what it takes. Settling back under her blankets, Beatty prepares to sleep but suddenly remembers something peculiar. Looking out the window at the starry night sky, she realizes she shouldn't have to pay to live in her own family's house. Under the bright, starry night sky, a quiet serenity settles over the grand towers of the Duke's castle. In the study, the butler assures the Duke that Beatty has already gone to sleep and always turns in early, to which the Duke expresses his gratitude. Resting his chin on his hand, the Duke solemnly explains that they have no choice but to pay close attention to even the smallest details regarding her. The Duke recalls a painful memory of when his other daughter was sick in bed, remembering how her weak body couldn't withstand the harsh northern cold. He remembers the agonizing feeling of helplessness from being unable to do anything for his sick child, vowing never to experience that pain again. He sighs deeply, explaining that he wants to send Beatty to the capital for its warm weather, yet worries about her being lonely since she is trying so hard to stay. Johanna passionately pleads with the Duke, urging him to send his daughter to the capital for her health since it is clearly her best option. A beautiful memory plays in the ornate mirror as Johanna explains that people in the capital will take better care of her, especially since her condition has worsened in the cold north. Leaning his head on his hands, the Duke looks troubled, worrying that Beatty might get so homesick she would decide to leave him. The butler is absolutely shocked, unable to believe that the terrifying Golden Lion Duke could ever make such a vulnerable, worried face. Joanna tries to stay resolute, thinking to herself that they cannot be swayed since Beatty staying in the north would hinder their plans. The butler thoughtfully points out that the young lady is incredibly strong, recalling how his own stubborn niece of the same age would go to extremes to get her way. He describes how his niece would literally starve herself to get what she wanted, eventually forcing her parents to completely surrender. The butler sighs, noting that children at this age can be incredibly stubborn and dramatic. A comical panel illustrates a dramatic Chibi Beatty throwing a tantrum on the floor, screaming that she will starve herself if she is sent to the capital. The Duke looks deeply concerned, sweat dropping as he realizes Beatty is already so small and weak, and starving herself would only make her condition worse. Massaging his temple in frustration, the Duke wonders if he should let her stay a bit longer since the severe winter cold hasn't arrived yet. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the butler nervously chimed in to break the ice, praising how wonderful the young lady is. He enthusiastically adds that Beatty is an absolute genius for thinking of the land's problems and offering specific solutions at her age. The Duke proudly agrees, declaring that the butler has keen eyes and his daughter is indeed a certified genius. Looking incredibly proud and handsome, the Duke glows with parental affection as he becomes a total fool for his daughter. Suddenly, the Duke's expression turns serious as he wonders why the Viscount didn't mention these incredible traits in his reports about his daughter. With an intense look, the Duke asks if his concern sounds strange, while Johanna nervously sweat drops and explains that Beatty is still far too young. Johanna warns that praising her as a genius so early might burden her, adding that since the Viscount reported her condition daily, someone must have helped her escape. The butler agrees, noting that someone must take responsibility for failing to protect her, especially given how dangerous the journey to the north is. To prevent future dangers, the Duke decides to enhance security at the Capitol Mansion, which the butler completely agrees with. The butler hands a stack of documents to the Duke containing the detailed list of people he selected. Looking over the list under the starry night sky, the Duke reviews the names of those who will care for Beatty, including the maids and reporters. The butler reassures him that he sent his best people to investigate what happened when Beatty was left all alone, thanking the Duke for his hard work. A close-up of the Duke's glowing golden eye shows his resolve as he prepares to take full responsibility for his daughter's safety. The sun rises over the majestic white towers of the Duke's castle as a warm morning greeting echoes. In her room, a sweet maid opens the large window to let the morning light in, wishing a yawning beauty a wonderful morning. Cute chibi Beatty sniffs the air with a curious expression, wondering why her room smells so incredibly nice. Pulling her blanket down, Beatty is completely shocked to find her entire bedroom filled with massive baskets of brilliant yellow flowers. Turning around in utter disbelief, Beatty wonders what on earth is going on with all these beautiful flowers. She then spots an adorable, giant plush squirrel holding a large golden acorn right beside her bed. Wading through the sea of costly yellow Adonis flowers, Beatty is deeply touched, knowing how rare and expensive flowers are in the barren north. She turns her head in surprise to get a better look at her other surprise gift. Standing in front of the giant plush squirrel, Beatty is completely awestruck by its massive size up close. Filled with pure joy, Beatty happily snuggles onto her soft bed, declaring she wants to stay there forever. Peeking over the plush toy, Beatty's eyes sparkle with excitement when she notices the shiny gold acorn it is holding. Hugging her giant new toy, Beatty's eyes turn into literal dollar signs as she realizes she could make a fortune if she sold the gold acorn, while the maid notes how much she loves the Duke's gift. Beatty asks in shock if her father sent all of this, and the maid happily confirms that the Duke even ate the food she prepared yesterday. Surrounded by a beautiful floral aura, Beatty rejoices that her father finally ate her food and recognized the value of her recipes. With mischievous dollar signs in her eyes, Betty's business instincts kick in as she thinks of using this as investment money. Sitting determinedly at her desk, Betty asks the maid if she can write her father a letter, which the maid gladly offers to deliver. As Beatty writes with focused energy, the maid smiles warmly, touched by what she believes is a sweet thank you letter to her father. Looking incredibly cute in her bright red and yellow dress, Beatty proudly holds up her finished letter with both hands. A hand takes the brown envelope, and the Duke asks if the letter is for him and if he can open it. The Duke looks pleased, assuming it is a sweet thank you letter from his daughter, and feels his simple gifts pale in comparison to her sincerity. Looking at the envelope, he warmly wonders what his tiny daughter could have written with her little hands. Unfolding the paper, the Duke expects a sweet note, but is instead stunned to find a meticulously written recipe plan for tuberosum. Holding the multi-page business proposal, the Duke looks completely baffled while Betty proudly explains that she used his gifts as investment money to create a full business plan. Coughing politely with a very professional posture, Beatty boldly announces she wants to renegotiate their agreement, explaining she does not want toys or flowers. Looking over her detailed recipe, the Duke asks if there is anything else she desires, prompting a determined Beatty to seize her chance. Looking up at her father with big, sparkling eyes, Beatty pleads to be allowed to stay at the castle until she grows up if her proposal is beneficial, but the Duke immediately gives a stern rejection. When the Duke tries to negotiate by letting her stay for just a year, Beatty flatly and determinedly refuses with a sharp no. Looking at the intimidating Duke, Beatty realizes that the legendary Golden Lion is as unyielding as a stone wall and won't be easily swayed by her initial offer. Slumping her shoulders in disappointment, Beatty sweat drops and worries that her business proposal has failed, wondering if she should try to make another deal. Determined to stay, Beatty proposes a new plan, offering to build a replica of the Duke's grand northern mansion. Beatty looks up with wide, shocked eyes as the Duke reacts to her proposal with confusion. The Duke explains that the Northern Castle's unique subterranean and mountainous infrastructure is a masterpiece that cannot be easily replicated or built in the capital. Clenching her fists, Beatty declares that the mansion doesn't have to be built in the capital, silently remembering that she has enemies there who want to kill her. Haunted by the memory of having to run away in the end, Beatty knows deep down that she can never return to that dangerous place. Beatty desperately begs her father to let her stay, though she sweat drops and wonders if her plea sounds a bit insincere. Throwing a cute chibi punch alongside an excited little squirrel, Beatty eagerly asks if the profits from her business plan would help fund his battles. Confused by her sudden mention of battles, the Duke asks what she means, prompting Beatty to point out that the North is always getting into disagreements with neighboring lands. Surrounded by a beautiful floral aura, Beatty determinedly declares that while she cannot personally fight, she can support him in other ways and promises never to become a burden. Restoring his chin on his hand, the Duke sweat drops as he wonders what she can achieve with a punch as light as a feather, but proudly wonders if her sharp mind took after his own. The Duke reaches out and gently pats his daughter's orange hair, finding her fierce determination incredibly endearing. Surrounded by a radiant field of sunflowers, the Duke tenderly strokes Beatty's head, completely captivated by how adorable she is. Beatty blushes softly, her giant blue eyes sparkling as she looks up in surprise at her father's gentle touch. Sitting back on the sofa, the Duke politely cuts their meeting short because of his busy schedule, and Beatty warmly thanks him for spending precious time with her. Back in her thoughts, Beatty touches her head in confusion, marveling at how warm she feels after just a brief touch from her father. The next day, Beatty is left completely speechless and bewildered to find her room filled with weapons, targets, and shields. The day after that, she is equally stunned to find her bedroom packed with endless racks of elaborate and colorful dresses. And on the day after that, her room is once again overflowing, this time with a massive collection of cute pink toys, dollhouses, and plushies. As the maid gasps at yet another massive delivery of gifts, Beatty's sweat drops in annoyance, suspecting these endless presents are a subtle hint to pack up and leave. In a comical daydream, Beatty imagines her father fiercely handing over the gifts, commanding her to take them and leave because she cannot stay. Determined not to give up her safe haven, Beatty steeled her resolve to go back and say exactly what is on her mind. Pushing a heavy wooden cart overflowing with all the massive gift boxes, Beatty rolls right back into the Duke's study, leaving him completely baffled. Standing firmly in front of his desk, Beatty politely explains that she has come to return all the generous presents he sent her. Balancing a huge stack of boxes, Beatty boldly declares that she does not want material things. All she truly wants is to stay at the castle. Resting his chin on his hands, the Duke stares at his stubborn daughter in silent disbelief. Looking at Beatty, the Duke reflects on how much she has matured since he last held her as a 3-year-old, feeling as if no time has passed at all. A beautiful purple floral frame captures the Duke's deep parental reflection as he gazes at his daughter. He fondly recalls memories of Beatty as a sweet, crawling baby chasing after a butterfly. He remembers her as a crying toddler, feeling a sudden pang of sadness in his heart. The Duke is filled with deep regret for all the precious years he missed, unable to watch his beautiful daughter grow up. Gazing out the sunlit window, he resolves that even though winter has not arrived yet, he cannot bear to send her away. Sensing his silent, unreadable expression, Beatty grows nervous, wondering why her father is not reacting to her bold refusal. Clasping her hands in a desperate plea, Beatty softly asks if there is truly not even a slim chance that she can stay. The Duke's golden eye widens in absolute shock as Beatty calls him father for the very first time. Completely swayed by her sweet words, the Duke looks at her with a gentle gaze and agrees to grant her wish. With a sparkly, magical background, the Duke officially declares that she can stay at the castle until winter arrives, sending Beatty into absolute bliss. Beatty happily cheers and thanks him, her excitement so intense that her cute squirrel tail and ears pop out, which deeply amuses her father. Beatty celebrates her successful negotiation, realizing she has a whole month until winter and plans to keep making new business proposals to extend her stay. When the Duke instructs her to take all the gifts back to her room anyway, Beatty insists she has already returned them, but he firmly tells her to keep them. Beatty's eyes widen as she hesitantly asks if she can really keep everything, and the Duke warmly confirms that she can. Leaning over the desk, Beatty is thrilled by the treasure trove, while her father gently reassures her that she doesn't need to feel pressured at all. Clutching her hands shyly with her squirrel tail swaying, Beatty admits she is a bit embarrassed and asks him not to send any more gifts from now on. Leaning in close to the Duke, Beatty softly whispers a secret request, asking him for one more specific favor. The Duke's golden eyes widen in absolute astonishment at whatever secret her tiny daughter just whispered to him. Closing his eyes with a soft, affectionate sigh, the Duke gently tells her that he understands and will grant her request. Under a bright, sunny sky, festive confetti rains down over the majestic white towers of the Imperial Palace. In the capital, a grand imperial carriage makes its way through cheering crowds of citizens and standing guards as everyone shouts praises for the emperor. A joyful crowd of townspeople raises their fists in the air, cheering enthusiastically as they celebrate their recent victory. Smiling warmly, the elegant empress praises the emperor's leadership, declaring that such a glorious victory is only natural for the great hero of their empire. Looking highly pleased, Emperor Nader Dexus Astrum, the majestic ruler of the kingdom of Astrum, humbly chuckles and remarks that the people are praising him far too much. Among the crowd, citizens and guards whisper in awe, marveling at how incredibly cool and unstoppable their ruler looks. Meanwhile, a man's fist trembles in silent, boiling rage at the mention of the empire's victory being attributed to Duke Aslan. Sparing him from his anger, a woman's hand gently places itself over the emperor's shaking fist, softly calling out to him. The empress calmly reassures him, advising him not to let it bother him since the common folk are completely ignorant of the truth behind the matter. She mysteriously hints that she has already taken everything into account, having meticulously planned their next move. When a skeptical Emperor Nader questions her ability to execute a plan, she hides a knowing smile behind her black lace fan, telling him not to worry. Turning to her son, she firmly instructs him to remember to do his absolute best and asks if he understands his role. Standing proudly, the handsome young prince, Lider, gazes forward with sharp gold-colored eyes. Lider smiles politely at his mother, reassuring her that she has absolutely nothing to worry about. With a cold and sinister smirk, Lider confidently declares that he has already prepared everything to perfection. Under a star-filled night sky, the grand and imposing mansion of Count Zelat stands in quiet, dark solitude. Inside his dimly lit study, Count Zelat looks up from his desk in annoyance, warning his secret guest not to raise any suspicion and to stay away. The guest, a middle-aged, purple-haired man, smiles reassuringly, insisting that he came in absolute secret. In a dark flashback, a cloaked girl sets fire to a military warehouse, with the man explaining that she was his daughter and she died afterward to prevent her body from causing trouble. Resting his chin on his interlocked hands, Count Zelat listens quietly to the grim story. With a cold, unreadable expression behind his glasses, Zelat asks if the man wants him to offer his condolences. Panicking slightly, the man flusters and waves his hands, clarifying that his daughter's death isn't the point of his visit. Making a classic money gesture with his hand, the greedy man states that he simply wants Zelat to keep his promise and pay him a fair price. He reminds the Count of his daughter's devotion, hoping her soul can find peace knowing her father is being taken care of, to which Zelat simply agrees. Reaching into his desk drawer with a subtle smile, Zelat promises to pay even more than he initially agreed, inviting the man to step closer. Thrilled by the prospect of a massive payout, the man eagerly approaches with clasped hands, asking if the money is already prepared. Without warning, Count Zelat brutally plunges a dagger into the man's stomach, cutting off his words with a sharp gasp of pain. Clutching his bleeding wound, the betrayed man collapses to the floor, groaning in agony as Zelat stands over him with a cold, blood-stained blade. Slumped on the floor in a pool of blood, the dying man struggles to utter his final breath, utterly shocked by the brutal betrayal. Looking down at the corpse with a chilling smile, Zelat heartlessly tells him to say hello to his daughter, just as a knock sounds on the office door. The butler opens the door to announce a guest, but stops in surprise upon seeing the bloody scene. Without missing a beat, the butler calmly offers to clean up the body while Zelat casually wipes the blood off his dagger. Continuing to clean his blade, Zelat calmly inquires about the identity of the unexpected visitor. The butler reveals that the guest is a prominent figure from the capital, shown from behind wearing an elegant green gown and a matching feathered hat. Back in the northern castle, a cute little Beady holds a quill pen, deeply contemplating how she can prolong her stay. Listening to the maids talking about cleaning the guest room, Beady realizes that staying for just a few months won't be enough. She needs years. Super focused and determined, Beady resolves to find a way to secure her place at the castle for at least the next 10 years. Pondering intensely, the adorable chibi girl squeezes her eyes shut, trying to brainstorm a foolproof plan. Transforming into her cute squirrel form, Beady gazes up with massive sparkling eyes, looking incredibly endearing. Squirrel Beatty leaps onto a snow-laden tree branch, happily squeaking that climbing up there should be perfectly fine. Looking out at the vast winter sky, she reflects on how long it has been since she climbed this high, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia for the capital. She recalls that whenever the maids were in a bad mood, she would end up becoming the unfortunate target of their frustrations. To avoid their anger, she used to climb the tallest tree she could find, peeking through the leaves to hide. Up on the high branches, she felt completely safe and hidden, finding it to be the only place where she could experience true peace. Rolling around happily on a thick branch, Squirrel Beatty rejoices in the quiet comfort, wanting to clear her mind of all worries. Suddenly, she snaps out of her daydream, realizing she didn't climb the tree just to relax. She needs to quickly plan her strategy to stay. Peering down from her perch, she is startled when a handsome young man with wavy blonde hair flings open the office windows. The blonde young man stares blankly into the cold air, his sharp gold eyes filled with quiet contemplation. Standing inside his office, the young master hears someone calling out to him from behind. He turns his head slightly in response, wondering what his subordinate needs. Sitting quietly on the window frame, Squirrel Beatty carefully peeks inside, realizing she has successfully found his private office. Spotting several documents scattered across his desk, Beatty's attention is drawn to a list of handwritten names, wondering what they could mean. Peeking out with wide, sparkling eyes, a cute little squirrel hears someone calling Beatty. Looking down at a document in his study, the Duke gently notes that the name means the blessings of happiness. His loyal subordinate smiles warmly, remarking that hearing her name always sparks joy, and noting how hard the Duke has worked for so long, which feels almost miraculous. As the magical projection of a sweet young girl floats before them, the subordinate mentions that among many names, she chose the one her father loved most, leaving Squirrel Beatty to wonder and astonishment. The Duke looks down with a quiet, sorrowful expression, feeling a deep pang of regret as his subordinate comments on what a shame it is that he cannot continue to be with her. Trying to lighten the heavy mood, the subordinate quickly gestures and sweat drops, assuring the Duke that the name he chose really suits the young lady perfectly. Looking out at the tiny squirrel footprints on the snow-laden window frame, the Duke quietly reflects that whenever he thinks about her, it feels like she was born just yesterday, though it has already been 8 months. Turning his head slightly, the Duke's subordinate playfully remarks that she must be the only person in the entire North to receive such profound love from him. Seeing the Duke gaze out into the cold, his subordinate wonders if there is something by the window, to which the Duke quietly replies that it is nothing and perhaps he just wanted to open it. Back in her human form, Beatty stretches her tiny arms, utterly amazed by the truth she just uncovered. Gazing out with deep affection, Beatty softly whispers, "Father." Overjoyed and clutching her hands to her chest against a magical floral background, Beatty is deeply moved to realize that her father took his time to carefully choose her name. Looking back at her past when she was just a 10-year-old girl dressed in simple rags, she recalls receiving that name and mistakenly believing it was a sign of her father's ignorance. Now an 8-year-old once more, she runs excitedly to the window, reflecting on how the war is not yet over and wondering what things will look like in 2 years. Looking out of her high window down toward her father's study, she wonders if he will still remember her in the future. Resting her chin on her hand, Betty realizes with a sweet smile that her father might not actually hate her that much after all. Humming a cheerful tune, Chibi Beatty happily stirs a giant bowl of batter as she bakes in the kitchen. Kneading dough with a rolling pin, Beatty is greeted by the smiling maids who ask if something wonderful happened to put her in such a fantastic mood. Blushing slightly, Beatty quickly excuses her excitement by claiming that the weather is simply too nice today, while the maids laughingly recall how they used to skip classes on beautiful days like this. Pressing cute squirrel and flower shapes into the dough, Beatty's heart swells with joy as she thinks about how much love and care her father put into naming her. Shaking her head vigorously to clear her mind, Beatty tells herself to stop daydreaming, reminding herself that her father might only care about her name because it remains on the imperial royalty list. Looking closely at the adorable squirrel and lion-shaped cookies, she resolves to think very carefully, trying to convince herself that she is baking these cookies for business. Posing triumphantly, she declares that she is finally finished making her secret recipe, tuberosum cookies, to prepare a strategy that will allow her to stay at the castle. Picturing her father eating the treats with a satisfied expression, Beatty firmly tells herself that she is strictly using them to negotiate a better contract and definitely not because she wants to please him. Standing in the kitchen, Beatty watches the maids clean up and carry boxes away, her expression turning incredibly thoughtful. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Beatty wonders what her father likes to drink because she wants to serve a beverage alongside the cookies, quickly assuring herself that she isn't trying to get close to him. Dressed in her finest little boots and maid-style apron, Beatty's quick, eager footsteps echo down the grand hallway. Happily carrying a tray loaded with freshly baked cookies, muffins, jam, and milk, Beatty runs excitedly, confident that her treats will taste absolutely perfect fresh out of the oven. Suddenly, Beatty stops dead in her tracks, looking ahead with a startled expression. Peering nervously around the hallway corner, she spots an elegant woman from behind and realizes someone has arrived at the office before her. Beatty's face turns pale with absolute shock and terror as she recognizes the chilling, familiar voice of a woman laughing behind a lace fan. Standing majestically in the grand corridor, the elegant brown-haired woman looks down at Beatty and asks, "Aren't you my niece?" Stunned by her aunt's sudden appearance, Beatty drops her tray, sending the beautiful plates and fresh cookies crashing onto the floor. Mockingly looking down at the mess, her aunt sighs that Beatty is still just as clumsy as before, wondering aloud who she could have inherited such clumsiness from. Without a shred of remorse, the aunt steps forward, her high heel brutally crushing one of Beatty's carefully baked squirrel cookies. Staring up in absolute horror, Beatty stands frozen as her aunt coldly remarks that it has been a while since they met and demands to know why she hasn't greeted her yet. Gripping Beatty's cheek in a painful, aggressive pinch, the aunt sneers that she was quite surprised when Beatty ran away, warning her that good children shouldn't do things that cause worry. Crying out in pain, Beatty is flooded with dark, painful memories of her past, remembering how her aunt would put on a fake display of care before ruthlessly scolding and beating her. Looking at her aunt's cruel, mocking smile, Beatty reflects on how she used to mistake this abuse for familial love when she was younger, but resolves that things are completely different now. Gathering her courage, Beatty defiantly slaps her aunt's hand away, shouting for her to let go. Rubbing her sore cheek, Beatty angrily points at her aunt, yelling that she dared to pinch her, while the castle maids watch the confrontation in sheer shock. As the maids whisper in concern about the young lady's bright red cheek, the aunt quickly hides her anger behind a fake laugh, claiming that her niece is simply young and still has much to learn. Glaring with fierce determination, Beatty calls her a liar, while her aunt grows visibly irritated, warning Beatty that she needs to be taught proper manners once again. Standing her ground, Beatty commands her aunt to leave immediately and demands that she not stain the floors of this castle, leaving her aunt sputtering in disbelief at being insulted. Looking down, the aunt is shocked to realize she is standing directly on top of the ruined, crushed cookies, completely ruining her elegant shoes. Falling to her knees, Beatty looks at her ruined treats in heartbreak, while her furious aunt yells at the standing maids to stop staring and clean the mess up immediately. Suddenly, the study door swings open, and Duke Aslan steps out with a stern, icy expression, demanding to know what all the noise is about. Her face instantly shifting from rage to a sweet, sycophantic smile, the aunt turns around in delight to greet the Duke. Surrounded by a beautiful, glowing aura of flowers, the Duke looks as majestic and breathtaking as ever, prompting the aunt to swoon in admiration at his handsome appearance. Bowing in a graceful curtsy, the aunt declares what an honor it is to meet him, while Aslan ignores her completely, looking down at his daughter on the floor and asking if she dropped the tray because it was too heavy. Upset and deeply annoyed, Beatty's aunt turns away in frustration, gritting her teeth as she fumes to herself, wondering why the Duke completely ignored her. Looking down at the shattered cookies on the floor, the Duke gently comments that they look delicious, while Beatty tearfully replies that she worked incredibly hard to bake them for him. Looking surprised, the young master stares down at her and asks in disbelief, "For me?" Kneeling on the floor with teary eyes, Beatty softly nods and confirms that she did, leaving the Duke to wonder if she prepared all the cookies and tea completely by herself. Reaching down to pick up the cookies, the Duke determines that he must cherish her sweet gesture, while the shocked aunt calls out to the servants, demanding to know why the Duke is cleaning up the mess himself. The maids rush in to clean the mess, frantically telling the Duke to leave it to them, while another maid gently helps Beatty up so her clothes won't get dirty. The aunt smugly complains about how slow the servants in Aslan are, offering to train them in the capital, but her critique is cut short when the Duke coldly calls her name. Casting a terrifying glare over his shoulder, Aslan warns her in a low, menacing voice not to make him angry. Shaking with sudden fear, the aunt sweats nervously, wondering why she feels such an overwhelming pressure from his gaze. Stammering in distress, she complains that the Duke is hurting her feelings, questioning why he brought Aslan into this when she didn't mean it that way. The Duke coldly tells her to shut her mouth, leaving her to swallow her complaints in tense silence. Watching the scene closely, Beatty quietly realizes that her father doesn't seem to like her aunt very much. Staring back at Bee, Aslan quickly composes himself, silently resolved that he must not let his daughter see him get angry. Recalling how even children and adults alike are terrified of him, Aslan remembers being told that people run away out of fear. Worrying about how he is perceived, Aslan's sweat drops and closes his eyes, determined that he cannot leave a bad impression on his little daughter. Turning back to Beatty, Aslan gently tells her to go back to her room, and she obediently agrees. As soon as Beatty is gone, Aslan's tone turns icy as he calls out to the Viscountess Saruas, catching her completely off guard. With a dark, ominous aura surrounding him, he commands her to get inside, stating that he has many questions for her. The aunt stands nervously in the center of the Duke's private office as he sits silently behind his large desk. Sighing deeply, the Duke rubs his temple while looking down at the paperwork in front of him. Standing before him, the aunt flips her hair with a smug smile, thinking about how remarkably handsome he is and wondering if her hair looks fine. When the Duke calls her name, she quickly puts on a sweet, sycophantic smile and responds playfully. Looking sternly at her across his desk, the Duke demands to know if she has any explanation for what she has done. Hiding her guilt behind a fake laugh, she feigns ignorance and claims she has no idea what he is talking about. Slamming his fist heavily onto the desk, Aslan furiously demands to know how she dared to raise a hand against his daughter, warning her that she is failing to read the room. With a terrifying gaze, the Duke reminds her that he had entrusted her to look after his daughter when she was all alone in the north. Standing up to tower over her, he commands the Viscountess to answer his questions and explain her actions immediately. Sweating profusely, the aunt tries to defend herself with a fake smile, reiterating that Beatty ran away from home all on her own. Folding his hands in front of his face, the Duke grows increasingly irritated by her excuses, refusing to listen to any more of her lies. With his sharp yellow eyes glowing with rage, the Duke points out that blaming an 8-year-old child is just a cowardly way to escape responsibility, adding that anyone could see why she fled from her guardian in the capital to a place so far away. Trembling with anxiety, the aunt grips her fan tightly, terrified that the Duke will uncover everything she did to abuse Beatty. Snapping her lace fan open to hide her panic, she quickly tries to play it off as a misunderstanding. Recalling her past letters and crystal ball communications, she claims that she never failed to report everything about Beatty to him, and that she immediately sought royal help to search for her as soon as she ran away. Smiling behind her fan, she proudly claims that she did her absolute best as an aunt, while the Duke reflects on how those reports only served to make him remember the past. Leaning forward with a dark expression, the Duke slams his hands on the desk and demands to know why none of her letters ever mentioned his daughter's incredible talent. Stunned by his question, the aunt can only sputter in confusion, inwardly wondering how that useless brat could ever be considered talented. Recalling Beatty's incredible performance, the Duke notes that anyone who witnessed her abilities readily claimed she was an absolute genius. He stares at her coldly, pointing out that despite her genius, there was absolutely no mention of it in any of the letters she sent. Glaring in silent frustration, the aunt sweat drops, realizing she has no defense since she truly had no idea about Beatty's genius. Remembering how she intentionally got rid of all of Beatty's tutors and books after her sister's death to prevent any pointless arguments, the aunt realizes her past cruelty is catching up to her. Turning his back to her, Aslan steps forward to address another critical matter. Looking back at his daughter's arranged childhood marriage, the Duke furiously asks what right she had to arrange a marriage for his daughter without ever consulting him or asking for his opinion. Stammering defensively, the aunt clutches her arm and explains that she did not act alone, claiming there was royal backing behind her decision. She explains that multiple factions were involved, including the Suin family, the Astrum royal family, and even Aslan itself. Silhouettes of the royal figures appear as she explains that through this marriage alliance, they hope to claim half of the Suin family's legendary bloodline. She reveals that this entire arrangement was actually a carefully calculated plan devised by the royal family itself. Releasing a suffocating aura of pure malice, the Duke's eyes burn with rage as he resolves to punish her for agreeing to such a ridiculous marriage scheme, leaving her choking under the immense pressure. Clutching her throat and trembling violently, she panics as she feels like she is going to die, realizing she needs to get out of the room immediately. Falling to her knees in tears, the aunt desperately cries out for her deceased sister, Starsha, lamenting that she wouldn't be treated this way if she were still alive. Hearing her mention his late wife, Starsha, the Duke's furious expression falters as he flinches in sudden surprise. "How could you treat me like that, Your Grace?" the aunt cries out in a tearful panic inside the Duke's private study. "Didn't she tell you to take care of me?" Duke Aslan looks down in solemn silence as the Viscountess's desperate, tearful words echo through his office. Duke Aslan recalls his late wife Starsha, standing majestically with a sword in her hand as she pleaded, "Please take care of my little sister." Aslan remembers the warm smile of his beloved Starsha, whose final trusting words were, "I believe in you." Standing before his desk, Duke Aslan clenches his fists in painful memory, reflecting that those were her last words to him. "I know that it will work," the aunt thinks to herself with a smug, calculating smile, confident that bringing up her deceased sister is her perfect shield. "I should keep doing this." "Don't you dare dream." Aslan's freezing voice suddenly cuts through her thoughts, causing the aunt's eyes to widen in sudden terror. Leaning over his desk, Aslan coldly asserts that the will was only valid before she took his daughter away, while the aunt panics and tries to claim she raised Beatty with her own hands, only for the Duke to snap, "That's enough." "If that weren't her will," Aslan warns with a terrifying glare, his yellow eyes burning with pure hatred, "I would make sure you never stand in front of me ever again." Turning his back to her, Aslan delivers a chilling command, "Clean the guest room by yourself, stay away from my eyes." As the Duke demands she leave immediately, the Viscountess stands in tense, speechless fury. Sometime later, a black lace fan is slammed onto the floor with a loud clatter inside the guest room. "He dared to tell me to stay in the guest room as a guardian?" The aunt screams in absolute rage, throwing herself onto the sofa with her arms crossed. "Who would even want to take care of her?" the aunt yells furiously, her face contorting in hatred. "I only did that because of the plan." "My plan?" she mutters to herself, her eyes shifting toward a nearby cabinet where a glowing pink potion sits. She fantasizes about marrying Duke Aslan, the most handsome and powerful husband in the kingdom, and living in a room as large as a castle. Holding up the glowing pink flask against the window, she smugly resolves, "Everything will be mine soon. I just have to follow that person's orders." Gazing at the bubbling pink liquid with a sinister smile, she whispers, "To make him drink this?" In her sunny room, a maid gently combs Beatty's bright orange hair, commenting on how exhausted she looks, while Beatty sleepily replies that she couldn't sleep because her aunt is here. Just then, another maid cheerfully enters carrying a massive pink present box, announcing that the master sent another gift, while a surprised Beatty replies that she doesn't need any more presents. Beatty is completely enveloped in a giant, heavy white fox fur coat as the maids fawn over its high quality, praising the Duke's hunting skills while Beatty struggles under its weight. Spotting a simple brown envelope sitting on the sofa, Beatty asks if that was sent to her too, and the maid happily confirms it is. Beatty eagerly picks up the letter, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement as she realizes it is a personal letter from her father. Trembling with sweet anticipation, Beatty carefully opens the envelope, wondering what kind of words her father wrote to her. Beatty stands completely frozen in shock as she holds the paper, leaving the maid sweating in confusion, wondering what the considerate Duke wrote to shock her lady so much. Staring down at the paper, Beatty is completely speechless to find that it is absolutely amazing. Clutching the letter to her face, Beatty cries tears of pure happiness, surrounded by a radiant aura of flowers. Betty carefully tucks the precious letter into her spherical golden pouch, while the maid notes with a warm smile that though her lady doesn't care for fur coats, she absolutely loves handwritten letters. "I feel like my treasure is increasing every day," Beatty happily reflects, closing her golden pouch. "I should reread these whenever I have some free time." She recalls her past life before her reincarnation, when she wrote countless letters to her father but never received a single response, even on her important coming-of-age day. Looking at her treasure bag, Beatty is deeply touched that she finally knows what her father's handwriting looks like, grateful that there is a day where these precious letters can fill her pouch. As the maid prepares to carry the white fur coat to the closet, she opens the door and suddenly gasps in shock. Standing in the doorway is the Viscountess in a green gown, asking with a fake, mocking smile, "What's that, my dear, lovely niece?" Startled, Beatty gasps in alarm while her aunt smiles sweetly, teasingly commenting that Beatty looks incredibly cute even when she's startled. Stepping inside, the aunt demandingly reaches out her hand and commands, "What are you doing? Give it to me." Clutching her golden pouch protectively, Beatty assumes her aunt wants her father's letter, silently resolving that she will never let anyone take her precious treasure. Ready to defend her pouch, Beatty is surprised to hear her aunt comment on the pretty color of the item, realizing she isn't looking at the pouch at all. The aunt pushes past and snatches the white fox fur coat from the maid, marveling at its rare color and smugly declaring that it will look perfect on her. When the maid nervously protests that the coat is a present for the young lady, the aunt angrily snaps back, demanding if she's not even allowed to touch or look at it. "Seriously? You're saying it as if I'm a thief," the aunt yells dramatically as she tightly clutches the fur coat. Pointing aggressively at the door, the aunt commands the maids to leave immediately so she can speak with her niece, leaving Beatty watching in shock as the maid reluctantly exits. Looking at the kind maids who got scolded because of her, Beatty's heart aches with deep guilt. Raising her arms defensively, Beatty steps in front of her aunt and bravely commands her to show proper manners, reminding her that she is only a visitor and the maids were simply doing their job. After the maids tell Beatty she doesn't need to fight for them, Beatty firmly tells them they can go, and they reluctantly agree to leave, asking her to call if she needs anything. The room falls quiet as the aunt crosses her arms, repeating her niece's new name, Lady Beatty, with a deeply skeptical look. Standing her ground, Beatty stares back calmly and asks, "What do you want to say?" Sitting on the sofa, the aunt complains that Beatty's attitude and tone have completely changed compared to how submissively she used to behave. The aunt narrows her eyes in cold suspicion, demanding, "Did you get a name?" "I heard it's Beatty," the aunt adds, causing Beatty to flinch slightly in surprise. The aunt closes her eyes and fakes a pleasant smile, praising it as a great name, which leaves Beatty completely baffled since her aunt has never once said anything nice to her. "But what to do? I didn't want to say it since you might feel hurt. There's a special custom in the North that you probably don't know." Smiling smugly, the aunt sits back and tells her niece that people in the North take names very seriously, but only for bad children, just like her. Looking down with her face in shadow, Beatty listens as her aunt mockingly calls her a poor kid, pointing out that she was never given a name and had to name herself at 8 years old. When her aunt claims her father found naming her a burden and refused to do it, a surprised Beatty wonders if her father really didn't want to give her a name. Sitting comfortably on the red sofa, the aunt acts like she is sharing a sad truth, while Beatty realizes that what her aunt is saying is completely different from what she knows to be true. Beatty recalls hearing her father say that he thinks about his daughter's name whenever he has free time, realizing with absolute certainty that her aunt is lying to her. Looking back on her childhood, Beatty wonders why her aunt is lying and realizes that this is not the first time she has done so. Beatty remembers how her aunt used to shadow her childhood with terrifying, malicious lies, telling her that her father hated her and never wanted to see her face. Comparing her past crying self to her present determined self, Beatty reflects that while she used to believe those lies, she now knows the clear truth. The aunt smiles smugly, claiming that she is the only person who is truly nice to her, leaving Beatty staring in silent disbelief at her hypocrisy. Clutching her spherical golden pouch protectively, Beatty quietly resolves that her aunt's deceit ends here. Standing beside a tall, confident reflection of herself, Beatty proudly thinks that since this is her second life, she is smart enough to know her father doesn't hate her. Standing up from the sofa with a fake, polite smile, the aunt assumes her niece finally understands her words. Walking past Beatty toward the exit, the aunt tells her that it was nice to see her and commands her to remember what was said, while Beatty watches her with a cold glare. Opening the guest room door, the aunt looks back with a sly smile and demands that Beatty keep quiet and behave himself from now on. The heavy double doors slam shut with a loud crash, leaving Beatty standing alone in the quiet hallway. Looking at the closed doors, Beatty reflects on her aunt's manipulative behavior, realizing how many times she must have been lied to in her past life. Looking back at her aunt's silhouette, Beatty realizes those cruel stories made her believe she was a hated child, but notes that she currently lacks any special powers to change things. Crying cartoonishly surrounded by winged money bills, Beatty laments that she doesn't have money, a house, or any means of doing anything on her own. Clenching her tiny fist in sudden determination, Beatty resolves that her priority must be finding a way to stay at the estate. Raising her hand high into the air with the look of pure resolve, Beatty bravely declares to herself that she must stay at all costs. Looking at the grand clock tower, Beatty recalls that she only negotiated a 1-month stay with her father, and the coming-of-age ceremony won't happen before then. Carrying a heavy stack of leather-bound volumes, Beatty decides that in order to stay longer, she must conduct thorough research first. Wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead next to a massive stack of books, Beatty notes that her aunt clearly has bad intentions in coming here. Standing with her back to us, Beatty looks at the numerous stacks of research books she has piled on her desk and across her bedroom floor. The next morning, bright sunlight bathes the towering castle as a maid cheerfully calls out a morning greeting to Lady Beatty. Stepping into the sunny room, the maid is surprised to see Beatty up so early, commenting that it's unusual for her. Wheeling in a breakfast cart, the maid notes with a warm smile that Beatty is usually still yawning in bed when greeting her in the morning. Clapping her hands together affectionately, the maid wonders what could have possibly gotten her young lady up so early. Turning around to face the maid, Beatty reveals a terrifyingly pale face with massive, pitch-black dark circles under her bloodshot eyes. Terrified by Beatty's ghostly appearance, the maid lets out a loud shriek that echoes all the way through the castle. Sweating in pure panic alongside her colleague, the maid asks if she is all right and if she stayed up all night, while a sleepy Beatty weakly tries to assure them she is fine. Trembling from absolute exhaustion, Beatty clutches a massive stack of papers and insists she must deliver them to her father, while the panicked maid offers to take them for her. Standing next to her desk, Beatty sleepily asks the maid for a favor, and the maid happily agrees, urging Beatty to go to sleep while she delivers the documents. Sitting heavily in her chair, a completely exhausted Beatty quietly mutters her relief that the task is finally finished. Surrounded by beautiful white flowers, Beatty happily rests her head on her desk and drifts off to sleep, content that everything has come to an end. A delicious breakfast spread of a club sandwich, strawberry cake, and a cold drink sits on the table as sleepy groans fill the room. At the dining table, a sleepy Beatty dozes off with her head nodding, completely unaware that Aslan is sitting across from her, staring in intense, silent concern. Suddenly snapping awake, Beatty waves her arms in a panic and nervously explains that she simply couldn't sleep the night before. Staring at her with a mix of shock and concern, Aslan asks if she stayed up all night, telling her that she is truly something else. Drooping her head in complete exhaustion, Beatty silently laments that she doesn't even have the strength to answer him. Unexpectedly, a gentle hand reaches out and pats Beatty's orange hair as a reassuring voice tells her not to worry. Looking down at her with a warm, confident smile, the young master reassures Beatty and promises to help her. Looking up with her eyes sparkling in deep emotion and surprise, Beatty gasps out, "Brother?" As her brother smugly asks if she thinks he's cool, Beatty sweat drops and worries about why he's offering to help, thinking to herself that she just wants to go to sleep. The neat stack of handwritten research documents sits on the desk next to an inkwell, framed by beautiful white roses. In the Duke's private study, Duke Aslan looks over the papers in surprise, asking the maid if Beatty really wrote all of this herself. The maid confirms it with a proud smile, explaining that Beatty stayed up all night to prepare it, leaving the Duke staring at the pages in solemn silence. Narrowing his eyes in deep concentration, Duke Aslan closely inspects the written details of the massive document. The document reveals a chilling warning written on the paper. A catastrophe is coming and humans will be powerless to stop it. Duke Aslan commands his subordinate Peaches, who respectfully responds with, "Yes, master." "Call everyone in," Aslan instructs, his expression serious and commanding. Looking up at the young lady, a hand presents the detailed notes she stayed up all night to write, asking in serious concern if everything written there is really true. With her sparkling purple eyes wide and full of determination, Beatty looks at her audience, ready to defend her findings. As the nobles murmur about a climate prophecy, Beatty firmly corrects them, standing tall on her chair to explain that these are not prophecies but scientific predictions. The man with glasses, Count Gelot, raises a polite yet skeptical question, asking Beatty if predictions can easily turn out to be wrong. Beatty stares back at him in silence, her expression calm but focused as she prepares her response. Amidst the fading beauty of withered flowers, a single firm word of denial echoes through the quiet room. No. Leaning forward against the wooden table with absolute conviction, Beatty declares with certainty, "It's never wrong." Recalling her past life before regression, Betty remembers seeing the terrifying events with her own eyes, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that a disaster is sure to come. Slamming her tiny hands onto the pages of an ancient book, Beatty admits that she knows it is hard for them to believe what she is saying. She lifts the heavy book to show them, explaining that this phenomenon repeats at regular intervals and was recorded in Gaston and continental circumnavigation. The ancient texts describe a frozen sky, dried-up water, and dead grass, all heralded by the long-lost breath of a bluebird flying high in the night sky. As the texts paint a grim picture of an arid land in oblivion, Beatty explains that this poem is an indirect record of that devastating period. Count Gelot speaks up dismissively, pointing out that one cannot trust a mere poem written in an adventure book. He suggests that she should offer a more scientific basis, prompting Beatty to immediately present her next piece of evidence. With a bright and cheerful smile, Beatty presents a massive stack of research notebooks, eager to go through all the detailed notes together. She reveals that the disaster occurred on the continental calendar in year 20, then 254 years later, and again 486 years later. Beatty points out the historical pattern, showing that every time the blue star appeared in the sky, a devastating famine followed. Pointing to the pattern of approximately 200 years, Beatty confidently declares that she is absolutely sure this is the right time for the disaster to strike again. She explains that the blue bird in the adventure book is actually a metaphor for a blue star, which is a terrifying sign of disaster rather than a blessing. The blue star's appearance signals an odious drought and severe food shortages, leading into the harshest winter in 200 years as the Great Famine begins. Because books from that ancient era are extremely difficult to find, Beatty had to rely heavily on the memories of her past life to piece the details together. She reflects that the exhaustion of her hard work is nothing compared to the numerous casualties and lives that will be saved by preventing this disaster. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Count Gelot asks if they should begin making much firmer preparations for the upcoming winter. Beatty warns them that this famine will not end in just 1 year, explaining that a severe cold spell like never before is coming, requiring a completely different approach. Unfurling a large scroll, Beatty declares that the absolute first thing they need is food storage, prompting the nobles to agree that they have a massive amount of preparing to do. Watching his sister with immense pride, Aslan happily thinks to himself that his little sister is a true genius, while Pegasus begins to ask about the types of storage food. When asked if she means tuberosum, Beatty confidently confirms that is exactly what she is referring to. She explains that while they have imported food in the past, they must now grow tuberosum locally on their own lands to secure an abundant food supply. The noblemen are impressed, noting how useful tuberosum is and suggesting they find a large piece of land to cultivate it systematically. Feeling relieved that the atmosphere in the room is positive, Beatty notes that the real challenge begins with her next, more controversial proposal. She knows that many people will strongly oppose the bold policy she is about to announce. This high-risk policy was rejected multiple times before her regression, with some regions only adopting it after they had completely collapsed. Looking out the window, Beatty wonders anxiously if she will be able to successfully persuade them to accept such a difficult policy. Turning back to the table, Beatty prepares to present the next crucial step of her plan. With her arms spread wide in a grand gesture, Beatty boldly announces that the next thing they must do is open a free restaurant. A wave of shocked whispers fills the room as the nobles ask in complete disbelief, "A free restaurant?" Restive and thoughtful, Aslan repeats her words slowly, processing the idea of giving free food to everyone. Count Gelot looks at her in utter astonishment, sweating as he asks if she really intends to distribute food entirely for free. Knowing she is bringing unheard-of solutions, Beatty stands her ground while Count Gelot smirks, patronizingly thinking that she is just a naive child acting out of pity. Count Gelot politely states that while he is touched by her kind heart, such unlimited sympathy will only make the common people lazy. He narrows his eyes coldly, reiterating his belief that too much charity is a mistake that ruins the workforce. He warns that ideal and reality are governed by different laws, and that in the midst of a disaster, beggars will only become a frustrating burden. Instead of getting upset, Beatty beams a bright, cheerful smile and cheerfully agrees that he has every right to think that way. Count Gelot is thrown completely off guard, staring at her in bewilderment as he wonders why she is reacting so positively to his criticism. Beatty asks if he is simply worried about how they will compensate for the economic damage, and a tense Count Gelot reluctantly agrees. He explains that even if one acts with a good heart, ungrateful people will always try to take advantage of such compassion. Nodding understandingly, Betty laments that the light of justice often fades because of such people and politely thanks him for raising his concerns. Beatty recalls Clause 1 of The Art of Persuasion from her memoirs. Always start by agreeing with the person you are talking to, even if what they are saying is complete nonsense. Count Jalot politely apologizes for his rudeness and thanks Beatty for her forgiveness, completely unaware of her inner strategy to disarm her opponents by making them think she is on their side. Beatty secretly plans her next move, determined to distract her opponent and win them over to her side. Smiling brightly, Beatty confidently reassures the room that there is absolutely no need to worry. A perplexed Count Jalad asks what she means, prompting Beatty to explain that a free restaurant does not simply mean handing out free food to the public. While the recipes and benefits of tuberosum are being publicized throughout the territory, only a small number of people have actually shown any real interest. Beatty asks for confirmation, and the knight reluctantly agrees that other than the soldiers, the general public has shown little to no reaction. Beatty points out that unlike the soldiers, who are accustomed to following direct commands, the general public behaves in a completely different manner. Looking serious, Beatty addresses the harsh reality that the common people currently do not care at all about tuberosum. Beatty reveals that there are two major obstacles standing in the way of universalizing tuberosum. She explains that first, people are under the impression that tuberosum is a poisonous weed, and second, spreading information across such a vast territory is incredibly slow. The nobles discuss how tuberosum is essential to solving the impending famine, yet its invisible drawbacks make it incredibly difficult to popularize. Slapping down her hand, Beatty dramatically unfurls a scroll and declares that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Standing proudly in front of a whiteboard filled with cute drawings, Beatty enthusiastically announces that the solution to all these problems is a free restaurant. With a bright smile, Beatty points to her diagram of the free restaurant's benefits, presenting it as the ultimate solution. Count Jalot and his companions stare at her presentation in complete, dumbfounded silence. The cute but highly simplified chalk drawing on the board depicts the benefits of a free restaurant in a rather sloppy and comical style. Staring at the whiteboard, the nobles sweat nervously and whisper among themselves, wondering what exactly the drawing is supposed to represent. Sweating under Duke Aslan's sharp gaze, Count Jalot nervously agrees with his peer that the drawing is indeed very cute. Count Jalot pushes up his glasses, admitting that he still doesn't understand how a free restaurant can compensate for the shortcomings of tuberosum. Slamming her hand down onto the whiteboard, Beatty points directly to the cartoon mouth of her drawing and declares that the answer lies in the mouth. As the nobles ask in confusion if she means the mouth, Beatty confidently declares that she will use the power of the mouth to solve two problems at once. A framed illustration depicts a person eating a delicious meal, representing the first major function of the mouth. Beatty explains that once people actually taste how delicious it is, their negative perception of tuberosum will completely change. She points out that simply reading 10 books about birds is a completely different experience from actually seeing a wild bird fly overhead in real life. Beatty recalls how the books she secretly read while locked in her room compared to the actual adventures she experienced after leaving the capital, realizing how different reality is from written words. Staring at a cute little squirrel, Beatty realizes that actual experience is what completes those theoretical pictures, and she is determined to complete this world. Instead of posting boring notices in the village square and waiting for people to read them, she explains that it is far better to let the people spread the rumors on their own. With white flowers blooming behind her, a triumphant Beatty explains that this is the true purpose of the free restaurant, to make the tuberosum recipes spread rapidly through word of mouth. The noblemen are absolutely amazed, praising her and agreeing that a free restaurant is indeed a brilliant idea. Count Jalot looks on in serious contemplation as the other nobleman happily notes that people will soon be able to enjoy tuberosum. Standing up to raise a practical concern, Count Jalot asks if the recipes for preparing tuberosum will require too much hard labor. He continues to question her, raising the concern of what they should do if the expenses are miscalculated. Beatty beams a confident smile, assuring them that there's no need to worry because she can handle the logistics herself. Count Jalot presses further, asking if she isn't worried that the workers will grow resentful if they cannot be paid due to budget constraints. Pointing back to her chalkboard drawing, Beatty assures him she won't let that happen, explaining that they will gather valuable information from the people who visit the free restaurants. She explains that the patrons of the restaurant will naturally share a wealth of diverse information, which can then be utilized to promote their initiatives whenever necessary. Aslan looks at his subordinate, noting that possessing exclusive information is an incredibly powerful weapon in any situation. An illustration of overflowing bags of gold coins highlights the invaluable nature of such strategic information. Pegasus and the other noble are astounded, realizing that they can turn simple gossip and information into a lucrative way to make money. As the nobles shower her with praise, calling her a genius for solving multiple problems and making money, a bashful Beatty sweat drops and asks them not to overcompliment her. Beatty is completely shocked and gasps in disbelief when the noblemen enthusiastically suggest building a statue of her to show their respect. While Beatty tries to refuse, the noblemen talk over each other in excitement, firmly believing that a memorial statue is the perfect way for future generations to remember her deeds. As the debate about her memorial monument rages on, a trembling Beatty glances at her brother in absolute panic, wondering how things could have escalated so quickly. Realizing she needs help, Beatty desperately hopes that her father, Duke Aslan, is the only one who can step in and stop this ridiculous situation. Instead of stopping them, Duke Aslan thoughtfully touches his chin and completely agrees, declaring that a copper statue is indeed a fantastic idea. Duke Aslan immediately dives into the planning process, asking about the perfect size, color, and pose for the statue, leaving a completely flabbergasted Beatty utterly speechless. As suggestions for a cute pose, a strong pose, or even making two separate statues echo through the room, a highly frustrated Beatty clutches her fist and resolves to put an end to this madness. Clearing her throat loudly, Beatty desperately tries to regain control of the meeting and steer the conversation back on track. Looking back at the noblemen, Beatty firmly announces that she is not finished yet, reminding them that the budget remains their most critical and pressing issue. Unlike last year, Beatty realizes she must prepare much more thoroughly for the impending famine, though she anticipates that any investment policy she proposes will face disagreement from the nobles. Holding a rolled-up scroll, Beatty confidently assures herself that she has prepared extra measures and that absolutely nothing can go wrong with her plans. Looking concerned, the gray-haired nobleman notes that the budget allocated for this project seems rather humble, leaving a chibi Beatty sweating in mild worry. Turning to his peer, the nobleman asks if the budget is simply not enough, and the blonde-haired man flatly confirms his suspicion. Crossing his arms solemnly, the blonde nobleman explains that they don't even have enough to afford basic munitions, as the ongoing war has left their budget severely depleted. The finance official explains with a polite sigh that, just as they suspected, the territory is indeed facing a very difficult financial situation under his management. Beatty's eyes widen as she is reassured that they can still manage to last through this, making her realize with immense relief that her biggest concern was solved much easier than she thought. A blank chibi Beatty stares down at her rolled scroll in quiet contemplation, processing the sudden ease of the situation. Smiling brightly, Betty slips her prepared scroll behind her back, deciding that since the adults are handling the budget, she can save her backup plan for a later time. Bundled up in a blue winter coat with a fluffy white trim, Beatty trudges through the snowy woods, letting out a tired sigh as a little white ferret watches her from a tree branch. Beatty continues her snowy walk, exhausted from the recent stress, but relieved that all their major problems have finally been solved. Beatty smiles with pure delight, wondering happily if this successful outcome will allow her to stay in the territory for much longer. Clasping her small hands tightly together, Beatty desperately prays that she can remain here before her coming-of-age ceremony, only to be suddenly startled by a loud shout of her name. Startled by the sound of approaching horse hooves, Beatty turns her head in surprise, wondering if she just heard her brother's voice echoing through the trees. A terrified Beatty freezes in place as the thunderous sound of galloping hooves draws dangerously close, leaving her in complete shock. Before Beatty can react, a hand firmly grabs her by the back of her hood, prompting her to gasp out in confusion as she asks her brother what on earth he is doing. Swept up in an instant, a dizzy Beatty with spiral eyes is carried away on a black horse by her brother, who nonchalantly tells her to come along with him. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden high-speed ride, Beatty's squirrel ears and fluffy tail pop out in absolute panic as she wonders if she is about to go to heaven. Seeing her reaction, the brother smiles and asks if she is so happy that her ears and tail came out, while Beatty can only squeak out weak, trembling noises of terror. Her brother looks down in confusion at her squeaks, while Beatty tremblingly thinks to herself that the horse was moving far too quickly. Nodding in understanding, the brother concludes that she is simply afraid of things moving too fast, while a tearful Beatty nods along rapidly in complete agreement. The brother calmly states that he actually considers himself to be a rather slow rider, sending a wave of sheer terror over Beatty as she desperately begs him to wait. Ignoring her protests, the brother eagerly shouts to let's go, sending the black horse sprinting forward through the snowy forest at a breakneck speed. As they speed through the forest, her brother asks if going faster is much more fun, completely oblivious to Beatty's tearful, panicked squeaks as she begs him to save her from this madness. Once they finally halt, Beatty collapses face down onto the grassy ground in complete exhaustion, gasping for breath as she genuinely believes she was going to die. Tilting his head in mild confusion, her brother asks if she is tired already, telling her that she needs to practice much harder. Slumped on the ground in a state of comical despair, Beatty bitterly mutters to herself, wondering whose fault it is that she is currently in such a state. Her brother comments that while he doesn't know what is so interesting about the ground, she should probably look straight up and come over to where he is standing. Shaking herself off, Beatty grumpily walks forward while complaining about how much he talks, only to suddenly freeze as she looks up and sees something beautiful. Pointing out to a vast, shimmering lake, her brother introduces it as Aslan Lake, prompting an amazed Beatty to gasp at how incredibly pretty it is. With her heart thumping in awe, Beatty stares at the stunning scenery, realizing that the north is not just cold mountains, and that the lake is far more beautiful than any picture in her books. Watching the water sparkle with wide, shining eyes, Beatty is completely mesmerized, while her brother smiles warmly at her reaction, thinking she is as innocent as a newborn. Smiling gently, her brother asks her if she now thinks that riding horses outside is a fun experience. Beatty gives him a flat, annoyed look, grumbling in her mind that just because she enjoyed the view doesn't mean she traveled to the other side of the world. Crossing her arms defiantly, Beatty states that while she is glad she came, she has no intention of ever riding a horse again, prompting a surprise question from her brother. Looking up at him with wide, teary eyes, Beatty quietly admits that it's not a matter of whether she likes riding or not, but rather that she simply doesn't know how. Her brother is struck dumb by her admission, looking completely flabbergasted as he asks how an 8-year-old could possibly not know how to ride a horse. Sweat dropping with a deadpan expression, Beatty blankly questions whether it isn't actually far more normal for an 8-year-old to not know how to ride horses. Accusing her of lying, her brother asks if she is joking and questions if she at least knows how to hunt, to which Beatty frantically shakes her head in denial. Pushing her chest out proudly with a bright, cheerful smile, Beatty boasts that while she can't hunt, she is actually incredibly skilled at climbing trees and harvesting fruits. Sweating nervously at her cute but useless confession, her brother is momentarily charmed but quickly reminds himself that climbing trees is definitely not the same as hunting. Looking at her with deep concern, her brother asks how on earth she managed to survive until now, while a sweating Beatty nervously thinks that he must have had an incredibly rough and scary childhood. Rummaging through his horse's saddlebag, her brother mutters that a certain item won't be necessary for her, prompting a curious Beatty to peek over and ask what he is looking for. He pulls out a beautifully crafted wooden bow and a leather quiver filled with arrows, presenting it as an archery set designed specifically for children. Looking incredibly dejected and sulky, her brother, holding the small bow, confesses that he brought it because he honestly thought it would be useful for her. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Beatty beams a bright, cheerful smile and eagerly declares that she will happily practice with it, instantly lighting up her brother's face with joy. Walking deeper into the serene forest, her brother happily promises to let her know every time he goes out to practice, and Beatty warmly agrees to join him. Eagerly holding up the bow, her brother excitedly offers to show her the proper way to hold it since it is her very first time, making Beatty smile at how genuinely excited he is. Giggling softly behind her hands, Beatty warmly thinks to herself that this is the first time she has ever seen her brother act this way, finding his excitement quite cute. As the two walk together through the quiet woods, passing by what appears to be a massive scaly tail on the ground, her brother curiously asks why she is smiling, to which Beatty playfully replies that it is nothing at all. Smiling brightly, Beatty exclaims that they must get back before mealtime or they will be late. Suddenly, Betty stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with sudden surprise as she mutters, "Huh? What?" A massive, terrifying white snake with glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs towers over them. Horrified, Beatty screams to her brother, warning him that the monster is right behind him. With a loud, menacing hiss, the colossal snake lunges forward, ready to strike. As Beatty watches in complete shock, a dark, horrifying memory of a silver-haired, fanged monster biting down on someone's neck flashes across her mind. Squeezing her eyes shut in absolute terror, Beatty cries out, believing her brother has been eaten, while her brother swiftly leaps into the air and slices the giant serpent in half. Peeking open one tearful eye, Beatty looks around in quiet confusion, wondering what just happened. Her brother stands calmly in the aftermath of the brief struggle, completely unfazed and unharmed. With a resounding crash, the massive severed body of the giant snake slumps heavily onto the grassy ground. Casually stepping onto the snake's massive scales, her brother grumbles that it was nothing special and shouldn't have dared to bother them. Turning back to Beatty, her brother asks with deep concern if she is all right and if any blood got on her, knowing she is afraid of blood. Tearfully grabbing his cape, a worried Beatty frantically asks her brother if he is all right and if the snake managed to bite or hurt him. In a comical chibi moment, her brother sweat drops in surprise as Beatty tremblingly clings to his waist. Smiling warmly, her brother gently tells her not to worry about him and chuckles as he tells her to wipe her nose. Blushing grumpily, Beatty lets out a frustrated sigh as she wipes her nose with her sleeve. Gently patting Beatty on her head, her brother softly thanks her for worrying about him. With a warm and gentle tone, he reassures her that there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of and that he will personally take care of any threat to her. Kneeling down to her eye level, her brother gently cradles her face, looking at her with a promise of absolute protection amidst a beautiful background of flowers. Staring up at him with wide, touched eyes, Beatty listens as her brother sincerely promises to protect her. With comical ease, her brother lifts the colossal snake's head and casually tosses it into the lake with a giant splash. Happily dusting off his hands, her brother turns back to Beatty with a bright smile and asks if they should go to sleep. Sweating in complete shock, Beatty loudly protests, questioning how they could possibly sleep here right after a giant snake just appeared. Reassuring her once more with a soft smile, her brother explains that since he will take care of everything that threatens her, she should just sleep peacefully. Unconvinced and sweat-dropping, Beatty watches her brother happily note that the sun is perfect for a nap as he prepares to set up a tent, making her realize just how incredibly determined he is. Staring ahead with wide, reflective eyes, Beatty suddenly has a quiet realization. Looking around the serene woods, Beatty thoughtfully notes to herself that this place strongly reminds her of that child. She remembers a mysterious hooded boy who spoke so softly, feeling a lingering sense of worry and concern about how he had suddenly disappeared. Sincerely hoping that the boy managed to reach the village safely, Beatty is suddenly brought back to reality as her brother calls out to let her know he is finished. Beatty's eyes light up with pure wonder as she finds herself lying on a comfortable hammock, happily exclaiming, "Wow!" Rolling around joyfully, Beatty happily tells her brother that it feels incredibly good and cozy. Resting her head back with a sleepy, flushed smile, Beatty thinks to herself how wonderfully comfortable it is, while her brother asks if she is sleepy after being so scared earlier. Gently covering her with a blanket, her brother warns her that she might catch a cold, prompting a grateful thank you from Beatty. Smiling down at her, her brother softly tells her to sleep tight just like she wanted, leaving a surprised Beatty to blink in quiet realization. Nodding off peacefully, Beatty sleepily wonders to herself if her brother did all of this. Looking at her brother's gentle shadow, Beatty sleepily questions if he went to all this trouble just for her sake. Looking back at him, she quietly mutters, "Brother." Tucking her in, her brother teasingly asks if she wants him to sing her to sleep, while a blushing Beatty shyly stammers in response. Smiling warmly from under the blanket, Beatty softly whispers her heartfelt thanks to her brother. In a quiet moment, Beatty recalls the rumors surrounding the Aslanka family, the legend that a lion drops its cubs from a cliff, and how the young brother dismissed the foolishness of those who believed such tales. As a young boy, her brother had coldly reasoned that instead of being dropped from cliffs, Aslanka's children are sent directly to the harsh battlefields. While other children play with toy swords, the children of Aslanka are forced to walk onto real battlefields with blood-stained blades in hand. Born in the frozen north plagued by constant invaders, her brother had long accepted that fighting in bloody wars was simply their inevitable fate. Wiping blood from his mouth, the young Carlitos El Aslan had grimly accepted his fate, determined to survive no matter what. On the battlefield, terrified enemies would scream in absolute panic and try to flee as the monstrously strong young master approached. Even the close servants at the estate would tremble in extreme anxiety whenever the young master returned home. Walking past rows of bowing, terrified servants, her brother had once believed that fear and submission were simply the natural reactions that powerful people received. Having lived his entire life surrounded by fear, he had accepted this isolation as completely normal. However, everything changed when a small, warm hand suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed hold of his dark cloak. Turning around, he was greeted by the bright, adorable smile of his little sister Beatty, who eagerly called out to him. Back in the present, her brother watches Beatty sleeping peacefully in her hammock, thinking to himself that while everyone else trembles in his presence, his little sister is completely different, calling her a wonderfully odd child. Waking up in her cozy hammock, Beatty rubs her eyes with a sleepy yawn, announcing that she slept incredibly well. Hearing her wake up, her brother gently advises that she should try to sleep a bit more. Beatty stretches her arms up energetically, cheerfully declaring that her sleep was absolutely wonderful and she doesn't need any more rest since she slept so soundly without even a single dream. Hearing a loud rumbling sound, her brother asks with a knowing smile if she is already hungry, prompting a panicking, blushing Beatty to frantically try and deny it. As Betty's stomach grumbles again, her brother quickly pops a piece of chocolate into her open mouth, telling her to eat it to satisfy her hunger. Her brother explains that because they have incredibly fast metabolisms, they require a special type of high-calorie chocolate. He adds that it was his very last piece, gently asking her if she is starting to feel a bit better now. Hearing that it was his last piece, Beatty looks shocked and concerned. Her brother calmly explains that he only asked because they both need to maintain enough calories before making their journey back. Worried for him, Beatty exclaims that his own hunger is what's truly important, asking if he isn't hungry himself. Her brother confidently asks if he looks like someone who easily gets hungry, just as a loud rumble echoes from his own stomach. A deadpan silence fills the air as Beatty and her brother stare blankly at each other in the comical aftermath of his loud stomach rumble. As another loud growl echoes through the quiet forest, her brother shamelessly claims he has no idea what that sound could possibly be, leaving Beatty to look at him in disbelief. Recalling a past moment where she eagerly devoured all the remaining food while her brother watched, Beatty feels a strong sense of déjà vu and realizes she needs to find a way to feed him. Walking through the lush forest, Beatty spots some tuberosum plants. Though she knows they are edible, she decides she wants to find something much better and tastier to give to her brother. Looking up at the forest canopy, Beatty's eyes light up with joy as she spots beautiful, ripe pomegranates hanging from the tree branches. Suddenly, a loud poof of smoke erupts as Beatty's clothes slump empty to the ground, leaving her brother looking back in complete shock and confusion. Transforming into her cute squirrel form, Beatty quickly scurries up a tree branch, leaving her flabbergasted brother staring up at her sudden transformation. Standing beneath the tree, her brother calls out to her to get back down, reminding her of his promise to protect her. High on the branch, Squirrel Beatty proudly chirps in response, holding a bunch of freshly harvested nuts. Dangling effortlessly upside down from a branch by her fluffy tail, Squirrel Beatty extends her tiny paws to drop a bounty of ripe pomegranates and nuts right into her brother's waiting hands. Resting comfortably in her brother's palm, the adorable squirrel proudly presents her harvest, chirping happily to tell him to eat up because they are as sweet as chocolate. Looking down at the tiny fruits in his hand, her brother asks if she harvested them specifically for him. Squirrel Beauty nods her head eagerly, letting out a cheerful chirp of confirmation. Her brother quietly mutters her name, causing the little squirrel to tilt her head in curiosity as she wonders what he is thinking. Her brother is deeply moved as he imagines how she climbed the massive tree with her tiny feet and plucked the heavy fruits with her minuscule hands just for his sake. Completely overwhelmed by her sheer cuteness, her brother clutches his chest in agony and blushes intensely, screaming internally about how incredibly adorable his little sister is. Kneeling down, her brother gratefully accepts the food, but then dramatically declares that he will preserve these fruits as sacred treasures of the Aslanka family for future generations. Sweat-dropping, Squirrel Beatty chirps that they are really just ordinary forest fruits. Gently squeezing her incredibly chubby, soft cheek, her brother softly insists that even though the fruit is small, it is deeply special to him. Frustrated by having her cheek pinched, the little squirrel rapidly slaps his giant hand away with a loud chirp. Startled, her brother's sweat drops and quickly apologizes for his over-affectionate behavior. Standing tall with the hilarious disgruntled glare, Squirrel Beatty crosses her arms while her brother nervously promises to be much more careful with her in the future. Leaning in close with a warm, amused smile, her brother asks if she is truly angry, marveling at the fact that he has finally found someone whose attitude he is completely willing to tolerate. He reflects on his dark past, remembering how he used to feel absolutely nothing, even while watching his enemies die agonizing deaths on the cold, blood-stained battlefields. He realizes how much he has changed, noting that just the mere thought of his sweet little sister is enough to completely melt his cold heart. Suddenly, a loud crunching sound echoes, causing Squirrel Beatty to gasp in absolute horror. Clenching his fist, her brother unleashes a murderous aura, declaring that he will kill everyone. Meanwhile, Squirrel Beatty cries out in shock as she realizes he has accidentally crushed her precious harvested fruit in his grip. Tearfully crying over the ruined pomegranate, the little squirrel digs a small hole in the dirt to bury it, sobbing that she worked so hard to gather them and warning him not to waste food. Completely misinterpreting her tears, her brother asks with deep emotion if she is crying because she's worried he'll go hungry. An exasperated Squirrel Beatty turns away in disbelief, muttering about what a foolishly dense lion he is. Watching the tiny squirrel mourn her fruit, her brother smiles warmly, suddenly coming to a clear understanding of the deep, protective feelings he holds whenever he looks at her. Reaching out a single finger, he gently strokes her soft head, realizing that his deep affection for her goes far beyond her just being incredibly cute. Flashing a brilliant, joyful smile, her brother extends his hand and promises that he will happily give her absolutely anything she desires in this world. Seeing his sharp, fanged smile, Squirrel Beatty sweat drops in terror, tripping in confusion at his sudden outburst, while thinking to herself that his smile is actually quite terrifying. Chuckling softly, her brother tells her she doesn't need to thank him so much. Down on the ground, Squirrel Beatty grumbles to herself that she never asked for anything bloody or extreme in the first place. A symbolic image of two crossed royal swords represents the heavy, violent destiny and the deadly weapons that her brother has always wielded. Upon their return to the grand mansion, the head maid bows respectfully to welcome them back, greeting the master and the young lady as they step inside. Noticing the bustling servants around the halls, Beatty curiously asks why everyone seems so busy. The maid smiles warmly, explaining that they currently have an important guest visiting. Beatty tilts her head, repeating the word to herself as she wonders who this mysterious visitor could possibly be. Walking through the quiet, snowy courtyard, Beatty observes that the servants seem even busier than when her aunt visited, leading her to assume that the guest must be someone incredibly important. Feeling a bit anxious, Beatty wonders if she should just stay away. She remembers how her aunt lied to her about her father, admitting to herself that she is still just a shy and cautious child. She remembers her father's distant figure, recalling how he had never once invited her to the duchy before her return, yet still insisted on her returning to the capital. Deciding it is best to keep her distance in hopes that he might appreciate her more, Beatty walks along the path only to be suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to her. Her aunt, dressed in an elegant blue gown, steps forward with a mocking smile, calling out to Beatty and claiming that she has been looking everywhere for her beloved niece. Backing away slightly, Beatty warily asks why her aunt was looking for her. Smiling sweetly, her aunt questions why she is so alert, claiming she simply wants to introduce Beatty to some other children. With a snap of her fingers, her aunt calls out for the children to come forward, as a massive, menacing dark shadow with sharp ears slowly creeps up from behind. Her aunt stands smugly as three colossal, drooling black wolves with razor-sharp teeth growl menacingly. She cruelly tells the beasts to say hello to the little squirrel they haven't seen in a very long time, leaving a horrified Beatty frozen in absolute terror. As the massive paw of a giant wolf steps forward into the cold snow, her aunt mockingly asks if the beasts are really that scary. Footsteps in the snow as the aunt's heels halt, with her calmly stating that this is merely a way of greeting. In the snowy forest, little Beatty shrinks back in absolute terror as two massive, snarling black wolves loom over her. Frozen in place, Beatty recalls a traumatic memory of being bitten by one of these ferocious beasts back in the capital, wishing she could run but finding herself unable to move. Watching her niece tremble, the aunt smugly smirks to herself, thinking that Beatty deserves to feel this fear after acting so arrogant. Cruelly plotting her next move, the aunt decides she must make Beatty suffer the consequences to prevent her from running away again, intending to force her back to the capital. As the terrifying beasts step closer, a desperate Beatty pleads for them to stay away. Clenching her eyes shut, Beatty whimpers in despair, begging the wolves not to come any closer. Suddenly, the menacing growls turn into soft whimpering and friendly barks, leaving a tearful Beatty utterly confused. Opening her eyes, Bee sees a mysterious blindfolded boy standing protectively by her side. Dumbfounded, the ant points and yells at her giant wolves in frustration as they suddenly turn docile and whimper submissively. Watching the beasts flee after a single glance, the blindfolded boy looks after them, thinking that the situation feels strangely familiar. Turning to Beatty, the blindfolded boy smiles warmly, while the young girl looks up at him in awe and surprise. Recognizing him as the person she previously met in the jungle, Beatty is suddenly interrupted as her brother, Lighter, rushes in frantically to shield her, shouting for the stranger to go away. The tense moment is interrupted by their father, the Duke, who sternly asks Lighter and Carl what they are doing there instead of guiding the guest to his room. A close-up of the Duke's highly decorated, elegant green and gold military uniform. Lighter angrily defends his actions, complaining that he was trying to do just that, but the guest kept clinging to Beatty. Lighter glares with a terrifying, murderous expression, making the blindfolded prince think that he has never seen such a frightening face even on a battlefield. Sweating nervously, Carl raises his hands in defense, trying to explain that it is all a misunderstanding and he only wanted to help Beatty. Carl gestures behind him, identifying the ant as the true culprit. Carl reveals that the ant was trying to use the wolves to scare Beatty, prompting the Duke to glare coldly at the sweating ant and demand if this is true. With a terrifying, glowing gaze, the Duke asks the ant if she wishes to die, immediately commanding his guards to escort her out of the mansion. Dragged away by the armored guards, the ant frantically screams for the Duke to wait and hear her explanation, claiming she only thought Beatty would like the dogs. Looking incredibly displeased, the Duke reflects on the ant's audacity to pull such a stunt, resolving that despite his late wife's will, he can never leave Beatty in her custody. Softening his expression, the Duke looks towards Beatty with deep concern, thinking about how terrified she must have been. Meanwhile, Beatty cheerfully thanks Carl for helping her, leaving a comically enraged Lighter fuming and demanding to know what they are talking about. Standing protectively over Beatty, the Duke commands Carl to stay 10 steps away from her, while Lighter angrily increases the distance to 20 steps, leaving a sweat-dropping Beatty feeling like a virus. Carl retreats to a safe distance, asking if it is far enough, which the Duke confirms while addressing Carl as the prince. Beatty's eyes widen in shock as she realizes the friendly boy from the forest is actually a prince. An explanation panel reveals that there are 2 princes in the kingdom, with the second prince being Lighter's half-sibling. Standing tall and elegant, Carl is introduced as the Grand Prince, whom Lighter deeply hates and despises. Beatty's face lights up with sheer delight at finding someone who can make her brother angry, while Lighter looks incredibly annoyed and asks if she likes people like him. Clasping her hands together in excitement, Beatty secretly plots to hold the Grand Prince's hand and team up with him to take her brother Lighter down. Reflecting on his situation, the blindfolded Grand Prince acknowledges that he knew he wouldn't be welcomed, but finds the northern atmosphere to be somewhat different. A flashback shows the king on his golden throne, recalling his words praising Duke Aslan's role in the war and instructing the prince to show gratitude, though sending him empty-handed. An image of a treasure chest overflowing with gold coins illustrates that the war brought a massive gold mine, justifying the crown's lavish spending. In the throne room, the king tells the prince that a faction should accompany him, but ultimately decides to send him alone. The prince recalls a tense past encounter with Lighter, reflecting on how his father sent him north to insult him, realizing his journey won't be easy. The king commands the prince to remain in the north until he can properly demonstrate how grateful the royal family is to the duke. When the prince looks hesitant, the king asks if he doesn't want to go, forcing the prince to realize he won't be able to return to the capital for a long time. Walking away, the blindfolded prince sadly realizes how deeply his father must detest him. Back in the present, the prince stands by his window, smiling as he realizes that Beatty's unexpected presence changes everything. Looking out at the falling snow, the prince contemplates his next steps. In her cozy bedroom, little Beatty sits up in bed wide awake, declaring that she has a big problem because she cannot sleep. Snuggling back into her pillow, she grumbles that she must have napped too much during the day, but knows she needs to rest for tomorrow. Despite her efforts, Beatty's eyes pop open again, staring blankly at the ceiling in complete frustration. Deciding that she cannot sleep, Beatty sits up to read a book, but is suddenly startled by a faint voice calling out to her. Realizing the voice is coming from the balcony, Beatty quickly scrambles out of bed to investigate. Opening the balcony doors, Beatty peers into the snowy night, startled by a mysterious dark mist as a voice greets her, calling her Buell and expressing relief that she hasn't forgotten him. A flashback reveals a beautiful golden cradle, with narration explaining that the child did not receive any blessings at birth, leaving the king in complete disbelief. Rushing to the cradle as his wife weeps, the king looks inside and gasps in utter horror upon seeing the truth of why the baby was not blessed. A cute, tiny black dragon curls up and sleeps peacefully amidst soft blue floral illustrations. A decorative framed box contains text stating that the most shocking revelation was that he was born as a human beast. An illustration of a grand winged dragon, with narration explaining that very few people are ever born as a human beast. A shattered mirror shows a wedding couple silhouette with a pregnant mother, explaining that while it seemed natural he would be chosen due to the small probability of human beasts, things did not go that way. A young, dark-haired boy hangs his head sadly as a hand mirror is violently thrown and shattered behind him by a voice screaming, asking why he was ever born. A furious, purple-dressed woman rages at the boy, who gently worries about her health, prompting her to scream at him to stay away and demand why he isn't smart. The crying mother desperately asks the boy why he couldn't have been born as at least a normal dragon. The young boy looks up to reveal brilliant, glowing yellow dragon eyes as his mother hysterically rants about his dark dragon eyes bringing catastrophe and being brighter yellow than the king's. Arthur covers his eyes with his long bangs in dejection as his mother screams that his eyes disgust him, with narration noting he was hated simply for existing. A shattered mirror reflects Aether's eye as a cold, stern voice demands to know why he hasn't covered his damn eyes. A grand, white-haired king with sharp golden eyes looks down with an expression of cold disapproval. Aether explains that he took off his blindfold because it was bothering him, but the king furiously snaps back, demanding how a magical cloth could possibly be irritating. The king quietly panics, thinking that although he doesn't believe the legend about darker irises meaning greater strength, looking at Aether's eyes makes him feel like his own powers will be affected. A young, white-haired prince named Lighter runs happily toward his father as a maid worries about him falling, while the king warmly welcomes him. The king angrily commands Aether to cover his eyes immediately and never show them in front of his brother, to which Aether quietly agrees. Looking down at the black fabric of his blindfold, Aether realizes that his father, his mother, and even the maids all fear his eyes. As Aether ties the blindfold back on, he reflects that he has come to accept this fear as normal, while in the background, Lighter happily laughs and plays with their father. Standing blindfolded in the shadows, Aether wishes from the bottom of his heart for the day someone will finally look him directly in the eyes. Soaring high above a peaceful town at night, the young black dragon flaps his wings and happily thinks about how great it feels to fly. Looking out over the starry night sky, the dragon reflects on how suffocating the palace makes him feel, finding peace only when flying high in the heavens. Gliding through the glowing blue clouds, the dragon thinks that one of the best things about being a dragon is being able to hide himself in the clouds as he flies. Looking down curiously, the dragon spots something on the ground below and pauses with a surprised gasp. He sees a small, orange-haired girl looking out from her bedroom window, wondering why a child is awake so late and worrying she might catch a cold. The dragon flaps his wings near her window to create a gentle breeze, hoping the cold wind will prompt her to step back inside. Startled by how close he got, the dragon hides in a dark cloud of smoke, panicking over the thought of her seeing his eyes and getting scared, but the girl suddenly gasps and exclaims, "Stars?" With her large blue eyes sparkling with excitement, the little girl looks directly at the dark entity and asks if he is a star. Stunned, the dragon wonders if she is talking to him as the girl beckons him to come closer, and he asks in disbelief if she is indeed speaking to him. Leaning over the balcony with a joyful smile, she tells him that his glowing eyes sparkle beautifully just like the stars. The dragon hovers in front of the window, completely bewildered and questioning if his eyes could truly look like stars to someone. Close-up of the dragon's large yellow eye reflecting the starry sky as he wonders to himself if his eyes really look beautiful. Floating in the starry sky, the dragon reflects that this is the first time anyone has ever looked into his eyes and spoken such warm words, feeling comforted when she confirms she is not afraid. The little girl asks if he doesn't think his sparkling eyes are beautiful, a word Aether has never heard associated with his eyes before, causing both his human and dragon forms to blush deeply. Young Aether, blushing with wide eyes, struggles to process the warmth and acceptance shown by the gentle child. Staring at the dark mist, she suggests calling him Star because of his sparkling eyes, but then stops and asks what she should call him so they don't share the same name. The dragon looks down thoughtfully against the backdrop of the starry night sky and tells her to simply call him Atel. Standing on her snowy balcony, Beatty looks up at the dark mist, fondly remembering how she met her very first friend during that fateful night. The dark mist drifts close to the balcony and greets her, saying it has been a long time and inviting her to call him Atel just like before. Angrily pointing her finger, Beatty yells at the dark mist, calling him a liar and claiming there is no such thing. The black mist creature is completely shocked by her outburst, nervously stammering her name in confusion. The sweating mist creature apologetically asks if she is mad because they haven't met for so long, trying to calm her down. Beatty swings a punch at the dark mist, screaming at him to stop pretending and claiming that she knows exactly what is going on. A flashback shows white-haired Lighter smiling, with narration recalling how exceptionally friendly he was to her and how she once asked him if he had any brothers. In the past, Lighter asks if a cloud visits her at night, and Beatty happily points out how many things Lighter and the cloud have in common. A young Lighter smiles nervously in sweat drops, admitting that he has finally been exposed. Lighter explains that the cloud is created by a magical item to hide his royal identity, leaving Beatty deeply impressed by how different and clever he is. Lighter smiles gently and declares that he will be her future fiancé and her only true friend. Back in the present, Beatty fumes on the balcony, wondering why he is acting like his past promise never happened. Glaring angrily, Beatty points at the dark mist and tells him she knows he is Lighter, ordering him to stop hiding behind the magical cloud. Inside the dark mist, Adel's glowing yellow dragon eye widens in absolute shock as he realizes she has mistaken him for his brother, Lighter. Turning her back on him, Beatty angrily storms away from the balcony, warning him never to show his annoying face in front of her again. Realizing that a massive misunderstanding has occurred, the Black Dragon urgently corrects Beatty, declaring that he is not Lighter to prevent further confusion and restore the utility of truth in their friendship. When Beatty angrily tells him to go away, Atel realizes that verbal assertions are insufficient and that presenting empirical evidence is the most efficient way to gain her trust, prompting her to look up in sheer disbelief. Seeing her old friend Star in his true dragon form brings immediate clarity, validating her past memories and establishing a firm, positive connection between them. Beatty stands in deep contemplation, trying to reconcile this new information and realizing that if this dragon is indeed Star, then Lighter's previous claims were entirely built on a lie. Recalling helpful information from her past reading, Beatty remembers that certain beast species can take human form to communicate with humans, showing the high practical utility of reading and education. While analyzing her feelings, Beatty pouts in slight jealousy, recognizing that a human beast's companionship carries a unique emotional value that cannot be compared to a simple animal. She questions the motive behind Lighter's deception, realizing that his lies served no constructive purpose and only caused unnecessary emotional friction and confusion. The physical sensation of her clenching fist reflects her deep frustration, a direct consequence of the negative utility brought on by Lighter's betrayal. A quiet pause under the starry sky marks a shift in her perspective as she prepares to make more informed choices to optimize her relationships and future well-being. Under the peaceful night sky of the north, Atel warmly validates her name, a simple act of kindness that maximizes her self-worth and happiness. Beatty smiles as she recalls the long effort her father put into choosing her name, highlighting the positive emotional dividends of parental care and love. When asked how he managed to travel all the way to the north, the dragon is caught off guard, showing that sudden logistical inquiries can temporarily disrupt conversation. Explaining that daytime visits are difficult but night offers a safer window for communication helps set clear expectations, minimizing risk while maintaining their valuable connection. Feeling a temporary drop in her emotional well-being, Beatty pouts sadly, realizing that his visits are not purely for leisure and play. To restore her happiness, Atel reassures her that he will come whenever she calls, offering a reliable safety net that instantly relieves her sadness. Atel asks about her first impression of the prince, demonstrating how evaluating early interactions is a crucial heuristic for predicting future social dynamics. Beatty reasons that since Atel is the prince's escort, being completely honest with him will yield the best long-term outcomes and prevent misunderstandings. The dragon's racing heartbeat and blushing face reflect the intense anticipation of her feedback, showing how deeply her opinion affects his emotional state. Beatty's candid feedback that the prince seemed like a playboy comes as a complete shock, presenting a significant misalignment in his desired social reputation. Desperate to correct this negative assessment, the dragon anxiously asks what he did wrong, seeking to clarify the situation and mitigate any damage to his standing. Beatty clarifies that she found him exceptionally handsome, proving that physical aesthetics carry a positive value, even if they led her to associate him with a playboy persona. Hearing her call him handsome brings a massive surge of positive emotion, instantly boosting his confidence and causing him to blush deeply in both forms. The dragon hastily explains that his kindness to other ladies is merely standard etiquette, showing how adhering to social rules is vital for smooth communal living, even if misunderstood as flirtation. Yawning sleepily, Beatty realizes that her body's physiological need for rest must be prioritized to maintain her health and daily performance. Recognizing the late hour, the dragon notes that ending their meeting now is the most responsible course of action to ensure she gets a full night of sleep. While the Black Mist tries to assist her, Beatty asserts her independence by insisting she can walk on her own, balancing her safety with her personal autonomy. Watching him leave, Betty reflects on his reactions and concludes that talking about the prince made him nervous, showing how analyzing conversations helps one better understand a companion's motives. Exchanging affectionate farewells and wishing each other good dreams creates a secure emotional foundation that promotes peaceful and restorative rest. Hearing sudden, rapid footsteps outside her room, Beatty turns around in alert surprise, immediately assessing her surroundings for any potential disruption. Her protective brother bursts through her door with a worried shout, determined to eliminate any immediate threats and secure his sister's safety. He urgently asks if she has seen a strange intruder, seeking to gather intelligence and locate any unauthorized persons who might compromise the castle's security. Deciding that protecting Attell from conflict yields the greatest overall benefit, Beatty tells a white lie, preventing a highly destructive confrontation between her brother and her friend. Relieved by her response, her brother relaxes and instructs her to sleep, restoring order and allowing both of them to recover their energy for the next day. Offering a cheerful goodnight to her brother reinforces their family bond, maximizing mutual affection and peace of mind before sleeping. A gentle, warm smile from her protective brother provides Beatty with a profound sense of safety, which is crucial for her psychological well-being. Remembering his warning to run from smiling, black-haired men, Beatty wonders if he was referring to the prince, showing how warnings can sometimes create ambiguity that requires careful analysis. Her brother commands her to ignore all other men except him, employing a strict risk minimization strategy that prioritizes absolute protection over open socialization. Beatty acknowledges his warning, realizing that political marriages are often calculated transactions for power rather than individual happiness, giving her valuable foresight into her future. The next morning, the castle buzzes with coordinated labor as the staff prepares the grand hall, showcasing the efficiency of teamwork in hosting a successful major event. A friendly maid explains to Beatty that the commotion is due to preparations for the victory banquet, building excitement and positive anticipation among the castle residents. Hearing that the banquet is a communal celebration of victory, Beatty eagerly wonders if she can participate, as joining group festivities is highly beneficial for her social integration. The maids discuss their determination to welcome the capital's guests, aiming to execute their hospitality flawlessly to elevate the estate's standing and reputation. To prevent negative gossip from proud capital guests, the maids channel their competitive pride into meticulous preparation, striving to achieve the highest quality outcome for the banquet. Beatty learns that someone has sent her an invitation, an event that travels to the potential to foster new social connections and expand her social opportunities. Receiving her very first formal invitation sparks her curiosity, representing an exciting step forward in her personal development and social network. Ather, dressed elegantly and blindfolded, composedly states that he only extended the invitation to Beatty, intending to have a quiet and focused interaction to maximize the efficiency of their meeting. Ather is surprised by the presence of her angry brother, showing how uninvited guests can disrupt planned social interactions and create unexpected friction. Ather bluntly criticizes her brother for interrupting, a provocative statement that immediately escalates the hostility and places their peaceful interaction in jeopardy. As the two men engage in a tense verbal standoff, Beatty wisely focuses on enjoying her pastry, maximizing her personal happiness, and choosing to ignore the unproductive argument. Despite the verbal friction between the two protective figures, maintaining a civil debate remains the most logical path to resolution, while Beatty continues to enjoy her delicious food in peace. Ather calmly smiles and asks why Carl is being so wary of him, reminding him that he doesn't normally approach ladies first and telling him to relax. Carl thinks to himself that Ather is the real trouble, recalling how easily girls fall for his handsome looks, and resolves never to let him near Beatty. When Ather expresses a wish to have an adorable sister like Beatty, Carl reacts with sudden protective rage, yelling if he wants her. Carl tells Aether to stop talking nonsense and focus on taking care of his own sister, while Beatty wonders if the prince has a bad relationship with Leader, glad she isn't the only one who dislikes him. Beatty clasps her hands in pure delight, excited that things are going so well and hoping she will be able to join. Carl firmly reminds Beatty of his warning to ignore guys like the prince, but she quickly replies that she can't do that. When Carl dismisses the prince as merely his assistant, Beatty gasps in protest, arguing that they cannot treat His Highness so poorly. Carl stands completely dumbfounded, dizzy with shock as he wonders if Beatty is already protecting the prince and if he somehow won her over in just one day. Outside the Grand Castle, Carl angrily tells Aether they will settle things once Beatty is gone, while Aether smugly points out that Carl wouldn't dare go against Beatty's wishes. Swirling his tea, Aether notes that since an uninvited guest has invaded their private space, it is only proper for him to formally introduce himself to the young lady. Carl yells in frustration, demanding to know why Aether has to introduce himself to Beatty, while Aether addresses her as Lady. Aether kneels gracefully before Beatty, gently holding her hand and asking for the honor of kissing the back of it. Beatty looks down at him in complete, wide-eyed surprise, stammering in shock. Under his dark blindfold, Aether offers a warm, gentle smile, exuding a polite and charming aura. Carl's eyes glow with yellow, beastly rage as he glares at the scene, his frustration reaching its boiling point. Losing his temper, Carl grabs Aether by the collar and yells at him for daring to kiss Beatty's hand right in front of him, while Aether calmly tells him to calm down and respect etiquette. Watching them argue, Beatty pouts with an annoyed expression, thinking that the prince acts like a total womanizer and grumbling to herself. Carl grabs Aether again in anger, but Beatty interrupts by loudly declaring that she wants to know the prince's name so they can become closer as partners, leaving both men frozen in sheer shock. Carl stands in silence, deeply contemplating his sister's sudden interest in the prince. Carl angrily threatens Aether that he will die if he pulls a stunt like that again, while Aether casually shrugs and Beatty imagines holding her brother on a tight leash. Kneeling down once more, Aether prepares to introduce himself properly to Beatty, while Carl continues to fume in the background. Aether introduces himself with a charming smile as Aether Du Astrum, a 12-year-old prince. While Carl frantically mutters in the background for Aether to remove his hand, Beatty is struck by how similar his name sounds to Adel. Beatty recalls reading that the prince's mother was from the Eastern imperial family, wondering if Atel might also be from the East, which would explain their identical names. Aether cheerfully invites Beatty to call him Brother Aether, driving Carl into an absolute frenzy as he insists he is her only brother, leaving Beatty staring at them in disbelief. In a beautifully decorated office, a woman's voice echoes, demanding to know why the Duke called her back so suddenly. The Duke, Betty's father, sits sternly at his desk and snaps at the noisy woman, stating that he called her in strictly for business. The Duke directly asks her if she is still keeping the special medicine provided by the imperial family, catching her off guard. Reaching into her bag, the lady quickly produces the medicine, claiming she always intended to give it to him so that Beatty would not suffer and fall ill every winter. She notes that, as they both know, the punishment reserved for nobility is none other than the venom of snakes. She presents the glowing violet vial, claiming that this special medicine has the power to cure any disease. The Duke slams his hand on the desk, demanding to know what kind of price the imperial family expects him to pay in return. As the Duke's aura turns incredibly dark and menacing, the lady nervously apologizes that the marriage between Beatty and the second prince had to be canceled. Panicking under his intense gaze, the lady quickly stammers that the medicine is actually just a thank you gift for the loyal guardian of the North, anxiously wishing she could leave. Bowing politely, the lady takes her leave and expresses her hope that the young lady safely makes it through the coming winter. The Duke lets out a mocking smirk, wondering if she really expects him to believe that the imperial family is genuinely worried about his daughter's health. Smiling nervously, the lady turns back and defends herself, asking why else she would seek out such a precious and rare medicine if she weren't deeply worried. The Duke's eyes glow with a fierce yellow light as he corners her, demanding to know why she waited to be chased away before finally producing the medicine. Caught in her lie, the lady quickly explains that the medicine only takes full effect when the snake constellation appears, claiming she only brought it now because that day is fast approaching. The Duke glares at her in heavy, suspicious silence, completely unconvinced by her convenient excuse. The Duke sighs, noting that Beatty's health must come first, but strictly questions whether the imperial medicine is completely safe and won't harm her. Closing the door behind her with a sly smile, the lady reassures him that there will be no problems, thinking to herself that she didn't technically lie. Inside the castle hall, maids climb up on ladders to arrange beautiful white floral decorations, directing each other to move things to the left. Carl, Beatty, and Ather stand together by the doorway, watching the maids meticulously prepare the grand hall for the upcoming victory banquet. Looking up at the prince, Beatty curiously asks why he doesn't take off his blindfold, wondering if he even wears it when traveling through the forest. Carl glares at Ather in fury, convinced that the prince is wearing the blindfold purely as a cheap trick to grab Beatty's attention. Carl yells at Ather, demanding to know how much longer he plans to keep his eyes covered, while Ather responds with mild surprise at his sudden interest. A flashback reveals Ather dressed in a dark hooded cloak, riding swiftly through the misty darkness on horseback. Underneath his blindfold, a close-up reveals one of Ather's striking, glowing golden eyes with a slitted dragon pupil, reflecting his dangerous past on the battlefield. Turning slightly with a knowing smile, Ather calmly reasons that there is absolutely nothing wrong with using his power to suppress his enemies on the battlefield. Beatty watches the prince curiously, wondering if it is truly possible to completely suppress his enemies on the battlefield just by looking at them, given how terrifying his eyes can be. Looking up in awe, Beatty recalls how easily the prince controlled her aunt's vicious hounds with a single glare, concluding that he would be incredibly helpful with the endless chores around the castle. As Carl, Betty, and Ather walk together, a maid's voice announces that a victory banquet will soon be held, leaving Betty wide-eyed with sudden surprise. Beatty freezes in place as she hears a sharp, familiar voice arguing nearby, immediately recognizing who it belongs to with deep concern. Leaving Carl and Ather calling after her in confusion, Beatty turns and runs swiftly down the long hallway toward the source of the commotion. Peeking over the grand balcony railing, Beatty's suspicions are confirmed when she spots her annoying aunt arguing loudly with the estate's butler downstairs. Annoyed, Beatty realizes that her aunt has somehow returned to the castle despite previously being kicked out, wondering why she is showing her face again. Gesticulating dramatically, the aunt loudly complains that everything in the rural north is completely outdated and foolish compared to the capital. Weary of the estate's management, the aunt smugly wonders if the lack of a proper hostess is the reason everything is in such a pathetic state, claiming she must step up. The haughty aunt demands that the butler hand over the party preparation list immediately, but the butler politely refuses, explaining that family documents cannot be shared with non-clan members. Infuriated by the butler's refusal, the aunt yells at him for looking down on her, while the butler calmly explains that he is simply adhering to the strict family discipline. Gritting her teeth in absolute fury, the aunt fumes that the butler dares to disrespect her instead of bowing down in gratitude. Losing her temper completely, the aunt screams that the butler is being insolent and raises her hand high to strike him across the face. Expecting the blow, the elderly butler closes his eyes tightly and braces himself for the aunt's violent slap. Suddenly, Beatty leaps in front of the butler with her arms spread wide, loudly ordering her aunt to put her hand down. Glaring defiantly at her aunt, Beatty sternly commands her to stop what she's doing right this instant. The aunt stares down at Beatty in stunned disbelief, shocked that the young girl would dare to stand in her way. Standing like a protective shield, Beatty remains completely unfazed, while her aunt silently fumes over how the girl continues to act like she owns the place. Driven by malice, the aunt prepares to strike Beatty anyway, thinking to herself that the child needs to be taught a physical lesson if she refuses to move. Before the aunt can strike, a sudden, menacing black energy wraps tightly around her arm, freezing her completely in place. Feeling a sudden, terrifying chill, the aunt looks up to see Carl and Ather staring down at her with cold, murderous intent from the balcony. Carl and Ather radiate an overwhelming, dark pressure, leaving the aunt terrified as she wonders why both powerful figures are defending the young lady so intensely. Underneath his dark blindfold, Ather emits a crackling, ominous aura that sends shivers down the aunt's spine. Carl is ready to charge down in a fury, but Ather gently places a hand on his shoulder to stop him, urging him to wait. Carl angrily demands to know if Ather is on the aunt's side, but Ather calmly replies that they do not need to interfere. Ather confidently assures Carl that the young lady is more than capable of handling her aunt by herself. Turning her attention back to Beatty, the aunt mockingly questions if the poor education of the North has caused her to forget the elegant lesson she was taught in the capital. Beatty snaps back, questioning whether raising one's hand to slap an innocent servant is considered elegant and classy. Caught completely off guard by the sharp retort, the aunt stands sweating and utterly speechless. The aunt is shocked that the normally quiet girl is actively talking back to her, leaving her unable to find any words to refute the accusation. Beatty confidently knows that embarrassing her aunt is actually quite simple if she plays her cards right. Remembering her aunt's obsession with aristocratic elegance, Beatty recalls how her aunt would absolutely despise having her high-class pride damaged. Looking determined, Beatty thinks to herself how exhausting it must have been to deal with such a difficult person in the past. Trying to laugh off her embarrassment, the aunt claims she was merely trying to teach the Northerners a lesson so the Duke wouldn't lose face at the banquet. Beatty directly asks if she truly believes the North is inferior to the capital, and the aunt smugly confirms it as if it were an obvious fact. Hearing her insulting remarks, the maids standing nearby glare at the aunt in deep, silent resentment. The aunt proudly explains that many high-fashion aristocratic families will attend the banquet, questioning if the Northerners can manage without her sophisticated help. Boasting about her credentials, the aunt brags about being a renowned master of royal tea parties, causing the maids to gasp in surprise. The maids whisper among themselves, noting that such a highly sought-after expert is incredibly difficult to hire and can completely elevate the quality of a banquet. Smirking with supreme confidence, the aunt hopes to use this perfect opportunity to win over the Duke and gain significant influence. Following Duke Aslan's return, Count Jalot's influence has declined, prompting the ex-owner to seek ways to regain his lost standing in the north. Under the symbol of the snake, the imperial family plans to infiltrate Duke Aslan's estate by planting as many of their own people as possible. The aunt secretly schemes to put the Duke in her debt by organizing the banquet, but Beatty suddenly interrupts, flatly stating that they do not need her. The aunt turns around in absolute shock as Beatty firmly repeats that they do not require her assistance. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, Beatty confidently confronts her aunt without showing a single hint of fear. Dumbfounded, the aunt asks if there is some kind of new trend in the north that she is unaware of, and Beatty confidently confirms it. The aunt stands in complete blank silence, trying to process the young girl's bizarre claim. Breaking the silence, the aunt begins to giggle mockingly, finding Beatty's statement utterly ridiculous. Laughing hysterically, the aunt mockingly repeats the idea of a northern trend, treating it as nothing more than a hilarious joke. Back in his study, Duke Aslan sternly looks over his paperwork, reflecting on the childish rumors of Beatty's talent while secretly acknowledging her true genius. Beatty stands quietly as the narration notes that if a girl doesn't know the risks, she might easily be mistaken for being exceptionally brave or simply someone who is completely ignorant of the situation. Walking away haughtily, the aunt warns Beatty to prepare everything with absolute care, declaring that she will refuse to help even if the young girl comes running to her in desperate need. With a smug, mocking chuckle, the aunt walks away, muttering that failure to prepare properly might severely wound the Duke's pride and self-esteem. As Beatty glares after her aunt, thinking to herself that the woman can only smile like that for now, Carl suddenly draws his sword with a menacing look, calmly asking if he should just eliminate her aunt right then and there. Carl insists that he has shown more than enough patience, but Beatty desperately clings to his coat, frantically yelling that her aunt is still a family relative, while a servant calls out to the young lady. The elderly servant politely asks the young lady if she was hurt anywhere, and she warmly replies that she is completely safe and sound thanks to his protection. Clasping his hands together with sparkling eyes of pure admiration, the elderly servant gushes over how lovely and kind-hearted the young lady is, leaving Beatty looking sweat-dropped and thoroughly confused by his overwhelming gratitude. The elderly servant eagerly asks if he can build a bronze statue in her honor, prompting a blindfolded Ather to arrive and ask what a bronze statue is, while Belody stands utterly embarrassed. While Beatty covers her blushing face in deep embarrassment over the statue suggestion, Ather looks on thoughtfully, sensing that there is something incredibly strange and suspicious about the man who just left. Carl stands beside Ather with a serious, intensely glaring expression, while the blindfolded prince remains calm and deeply focused on his thoughts. Glancing back with his sharp, glowing golden eyes, Carl quietly resolves that he must get to the bottom of whatever is happening. After smiles subtly under his blindfold, realizing that Carl has indeed detected something unusual in the air. Back in her beautiful, sunlit room, Beatty rummages through her cabinet drawers, searching intently for something she is certain she left there. Crouched down in front of her dresser, surrounded by bright sunflowers, Beatty happily exclaims that she has finally found the small, tied paper parcel she was looking for. Holding the neatly tied scroll, Beatty reflects that she originally prepared this document to persuade those with opposing opinions, but since everyone agreed, she has no immediate use for it. Clasping the paper tightly, Beatty determinedly tells herself that she will make excellent use of this opportunity, just as a soft knock sounds at her door. A servant announces that they have gathered the goods she requested along with the assistants to help her, prompting an excited Beatty to leap up and declare that she will head downstairs immediately. Downstairs, the maids stand around several wooden crates in confusion, whispering among themselves about what the young lady plans to do with these items instead of standard flowers or ribbons. Some maids worry that they will be mocked as old-fashioned and suggest hiring a professional dessert expert, but another maid firmly defends Beatty, stating she has complete faith in the young lady. The head butler steps forward with a determined expression, declaring that the young lady helped him before and will undoubtedly show her incredible foresight and talent once again. Inspired by his words, the maids eagerly nod in agreement, enthusiastically concluding that the young lady has plenty of brilliant ideas and that they don't need the aunt's snobbish assistance at all. Beatty comes running down the grand hallway with a giant smile, holding her yellow bag and thanking everyone for gathering and believing in her. The maids and butler watch her with warm, adoring eyes, gently pleading with her to slow down so she doesn't trip and fall, their hearts completely filled with absolute trust. Stopping in her tracks with a sweat drop and wide, startled eyes, Beatty wonders what in the world is wrong with everyone's overly emotional and sparkling gazes. Getting straight to business, Beatty stands before the gathered maids and announces that with the banquet fast approaching, she will now introduce the brand new decorative designs to be debuted in the North. Reaching into a crate of thick ropes, Beatty grins brightly and asks the maids if everyone already knows how to handle and work with ropes. With a cheerful tutorial, Beatty demonstrates the technique, guiding them on how to carefully weave and loop the ropes to form a specific pattern. Showing off her completed creation, Beatty proudly presents a beautifully intricate flower-shaped rope ornament woven with master craftsmanship. Beatty encourages the maids, explaining that mastering these basic knots will allow them to create stunning masterpieces, while a maid confidently remarks that it looks much easier than expected since they work with ropes daily. One maid playfully boasts about her rope handling expertise, prompting a chuckle from her colleague as they immediately begin practicing the knots themselves. Beatty smiles warmly, realizing that the Northerners' familiarity with ropes stems from surviving their harsh northern environment, meaning many of them have decades of natural experience. A beautiful, decorative frame introduces the name of this elegant rope-weaving art style as macrame. The narration explains that this art style, which would eventually be known by this name, beautifully embodies the practical, everyday rope-handling traditions of the Northerners. A close-up of thick rope securing a tree trunk highlights how these knots represent a deeply familiar utility and survival skill rather than some completely alien concept. A flashback shows Beatty as a child in her past life, staring out a window and crafting the same design, remembering how this ornament once took the entire empire by storm. Pumping her fist alongside a cute, cheering squirrel, Beatty excitedly declares that she will use this art to decorate the victory banquet and completely shatter the high society prejudices against the North. Prince Aether, wearing his dark blindfold and elegant blue imperial attire, stands quietly inside a beautifully lit castle chamber. Welcoming her warmly, Aether thanks the little lady for accepting his invitation once again and asks if she has been busy lately, to which a nervous Beatty admits she has been a bit preoccupied. As Beatty explains that decorating the banquet hall in a completely new style has been quite time-consuming, a maid politely knocks and announces she has brought tea and cookies for them. Catching a wonderful aroma, Beatty happily recognizes the scent of tuberosum cookies, and the maid proudly confirms that she baked them exactly according to the young lady's special recipe. Beatty beams with joy as she thanks the maid, while the maid politely bows and wishes them a lovely time together as a small white ferret hops down onto the table. Observing the warm interaction, Aether notes that Beatty seems incredibly well loved by everyone at the estate, pointing out that she always speaks using polite, respectful language with all the servants. Looking slightly surprised, Betty softly responds that she feels the same mutual affection and respect for the people around her. Holding a cookie, Beatty explains with a small, quiet expression that if she didn't use polite and respectful language, the adults back in her life wouldn't be pleased with her behavior. Underneath his dark blindfold, Aether freezes in stunned silence, his expression turning deeply serious as he processes her sad reasoning. Confused, Ather questions who she means by adults here, since she treats everyone at the estate so kindly. But Beatty clarifies with a tilt of her head that she was referring to her past life back in the capital, not here in the north. Setting his teacup down with a sharp clink, Ather gently but seriously asks the young lady if she could elaborate more on what her life was truly like when she lived in the capital. Looking slightly hesitant, Beatty sits on the large sofa with her small ferret companion on her head, beginning to recall her memories. Ather asks her to explain who forced her to speak so respectfully, triggering a painful flashback of a cruel maid in the capital dragging young Beatty by her collar, screaming at her for not being a proper noble, threatening her with starvation and violence if she dared to speak without utmost respect. Returning to the present, Beatty quietly nods and says yes, but notices a dark, tense atmosphere settling over Ather, leaving her wondering with a sweat drop if she said something wrong to put him in such a terrible mood. Prince Ather stands in his castle chamber, thinking to himself that the situation is far more serious than he originally believed, as he wonders if Beatty actually remembers the names of all the people who mistreated her. Back on the sofa, Beatty tilts her head and explains that they never let her know their names, so she doesn't know everyone, while a flashback reveals how she was surrounded by silent bystanders and cruel assailants in her past life. Ather suddenly stands up, politely apologizing and asking if it is all right for them to end today's tea time, to which a slightly surprised Beatty quickly agrees. As Ather reaches for the door handle to make his departure, he lets out a quiet, troubled sigh. Turning back with a gentle smile, Ather warmly suggests that they should practice speaking casually, without formal, respectful language in the future, just like when they first met. Beatty is left sitting on the sofa in utter shock and confusion, wondering if it is truly all right for her to speak informally with a prince of the empire. In a busy street alley, a cloaked informant approaches a hooded Ather and hands him a scroll, reporting that this is the latest information, which the prince receives with a calm acknowledgement. Reading the spy reports under his hood, Ather's golden eyes flare with silent fury as he realizes the situation is significantly worse than anything he had heard before. The informant warns the prince that the Duke of Aslan has likely noticed their own informants going to the capital, prompting Ather to ask for confirmation. Slipping the scroll into his robe, the informant decides that it is best to report this matter directly to the Duke just in case, knowing the gravity of the intelligence. Deep in the night, Duke Aslan sits at his desk in his dimly lit study, reviewing documents while surrounded by his guards. A knight hands over a letter explaining that the prince sent these documents, prompting the Duke to squeeze the paper in his fist as he asks in mounting anger if the contents are truly the truth. Throwing the papers in a furious outburst, the Duke demands to know if everything written in the letter is true, and his loyal advisor hesitantly confirms that it is. The advisor hands the Duke another scroll containing the reports from their own spies, urging him to look over the findings. Staring at the scroll with an intense glare, the Duke struggles to accept the truth, telling himself that there is no way the information could be correct. Looking closely at the documents, the Duke's eyes widen in shock as he realizes there is an undeniable amount of overlap between the spy's report and the prince's letter, wondering how he could have missed it for so long. Devastated, the Duke holds the papers, questioning why the doctor's reports sent to him in the past never once mentioned her physical abnormalities and neglect. Overwhelmed by agonizing guilt, the Duke remembers the harsh northern weather that is deadly to a child and recalls the tragic loss of his beloved wife and a crying baby, fearing that he is about to lose someone he loves once again. He recalls a past conversation where he thought the best course of action was to send her back to the capital as soon as possible, even as a teary-eyed Beatty desperately pleaded to stay with him in the north. A single snowflake drifts in the dark, silent background as the Duke regrets that he never truly understood what the young girl needed most from him. Back in the study, the Duke turns to his advisor and issues a stern, cold command to find and bring in everyone who had a hand in abusing his daughter. Sinking into pure, unbridled fury, the Duke fiercely orders his guards to capture the aunt, Cirrus, immediately. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the study are slammed open with a loud crash, drawing the attention of everyone inside. The advisor gasps in surprise at the arrival of the young heir, Carl, who calmly steps into the room and addresses his father. Walking forward with a cold gaze, Carl steps on a crumpled piece of paper and asks his father if he only recently learned the news. Carl smiles sharply, declaring that he has already captured the culprit, while frantic, muffled screams of protest echo from behind him. A guard throws open the doors, dragging in Beatty's aunt, who has been completely bound in thick ropes and gagged with a cloth. The aunt is thrown unceremoniously onto the carpet as the Duke stares down at her with a chilling glare, coldly uttering her name. Looking down at the bound woman, the Duke remarks that he was just planning to visit her and thanks her mockingly for presenting herself. The aunt trembles in absolute terror as the Duke sneers, asking if she is finally ready to receive her reward for how she took care of his daughter. Meanwhile, back in her beautiful bedroom, Beatty happily raises her fists and stretches, celebrating that she managed to make so many wreaths today. Flopping onto her bed with a bright smile, Beatty enthusiastically tells herself that the decorations will be finished tomorrow and that it is now time to prepare the highlight of the banquet. She suddenly halts in surprise, realizing that her father has not actually given her permission to attend the banquet yet. Looking out at the beautiful, starry night sky, Beatty resolves that she will go straight to the Duke's study to ask him for permission. Walking down the quiet, decorated corridor of the estate, Beatty is surprised to hear voices and footsteps, wondering if the meeting is still going on. Approaching the door, Beatty stops as she overhears a desperate, pleading voice from inside, instantly recognizing who it belongs to. Peeking through the crack of the massive doors, Beatty is shocked to see her aunt tied up on the carpet, begging the Duke to untie her. Staring in complete bewilderment, Beatty wonders to herself why in the world her aunt is tied up in ropes. Her aunt desperately cries out, questioning how the Duke could treat her so poorly and asking what her deceased sister in heaven would think of this treatment. Carl grabs the hilt of his sword and draws it, telling her coldly that she is far too noisy whenever she opens her mouth. Pointing his sharp blade directly at the aunt's throat, Carl asks with a menacing expression if he should just execute her right then and there. The Duke calmly raises his hand to stop Carl, stating that he still has many questions to ask her first, and that Carl can kill her after he is done. Carl reluctantly sheaths his weapon, telling his father to make it quick, while the aunt screams in outrage, demanding to know what they think of her life, and asserting that she is still a noble. Stepping forward, the Duke ignores her protests and coldly tells her that it is time to get straight to the main point. Peeking through the door, Beatty is stunned as she hears her father demand to know what she did with all the child support money he sent to the Imperial City. Betty's eyes widen in absolute shock and realization as she wonders if her father had actually been sending money to support her all along. A flashback shows young Beatty in ragged, patched clothes, remembering how she never received a single penny and had to wear the same worn-out outfits full of holes for years. Staring out the window in her past life, Beatty reflects that the hole in her heart could never be sewn up like old clothes, as all she ever truly wanted was the love she never received. Pushing the double doors wide open, Beatty steps into the study and demands to know what is going on, leaving her aunt gasping in sheer shock. The Duke looks back at his daughter with a complicated, protective expression, thinking to himself that he had tried to handle this ugly matter silently to spare her from the pain. Looking up at her father with a mixture of hope and fear, Beatty quietly asks him if he had ever sent her any money. Clenching her small fists tightly against her chest, Beatty begs to know if he had sent support even once in her life. Underneath his golden gaze, Duke Aslan's eyes widen with profound shock and rising sorrow as he hears his daughter's tragic question. Staring down at her with a gentle but firm look, Duke Aslan answers softly that of course he did, because she is his beloved daughter. Deeply shaken, Beatty suffers a painful flashback of her past life, remembering when she was locked up alone in her room, unable to speak, even as her tragic death drew near. In her memories of that lonely past life, Beatty recalls never once blaming her family, living entirely without friends and feeling completely worthless. A flashback reveals a tearful little squirrel fleeing into the trees while a maid screams at it, highlighting the absolute loneliness of Beatty's past life where she felt completely unloved. Returning to the present, Beatty stands frozen as giant, heartbreaking tears well up in her beautiful blue eyes. With a pained expression, the Duke listens as Beatty confesses that she had always believed he chose not to see her because he hated her. Horrified by her words, the Duke immediately pulls Beatty close, asking how she could ever think such a silly thing, while Beatty admits she still felt that way until now. Looking up at her father's sorrowful face, Beatty tearfully asks if his absence was simply because he was unable to make it. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Beatty bursts into loud, agonizing tears, letting out all her years of built-up sorrow. Gently wiping a tear from her face, the Duke looks at her with absolute heartbreak as Beatty tearfully whispers that he never came, not even once. Duke Aslan kneels down to his daughter's eye level, tenderly cradling her face in his hands to comfort her. The Duke explains with a pained expression that he was always guarding the border believing it would keep her safe, and confesses his deep regret for failing to take care of her. Filled with immense guilt, the Duke looks down and admits that he deeply hurt her due to his own foolishness. Placing his hand on her shoulder, the Duke sorrowfully tells Beatty that he has failed as a father and that she doesn't ever have to forgive him. Looking up at her emotional father, Beatty reaches out her tiny hand to gently wipe away his tears. Beauty breaks into a beautiful, radiant smile and wraps her arms around her father's neck, happily embracing him. Smiling brightly, Beatty proudly tells her father that she is not a helpless baby anymore. Duke Aslan gazes at his daughter with a look of pure devotion, deeply moved by her strength and kindness. In a soft, gentle voice surrounded by beautiful flowers, the Duke quietly whispers his sincere apology. Duke Aslan pulls his daughter into a tight, incredibly warm embrace, holding her close to his chest. As Betty happily basks in her father's warm hug, a loud, sarcastic cough suddenly interrupts them, revealing her bound aunt, Cirrus, sitting on the carpet nearby. Bound tightly in heavy ropes, the aunt mockingly remarks that she wants to applaud their touching reunion, but is obviously unable to do so. Turning her gaze to Beatty, the aunt shamelessly asks if the Duke's daughter will finally speak up and defend her now. Clenching her fist in absolute disgust, Beatty wonders how her aunt can be so incredibly shameless when she was the sole reason Beatty lived a life of loneliness and suffering. A dark flashback reveals Beatty's realization that her aunt was the one who separated her from her father, and if it weren't for her cruel actions, Beatty would have never died in her past life. Putting on a desperate, pleading expression, the aunt urges Beatty to hurry up and help her. Beatty looks back at her coldly, rejecting her aunt's claims of raising her by pointing out that she never once felt any genuine care from her. Shocked and outraged by the child's defiance, the aunt screams in disbelief, prompting Beatty to calmly ask if she needs to repeat herself. Standing tall with fierce determination, Beatty stares down her aunt and declares with absolute certainty that she never felt any care from her. Promotional banner for the series featuring two handsome men and a beautiful silver-haired woman holding a dagger. Beatty firmly tells her aunt that she has never received a single favor from her, leaving the woman panicking and wondering why everything is suddenly falling apart. A brief flashback shows the aunt coldly pushing a young, loving Beatty away, highlighting her internal belief that no matter how badly she treated the child, Beatty would always beg for her love. The aunt desperately tries to play nice, asking why her beautiful niece is so angry, but Beatty coldly shuts her down, telling her that talking is completely useless. Standing behind his daughter, Duke Aslan furiously orders his knights to immediately drag the aunt down to the basement. The knights grab the aunt to drag her away as she screams in absolute terror upon hearing the word basement. An ominous vision of the dark, skull-filled dungeon known as the Lion Cave flashes before her eyes, filling her with dread. The aunt struggles violently against the guards, screaming for them to let go and not touch her. Dropping to her knees, the aunt desperately pleads with the Duke, claiming that while she took the money, dragging her to the basement is far too harsh. Duke Aslan glares down at her with terrifying, cold fury, questioning if she truly thinks his punishment is too much. The loyal Knight Pegis steps forward on command, handing the Duke a stack of incriminating documents. Looking over the papers, the Duke lists her severe crimes: embezzlement, abuse of his daughter, colluding with the royal family, and declares that she is officially forbidden from ever returning to the capital. Bound and helpless, the aunt trembles in shock, wondering how the Duke managed to discover her secret plan to take Beatty hostage. The Duke exposes her lies in front of everyone, demanding to know if the Emperor truly plotted to harm a war hero like himself. Squeezing the papers tightly in his fist with mounting rage, the Duke reveals that the letters he sent to Beatty were intercepted and rewritten by the aunt to hide the grim truth. The Duke regrets that he was fooled by the fake replies into thinking Beatty was safe, while a stunned Beatty finally realizes that all of her letters to her father were hidden by her cruel aunt. With a cold wave of his hand, the Duke commands his knights to take the screaming aunt away once and for all. Watching her aunt get dragged away, Beatty finally understands the tragic truth of her past life, that her father's apparent neglect was entirely a misunderstanding manufactured by her aunt. Confused and overwhelmed by the situation, young Beatty folds her hands in front of her dress and mutters to herself that she doesn't know anything about what's going on. Duke Aslan gazes down at his daughter with a look of profound concern, asking her if she is okay, while she thinks back to what happened earlier. Beatty stands with tears welling up in her eyes, struggling to process her emotions as she tries to speak. Duke Aslan gently reminds Beatty that she is indeed his beloved daughter, recounting how every night on the distant battlefield he would look up at the starry sky, longing for the day he could hold her and gently pat her head again. A poignant flashback reveals a lonely young Beatty in her past life, staring up at the starry sky and desperately wishing that her letters to her father would finally be answered. Pulling Beatty close to his chest, the Duke softly apologizes for making her wait so long, begging her to understand his true feelings. Duke Aslan tenderly cradles Beatty's face, warmly declaring that he loves her so deeply that he would willingly sacrifice his own life to protect her. A tear of pure relief and happiness spills from Beatty's large, bright blue eye as she hears her father's loving confession. Cradling his daughter's face, the Duke gently asks Beatty to stop crying because it breaks his heart to see her in pain, prompting Beatty to smile brightly and explain that these are actually tears of joy. Beatty lets out a happy sigh and breaks into a radiant grin, happily promising her father that she will never cry again. Weakened by the intense emotional roller coaster and her heavy crying, Beatty suddenly loses consciousness, falling forward with a soft murmur. Horrified to see his daughter suddenly collapse, Duke Aslan catches her in his arms and panics, desperately shouting for Beatty to wake up. A tense, pitch-black silence fills the corridor as the frantic voices of the Duke and the servants echo, desperately calling for a doctor to treat the young lady immediately. Standing beside Beatty's bed with his arms tightly crossed, the Duke watches his sleeping daughter in silent anxiety, asking the doctor if she is seriously ill. The family physician explains that the young lady merely fainted because her body temperature spiked from crying so heavily, and reassures the Duke that she will wake up soon. In a charmingly simplified style, the doctor playfully reminds the Duke that children are naturally fragile and easily fall ill, reminding him that the young lady is still very small. With a hand resting on his chin, the Duke wonders why she is so fragile, thinking about how both he and his eldest son Carl are incredibly healthy and have never suffered from such weaknesses. Carl's chibi voice chimes in to remind them that the last time Beatty got slightly wet in the rain, she also fell terribly ill, noting that she is far more delicate than the rest of the family. Sitting quietly by his daughter's bedside, the Duke looks down at Beatty and sighs, realizing that because the difference in their physical strength is so vast, it is incredibly difficult for him to gauge just how fragile she truly is. The Duke gently pats Beatty's head as she sleeps, and in her peaceful dreams, the little girl warmly nuzzles against her father's hand and whispers for him. Duke Aslan gazes down at his sleeping daughter with an expression of deep, protective tenderness. Turning his attention to the door, the Duke calls out to his eldest son Carl, who immediately responds. The Duke tells Carl that he is heading down to the basement and instructs him to guard his sister well, but a furious Carl clenches his fists and demands to go along, fiercely declaring that he wants to personally cut the aunt's throat. Turning back to his son, the Duke calmly explains that if Beatty wakes up in an empty room, she will feel incredibly lonely. With a quiet, resolute gaze, the Duke swears to himself that he will never let his precious daughter feel lonely ever again. Carl reluctantly nods and accepts his father's command, asking him to leave the task of guarding Beatty's room entirely to him. Down in the dark, cold basement cells, the bound aunt screams at the iron bars, furiously threatening the guard that she will punish them all when she returns to the capital. Believing she still has leverage, the aunt loudly demands that they tell the Duke to release her, just as the Duke's heavy footsteps echo down the stone corridor. Walking up to the cell, the Duke coldly orders his knight to release the aunt from her chains, and the guard complies. The aunt smugly tells the Duke that she knew he wouldn't believe such ridiculous rumors about her, but her smugness turns to absolute horror when the Duke coldly orders the guards to move her to the torture room. Trembling in sheer terror as she is dragged away, the aunt frantically asks why they are taking her to such a terrifying place, but the Duke coldly replies that he wants to extract the absolute truth from her. Opening the heavy wooden door, the Duke mutters that there is a great deal he wants to ask the Viscount, but since she kept claiming she didn't know anything, he has to take other measures. The dark, blood-splattered torture chamber is revealed, filled with gruesome iron maidens, cages, and chains, as the Duke remarks that it apparently takes a setting like this to make her speak. Pulling on a sharp black leather glove, the Duke glares at her with a chilling, demonic intensity, warning her that he will make her pay back 10 times over for every single ounce of suffering she inflicted upon his beloved daughter. Promotional banner featuring a beautiful silver-haired woman holding a dagger, flanked by 2 handsome men, for the manhwa, I Only Treat Villains. A poignant flashback shows young Beatty sitting on the floor of a dusty library, looking up from her book and wondering what it would actually feel like to live happily with a loving family. Beatty recalls her childhood longing for a warm hug and happy laughter, things she had only ever read about but never actually experienced. Beatty reflects that in her past life, happiness and family love were nothing more than fantasy elements from a fairy tale that she believed she would never get to experience in her own life. Back in the present, a hand gently touches Betty's blanket as a warm, familiar voice softly calls for her to open her eyes. Fluttering her eyes open, Betty slowly wakes up from her long, peaceful slumber. As her vision clears, Beatty is surprised to see her brother Carl standing beside her bed, and she softly calls out to him. Leaning over the bed, Carl eagerly asks her if she is finally awake and how she is feeling, and Beatty quietly replies that she is fine. Hearing her soft response, a rare, incredibly warm and relieved smile spreads across Carl's face. Pointing a teasing finger at her, Carl playfully tells Beatty that her eyes are still incredibly red, joking that if she shapeshifted right now, she would turn into a red-eyed rabbit instead of a squirrel. Pouting with puffed-up cheeks, Beatty angrily protests that she is a squirrel, not a rabbit, prompting a chuckling Carl to apologize for teasing her. Narrowing her eyes in deep suspicion, Beatty glares at her brother and asks if he is actually being sincere. Bursting into cheerful laughter, Carl continues to tease her by calling her a bunny, prompting a frustrated Beatty to internally call him a liar. Leaning over to gently tuck her in, Carl warmly thinks to himself that seeing her annoyed face is so much better than seeing her cry. Tucked in her bed, Beatty looks up at her brother with a mix of suspicion and hope as he promises not to tease her anymore. As the peaceful, warm sunlight streams into the beautiful bedroom, Carl speaks up to grab her attention, and Beatty softly responds. Sitting by Betty's bedside, her brother Carl looks down at her with a concerned and serious expression, asking why she never told him that she was being bullied back in the capital. Looking down sadly at her blankets, Beatty quietly explains that she thought it was only natural for people to mistreat her since most people don't like small animals. Carl gently but firmly explains to Beatty that it is never right to bully or curse at anyone, no matter what. Carl looks intently at Beatty and reassures her that the people who mistreated her are bad, declaring that no one is allowed to treat her that way, and urges her to always tell him if anyone ever tries to hurt her again. The door suddenly clicks open and a foot steps into the room as a voice warmly agrees with Carl's words, declaring that he is absolutely right. Duke Aslan enters the room, adjusting his sleeve as he looks towards Beatty and tells her that she must always inform her family if anything like that ever happens again. Carl turns back to Beatty and determinedly adds that both he and their father will gladly take care of anyone who tries to harm her. Gazing up at her father and brother with wide, shimmering eyes, Beatty realizes that having a family who fiercely protects her is a completely alien concept to her. Sitting up in her bed, Beatty repeatedly nods her head in understanding as her father and brother stand watch over her and ask if she understands. Beatty stands up in her floral nightgown, looking completely wide-eyed and shocked as a sudden realization hits her. Duke Aslan looks surprised when Beatty suddenly insists on meeting her aunt, but Beatty determinedly explains that she heard her aunt stole all the money her father had sent for her. Clenching her fist with a fiery determination, Beatty declares that she must get her stolen money back, leaving her father looking both surprised and incredibly touched by her sudden burst of spirit. Betty blinks in confusion as she is told that her father has already taken back everything her aunt stole, and she wonders in surprise at the comment that she and her father look quite similar. As books and scattered papers float in her mind, her father reassures her that she doesn't need to go in person because he will send his own men to retrieve all of her hidden books. Looking up eagerly, Beatty pleads with her father to let her go, arguing that since she lived with her aunt for so long, she would be useful and wants to personally take care of the matter. Betty's expression turns blank and hilariously shocked when Carl casually agrees that dealing with enemies personally is a family trait, calmly promising to slit the aunt's throat once they confirm the medicine she brought. Looking completely baffled, Beatty wonders why they are talking about medicine when she isn't even sick, while Carl continues to frown, noting that the aunt didn't even mention Beatty's physical condition. Carl explains that he heard Beatty's insomnia has worsened since her time in the capital, and notes that she has been weak since birth, asking her what kind of medicine her aunt had actually brought for her. Carl explains that the second prince, Litter, reportedly awakened his magical abilities and used them to create a special medicine that is capable of healing wounds. When Beatty asks what an inherent ability is, Carl patiently explains that it is a natural power that everyone possesses, comparing it to how lions are naturally born with great physical strength. Looking down with a crestfallen expression, Beatty sadly wonders to herself why she doesn't seem to possess any special abilities of her own. Carl gently pats Beatty's head to comfort her, warmly reassuring her that her squirrel traits are already very unique, and explains that since everyone's power awakens at different times, hers simply hasn't awakened yet. Feeling comforted by her brother's kind words, Beatty brightens up with a radiant smile and happily promises that she will do her best to try. In her heart, Beatty sadly recalls that in her past life, she was never able to manifest any abilities even up to her coming-of-age ceremony, confirming to herself that she truly doesn't have any powers. Carl gently tells Beatty that it is getting late and promises that she can go wherever she wants once they find the proper medicine to stabilize her condition, to which she obediently agrees. Carl gently grips the door handle to leave, bidding her a good night as he quietly closes the door. Standing by the doorway, Duke Aslan and Carl warmly wish Beatty a good night and sweet dreams, prompting a bright, happy response from the smiling little girl. As they walk down the dark, dimly lit corridor of the estate, Duke Aslan calls out to Carl and grants him full permission to go to their mansion in the capital and do absolutely whatever he wants. Carl looks back at his father with a sharp, dangerous glint in his eyes, asking if he can kill everyone who bullied his sister and burn the mansion to the ground, to which the Duke coldly replies that Carl can do whatever pleases him. With a chilling, bloodthirsty smirk spreading across his face, Carl resolves that he will personally carry out every single thing he desires. Standing out on her balcony under the starry night sky, Beatty rests her chin on her hand and thoughtfully wonders why her aunt would bother bringing medicine for her, especially one with supposedly special healing effects. A dark, chilling memory reveals the horrifying truth about the second prince, that Litter's true inherent ability is actually poison, not healing. As Beatty mutters to herself about how incredibly strange the situation is, a mysterious voice suddenly speaks up from the darkness, asking her what she finds so strange. Hearing the familiar voice, Beatty gasps in surprise and quickly looks up towards the sky, catching sight of a large, dark wing. Beauty beams with pure delight and reaches her arms out as her massive black dragon friend, Atel, swoops down from the night sky to greet her. As Atel lands, he curiously asks Beatty about her own special ability, prompting her to explain that her father told her everyone's power is unique. When Beatty innocently asks Atel what his own ability is, the dragon reflects that sharing one's inherent ability is normally reserved only for family or lovers, and that he would usually find such a question incredibly rude. Looking at Beatty's bright, glittering eyes and hopeful face, Adel realizes that he could never bring himself to be angry or cold towards her. Leaning down close to the balcony, Atel softly asks Betty to keep it a secret and not tell anyone, and she happily promises that she won't tell a single soul. A magical blue constellation circle glows in the sky as Atel explains that his kind possesses abilities related to astronomy, allowing them to control weather elements like rain, thunder, and fog. Bee happily claps her hands together as she realizes that's how he always manages to hide himself in the clouds, and Atel softly agrees that his powers extend far beyond just clouds. Beatty wonders if Atel possesses multiple inherent powers, while the dragon quietly notes that such powers are never meant to be used for petty revenge. Atel explains that he was simply born exceptionally powerful, unlike most others, prompting Beatty to thoughtfully wonder if the second prince, Litter, really possessed that much magical power as well. Catching herself before saying his name, Beatty asks the dragon if he knows anything about the second prince, and Atel confidently confirms that he does. Underneath a blood-splattered sky, Atel's voice grimly reveals that as far as he knows, the second prince's true and terrifying power is actually poison. Atel is puzzled and wonders how Beatty could possibly know about Leader, thinking that the public believes his ability is healing or non-poison, as Beatty explains that her aunt brought a medicine supposedly made by the prince. Atel finds the situation highly suspicious, noting that since Leader's power is poison, it makes no sense for him to create medicine, and adds that it is his first time hearing that the prince has even awakened his powers or gained enough strength for revenge. Restless and worried, Beatty leans over the balcony railing, realizing how incredibly odd this is, but lamenting that she has absolutely no proof to back up her suspicions. Against a dark, starry night sky, Beatty asks Adel if he is capable of performing a certain task for her. Down in the dark, cold prison cell, the aunt sits slumped against the wall, continuously mumbling to herself in despair as a guard stands watch outside the iron bars. Sitting slumped in her dark, dirty prison cell, the aunt looks bitter and resentful, grumbling that Beatty is an evil, ungrateful child for not even bothering to show up when her own aunt is locked down here. Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors of the cell click open and Duke Aslan enters in his red and gold noble uniform as a guard remarks that she is indeed his daughter by blood. Duke Aslan coldly commands his guard to take the aunt out of the cell, leaving her looking completely shocked and terrified. Looking up at the formidable Duke, the aunt gasps in sheer terror as she addresses him. Trembling with fear, the aunt desperately pleads that she already confessed all of her sins during the previous interrogation, but Duke Aslan coldly replies that he isn't the one who wants to speak with her today. Duke Aslan announces that it is actually his daughter who wants to speak with her, and Beatty, cute and smiling, peeks out from behind her father's red cape to greet her aunt. The aunt's face twists with rage as she glares at Beatty and shouts at her for finally showing up. Duke Aslan's sharp yellow eyes glare down threateningly at the aunt, coldly demanding what is with her hostile attitude towards his daughter. Terrified by the Duke's chilling gaze, the aunt instantly throws herself to the ground, bowing deeply and frantically apologizing, claiming she must have temporarily lost her mind. Standing beside her father, Beatty steps forward and addresses her kneeling aunt, politely asking about the medicine she reportedly brought for her. The aunt nervously smiles and claims it is a precious medicine she obtained thanks to the imperial family, but Beatty leans in and darkly questions if it is truly medicine, or if it is actually poison. The aunt plays dumb, sweating profusely as she stammers in confusion, while internally cursing in panic that the clever girl noticed the truth so quickly. The aunt sinisterly reflects on how the drug, crafted from the second prince's unique poison ability, remains dormant in the victim's body until commanded to spread, leaving no trace in standard toxin tests. Sweating in sheer desperation, the aunt continues to deny the accusations, pleading that she would never do such a horrible thing to her niece. Beatty thoughtfully taps her chin and notes that if it truly isn't poison, then she has a simple solution to prove it. With a bright, innocent smile, Beatty cheerfully asks her aunt if she would be willing to drink the medicine herself, leaving the aunt completely horrified and speechless. Looking down coldly at her trembling aunt, Beatty realizes that the woman is failing to control her rising panic, confirming that Atel's warning was absolutely correct. Beatty recalls her earlier conversation under the starry sky, remembering the moment she wondered if she should let her aunt test the medicine. In the flashback, Beatty stands on the balcony with the massive black dragon Atel, wondering what they should do if the precious medicine actually turns out to be real. Under the starry night sky, Atel speaks up from the darkness, asking Beatty if she has forgotten exactly what kind of powerful man her father truly is. Atel gently reassures Beatty that once Duke Aslan sets his mind to something, there is absolutely nothing in this world he cannot accomplish, urging her to trust him and try it. Looking down with determination, Beatty clenches her small hands into tight fists, resolving that she will place her absolute faith in her father. Returning to the present, Beatty confidently holds up the round glass bottle filled with swirling pink potion, demanding her aunt to drink it immediately. Beatty taunts her hesitant aunt, pointing out that she wouldn't hesitate to drink it if it were actually real healing medicine. The aunt panics and sweat, realizing she's in deep trouble because drinking the potion would poison her own body, and she struggles to find a way out of her dilemma. In her mind, the aunt trembles as she is confronted by the terrifying images of both Duke Aslan and a cold noblewoman, knowing that choosing either path leads to her doom. Realizing that she has no way out if she wants to survive this moment, the aunt reaches a desperate breaking point. With a panicked scream, the aunt suddenly swipes her arm, knocking the glass bottle out of Betty's hand as the little girl gasps in shock. The glass bottle shatters on the cold stone floor, splashing purple potion everywhere as the terrified aunt finally breaks down and confesses that it is indeed poison and she was lying. Duke Aslan's face darkens with a deadly, furious glare as his yellow eyes burn with pure rage, demanding to know how she dared to try and poison his daughter. Prostrating herself flat on the floor, the aunt trembles in absolute terror as she begs for mercy, promising to accept any punishment, to which Duke Aslan coldly holds her to her word. Duke Aslan unsheaths his silver sword with a cold, merciless expression, declaring that he will take her life right here and now. As the Duke points his sharp blade directly at the aunt's face, Beatty suddenly grabs her father's red cape, pleading with him to wait. Duke Aslan gently tells Beatty to leave the room since she shouldn't feel pity for someone so vile, but Beatty firmly explains that she doesn't feel pity, but simply believes that killing her won't make things any better. Reaching into her bag, Beatty pulls out a folded document and smiles brightly, declaring that she plans to take something far more valuable than her aunt's life. The aunt looks up with deep suspicion, wondering what could possibly be more valuable than her own life, while Beatty cheerfully explains that she was only able to secure it thanks to her aunt's own actions. The aunt is completely baffled as Beatty begins listing her crimes, starting with the theft of Beatty's financial support. Standing with her father towering behind her, Beatty confidently lists the rest of the crimes, including forging documents, child abuse, neglect, and finally, unsuccessful assassination. Grabbing her aunt's collar in a burst of cartoonish anger, Beatty fiercely declares that her aunt must pay for all of her crimes in gold coins through the Empire's official compensation system. The official compensation system scroll appears, explaining that anyone who causes harm or damage to others must fully repay their victim in material assets. Beatty explains that with the careful help of her older brother Anatole, she spent the night thoroughly calculating the exact financial compensation her aunt owes. The aunt laughs arrogantly, mocking the Duke's supposedly poor financial situation for needing to steal from a viscountess, thinking that only her money is at stake. Beatty looks back with a flat expression and explains that the gold in her safe is nowhere near enough, so she will be taking over the property rights of her expensive mansions, including the one near the capital. Beatty firmly adds that the aunt's future noble pension will also be permanently redirected and paid to the Duke. With a bright smile, Beatty drops the final blow, cheerfully adding that they will also strip her of her noble title of Viscountess, leaving the aunt utterly pale and horrified. The aunt leaps up in sheer panic, screaming and asking what they could possibly do with her title, but Beatty calmly explains that since she cannot cover the massive compensation, her title must be confiscated. A stark announcement confirms the devastating reality of the aunt's punishment. She is officially no longer a member of the nobility. Holding her head in complete despair, the aunt trembles and screams in denial, insisting that she was born into nobility and will remain noble until her dying day. The aunt desperately recalls how her noble title was the only thing that made her feel superior to others, as she pictures her former glamorous life looking down on her maids. Handcuffed and weeping, the aunt desperately grabs Beatty's sleeve, begging her niece to show mercy. But Beatty looks down at her with a cold, unflinching gaze, declaring that this is the best way to handle people like her. The aunt sneers bitterly at Beatty, stating she never knew the young girl could be so evil, before desperately trying to use Beatty's deceased mother as leverage, claiming her mother loved her dearly and that Beatty shouldn't do this to her. Desperately clasping her chained hands, the aunt stammers that Beatty's mother trusted her so much that she even asked her to take care of Beatty before she passed away, but Beatty coldly cuts her off to ask why she would betray that trust. Standing beside her father, Beatty furiously demands how her aunt could dare throw away her mother's precious belongings, refusing to let the trembling woman run from her responsibilities after having fully calculated her assets. As glittering jewels and the grand Viscountess mansion are shown, Beatty notes that all the expensive expansions and luxurious treasures her aunt acquired were only possible because she heartlessly sold off her mother's belongings. Tears of rage streaming down her face, Beatty screams in cartoonish anger at her aunt, calling her a traitor for constantly bad-mouthing her mother despite having stolen so much from her. Clenching her fists, Beatty determinedly reaches inside her bag, declaring that she is going to reclaim every single thing that her aunt stole from her mother. With a dramatic flourish against a sparkling floral background, Beatty proudly holds up a rolled parchment document, shouting that she will do it with this. The aunt panics in cold sweat, standing in shock as to why Beatty possesses her identity papers, while Beatty explains that she easily found them hidden under the jewelry box alongside the family head's ring. Bathed in a soft green glow and surrounded by delicate lilies, the magical parchment paper begins to float gracefully into the air with a gentle whoosh. Raising her arms high, Beatty recalls that the unique identity document can only be destroyed using the family head's ring, which is said to curse anyone outside of the true bloodline who tries to wear it. Confident that the Sierras bloodline running through her veins will protect her, Beatty carefully slides the golden ring set with a glowing pink gem onto her small finger. As soon as the ring is on Beatty's finger, a brilliant beam of holy blue light pierces down from the heavens, accepting her as the true matriarch of the family. Crackles of dark lightning surge through the magic paper, disintegrating it as the aunt screams in sheer terror, desperately begging Beatty to stop what she is doing. The magical paper turns to ash and floats away, leaving the aunt's desperate screams echoing in vain as she denies the reality of losing her noble status. Glaring with tearful resentment, the aunt curses Beatty for dragging her to hell and asks what more she could possibly want, to which Beatty calmly replies that she is merely taking back what was stolen. Leaving her disgraced aunt weeping on the cold dungeon floor, Beatty turns and walks away with Duke Aslan, telling her aunt to give up the Cirrus mansion and live out her life without assets or a noble title. Duke Aslan looks down at his daughter and asks if she will truly be okay with this, and Beatty looks back with a bright, confident smile, assuring him that it will work out perfectly. As they step out of the heavy iron doors of the prison cell, Duke Aslan silently reflects on how his young daughter truly possesses a kind and merciful soul. Duke Aslan's sharp yellow eyes glint with a predatory, cold light as he internally resolves that they absolutely cannot let this wicked prey escape so easily. Walking away, Duke Aslan tells his guard that he will take Beatty back first and coldly commands the guard to transfer the disgraced Viscountess to that room once they leave. Profiled in a dark shadow, Duke Aslan coldly notes that such a fate is actually a merciful punishment for a vile criminal who dared to insult both his late wife and his beloved daughter. The heavy prison gate slams shut with a loud crash as the guard demands the aunt to get up, but she miserably refuses, sobbing that she would rather die than face the world as a commoner. Grabbing her shoulder, the guard coldly responds that she won't have to worry about that because she will never get to see the outside world again, leaving the aunt in utter confusion. Shivering with fear, the aunt frantically asks the guard why they are leading her deeper down into the dark stone stairwells of the castle. A dark shadow looms over the terrified aunt as a monstrous clawed hand suddenly strikes her down in the pitch-black dungeon, forcing a painful gasp from her lips. Surrounded by scattered skulls and skeletons on the dusty stone floor, the aunt desperately bangs against the iron bars, screaming that this is completely different from what her niece had promised. Clinging to the bars of her dark cell, the aunt screams for the guards to tell her when she will be released, but she freezes in terror as a massive dark shadow begins to creep up behind her alongside a low, rumbling growl. Spinning around in the dim, blood-stained darkness of the cell, the aunt gasps in sheer horror at the terrifying entity looming in the shadows. In the darkness, a massive reptilian claw reaches out for the screaming aunt, as narration reveals that a beast does not allow its prey to feel pain, taking its breath in one quick blow as she screams in agony. Standing in the grand stone hallway of the castle, Duke Aslan looks out toward the towering structures, his back turned to the audience in silent, dark contemplation. Duke Aslan calmly asks the guard if the food has been thrown in, and the guard confirms that it is done and everything is now completely over. A grim pool of fresh red blood splatters across the dark dungeon floor next to a skull, while Duke Aslan coldly commends the guard for a job well done. With the grim task finally complete, Duke Aslan quietly turns and walks away, disappearing into the dark shadows of the castle corridor. In a grand room by a window overlooking the starry night sky, a beautiful noblewoman with long silver-purple hair and yellow snake-like eyes frowns as she learns that their agent was discovered by Purina. A hooded informant kneels before the silver-haired queen, reporting that they lost all contact after their agent was thrown into the basement prison of Gong Gong, prompting the queen to angrily call them stupid for failing to investigate the snake man's poison. Impatiently tapping her hand against the velvet armchair, the queen sighs in frustration, realizing that the duke will almost certainly suspect the royal family is behind the poisoning attempt. Sitting regally in her lavish salon, the queen commands her kneeling informant to spread the lie that the royal poison was stolen by a stranger, firmly declaring that the royal family has never harmed anyone. Leaning her cheek against her gloved hand, the queen reflects that they were so close to finally removing the duke's young cubs, whom she views as a constant thorn in her side. Flashback scenes show Duke Aslan riding a white horse through a cheering crowd after winning the Great War, as narration explains that the people praised the duke instead of the royal family, making him a threat that had to be eliminated. Hooded assassins are shown plotting from the shadows, while the duke stands over a pile of defeated attackers, determined to keep his young son safe from the royal family's endless attacks. A framed portrait of a sweet, orange-haired young princess is shown, as the narration reveals that Duke Aslan's only true weakness was his daughter's fragile, weak body. Sickly and pale, the young princess is shown suffering in bed, having been secretly injected with a unique royal poison that only the royal family's snake beastmen could detoxify. Desperate to save his dying daughter, Duke Aslan was forced to bow before the smug royal family members, who would temporarily detoxify the princess just to keep the golden lion as their loyal puppet. Back in the present, the queen sighs deeply, lamenting that such a perfect opportunity to control the duke has been utterly ruined by a stupid mistake. Standing beside her chair, her young pink-haired son Lighter looks down and asks his mother if his poison ability can be of any help to her. The queen looks at her young son Leader, noting that while he lacks confidence in his own abilities, he possesses a deadly, chilling expression in his yellow snake eyes. Narration reveals that the first prince blocked Litter's dual beastman abilities out of fear of his immense potential, but they were able to awaken his poison power by feeding him rare black market singums. Patting her son's head, the queen gently reassures Leader that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the poison medicine he crafted for her. Hugging her son warmly, the queen smiles gently and urges him to cheer up, though her yellow eyes burn with a sinister glare as she vows that next time they will hold the duke's neckleash in their hands. In a complete contrast to the dark scheming, young Beatty sits happily on the back of a giant fluffy brown lion beast, cheerfully scratching its back as it purrs contentedly. "Aren't you afraid of animals? At that time when you saw the dogs, you were so scared." Beatty: "Those guard dogs? Beatty nervously sweat drops as she recalls the memory of 3 savage dark hounds growling aggressively at her. Beatty: "They attacked me. But this one is so friendly. It is well trained, too. Look, it really likes me." Narration: to everyone's surprise, all the giant lions follow the young girl affectionately. "Oh, right, Your Highness. It is a bit late, though, but thank you very much for this time. I heard that Your Highness also inquired about what happened in the capital. Beatty, if there is anything I can do for you, please tell me. I will definitely respond." "Ather, you can do something for me?" Beatty: "Yes." Resting his hand against his chin, a subtle, charming smile plays across Ether's face as he contemplates her offer. "Ather, can we call each other by name familiarly? From now on, I won't call you Your Highness, but my brother. Carl, go away." "Carl, who are you to want to be her brother?" "Ather, because of her, I ran with my bare feet. Isn't it enough for me to be considered her brother?" "Carl, want to die? Who allowed you?" "Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days. Where did you go?" "Carl, I had some small business to do." Narration: while Carl laughs off his absence, a dark flashback reveals he was busy executing annoying servants and burning down the entire count's mansion. Carl: "If I tell you, I'll probably get scolded." Beatty: "What is it?" "Uther, so can you call me Brother Uther?" Carl: "So annoying." Beatty: wait a minute. Beatty, I'm sorry, but I can't." Ather: "What?" Beatty: "Instead, I will definitely follow your other orders." Ather: I said I would listen to all of your orders, but changing my words immediately makes me feel a bit embarrassed." She kept avoiding my eyes. "Is that order so obnoxious that you have to avoid my eyes? If you don't like it, I won't ask for anything." Your eyes smile while looking at me. Unlike for others, please don't let them go. If you don't like to call me by my name, you can call me by another comfortable nickname. Beatty: "What? It is okay to call you by your name?" Ather? Beatty: "Your Highness Ather, I don't hate calling you by your name." Ather: "Oh, so calling me Ather is okay, but calling me brother is a bit hard?" Beatty: "Yes, I am afraid of a misunderstanding." "What? So that's it? So we can call each other by our names, right?" Beatty: "Yes, of course. Are you so happy that you smile like that?" Beatty: Wait. Beatty: "To have Carl as my brother." Brother: "Why are you eavesdropping?" Ather: "Wow, is this the lovely little sister in the legend?" Brother Carl sounds good. Don't mess up that word. Carl: "Also, why are you always teasing her?" Teasing? I didn't do that. I didn't know, so I asked. Wherever I go, it happens. Narration: flashbacks reveal that Ather has a habit of unintentionally attracting drama and getting pursued by dramatic ladies everywhere he goes. Ather: "I am so resentful. I really did nothing. Even if your misunderstanding is true, my little sister is still just a pure sister." Beatty: Sister? Brother? Your Highness Ather? Carl: "What are you two talking about?" Ather: "Nothing. Have you played enough with the lions?" Beatty: "Yes, let's go home." Carl: "Well, so we shall go home too." Beatty: "Yes." Carl: "Let's go." Ather: "Hey, you! The words that you only treat the little furtail as a sister? Don't forget it." "I'll keep my word." Brother: "Looks like Seolpung is sleepy too." Author. Carl is overprotective of her. I'm okay. Aren't you sleepy? Aether. My star, really. A good friend and a lovely little sister. Beatty. Your Highness Aether, hurry up. Carl. Let him go. Aether. Only the princess cares about me. Against a backdrop of glowing city skyscraper lights, a handsome young man wearing glasses tenderly embraces a beautiful lady in a romantic pose. Beatty. The preparation is all over. Beatty. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to do it since I had been busy for a while, but thanks to the help of my brother and His Highness Atel, everything went well. Beatty. Your Highness Atel, according to a person from the capital, how does this macrame style look? Please be honest, just say it. Oh? About that? If you say so, I'll raise my opinion. Honestly, I was quite surprised. I didn't think I would find this kind of elegance in the north. This place does give off a sense of dryness and stiffness. What? Beatty. As expected, I was hoping for an answer like that. The more prejudice you have, the brighter you'll see the light. Beatty. I wanted to completely change everyone's prejudice about the north. No one can look down on the north anymore. On the long-awaited day of the grand banquet, noble guests gasps in absolute amazement as they enter the beautifully decorated hall. Guest. Oh my. Countess, what is this? Am I really at a party in the north? Noblewoman. Madam. Noblewoman. You're also here, Countess. It's an honor to meet you. Countess. Yes, it's been a while. Oh, hey. What's with all of this? I've never seen it before. It's macrame style. The guests are all talking about this. Countess. I feel sorry for the Duke when saying this, but he's always had old-fashioned decorations. But I was taken aback by this style. Noblewoman. He is such a lame guy. Noblewoman 1. If you look closely, you can see each string's shape. Noblewoman 2. Oh my, really? How sophisticated. Beatty, I knew it'd be a success. I really made it. I really like this style, and I'll use it at my birthday party in the spring, so the people in the East will witness it for the first time. So now, all that's left is this. Father gave me a chance, so I must not make any mistakes. Announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the owner of the castle, Duke Aslan. Duke Aslan. After a long war, victory is finally ours. Duke Aslan. It's such a meaningful night, being able to raise a toast with you guys. Duke Aslan. Talking about the memories of this victory, I must mention my daughter. Duke Aslan. When there was a huge issue in supply and it affected the battle in the long term, my daughter's discovery of a new use for tuberosum saved so many soldiers' lives. Thanks to her, not only were we able to stop our enemies, Duke Aslan, and though my daughter is still young, she always thinks about people and finds ways to help them. She has such a kind heart. Narrator. 30 minutes later, the Duke continues to brag endlessly about his daughter. Duke Aslan. Come to think of it, she's always been an extraordinary child since birth. About the year she was born? Stop! We know that your daughter is cute, but please stop. Sir, it's time to show everyone what the lady prepared. Duke Aslan. Is it the time already? I understand. Duke Aslan. Please pay attention. Duke Aslan, that child over there, Beatty Aslan, has prepared a present for everyone, so I hope you'll like it. Guests, a present? The lady? Guests. Oh my, so adorable. I can see why the Duke's a fool for his daughter. Beatty, please excuse me. Hello, nice to meet everyone. I'm Beatty Aslan. Beatty, this is the gift that I've prepared. It's herbal tea. Your expressions tell me your thoughts. What's that disgusting green liquid? This is the herbal tea made from wormut herb that only grows on the mountain. It's really good for your health. Normally, green things don't taste good, but Beatty, there's sugar on top and it will melt when there's fire and then it will turn into a beautiful yellow color. This is just a magic performance. You'll just need to dissolve the sugar when you use it. Herbal tea. The herbal tea is golden, just like Suen's eyes. It's directly aimed at the people who love Suen. Narrator, it will become a specialty in the north. Beatty, it's a local product that has good taste, amazing functions, and great aesthetics. Now please try it. It's good for dealing with tiredness. Oh, my mind became clearer. And it also tastes great. And its color makes me feel like I'm drinking gold. Beatty, actually, it was prepared to be an emergency fund for when I get kicked out after my coming-of-age ceremony. But Beatty, it's not necessary anymore since I have my loving family by my side. Still, I can't give up my dream of becoming a businesswoman. With this method, I'll attract my customers. I must get them on next time. Guest, lady, can I try it? Beatty, of course, there's still plenty. Everyone can take a look around now that I've introduced the herbal tea. Beatty, wow, everyone's having a great time, just like in the story. This is what a banquet should be like. Beatty, I've never been to a banquet in my previous life. My eyes keep closing. Duke Aslan, my child, you must be sleepy. Let's return to your room. Beatty, I'm not. I want to stay for a while longer. Duke Aslan, you can barely open your eyes. I'll host a celebration like this whenever you like, so just go to sleep. Beatty, whenever I like? Duke Aslan, yes, not just celebrations, but anything. You just need to say a word. I can even harvest stars in the sky for you. There's one thing that I want. Duke Aslan, all right, tell me. Do you want a gold horse? Beatty, huh? Duke Aslan, isn't it a horse, then a new mansion? Or do you want a new country? Beatty, I want a letter. Letter. Duke Aslan, a letter? Beatty, yes, just like the one you sent last time. I don't mind if it's short. I just want a letter that you wrote. Beatty, I wonder if he thought this is too sudden. But, narrator, I never got a response from father. I'd be so happy if you wrote a letter while thinking of me. Duke Aslan, I understand. That's not hard to do. I'll think of you and write a letter. Beatty, really? Beatty flashes a brilliant, joyful smile, utterly delighted by her father's promise. Duke Aslan, don't you need anything else? Like a carriage made of gold? Beatty, I'm really fine. Damn it, I can't believe this. My plans are all ruined, all because of her. She's such a pain in my eye. I'll make her pay for standing in my way. Narrator, clinging happily to her loving father, Beatty laughs with pure joy, completely unaware of the malicious eyes watching her from the shadows. Teacher, I'll step on that smiley face as cruelly as possible. Beatty, all night? No, not like that, not like that. All right. All right. Well done, you're getting used to talking without the honorifics. Thanks to all your hard work and practice. Beatty, really? You're flattering me. Oops, thanks. It's more difficult than I think. That's because you haven't gotten used to it much. Let's practice together. Narrator, while the two practice, Carl and Duke Aslan sit nearby, glaring intensely with dark, jealous expressions. Hey, you reptile, why are you still here? Aren't you gonna leave? Beatty, brother, why did you say that to my friend? Agent, my lady, I'm scared. No, Beatty, it's all an act. Carl, you prick, come right here, you hear me? Agent, my lady. Beatty, can you two live in? This is the letter sent from the royal family. Subordinates report to the blonde-haired leader sitting at his desk. What's it about? He asks. His official replies, they said they regret what happened this time regarding the royal family's use of Vidocq and claim that they were also victims of stolen Vidocq. The handsome blonde-haired young man with yellow eyes looks on thoughtfully. Intriguing. A victim, huh? He murmurs, skeptical of their claims. Writing at his desk, the leader looks up to ask, what about the progress of the thing I ordered? His subordinate bows respectfully and replies, everything is ready, Your Majesty. A large-scale map shows the trade route and a castle under embargo. The narrator explains, from now on, all trade products between the Lassen Kingdom and the Rukal Kingdom will no longer be allowed in the imperial city. Furthermore, since most of these trade products must pass through the northern mountain route, it is predicted that the royal family will suffer a massive loss from this embargo. The officials discuss the severe political fallout. The future of the upcoming royal banquet is vague, one notes. The other replies, that is why famous products from Lassen and Rukal, such as silk or gold items, will be cut down. With a cheerful expression, the official gestures during the discussion. But reusing decorations from the previous banquet will make it appear pathetic. But another subordinate voices his concerns. Isn't imposing an embargo a bit extreme? The king directly wrote the letter of grievance, and we could not find any evidence for this either. Gripping a piece of paper, the blonde leader interrupts with a dark, intense gaze. Right, we are not sure yet, so let's stop for now. The leader slams his fist onto the wooden desk, leaving deep cracks in its surface. Assuming there is clear evidence that the royal family had a hand in the case, the subordinate looks on in absolute shock, thinking, and there goes another table. Hoping to diffuse the tension, the official sweat drops and raises a finger with a nervous smile. I have to calm His Majesty down. He speaks aloud. I suddenly remember that the ruberosum recipe made by the young lady was met with a very warm reception from the public. The other officials quickly join in to help change the subject. Isn't it the ruberosum soup? That dish is delicious when eaten in winter. Another adds, luckily her lady prepared for the winter long ago, especially since the price of cereals is rocketing nowadays. Sneaking a glance at the leader's proud and satisfied face, the official smiles in relief. Let's see His Majesty's expression. It works every time. Thank you, young lady, for bringing us peace. Crossing his arms as the officials continue to talk, the leader smiles softly as he thinks, hearing the official say so, she sure is special. Not long ago, she was just a small pea. Against a cute background adorned with flowers and stars, a tiny orange and white squirrel-like baby is shown sleeping peacefully. In a flashback, the young man in his imperial uniform stares in complete awe at the tiny squirrel lying on a small cushion on his desk. So tiny, super tiny, he marvels. The young man stands nervously, looking at the sleeping creature. Stasha told me to take care of this and left, but she is so tiny that I don't dare to touch her. He slowly extends his large hand toward her, sweating nervously. She might be hurt if I touch her arbitrarily. The tiny squirrel wakes up and lets out a small squeak, staring curiously at his large hand. Squeak? To his absolute surprise, the tiny squirrel climbs right onto his palm. Gasps in shock. She climbs on my hand? What should I do? Should I stay still? He gently balances her, completely frozen. She is on my hand, but I can barely feel any weight. Did she eat well? But why does she keep running around? The little squirrel suddenly stops running and looks up at him with massive, sparkling eyes. Stop. She happily curls up into a tiny ball and goes right back to sleep on his hand. He is completely stunned. The young man blushes bright red, deeply touched by the sight. How adorable, he screams internally. With a gentle smile, he softly strokes her back with his index finger. Sweet dreams, my little baby. The tiny squirrel stirs with a sleepy squeak, and the young man immediately panics. Squeak? He whispers. My bad. I didn't mean to wake you up. The squirrel happily nuzzles her cheeks against his fingers, squeaking with pure joy. Squeak, squeak. The young man brings the tiny, affectionate creature close to his cheek. I can give up everything for this lovely baby, the narrator declares. Back in the present, the blonde-haired ruler smiles determinedly as he writes at his desk. My determination doesn't change, even now that she has grown up. He looks up and orders his subordinate, Pieces. The gray-haired official replies, yes. The ruler continues, we must reward her. Prepare a list. Suddenly, the doors swing open. Beatty, in her beautiful red dress, enters alongside her father. Are you here, father? Are you in the middle of a meeting? Seeing the officials, Beatty quickly apologizes. My condolences, I will come here later. But the blonde leader immediately stands up from his desk. There is no need. The meeting is over. Beatty looks surprised. Really? Beatty smiles brightly and walks in, holding her yellow bag. It's not a big deal. It's just that I want to tell you something. Meanwhile, the officials quietly slip out of the room. She presents a glowing green potion bottle. I brought the Wormit potion, enhanced with fatigue recovery. The leader is touched and asks, did you bring it on purpose because you thought of me? Beatty proudly confirms, I did. Beatty's dark-haired father stands beside her, looking slightly jealous. Beatty, what about me? Sweat dropping, Beatty quickly reassures him, I will make one for you later. Also, Beatty rummages through her big yellow shoulder bag. Strange. I remember putting it in. Suddenly, papers begin to spill out. She gasps. Her father looks down and asks, Beatty, what in your bag did you drop? Beatty frantically tries to catch the falling papers, shouting, no, don't look at it, while the blonde leader watches in surprise. Papers fly everywhere as Beatty screams in panic. Why did it have to be dropped now, right in front of father? A cute illustration shows Beatty flanked by her two protective father and brother figures wearing animal ears, all looking surprised. Beatty lunges to scoop up the papers before anyone can see them. No good. Hurry up before father sees me. A cascade of letters scatters all over the carpeted floor as a chibi-style Betty stands frozen in utter shock. Beatty's face turns bright red with embarrassment, and her squirrel ears pop out of her hair in surprise. She frantically tries to reassure herself. Calm down. Maybe he will think they're not letters, but just ordinary papers. To her horror, her father and the leader easily identify them. Letters, letters again, and another letter. Beatty sweat drops, thinking, they surely have good vision. Beatty blushes deeply as she crouches down. I should pick them up. Her father kneels beside her and offers, let me help you. Picking up one of the papers, her father reads it and looks confused. What's this? Isn't this father's handwriting? Why do you have this? Beatty quickly snatches the letter away with a red face. This? Holding the letter close to her chest with a sweet, blushing smile, Beatty admits, this is a precious treasure that father wrote to me. Clutching the letter tightly, she thinks, I know it's kind of weird to keep letters like this, but it's really a treasure to me. A dreamlike background shows Beatty sitting down to read the letters. The letters say, it's getting cold. Remember to dress warmly and don't catch a cold. The stars are so bright that I miss you even more. Do you sleep well? If you are afraid to sleep alone, you can come to me at any time. Her father gently reaches out and takes the letter, a warm, touched expression softening his face. I didn't know that you appreciated them that much. Panel decorated with purple flowers and a white speech bubble. Text, for you, every day later on. Duke Aslan, a handsome, blonde-haired man with yellow eyes, holds a letter. Text, no, I will write 10 times a day for you. Close-up of Beatty with her orange hair and large purple eyes, looking up in surprise. Speech bubble. Father. Her dark-haired brother Carl holds Beatty protectively as he speaks. Speech bubble. 10 times a day? You still has to work. How can you have time to do that? I will write to her on behalf of you. Duke Aslan smiles warmly, bathed in a bright glow. Text, I will write more letters from now on. With, you will? Written above. Duke Aslan offers a generous birthday gift to Beatty while chibi illustrations float in the air. Text, come to think of, in today's meeting, all agreed to award prizes to the child with the most achievements. Beatty exclaims, a prize? Duke Aslan continues, right, your birthday is coming up, so don't worry and tell me what you want. Carl suggests his own ideas for the birthday gift as Beatty stands between them. Speech bubbles, oh, if it's a birthday gift, how about spoils of Janong Kingdom? That sword is decent enough. Duke Aslan counters, a real sword seems to be too early for a child to have. Carl suggests, how about a wooden sword instead of a real sword? Close-up of Betty's face as she listens with wide eyes. Duke Aslan continues offering options. Or do you want something for mobility? Not only it can be used on the ground, but also it can fly in the sky. Carl leans in to ask Beatty, who looks completely blank and stunned. Speech bubbles? So, your birthday present? What's up? Why do you look like that? Carl tilts his head and asks, or do you want to suggest something else for your birthday present? As Beatty frantically waves her hands, saying, no, it's not like that. With question marks popping up around her, Beatty thinks about the concept of birthdays in disbelief. Speech bubbles, does such a thing as a birthday present exist? Isn't it only in books? Chibi illustrations of the Tooth Fairy and a godmother float below. Shocked by her innocence, Duke Aslan and Carl stare in utter disbelief. Speech bubble. What? Duke Aslan and Carl look distressed and raise their voices in concern. Speech bubbles. What are you saying? You get it every year. And didn't you get a dress for your previous birthday? Beatty nervously answers, that? About that? Beatty looks away, sweat dropping as she recalls her past treatment. Speech bubble. I've never received anything special on my birthday. Beatty's face lights up as she realizes the possibilities. Speech bubbles. Wait, so there will be a birthday party? Birthday cake too? While Beatty looks confused, her father and brother emit terrifying dark auras of pure rage. Carl mutters, damn it, die, die, die. Even if she dies, she should go die again. As a chibi Beatty panics, brother? Duke Aslan adds, I was too lenient on her. As chibi Beatty squeaks, father? Panicking, Beatty waves her squirrel tail and grabs Carl's sleeve. Come down, while her father and brother remain cloaked in a pitch-black, menacing shadow. In a flash of fury, Duke Aslan slams his hands onto the desk. Narrator text. For that reason, her birthday will be prepared in the most significant way. In the office, the loyal subordinates are equally outraged on Beatty's behalf. Speech bubbles. Oh my God, that trash. No matter how greedy she was, how could you even lay her hand on her 8-year-old granddaughter's birthday present? And even when going to the battlefield, Your Majesty still didn't forget to send her gifts regularly. Duke Aslan looks down, filled with guilt and sorrow for his daughter. Narration boxes. During the past 5 years when I was away, this daughter of me received no due justice. A beautiful memory of a smiling Beatty in a white dress appears in a colorful, glittering space. Speech bubbles. All the time, her birthday was all gray, and I want to use all the colors in the world to make it more vibrant. The subordinates eagerly volunteered to make the birthday unforgettable. Speech bubbles. I understand, Your Majesty. I will infiltrate the Roge Dukedom, famous for its toys, and bring her the ultimate toy. The other adds, I will be in charge of the birthday cake section and find the best baker. Duke Aslan leans against his desk with a serious, determined expression. Speech bubbles. All right, the price doesn't matter. Search the whole continent and make sure she will love the gift. A beautiful illustration of Betty smiling brightly as she hugs a giant gift box wrapped in red ribbon. Narration bubble, so that she can smile brightly on this birthday. Meanwhile, in a dark room filled with overturned chairs and papers, the malicious brown-haired woman with glasses screams in absolute fury. Speech bubbles. Damn it! Damn you! All because of her stupidity in doing things. She rants about the unfair treatment she received, gesturing angrily to her subordinates. Speech bubbles. They dared to order me for the petty reason of making someone who tried to poison the princess a duke? She stomps on the shattered glass of a picture frame on the floor. Speech bubble. These idiots can't even recognize the next patriarch. Flashbacks of Duke Aslan's features appear in jagged shards before her eyes. Narration boxes. Undeniably shiny blonde hair, not golden yellow but the color of the pupil. Face could not find a single feature of an Aslan. She trembles with rage in the middle of her ruined office. Narration boxes. Even such a country has the blood of Aslan? They dare to forbid me from entering with the Aslan's essence? Close-up of her clenching her teeth in humiliation. Speech bubble. This humiliation I will never forget. Just then, a servant knocks on the door. Master, please excuse me. She turns sharply to the servant, yelling, What? The servant reports, About that, I heard that there are guests from the capital. She stands amidst the wreckage, her anger flaring anew. Speech bubbles. Again? I'm so over it. Last time it was because of the guest from the capital that I became like this. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she looks highly annoyed. Speech bubble. Who's coming this time? The servant steps forward and whispers in her ear. Speech bubbles. That person is coming. She gasps. What? Is the information correct? The servant confirms. Yes, I just received a letter. Reading the letter, a dark, sinister smile spreads across her face. Speech bubble. Oh my. A snake is shown winding through purple flowers as she reflects on the news. Speech bubble. Right, now the snakes are awake. Below is the ancient writing of the letter. Looking out the window into the dark night sky, she smiles deviously. Speech bubble, let's get ready for the hunting. Beatty, dressed in a yellow and green dress with a white squirrel on her head, stands holding a large open book. Narration box, when I planted the magic stone the elderly woman gave me, an amazing thing happened. Beautiful pink and white peony flowers bloom in lush bushes. Narration boxes. The land that had been parched by the long drought suddenly became fertile, and the wilted plants began to bloom again. Beatty reads further with intense concentration, the white squirrel resting on her head. Narration box. The place built from that miracle is now the western region, rich in grain. Beatty shuts the book closed with a loud snap and sighs. Speech bubbles. Magic stone? With it, I'll be able to start farming in the north as well. Looking at the intricate cover of the book, Beatty is confident. Narration boxes. The magic stone appeared in the legends. I'm sure it's real. A flashback shows the legendary character Leader, a young man with white hair, smiling as he holds a glowing, diamond-like magic stone while greedy hands reach for it. Narration boxes. Before returning to life, Leader sold the magic stone he found with difficulty to the aristocrats, and he bragged about the huge profit he had made. Carrying a heavy stack of books, Beatty wonders about Leader's actions. Speech bubbles. Isn't it time Leader finds the stone soon? I wonder how he'll do it. A knock on her door interrupts her thoughts. My lady, are you in there? A maid stands in the doorway, delivering a message. Speech bubbles. Sir Duke is looking for you, my lady. Beatty looks surprised. My father? Beatty walks through the snowy palace grounds toward a large glass greenhouse. Thought bubbles. Why did he call me into the indoor garden? Maybe he wants to host a tea party. Peeking through the door, she calls out, Father, I heard you were looking for me. Beatty gasps in absolute shock as her eyes go wide. Speech bubble? Inside, the greenhouse is beautifully decorated with party flags, flowers, and a large table loaded with a chocolate strawberry cake and treats. Beatty gasps, "Wow, what is this?" Duke Aslan walks in with a warm smile, accompanied by Carl and his guards. Speech bubbles, "Do you like it? It's all for you, my child." Beatty points up excitedly as confetti falls, and her little squirrel jumps in the air. Speech bubble, "Ah, look!" Duke Aslan holds a large pink cotton candy with a warm smile. He says, "I can do this for you anytime you want, not just on occasions like your birthday. And this isn't a cloud, it's a cotton candy made from magic." Duke Aslan offers the cotton candy to Beatty, saying, "Try it." Beatty happily replies, "Okay." Beatty takes a big bite out of the pink magic cotton candy, her eyes widening in surprise. As the cotton candy melts in her mouth, it leaves behind a cute pink mustache on Beatty's face. She exclaims, "It melted in my mouth." Duke Aslan blushes slightly at Beatty's adorable appearance, clearing his throat as Pez's arrives. Beatty asks what's wrong, and Duke Aslan replies, "It's nothing. Pez's, bring that thing to me." Pez's responds, "Yes, my lord." Beatty touches her cheek, wondering to herself, did he prepare something else? Beatty looks surprised as a beautiful golden-hoofed animal approaches her in the palace garden. A gorgeous golden unicorn stands gracefully, adorned with shimmering yellow eyes and a polished horn. Beatty gasps in awe at the magnificent creature as her father explains, oh my, it's Alafay's offspring. It's perfect for you to ride around in the duchy." The golden unicorn affectionately nuzzles Beatty's face. Beatty giggles, saying, "Huh? Are you greeting me? Nice to meet you." Duke Aslan looks pleased, noting, "I'm glad that she likes it," as Beatty marvels at the jeweled horn on the unicorn's forehead. Meanwhile, Pez's is deeply touched, thinking about how much the Duke must love his daughter to give her such an expensive Alafay horse. Beatty happily rides on the back of the golden unicorn, calling out, "Wow!" while her father watches her with a satisfied smile. Pez's approaches Duke Aslan, saying, "My lord." Duke Aslan asks, "What is it?" Pez's politely delivers his message, saying, "I apologize for interrupting your time with the lady, but the meeting is about to start. We need to go." Duke Aslan agrees. "Is it the time already? Let's go." Duke Aslan bids farewell to his daughter, saying, "My child, I have work to do. You can play as much as you want." Beatty waves and answers, "A-okay, I understand." Suddenly, Beatty calls out, "Father, wait!" causing Duke Aslan to stop and look back. Standing amidst beautiful roses, Beatty curtsies politely and smiles warmly, saying, "Thank you for giving me such amazing presents today." Beatty beams happily, exclaiming, "I'm so happy." Duke Aslan stares back at her, his expression turning solemn. Looking at his daughter's polite and humble gratitude, Duke Aslan is overcome with guilt. He reflects on how she is showing excessive gratitude, like a vassal receiving a bounty, for things she should have had all along, all because he failed to protect her in the past. Duke Aslan walks over and kneels down before his daughter, gently calling, "My child." He holds Beatty gently and tells her, "You don't have to behave so formally like this." Duke Aslan pulls Beatty into a warm, protective embrace, saying, "Next time this happens, you don't need to thank me this way. Just put a smile on your face." Hugged tightly by her father, Beatty thinks in surprise, "A smile? Is that enough to show my gratitude?" Resolving to do as her father wishes, Beatty looks at him with bright eyes and says, "I understand, father." Beatty clenches her fist determinedly, declaring, "Leave it to me." Betty flashes a brilliant, adorable smile and promises, "In the future, I'll smile brightly to show you how glad I am." Duke Aslan is momentarily stunned by her radiant and pure smile. A gentle, happy smile finally spreads across Duke Aslan's face as he replies, "All right." Under a glowing crescent moon, a serene night falls over the Grand Duchy's castle. In his study at night, Duke Aslan and Carl receive a report from Pezes, who says, "My lord, this is the list of the imperial family dispatched to discuss the fees for the war this time." Carl sighs in annoyance, saying, "I guess the imperial family's budget is empty now, so they sent annoying old men here to ask for discounts. Interesting people are coming this time." Duke Aslan scans the list and stops, whispering, "Wait." Carl looks over in curiosity, asking, "What? Who?" Carl snatches the paper and shouts in rage, "Why is this jerk here?" Pezes explains, "Yes, about that. Normally when it's about money, only important vassals can come, but as you can see from the list..." A portrait reveals the guest in question, the handsome but devious second prince, Leader, who wears a confident smirk. Duke Aslan's eyes narrow with icy rage as he stands up saying, "He'd dare to come after interrupting my baby's marriage? That's good. I don't need to come to him anymore." Pezis listens attentively as Duke Aslan calls out, "Pezis." Pezis answers, "Yes, my lord." Duke Aslan commands with a chilling, ominous smile, "Prepare for our guests, prepare for our guests. We must give a grand welcome to the noble guests from the capital." A transitional title screen appears, displaying the playful title card of the story. Inside her cozy room, Betty rests her face on her hands, letting out a heavy sigh. Beatty sits on a plush sofa while her blindfolded butler asks, "What's wrong, my lady?" Beatty responds nervously, "That there's something bothering me." "Ah, no honorifics." Her butler smiles warmly and inquires, "Something bothering? Am I allowed to know what it is?" Beatty fidgets and twiddles her fingers, stammering, "Well, about that, recently." Beatty looks up and explains, "I've received so many things from Papa." Beatty and her blindfolded butler sit in comical silence as a serious atmosphere settles between them. Beatty lists her many gifts excitedly, saying, "But he's been giving me so many things, not only using magic to decorate the in-house garden for me even when it's not my birthday, but also dresses, equestrian attires, jewelry for picnics or banquets." Her butler sweat drops, replying, I see, there's sure lots of things." Beatty looks down, pleading, "Right? So I want to do something for him too, since Papa gets everything, so I cannot think of any gift for him." Her butler thinks to himself, "If it's from you, I think you'll be happy even if it's just a pebble," as Beatty groans in distress in the background. Her butler raises a finger with a bright idea, saying, I think of a thing that only Miss Lady here can give him." Beatty springs to her feet with stars in her eyes, gasping, "Really? Does something like that exist?" And her butler replies, "Yes, and he's gonna love it." Beatty looks up at her blindfolded butler with excitement, asking, "What is it?" while the butler whispers back, "That." Leaning in close to her ear, the butler softly whispers, "Milady," causing Beatty's purple eyes to widen in surprise. The butler continues to whisper in Betty's ear, asking, "Does this? And this?" as she listens with intense curiosity. In adorable chibi drawings, Beatty questions, while the butler sweat drops and pleads, "Don't you believe in me? I'm telling the truth. I really mean it. Trust me." Standing on her bedroom balcony under the blue starry night, Beatty grumpily mutters to herself, "Silly Ader. I was being honest, but he kept making fun of me." Leaning over the railing, Beatty sighs, "I couldn't think of anything, just like I'm back to the starting point." Suddenly, a dark shadow emerges behind her, whispering, "Stars," causing Beatty to gasp in surprise. Attell! Betty turns to find Attell's shadowy form hovering on the balcony. He worries, "Why are you here? It's freezing. You might catch a cold." Betty crosses her arms and retorts, "It's because of you," leaving him utterly confused. Beatty explains her frustration, saying, "I want to show my gratitude to my father for all the gifts, but he said I just need to run to my father and call him Papa. Making fun of others bother? How disappointing." Attell's shadowy figure is shocked, shouting, Disappointing? You misunderstand him." Beatty wonders, "But wasn't he telling the truth? You're on his side because he's your master, aren't you?" Attell defends his master, saying, "Absolutely no, and I think his answer is favorable too." Beatty relents and says, Really? If Attell said so, I will give it a try. But why are you so late today?" Attell hesitates, replying, About that." The dark smoke fades away to reveal a handsome boy with black hair and striking golden eyes. He looks at Beatty gently and says, "I come here to say goodbye." Beatty is shocked by his sudden departure and asks, "What? Why so sudden? Are you going somewhere far?" Attell explains, But just for a while, His Highness was requested to move." Beatty repeats in confusion, "Requested to move?" A portrait shows a carriage ride with the white-haired prince. As Attell narrates, "It seems that His Highness doesn't want to meet that guest." Attell looks up at the colorful night sky, saying, "His Highness only received the order just now. That's why I come here in a hurry to say goodbye." Beatty can only look up sadly and reply, Is it so?" Tears well up in Beatty's eyes as she thinks, "It's only been a while since we met, but it's so sad to separate like this. Attell probably doesn't know, but I haven't met him for 10 years. Though fortunately, Attell gets to know me as his friend, but..." Attell's shadowy form returns, hovering in the starry sky as Beatty looks up. He whispers, "Stars." A close-up shows Attell's dark, clawed hands resting on the balcony railing as he reassures her, "It's only for a while, so don't be too sad." A majestic black dragon lowers its head affectionately to nuzzle Beady, promising, "I will be back soon." Beady stares lovingly into the dragon's large, glowing yellow eye, whispering, "Attell." Smiling brightly, Beady nuzzles the dragon's snout back and asks, "Promise? I will wait." A few days later, Beady walks through the greenhouse in a beautiful green dress, thinking, "In the end, I couldn't come up with anything for father." At a table in the garden, Duke Aslan and Carl greet her. Duke Aslan calls out warmly, "Lil one, come here," and Beady waves back, "Hi." Duke Aslan smiles and offers, "I prepared your favorite dried fruit biscuits today." In a cute chibi illustration, Beady runs excitedly toward her father to claim her favorite cookies. Beady grabs onto Duke Aslan's sleeve with a sweet look, saying, "I will eat well." Remembering the advice she was given, Beady flashes a brilliant, adorable smile and thinks, "I will do as His Highness said." Duke Aslan is completely frozen in absolute shock by his daughter's radiant and loving smile. His hands tremble so much that some chocolate chip cookies slide off the plate as he remains stunned in silence. Beady's sweat drops, thinking anxiously, Did he hate it?" Duke Aslan quickly stammers, "My apology, I will give you another one." To which Beady replies, "It's all right, father." Duke Aslan looks downcast and disappointed, asking, "Father? Why did you call me father again?" Beady asks, "Don't you dislike being called Papa?" To which Duke Aslan leans in with a blush, saying, "Not at all. I like all the way you call me, especially Papa." Duke Aslan stands straight, blushing slightly and filled with sparkles of intense anticipation. Beady looks up and asks, "Then can I call you Papa?" Duke Aslan excitedly replies, "There's no need to ask. You can keep calling me like that." While a narration box adds, "Call me like that for the rest of my life." Beady blushes and twiddles her fingers, stammering, "Well, then." Beady flashes a beautiful, pure smile and calls out, "Papa," leaving Duke Aslan completely struck by her extreme cuteness. Duke Aslan gently places his hand on Beady's head, whispering tenderly, "Oh, my little baby." Smiling warmly, Duke Aslan pats her orange hair and declares, "I am your papa." Beady looks up at him with sparkling, happy eyes, completely touched by his warmth. Beady leaps forward with joy, throwing her arms around her father's neck in a tight embrace. A close-up of Duke Aslan shows a gentle, loving smile spreading across his face as he holds his beloved daughter. Carl watches the touching father-daughter moment from the side with a blank and slightly annoyed look. Chibi Carl mutters to himself, "Don't expect that I would call you like that," while Duke Aslan's chibi icon proudly thinks, "I don't expect to hear that from you too. I'm just showing off." Walking happily through the snow-covered forest, Beady thinks, "I didn't expect His Highness's plan would be that effective. Papa, really, he should have told me sooner." A flashback shows Duke Aslan proudly ordering his aide within a frame of roses. "Today is an important date. I was called Papa for the first time, so let's hold a banquet right away." While his aide sweat drops and responds, "Yes, Your Majesty." Beady skips along in her warm winter coat, thinking, "I want to see him be more happy. Let's get him some berries before it gets colder." Looking around at the snow-laden trees, Beady thinks, "Let's see, the tree over there and this tree seems to be fine." Meanwhile, a large white boot enters the frame. A voice suddenly speaks, "Are you having a walk alone?" causing Beady's eyes to widen in absolute shock as she recognizes it. This voice. Beady turns around to see the white-haired Prince Leader walking toward her with a devious smile. She gasps in surprise. "Leader?" Beady looks at him warily, asking, "Why are you here?" Leader smirks and mockingly replies, "Is that a sentence to say to someone you haven't met for a long time in Alsyn's curriculum? It sure is Northern style." Leader steps closer with a cunning smirk, saying, "How lucky that you haven't forgotten me." To which Beady replies with cold determination, "Your Highness." Prince Leader confidently tells himself that Beady definitely recognizes him. Leader arrogantly thinks that Beady must miss him since she keeps staring at him, believing that she is just like everyone else who desperately wants his attention. Leader recalls the slap he received from Beady during their first meeting and convinces himself that she only did it to attract his attention at all costs. Smiling confidently, Leader thinks it will be easy to mesmerize someone who is already interested in him, and says aloud to Beady, "I understand your feelings. You acted like that because you wanted my attention, right?" In a cute chibi illustration, Beady sweat drops and thinks in utter disbelief, "What nonsense is he talking about?" Beady's eye widens as she realizes something, thinking to herself, Ah? Wait. Litter continues to smirk arrogantly, telling Beatty, "But my lady shouldn't have used violence like that." Chibi Beatty bursts out laughing hysterically, leaving Chibi Litter completely bewildered as he asks, "Why are you laughing?" Laughing so hard she sheds tears, Beatty points at Litter and teases, "Ha, your tooth fell out. You're missing a tooth all of a sudden." Litter blushes deeply in absolute shock and embarrassment, stammering, What? As he touches his missing tooth with his tongue. Enraged and deeply embarrassed, Litter barks, "Don't you dare shut up! How could you be disrespectful to royalty like me?" While Beatty giggles, thinking he looks like a snake that has lost its fangs. Blushing furiously, Chibi Litter yells, "Shut up! Do you want to be arrested for insulting the royal family?" Litter fumes with intense anger, recalling how Beatty always laughs at and mocks him, thinking that no one in the imperial palace would ever dare treat him this way. Turning on his heel to leave in a huff, Litter snaps, keep laughing like an idiot. I have something important to do, so I'm leaving now," while Beatty continues to giggle in the background. Walking away cheerfully, Beatty wipes a tear of laughter from her eye and thinks about how hilarious it was to get scolded for cry laughing. Clenching her fist with determination, Chibi Beatty thinks, "I challenge you to act like that one more time. I will punch your other symmetrical tooth." Suddenly pausing, Beatty looks at her fist and wonders what Peter meant when he said he had something important to do. Looking out over the snow-covered forest, Beatty wonders what business Litter could possibly have that required him to come all the way to her home. Walking through the hallways of the estate alongside Baron Evan, Litter grinds his teeth and angrily mutters, "Damn it, how dare that little mouse laugh at me?" Litter narrows his eyes in anger and thinks to himself, "I have to take revenge." No, wait. Litter smiles deviously as he plots his revenge, thinking, "Should I make the Duke kneel right now for not educating his children properly? That would be much more humiliating. Mother said even the golden lions must bow to me when I arrive in the north." Overwhelmed by his delusions of grandeur, Litter imagines Duke Aslan kneeling before him as he thinks, "I won't be satisfied with just that. I will humiliate them even more. I must show them who the master is and who holds the leash." A flashback to a few days ago shows Litter in his formal imperial attire reacting in surprise. "You want me to go to the north?" Standing before the grand thrones of the Emperor and Empress, Litter asks if the decision is due to the war expenses requested by the Duke. The Empress replies, "We don't like the idea of sending you to a noble's territory for compromise either, but we have no other choice, Litter." Slamming his hand onto his throne in a fit of rage, the Emperor bellows that the northern barbarians went around claiming the Duke is a hero who saved the country, demanding an unbelievable sum while forgetting their place. He angrily declares he cannot tolerate this on top of their failure to send tributes to the palace. Trembling with quiet indignation, the Empress clenches her fist and mutters, "This is an insult to me." The Empress tries to soothe the furious Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down," but he yells back, "You're telling me to calm down now?" Looking worried and deeply troubled, the Empress sighs softly, "Your Majesty." Turning her attention to Litter, the Empress explains that the circumstances are incredibly dire, and asks, "Litter, the situation is very bad, so you must go. Can you do that for your father?" With a symbolic backdrop of a serpent looming over a lion, the Empress advises Litter that he simply needs to behave in accordance with his Astrum royal bloodline, confident that even the Aslans will have to bow to the prince and obey their will. Intrigued by the idea, Litter smirks and thinks, "That Duke Aslan will bow to me? Bowing gracefully with a hand over his chest, Litter smiles and reassures them, "I understand. I will go there, so please do not worry." Delighted by his compliance, the Empress praises, "As expected of my son," while Litter smiles brightly, plotting to make that arrogant lion bow to him. Back in the present, the double doors of the meeting room are opened as the announcement echoes, "The second prince, His Highness Litter, has arrived." Striding confidently into the room, Litter smugly assumes the Duke must be debating whether to bow or kneel before him first. Litter looks ahead confidently, saying, "First of all," but suddenly freezes in surprise, uttering a confused, "Huh?" Litter is instantly overwhelmed by a terrifying murderous aura that permeates every corner of the room, emanating from Duke Aslan and Karl, who wait for him coldly. Trying to maintain his composure, Litter thinks, "How dare he behave like that in front of royalty like me?" before offering a tense greeting, "My pleasure to meet you, Duke Aslan." Duke Aslan and Karl glare back at the prince with glowing, hostile yellow eyes. Their faces split in a tense standoff as the Duke says coldly, "So you are Leader, the second prince." The Duke demands, "You dare to come here by yourself?" causing Leader to stammer in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Baron Evan's sweat drops and worries that the young prince is easily shaken by a bit of pressure. Stepping forward to diffuse the tension, Baron Evan bows politely and says, "It is my honor to meet the noble guardian of the North. I am Baron Evan, accompanying His Highness on this trip." Smiling nervously, Baron Evan's sweat drops as he silently worries that coming all this way to bow directly reveals the kingdom's weak financial state, but realizes they have no choice since the royal treasury will be depleted in a year or two. Baron Evan addresses the Duke, explaining that the Emperor is so devoted to resolving this matter that he sent the prince directly, thinking to himself that he must persuade the Duke no matter what. As Baron Evan pleads for the Duke's understanding, Leader stands sweating under the intense pressure, confused as to why the Duke is not acting as his mother predicted and is refusing to bow to him. Sensing the sheer malice in the room, Leader falsely convinces himself, I get it. His daughter did something wrong to me last time, so he must feel annoyed to have to face me." Deciding to show his compassion, Leader smiles smugly and calls out, "Duke Aslan," to which the Duke coldly responds, "What?" Leader says patronizingly, "There's no need to be so hard on me. I completely understand what happened last time, so you don't have to worry about that," leaving Duke Aslan completely dumbfounded. Leader continues his delusional speech, confidently stating, "Your lady acted impulsively because she wanted to have my attention, but I understood that and forgave it all." Leader grandly offers to comfortably discuss matters without digging up Beatty's past offense of attacking royalty, but Carl sharply cuts him off, commanding, "You can shut your mouth now. You deserve a slap for talking nonsense. And what gibberish are you saying?" Leader is stunned by the disrespect and gasps, "Young master, what did you just say?" To which Carl coldly steps closer and sneers, "Are you already suffering from hearing loss at such a young age?" Shocked and trembling with anger, Prince Leader stands before Duke Aslan and Carl, thinking in disbelief, "What? Did you say wrong? I am the prince of this kingdom. How dare you?" Supporting Carl's harsh words, Duke Aslan looks down coldly at the prince and declares, "Carl is right." Duke Aslan gazes at Leader with intense yellow eyes, stating firmly, "Saving a prick who was trying to force a marriage without my daughter's consent? You should have been graceful to my kind daughter." Duke Aslan demands coldly, "If you heard it clearly, get out now," leaving Leader to shake with rage as he thinks, "What? They've just gained minor reputation and they begin to not knowing their own position." Carl steps forward with determination, his boots stomping on the carpet as he warns Leader, "I've warned you already." Carl grips Leader's shoulder firmly from behind, his glowing eyes radiating intense malice as he threatens, "Don't you dare get any closer to my sister." Glaring down with a terrifying, murderous gaze, Carl says with absolute coldness, "The moment I see you do that, you will regret that for the rest of your life." A heavy, silent darkness looms in the aftermath of Carl's chilling threat, leaving a lingering aura of absolute danger. Having exited the room, Leader is asked by a worried Baron Evan, Are you all right, Your Highness?" To which Leader pauses, then turns around with a bright, fake smile, replying, "Huh? How could I not? You're saying as if something terrible happened." But confused by the prince's sudden cheerful shift, Baron Evan asks, "Pardon?" Leader dismisses his concerns, saying, "If you're worrying about my condition after a long trip, then I'm fine. You may go back and rest as you must be tired." Bowing respectfully, Baron Evan replies, "Yes, I understand. If you may excuse me." Closing the double doors behind him, Baron Evan bids the prince farewell, saying, "Please have some rest, Your Highness." With a loud bang, the doors shut, leaving Prince Leader standing alone in the silent hallway. Shrouded in deep shadows, Leader's face turns incredibly dark and tense with absolute anger. Grinding his teeth in quiet fury, Leader mutters under his breath, "Leonhart Aslan." Trembling with violent rage, Leader clenches his fist and fumes, "Carlitas Aslan, Beatty Aslan, those people dare to insult me?" Overwhelmed by his temper, Leader hurls a vase of flowers onto the floor, shattering it into pieces as he screams, "Not only her body is weak, she isn't even a lion shapeshifter. If not because of the war expense and the transaction, I would have." Looking down at the shattered vase, Leader tries to control his breathing and thinks, "Phew, calm down, myself. Count Gellet said good things would come after the challenge is over. As long as I'm done with this, those Aslans will be nothing." Leader aggressively stomps on the blooming flowers, crushing them under his boot in a display of petty vengeance. Staring out the window into the snowy landscape, Leader vows with dark determination, "I'll make those lions understand who is their true master. I'll make them kneel down and beg me." Back in Beatty's bedroom, Carl reacts with surprise and anger. "What? He came to see you in the daylight already?" Sitting comfortably in her bed, Chibi Beatty thinks, "Yup, but why is the second prince here?" Well, Carl explains, "Seems that he comes to ask for the war expense reduction." Carl closes his eyes in annoyance, scoffing, "That damned snake didn't show his face in the war, but now he has the guts to ask for the reduction? I don't even want to care about their financial health at all." Carl looks at Beatty and says, "You see, Beatty, those sly snakes are the ones you should never have faith in," to which Beatty enthusiastically nods and agrees, "Yes, I understand," while secretly thinking, "My brother is sure good at judging others." Gently patting his sister's soft orange hair, Carl adds, "Not just the snakes." In a cute chibi presentation, Carl gestures warningly as he tells Beatty, "You better stay away from all the reptiles, never make friends with them, especially the dragons," leaving Beatty to wonder, "Dragons too?" Carl commands, "Repeat after me, never believe the reptiles." Chibi Beatty repeats, "Never believe the reptiles?" Carl continues, "Only have faith in the lions," and Beatty mimics him, "Only have faith in the lions?" Delighted, Carl cheers, "Very well, one more time," as they both happily chant together, "Never believe the reptiles, only have faith in the lions," inside a room overflowing with bright flowers and sparkles. A few days later, Chibi Beatty in her adorable squirrel form is happily perched on a snow-covered tree branch, munching on a delicious acorn and thinking, "As expected, dessert with acorns is the best, yummy!" Suddenly, her ears perk up as she overhears a voice calling out, "This way, Your Highness," causing her to freeze and think, "Huh? This voice?" Peeking through the snow, Beatty spots Leader and Count Gellet walking through the quiet forest and thinks in complete shock, "Leader and Count Gellet?" Count Gellet bows politely to the prince, saying, "It's my honor to meet you, Your Highness," to which Leader responds, "Me too. This is the first time we see each other directly, not through letters." Hiding behind the tree trunk, Squirrel Beauty is stunned to hear this and thinks, "Letters? So they really know each other before?" Leader looks around cautiously, asking, "Though this place is quiet, are you sure that it is safe?" Count Gellet reassures him, "Of course, I can assure you of that. This is the shift time, so there are no guards. There are not many obstacles around, so it's easy to see if someone is coming." Count Gellet inquires, "But did you meet His Grace and the young master before?" Leader crosses his arms and responds coldly, "I did. Those people were very rude to me." Count Gellet says, "Oh my, I would like to express my regret on their behalf. Then did the conversation with her lady go well?" Leader sighs in frustration and complains, "Not at all. She started making fun of me the moment she saw me. I told her that although she had many shortcomings, I would accept that because she was my fiancé, but she really didn't know her place." Extremely offended on her branch, Squirrel Beatty throws a massive tantrum, squeaking furiously in her thoughts, "Squeak, squeak? What? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The only things lacking here are your dignity." Hearing the rustling noise, Leader pauses and looks toward the tree, wondering, "Huh?" While Squirrel Beatty gasps in sheer terror, thinking, "Oh no." Hiding flat against the bark, Squirrel Beatty shivers and sweats, thinking, "Phew, I almost got caught because of my temper. Let's be more careful." Meanwhile, Leader shrugs it off, saying, "Nothing. It's probably because I'm sensitive to small sounds." Count Gellet continues the conversation, asking, "So, how is the current situation?" Count Gellet smiles and reports, "Everything is running smoothly. The person you sent here has found exactly the target branch. I intend to buy that place using his name." Smirking, Leader comments, "This is a good sign. Then I will count on you like the previous time," prompting Beatty to wonder, "Previous time?" As Count Gellet responds, "Yes, thank you for always trusting and counting on me, Your Highness." Count Gellet asks, "But what if His Grace finds out about this?" He smiles confidently, answering, "You don't have to worry about that. I came with that person. The place is so astonishing that even when you see it with your own eyes, you cannot find the entrance. I'm sure that even His Grace cannot find a trace of anything." Leader grins deviously, saying, "Then that stone belonged to me is just a matter of time," as Count Gellet adds, "That's right, that goblin stone will definitely." Leader's eyes narrow sharply as he glares at him, interrupting, "Count Zalot, I told you that before everything is over, never say that word, didn't I?" Leaving the Count sweating nervously. Quickly bowing an apology, Count Zalot stammers, My apology. Since I can see the success right in front of us, Leader's expression softens as he smiles gently and says, "Remember to be careful next time." Litter turns to leave, saying, "Let's go back. They will suspect if we leave for too long." To which Count Zelat replies, "Yes, I will use the opposite route," as Squirrel Beatty watches them walk away. Staring after them, Squirrel Beatty has a focused expression, thinking clearly. With a highly mischievous, plotting smirk on both her human and squirrel faces, Beatty thinks, "Did they just say the Goblin Stone?" An ancient parchment displays a beautifully glowing purple and blue crystal. Accompanied by the narration, "is the one chosen to get that beautiful stone." If you're curious about the stone's true power, the magical stone is shown planted in the ground, instantly transforming a dry, barren soil into a vibrant oasis filled with flowers. As the narration concludes, you can try planting it in the arid land. No matter how bad condition that area is in, it will turn into a lively place. Sitting comfortably in front of a giant bookcase, Chibi Beatty opens a book and mutters to herself, "That's the magical power of the Goblin Stone." Right. Clutching the closed book tightly to her chest, Beatty smiles brightly and thinks with determination, "This is the Goblin Stone that Earl Jellet mentioned." Reflecting on her previous life, Beatty recalls when Prince Litter met fairies carrying glowing crystal shards inside a cavern, learning that there were only a few Goblin Stones left. In her memory of the past, Prince Litter returned to the capital and began distributing the precious Goblin Stones to subordinates who had offered him immense gifts in return. She remembers how nobles back then merely used the incredible Goblin Stones as flashy display objects to show off the rare plants growing in their private gardens. Snapping back to the present, Chibi Beatty runs off in a hurry while thinking, "But no matter how we think about it, it would be such a shame if they're spoiled." Reaching for a large set of double doors, Beatty resolves with absolute focus, "This time, I have to have it at all costs." Throwing the doors open, Beatty stands proudly in a shower of sparkling light, declaring to herself, "I will try to make full use of the power of the Goblin Stone." Inside the office, Duke Leonhard Aslan sits at his desk holding a quill, looking up coldly as he asks, "Did you say you want to handle the suburban mountains?" Count Zelat bows politely with his hand over his heart, explaining, "Yes, Your Grace. I know that you're disappointed in me due to my last mistake. Therefore, to make up for that, I brought back a worthy deal for our family." Pointing to a large map spread across the desk, Count Zelat continues his presentation. "As you can see when looking at this place has no resources and no lives, so it turned into a desert a long time ago." Count Zelat gestures with a persuasive smile, explaining, "But I found someone who wants to live there." Presenting the official deposit slip to the Duke's assistant, Count Zelat says, "That person wants to buy this place and had put down the deposit. Please take a look," causing the assistant to exclaim in shock, This much? Count Zelat, are you mistaken for another land? Or is this a new kind of scam?" Smiling warmly and placing a hand on his chest, Count Zelat reassures them, "Please rest assured, the other party is a scholar of seismic research with great fortune." The assistant strokes his chin thoughtfully, admitting, Sometimes there's still such a peculiar person. It's true that selling it will be better than keeping that useless place." As Count Zelat happily adds, "Right? This much money will be a huge profit for us." Looking sideways with a cold sweat, the assistant becomes deeply uneasy, thinking, "But..." Sitting silently with his arms crossed, Duke Aslan stares down coldly, prompting the anxious assistant to wonder, why isn't he saying a thing? Perhaps did he know about the plan? Count Zelat sweats nervously and tries to push the deal, pleading, "Your Grace, we won't know of a guest like this again. Before he changes his mind, we should..." before being interrupted by a knock on the door. Peeking through the door, Beatty politely greets them, "Excuse me, are you having a meeting?" To which the assistant replies, "Yes, my lady, we are talking about selling one of the lands." Turning to the young lady, the assistant explains, "A seismologist wants to buy useless land in the north. Since Milady's arrival, good luck keeps coming," leaving Beatty to repeat in surprise, "Useless land?" Putting a finger to her chin, Beatty narrows her eyes suspiciously and thinks, "Something smells fishy. Why does he use a huge amount of money to buy it?" Looking down at the young girl with a fake smile and a bead of sweat, Count Zelat thinks, "This kid is such a hinder," before suggesting aloud, "Maybe with him that place has some value." Pondering the situation, chibi icons of Beatty and Count Zelati debate the true motive. Or he knows there's something precious in the land? How can a precious thing appear in such place? Who knows? Standing triumphantly amidst blooming sunflowers, Beatty hoists her red book high and thinks excitedly, perhaps there are tons of goblin stones there. Beatty holds the book up to the assistant and Carl, announcing, "Yes, I found something in the book and think it might be helpful, so I brought it along." Carl inquires in surprise, "Goblin stones?" While the assistant responds, "Ah, I heard about it before." Nodding happily, Beatty listens as the assistant describes, "It's a stone with mysterious power that can revive dead plants and soil, isn't it? The last time it appeared was hundreds of years ago." Before Beatty cheers, "That's right." A gorgeous illustration depicts the magical goblin stone hovering over a vibrant magical circle. Beatty's thoughts continue. "We can use the goblin stones to revive the land, and therefore we can cultivate in the north." Looking at a vision of happy farmers harvesting rich golden wheat, Beatty thinks, if so, we won't have to rely entirely on the crops of the suburbans anymore and the food problem will be solved. She then asks with a cute expression, So can we take a look before selling that place?" Visibly sweating and annoyed by her interference, Count Zalat argues, "Do we have to do that? I don't see the need to waste time just because of a stone that we are uncertain if it exists or not." But Beatty fires back instantly, "Not at all. It's worth the time." Standing firmly before the tall nobleman, Beatty argues that someone put down the deposit for that land definitely because there's something worth the money there. With a confident, professional smirk, Beatty explains the strategic approach. Checking the goblin stones are there or not can consider to increase the price we offer at first. It's the basic principle in doing business. Surrounded by magical winged fairies carrying sparkling gems, Chibi Beatty beams with pure joy, thinking, "And I do believe in the goblin stones' existence. They are real, not just in fantasy." A beautiful blue fairy smiles warmly in the magical vision, matching Beauty's eager wish. "So I really want to come to that place." Listening to her passionate plea, Duke Aslan and Carl stare at her in silent awe. Carlitos' eyes light up with tears of adoration, and he grips his fist passionately as he and the Duke think, "She still believes that the goblins are real. We have to protect that innocent soul." The scene transitions to a grand expedition, with Duke Aslan, Carlitos, Beatty, and their knights on horseback arriving before a towering, rushing waterfall. Riding together on a majestic white horse, Duke Aslan asks Beatty, "Beatty, you want to go inside that waterfall, right?" To which she eagerly replies, "Yes, the book says there's a cave in the waterfall. Actually, Litter told me about that." Beatty recalls a childhood memory of Prince Litter boasting to her with a smug grin, remembering that although he didn't give a specific location, he did say the goblin stones were found in the cave behind the waterfall. Walking through the dark stone cavern with the knights, Beatty smiles and thinks, "I can't believe the heroic story Litter proudly told would become suggestive like this. I didn't expect he to be useful to me someday." Suddenly, Carlitos stops in his tracks with a shocked expression, prompting Beatty to ask, "What's wrong?" as another knight gasps, "That." The group stares in dismay at a massive solid rock wall completely blocking their path. The front is blocked. One of the knights sighs, "I can't see anywhere to go. I guess this is the end. It's time to go back." But another knight furiously whispers back, "Hey, you fool! Are you saying that Milady's innocent soul would be end from here?" Smiling sweetly to reassure the panicked knights, Beatty says, "I'm fine. How can we see the entrance in the first time we come here?" Chibi Beatty and the two knights raise their fists in a cute, determined cheer. "If everyone works together, we can find it in no time." "Yes, we'll definitely find it." The Royal Lion chivalry never says two words, "Give up." Looking around the cave, Beatty recalls a memory of Prince Lighter's height compared to her own, thinking, "Let's see, that time Lighter said the entrance is around my height." Stretching out her small hand to touch the cold stone, Beatty thinks, "He said that, somewhere around my height." Feeling along the rock face, Beatty presses on a specific spot and thinks in surprise, this place feels odd when touching." Suddenly, the cave begins to violently rumble and shake as debris falls from the ceiling. The stone wall begins to crack and crumble, letting in a blinding magical light as the knights shout, "The cave is collapsing! Protect Milady first!" Duke Aslan protectively sweeps Beatty into his arms as the brilliant light floods the cavern. He asks, "Beatty, are you all right?" To which she gasps, "Yes, I'm good, but look, over there." "Huh? That's... Oh my, could it be... the entrance?" A stunned silence falls over the expedition group as they discover a breathtaking, hidden cavern adorned with sparkling blue crystals. "Wow, it's so sparkly. Fairies might as well live here for real." The knights and Beatty marvel at the shimmering, magical environment as they ventured deeper into the crystal-filled cave. "I thought it was just a useless piece of land. I never expected this. Ugh, One of the knights walks forward in awe, completely distracted by the scenery, and accidentally bumps right into Duke Leonhardt's plush cape. Ouch! I apologize, my lord. I had to watch the surroundings. Shh, I think something's ahead. The knight quickly apologizes while rubbing his head, but Duke Leonhardt raises a hand, sensing a presence nearby. One, no, many. Duke Leonhardt's expression grows intensely cold and sharp as a menacing wild wolf shadow looms behind him, representing a rising threat in the dark caverns. Everyone, keep battling and moving as you have until now. Yes, my lord. The knights instantly draw their swords, steeling their resolve to protect their companions at all costs. Could it be the guard of the Fairy Stone that leader met? Be careful, it might be a formidable opponent. Beatty looks on with wide, nervous eyes, recalling Prince Leader's stories about a dangerous guardian. Huh? The group stands on high alert as a glowing white silhouette begins to step out from behind the massive crystal formations. A bird made from? A gorgeous and delicate bird, appearing to be crafted entirely from shimmering, translucent crystal, reveals itself amidst a bed of beautiful blue flowers. Jewel? Beatty and the knights gasp in astonishment at the pure, glittering beauty of the crystalline bird. Shah! A small flock of the glass-like birds slides and scampers playfully across the slippery, icy ground of the cavern. It's getting closer! Watch out! The knights quickly step in front, forming a defensive line as the sparkling flock approaches. Isn't it strange? It's clearly the guard that Litter talked about, a ferocious monster that only charges and screams, "Die?" Beatty peeks out from behind the Duke's cape, narrowing her eyes suspiciously as she compares the adorable creatures to Litter's tall tales. I really can't feel that ferocity at all. On the contrary, the round, chubby crystal birds tilt their heads in an incredibly sweet, harmless manner. Aren't they pretty? Beatty's heart completely melts at the sight of the adorable birds looking back at her. Pretty! Pretty! The cavern echoes with the high-pitched, sparkling voices of the birds as they mimic her praise. Startled by their sudden, close-up calls, Beatty peeks out with wide, curious eyes as the giant, glittering birds lean down to inspect her. Pretty? Pretty? Did they mimic me? They're like parrots. Beatty's eyes sparkle with pure delight, and she sprouts cute squirrel ears and a tail in her excitement. Hello? Hello? Beatty tentatively offers a greeting, and the jewel birds instantly chirp back a cute mimicry. My dear, don't get too close, it's dangerous. Duke Leonhardt protectively holds out his arm, warning his daughter to keep a safe distance from the unfamiliar creatures. It's all right, father. They're just harmless birds that repeat after humans. Look. Beatty smiles brightly and reassures her overprotective father. Chirp, chirp, chip, chip, beep, 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 quack, 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 quack. In a heartwarming, whimsical scene, Beatty dances and plays with the crystal birds as they mirror all her silly sounds. See? Am I right? Yes, they're adorable. No, they're fascinating. Beatty beams triumphantly, prompting the knights to marvel at the creature's sweet nature and fascinating habits. If we consider this habit of the birds, the word die that Litter heard might have been... Beatty's thoughts take a dark, analytical turn as she pieced together the truth behind Prince Litter's encounter. During the time when they were brutally attacked, die, kill them all. A grim flashback reveals a young Prince Litter with glowing yellow eyes, pointing aggressively as his men mercilessly assaulted the innocent flock. Kill them! The terrifying commands of the human invaders echoed through the bloody cavern, forever seared into the bird's memory. No matter how much one wants the fairy stones. Coo! Beatty looks deeply saddened and disgusted by the senseless violence, as a low, struggling sound from one of the birds interrupts her thoughts. Coo! Huh? What's wrong? Are you hurt? My lady, be careful, they might attack you. One of the crystal birds begins to gag and shudder, making Beauty gasp in worry while the knights panic and prepare to draw their weapons. Please step back for your safety. The two loyal knights immediately cross their swords in front of Beatty to shield her from any potential threat. No, I can't see anything. Keek! Beatty whines as her view is completely blocked by the protective knights, while the bird continues to retch. Keek! The jewel bird opens its beak wide and forcefully vomits a dazzling rainbow-colored liquid onto the cavern floor. Huh? It's the fairy stone. The knights stand frozen with pale, sweat-dropping faces, while Beatty gasps in pleasant surprise. Is that vomit the fairy stone? Aren't the stones made from mist? A close-up of the glowing, crystalline fairy stone reveals it was actually produced from the bird's digestive tract, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Oh my childhood faith is crushed. I wish I didn't hear that. So these birds made the fairy stone? But after being killed by litter, only a handful of fairy stones are left. Beatty stares blankly as her romanticized fairy tales shatter, realized in the grossest way possible. My lord, what are we going to do? Can we take it? Wait, we shouldn't just take it. The gray-haired knight asks if they should collect the newly made stone, but Beatty quickly raises her hand to stop him. Judging from how much they've collected over there, I think they don't want anyone to take it. Beatty points toward a massive, glowing pile of crystals, explaining that the birds cherish the stones they produce. In exchange, even when humans couldn't understand each other, we traded through barter. The knight is surprised, but Beatty confidently explains that they should negotiate a fair trade. The birds like shiny things. Beatty taps her chin thoughtfully, looking around the cavern to figure out what kind of treasure might catch the bird's interest. Oh! Beatty's eyes light up with a brilliant, adorable realization as she spots something perfect. Father, can I borrow that thing? Of course. Here, take it. Beatty points to the glittering gold lion crest on Duke Leonhardt's shoulder armor, which he gladly unpins and hands to her. Thank you. So now, wait. Beatty happily takes the shiny gold emblem, but Duke Leonhardt gently grabs her shoulder to halt her. It might be dangerous. Let me hold you. Everyone, split into defense and battle teams to protect my child. Duke Leonhardt scoops Beatty up in his arms, ordering the knights into high-security combat formations. That's not necessary. Yes, my lord. Beatty's sweat drops at her father's dramatic overprotectiveness, while the loyal knights eagerly shout their compliance. Baby, is this better? Yes, this will do. Securely cradled in her father's arms, Beatty prepares to initiate the trade with the flock. Now, birdies, look so, isn't it pretty? Do you want to trade this with the stone you made? Beatty holds up the sparkling golden lion crest, proposing a barter to the jewel bird. Great, they seem interested. The birds lean forward, tilting their heads as they curiously examine the bright gold emblem. Huh? Suddenly, the birds turn their heads away in unison with a cold, dismissive motion, shocking Beatty. Are they turning away because they're made from jewels already? It's not an easy deal. Wait, don't go yet. Beatty realizes that creatures made of precious gems aren't easily impressed by gold and frantically begs them to stay. What do you think? You've never seen this, right? It's a rare potion. Desperate to salvage the deal, Beatty reaches into her bag and pulls out a glowing green pear-shaped potion bottle. The knights watch in silent, sweat-dropping amusement as Beatty goes to extreme lengths to negotiate with the unimpressed crystal birds. Beatty notices the heavy, burning tension surrounding her family and mutters, "Why is there so much tension?" While a soldier nervously asks, My lord, is the lady on fire?" And another admires her, thinking, and Aslan must have that spirit. She's so cool. Looking determined, Beatty says, if that's the case, and vows, I must find out what the birds want. I'm risking my pride as an apprentice merchant. Beatty crosses her arms and purses her lips, deeply lost in thought, muttering a soft, Beatty tries offering various objects to the jewel birds, but they ignore them, leading her to exclaim, what is the jewel bird like after all? They have no reactions to anything. Determined not to give up, Beatty searches her yellow bag for more items, thinking, no, I can't give up here. There must be something that they like. Beatty pulls out a small branch with leaves and acorns, holding it out as she wonders if there is anything else. To Beatty's surprise, one of the jewel birds immediately steps forward and curiously pecks at the branch. Watching the bird closely, Beatty wonders, Archons? Can it be they like them too? Beatty beams happily as acorns gently fall on her cap, giggling, really? So you guys like sweet things too? That's right, the winter's coming so they need to store. As Beatty eagerly bends down to collect the acorns, the prince watches her and scolds, Beatty, you can't eat something fallen on the ground. To which she sheepishly replies, why do you throw them away? These are delicious. But Beatty pauses and begins to realize something, thinking, don't they like Archons? Can it be? She looks at the jewel birds happily nesting around the branches, realizing that they actually want the branch. The jewel bird drops a beautiful glowing purple goblin stone in exchange, prompting Beatty to say, thanks. so they like the branch? While the gray-haired knight cheers, "You have made a successful transaction, milady." The knight explains the birds-like things can be used as decoration for their nest. Maybe there aren't many branches here, so they become something precious. Beatty then asks, "Should we go out search for more?" And the knight happily complies, "Yes, milady." As they walk out to gather more wood, Beatty reflects, "We can get the goblin stones with just a bunch of scattered branches. I should be happy with such a profitable deal like this, but why do I feel so uneasy?" Standing between the massive jewel birds, Beatty looks back and wonders, does the jewel bird really like them? Carrying a bag overflowing with goblin stones, Beatty rides triumphantly on a white horse in front of her father. Looking at the glistening goblin stones, the knights praise her. "With these many, I'm sure there will be enough cereals for the northern." And, as expected from milady, getting the goblin stones with just some branches, leaving Beatty to laugh awkwardly. "Thank you." Beatty looks up at her father on the horse and calls out, "Father," to which he replies, "Huh?" As the horses trot along, Beatty asks, "When we get back to the city, can we send more kinds of branches here?" And her father curiously asks, "Here?" before she confirms, "Yep." Beatty reflects on the jewel birds, thinking, though the birds are satisfied with normal branches, she imagines beautiful trees, thinking, chestnut tree, nacre tree, pine tree. It will be nice if the birds can choose what they like among those to decorate for their nest. Beatty watches the happy expressions of the people and thinks, so I want the jewel bird can be as happy as we are. Touched by her kindness, her father smiles and pats her head, saying, "I see. Don't worry about that. I will tell them to search for every kind of branch that don't have in the north for the jewel bird." Moved to tears, the knights sniffle. "Our Lady is so kind." While one admits, "I feel ashamed of myself thinking I was so happy when getting the goblin stones for free." Beatty blushes with embarrassment as they praise her, thinking, they are going to say that I'm a genius or something like that for sure. Feels so awkward every time hearing that. A knight mentions the legend of a sage, prompting a confused, yes, and sage from Beatty, while the knight explains, yes, the story tells that of the generals who commanded the battlefield from time immemorial. The narration continues, telling of the past. There was a virtuous general who was very kind to their subordinates. Under a depiction of a lion crest and a chess-playing general, the narrator adds, with great intelligence and excellent battle analytics talent, someone who had merit and lived to the end of the battlefield. The legend concludes, that person is called the Blessed One who received a lot of luck. The knight exclaims, "It was luck when you discovered the way out of nothing and you even found the jewel bird. Milady is truly a blessed one. It's understandable why the lion constellation of the Aslan family is especially fond of Milady." Another knight chimes in, "That's not true. Milady is a squirrel shapeshifter, so it will be the squirrel constellation who takes care of her," prompting a surprised, "Oh, right. The squirrel constellation?" from Beatty as she recalls, "But ever since that day, the constellation doesn't borrow the body of wind and snow to come here anymore." Looking at the glowing sky, Betty hopes, well, I guess they will come soon? Under a dark sky, an angry voice echoes from a large mansion. "You claimed that they would never find out." Inside, the brown-haired commander yells, "Didn't you assure that it was going to be useless no matter how much the Duke looked for it?" While his cloaked spy stammers, "My apology, I was sure that I didn't expect the Duke to even look inside the waterfall and find the secret canal." The commander violently kicks his subordinate, shouting, "Shut up, and now you're justifying for actions?" As the subordinate begs, "Ush, please forgive me," while Prince Ritter calmly sips his tea, thinking to himself, annoying. The commander's inner thoughts seethe with anger. Those ungrateful lions that didn't cooperate are being such a pain. The goblin stones that were meant to be used as compensation for the war now fell into the hand of the lady. Putting down his teacup, Prince Ritter coldly decides, "Nothing goes as planned after I came here. It will be better for me to return to the imperial capital soon." Before commanding, "Enough." The commander quickly stops his outburst and bows, saying, I apologize, Your Highness. I've shown you my embarrassing side." Prince Ritter stands up and coldly walks away, stating, "I'm not so sure about that," leaving the commander to ask in confusion, "Pardon?" Ritter looks back with a chilling gaze and warns, "I'll inform my mother about what happened this time." Terrified of losing favor, the commander pleads, "Please wait, Your Highness. I know that you're disappointed about this," but Ritter dismisses him, saying, "I have nothing to disappoint about. It's just that your ability reaches the limit." The commander sweats and begs, "My apology, but as you already know, my position in Aslan is getting smaller. So please, Your Highness, can you notify Her Majesty not to cut the aid?" Prompting a sigh of from Ritter. As Ritter turns to leave, the commander's face twists into a dark, threatening grin as he whispers, "Still, in the end, you're nothing," making the prince halt in surprise. "Your Highness, I still remember it clearly." The commander recalls a sealed envelope, thinking of the parsley flower pattern sealed on the letter sent to me. The commander threatens the prince directly. "Can't you stop beating around the bush? I will never fall alone. If you abandon me, I'll tell the Duke all the things the royal family has been involved in lately." He remembers the Queen's secret promise. She promised that she would let me be the patriarch of the Aslan family. I believe that promise and have done all the orders in the past time. The commander demands respect, saying, "My royalty, just because of a tiny mistake this time, and it's forgotten. I'm so sad about that." Ritter masks his anger with a sweet smile and replies, "You're right. I was mistaken. That unchanged loyalty? I'll tell Mother about that too." To which the commander bows, "My pleasure, Your Highness." As the commander bows politely, Ritter leaves the room, thinking to himself, just a threat is enough for him to understand, while saying aloud, "Please have a safe trip back," and receiving the reply, "You too. Take care until the next time we meet." Left alone in the dark corridor, Prince Ritter stands silently behind the closed doors. Prince Ritter scoffs as he walks down the dimly lit hallway, muttering to himself, "Loyalty? I need to tell Mother to get rid of those dogs who don't know their position." Back in her bedroom, a happy little Beady snuggles under her cozy blue blankets, cheerfully singing "La La La La" as she drifts off to sleep. Watching her with a warm smile, the gray-haired maid remarks, "You are in a good mood, milady. Did something good happen?" Beady quickly tries to hide her excitement, stammering, "No, nothing," while nervously wondering to herself, "Did I show too much?" But in her mind, Beady hilariously imagines Prince Ritter looking completely ridiculous after losing his tooth, thinking, "It's so hilarious remembering it. That was because Leader came back with such funny appearance." Meanwhile, the maid watches her giggling and tenderly thinks, "Oh, no matter when you sleep or awake, you still think for our family." The maid misinterprets her smile and happily says, "You're smiling because you're remembering of the goblin stones, aren't you? You're imagining the view where the north will become more and more prosperous." Beady is caught completely off guard, blinking in confusion as she squeaks, "Yes?" Gently tucking Beady in, the maid says, "Milady's feelings are surely precious, but now is your bedtime, so please take a rest. Your health is the most important." Beady sheepishly responds, Yes." The maid walks towards the door to give her some privacy, saying, "Then please excuse me. Have a good sleep, milady." Beady calls back from under the covers, You too." Left alone in the quiet room, Beady pulls the blanket up to her eyes and sighs, "I didn't have a chance to correct her, that I was laughing because Leader lost his tooth. Leader lost his tooth." She rolls around in her bed, unable to contain her amusement as she giggles. Again, the more I think of it, the funnier it becomes. Hugging her blanket, she smiles triumphantly, thinking not only could he not find anything good to bring back, he even returned with that ridiculous look. I won this time. The next morning, a bright, beautiful sun shines down through a canvas of brilliant blue skies and soft, drifting clouds. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the grand castle. Sitting in front of her vanity mirror, Beady stares at her reflection in absolute horror, crying out, "What is this? Unbelievable!" Trembling in shock, Beady covers her mouth and desperately prays, "This is just a dream." At the breakfast table, a heavy silence hangs in the air. The blonde duke cuts his meat at the head of the table, while Beady sits quietly, playing with her dessert, completely lost in her thoughts under the watchful eye of her black-haired brother. Her brother stares at her intently, noticing that she is merely poking and prodding at her strawberry cake instead of eating it. Her father and brother try to coax her to eat, asking, "What's wrong, Beady? Why don't you eat? You normally have a lot. Did something happen?" "That's right, have some more." Unable to face them, Beady quickly slides down from her chair, nervously stammering, "I'm good, please excuse me." With her heart pounding, Beady rushes out of the dining room as fast as her legs can carry her, leaving her father and brother staring after her in sheer bewilderment. Watching her sudden escape, her brother chews his food with a deeply worried expression, muttering, "Is she sick?" Leaning against the closed double doors of the hallway, Beady catches her breath and sighs with relief. "Phew, I almost got caught." With a magical puff of smoke, Beady transforms into her small, round squirrel form, thinking, "It is dangerous as it's more easily caught in human form." Scurrying quickly, the little squirrel leaps onto her vanity table, thinking, "I'd better have it checked again." Sitting in front of the mirror, she clutches her cheeks and anxiously thinks, "Clearly I was mistaken while dreaming. Please, please." The little squirrel opens her mouth and gently pushes her front tooth with her paw, only to freeze in shock. It's become loose, she panics, collapsing in dramatic despair. I made a lot of fun of Leader, and here comes the karma. Even if he's ugly, I shouldn't make fun of him. I'm being punished. Slumping her tail in utter misery, she cries to herself, I will become hilarious just like Litter. She remembers her lonely past back in the Imperial City, where she stood in tattered clothes as maids walked past her without a glance. She reflects sadly, no one cared about me when I was in the Imperial City, so even if I lost my tooth or not, no one would care. She looks back at how warmly everyone here treats her loving father, her protective brother, the kind knights, and the caring maid, and realizes, but here, everyone is good people. She dreads the thought of her warm new family pointing and laughing at her toothless face, imagining them teasing, you look just like that snake, so funny, and let's make a sculpture of a toothless squirrel. This only makes her resolve stronger as she screams in her mind, but because of that, it makes me don't want to show them this side of me even more. Flat on her stomach, the little squirrel sighs dejectedly, knowing she has to find a way to hide, muttering, this is no good. Later that day, her brother searches the grounds, calling out, Beady, where are you? While the clever little squirrel quickly climbs up and hides on a nearby tree branch. Undeterred, her brother searches her room, carrying a small pouch of treats. I brought you some food, he calls out, unaware that Beady is clinging to the back of the curtain right beside him. He bursts into another room, shouting, I know that you're here, causing the startled little squirrel to leap behind a grand sofa in panic. He scratches his head in frustration, grumbling, what? Not here either? Where could she be? While Beady carefully peeks out from behind a flower vase on a side table. Leaping down, she scurries under a table to catch her breath, thinking, phew, I thought I was going to be caught this time. Why does he keep looking for me today? Just as she thinks she is safe, a voice suddenly speaks right next to her. Seems busy, Beady? Startled, she squeaks in response, squeak, squeak, yes, I'm hiding from my brother. The little squirrel freezes completely as she slowly processes who just spoke to her, blinking in silent shock. She looks up to find her black-haired brother crouching right in front of her with a chilling, triumphant smile, whispering, found you. Sweating profusely, the trembling squirrel stammers, squeak, as her brother smiles warmly and says, come with me, won't you? Before she knows it, Beady is turned back into her human form, staring in absolute shock at a massive feast of heavy meats and dishes laid out before her. Beady points at the food and asks in disbelief, what are these? Her brother replies firmly, what do you mean what? You didn't have a proper meal the whole day. He leans in, ordering, so eat up. When she sweat drops and complains, too many, he immediately counters, then a half. Staring at the thick, tough roasted meat, Beady panics internally. My tooth will fall out if I chew this now. That looks so hard, too. She sweats nervously, desperately scanning the table while thinking, isn't there something soft? All while her brother watches her with a piercing, intense gaze. Flinching under his heavy stare, Beady asks sheepishly, yes? While thinking, what? Why is he suddenly so serious? Suddenly, her brother reaches out and grabs her shoulders firmly, saying with deep earnestness, I won't do anything bad for you, so you can tell me. Looking straight into her eyes, he asks with protective concern, are you being bullied? Beady blinks, completely stunned. Huh? She mutters, as her brother continues to press, you suddenly skipped meals and hid from everyone. Did someone tell you anything? Seeing his intense worry, Beady feels a wave of warmth and guilt, thinking, so he's worried about me because I'm acting differently. I didn't mean to make them worry. As Beady begins to explain, actually, her brother suddenly jumps up in a rage, slamming his fists and shouting, who? I'll cut their head down, leaving Beady utterly speechless. Beady defends herself, crying out, it's not like that, while her brother asks, so what? Sweating nervously, Beady hesitates and stammers, that? Beady makes up her mind and says, I'll tell you only, to which her brother wonders in surprise, me only? Beady opens her mouth and points at her front tooth, asking her brother, look, here, isn't it loose? Her brother inspects it and says, right, it sure is, causing Beady to hiccup in surprise. Her brother calmly reassures her, saying, your tooth will fall out at your age, of course. There's nothing to hide about that. Beady whines that she looks ridiculous, comparing herself to Prince Ritter, but her brother bluntly replies, he looks hilarious even before that. Her brother asks to see it again, but Beady quickly turns away, refusing, no, you're too strong, it might fall out right when you touch it. Her brother pleads with sparkling eyes, saying, no, I swear I will touch it gently. Beady, please. Reluctantly yielding, Beady tells him, I get it, but you have to be careful. If it falls out, I will be really mad at you. And her brother agrees, okay, I know. Her brother carefully touches her tiny tooth, thinking to himself that it's so small it might really fall out. Just then, a servant knocks on the door and announces, "Young master, I bring more food here." Her brother freezes in horror as a distinct popping sound echoes, realizing something went terribly wrong. Beatty looks up at him with wide, innocent eyes, completely unaware of what happened, and asks, "What's wrong, Brother Carr?" Her brother immediately clasps his hands together in desperate apology, pleading, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm repenting, don't be mad at me anymore, okay?" While Beatty glares at him in absolute fury. As Beatty pelts in anger, her brother panics and asks his father, "Father, what if she doesn't speak to me again?" But his father calmly replies, "Then she'll speak to me." Leaning against the balcony, Beatty grumpily complains to herself, "I know that losing baby teeth is a natural phenomenon, but it's faster because of my brother. I asked him to be careful. I can't believe this happened." Her father walks onto the balcony, gently calling out, "Baby, I know that you're upset, but please listen to me." And Beatty turns back to ask, "What is it?" Her father tells her a comforting story about a special being who loves children's missing teeth. He explains the legend of the Tooth Fairy, who visits sleeping children to collect their teeth and leave a wonderful gift in return as a token of gratitude. Beatty remembers reading about it in a book and excitedly says, "I read about it in a book. The fairy stone in the legend does exist, so I'm sure the Tooth Fairy exists too." Her father smiles warmly and pats her head, encouraging her, "Something good might happen." Feeling her father's gentle hand on her head, Beatty's heart flutters with joy and anticipation. That night, Beatty carefully places her lost tooth under her pillow and smiles, thinking, "It's done. The fairy can find it easily, right?" She crawls under her cozy blue blanket, recalling her father's words that the Tooth Fairy would leave a coin or a present. Snuggling into her bed, she drifts off to sleep with a sweet smile, wondering what kind of gift she will receive. The next morning, her maid opens the door and greets her, "My lady, I hope you slept well. I came to help you prepare," only to hear Beatty squeal in absolute wonder. The maid asks, "What's the matter?" And Beatty excitedly jumps up in bed, holding up a scroll and shouting, "Johanna, the Tooth Fairy really came and left me a present." Realizing that the Duke must have slipped into the room during the night, the maid smiles and asks, "May I see what you got?" To which Beatty happily replies, "Yes, of course." Beatty proudly unfurls a grand, beautifully detailed parchment document, presenting it with a cheerful "ta-da!" Beatty beams with pride as she shows it to her maid, explaining, "It's the right to manage the oak forest." She explains that the oak trees produce the most delicious acorns, and the forest has 1,000 trees. The maid smiles warmly, replying, "Wow, you must be so happy, my lady." While the maid secretly thinks about how the Duke would truly do anything for his daughter, Beatty looks at the document with a trace of worry, wondering, "But I don't know if I can take this." Beatty holds the paper and says, "It's such a grand present for just a tooth. I don't think the Tooth Fairy and the Jewel Bird know how to estimate the value of things." Shocked, the maid quickly fabricates an explanation to prevent the Duke's grand gesture from going to waste, saying, "Isn't it more expensive because it's a shapeshifter's tooth? It's much rarer than a human's tooth." Completely convinced by the maid's words, Beatty nods in agreement, thinking, "So it's precious. Then perhaps this is a reasonable price." When Beatty curiously asks how the fairy obtained such a contract, the maid's sweat drops and stammers, "Even fairies have things that humans like in order to make an exchange." Beatty ponders whether fairies engage in human economic activities and possess property rights, prompting the flustered maid to quickly usher her along, saying, Now, we'll be late for breakfast. Let's get ready." As they walk to the dining room, the maid mentions that the Duke prepared special food, and Beatty happily realizes, "Wow, I can chew well now." Imagining her round squirrel self happily eating delicious treats, Beatty celebrates, quote, "I can eat until I'm full without worrying about my teeth falling off," end quote. Later in the day, the little squirrel snuggles on a tree branch, feeling cozy as she thinks, "The weather's nice, I'm so sleepy." Then, curling up into a tight, warm ball on the thick branch, she decides, "Maybe I should take a nap." Footsteps rustle through the snow on the ground as a dark-haired boy approaches, muttering, "Indeed." Looking up at the sleeping squirrel nestled high in the branches, the black-haired boy smiles and says, "You're here." He gently places his hand on the trunk, recalling, "It's the tree that she told me she liked. What was it? The circumference of the tree?" He remembers Beatty eagerly explaining to him that the circumference of a tree is crucial because wider trunks mean stronger branches and less risk of falling, making it the perfect place to sleep. He recalls how she babbled about sunlight and leaf shapes, realizing that her meticulous tree criteria weren't a joke after all. Smiling warmly at the sleeping squirrel, he whispers, "You're still the same. How adorable." Hovering gently in the air beside the branch, he softly says, "I'm sorry for bothering you. I saw something that you'd like, so I just couldn't leave." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a tiny item, asking, "It's just a small gift. Will you take it?" He gently drapes a miniature blanket with a squirrel pattern over the sleeping squirrel, smiling happily as he thinks, "Isn't it even better than I expected?" "I hope she'd like it." Adder smiles softly as he thinks of Beatty. The beautiful evening sky glows in brilliant shades of pink, orange, and purple as the sun begins to set. Choo! Choo! In her adorable squirrel form, Beatty sleepily opens her eyes under her warm blanket, with the grand castle standing in the distance. Choo! The sun is up already! Choo! I wonder how long I've been asleep. Waking up, Beatty stretches her tiny limbs and suddenly notices a soft fabric nearby. Huh? A handkerchief? Is it from my brother? Swelling with curiosity, the cute little squirrel grabs the patterned handkerchief and begins sniffing it intently to investigate. Choo! This! Beatty's eyes sparkle with recognition as she realizes exactly who the handkerchief belongs to. Footsteps echo through the palace hallway as Prince Ader walks forward. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, saying, "Your Highness Ader." "Your Highness, are you returning today?" Beatty runs down the corridor to greet him, and Atar replies, "Yes, I was on my way to greet the Duke and Carl." But knowing her family, he sweats at the thought that it might turn into a fight. "I also wanted to come see you," Ader admits gently, and Beatty beams up at him, saying, "You already did." "Isn't this from you?" Beatty asks with a bright smile, proudly raising her arm to show the handkerchief tied round her wrist. How do you know? Were you already awake?" Ader asks in surprise. Beatty proudly replies, "I can smell things well when I'm in squirrel form. I sensed your smell. You smell great." Ader blushes and thinks, "Great smell?" before nervously asking, "How's the gift? I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought something." Beatty happily raises her fist and cheers, "I love it." Beatty looks warmly at the gift wrapped around her wrist, reflecting, it must not have been a comfortable journey as he was forced to go by the order of the king, but he even gave me a present. "Your Highness." "Ader, do you want anything?" Beatty asks, wishing to return the favor. But Ader gently declines, saying, "No, I didn't give this to you to get anything back." "Still, this time I want to give you something. Just tell me," Beatty insists, clenching her fists with adorable determination. "Hurry," Beatty pleads with sparkling eyes. Ader blushes as he thinks to himself, well, it's hard to say no to her. Since you're so persistent, I'll ask you for a favor." Ader gives in, while Beatty eagerly replies, "Okay, what is it?" Don't tell anyone else about this," Ader whispers softly into Beatty's ear, sharing a secret request. A bright, clear blue sky is filled with floating, colorful confetti as a festive atmosphere begins to spread. "Whoa, so many people!" Beatty gasps in wonder, looking around at the bustling, colorful festival crowd alongside Ader. There too," Beatty excitedly points out all the sights, from the fresh fruit stands to a talented street violinist performing for the crowd. "There are so many things to do that I don't know where to start," Beatty exclaims, her eyes shining with pure excitement. "Your Highness Alter, this—" Beatty suddenly stops mid-sentence and points ahead. Ader smiles and asks, "What's wrong, Beatty?" "About that, I'm supposed to guide you in this festival, but looks like we keep going to the places I like," Beatty apologizes, but Ader quickly reassures her, saying, "I'm fine about that, don't worry." Leaning in closer, Ader tells her, "What I need is a companion, not a guide. Will you come to the festival with me? So please enjoy yourself." "On the contrary, the male companion like me should be the one who is responsible," Ader continues. Beatty looks up at him blankly and murmurs, "Is that so?" Ader extends his hand, saying, So let's hold hands so we don't get lost." But Carl suddenly lunges between them, shouting, "Stay away from her. Don't get any closer than 500 kilometers." Ader replies, "That's beyond the territory," to which Carl barks, "Even better. You're joining the festival too? Right. Tell me if there's anything you want," Carl says with a protective grin, wrapping an arm around Beatty. Beatty thinks, but Papa also said he wanted to go to the festival. In reality, the Duke was desperately held back by his staff and a mountain of paperwork. Carl states, "There's nothing we can do about that. He's busy." "Look, grilled meat skewers. Let's go eat, Beatty," Carl says excitedly. Beatty happily agrees, while Ader sighs to himself, "I want to enjoy the festival with no worries." Otter watches the siblings with a bittersweet, nervous smile, thinking, it's certainly not easy. Being able to eat grilled skewers at the festival? Luckily, the grilling recipe is widely known. Beatty cheers, taking a delicious bite of her skewer. "But, brother, I promised His Highness that I would stay with him all day," Beatty points out. Carl shrugs dismissively, saying, "Next to or the next of next to, it's the same thing. If you continue to act like a supervisor, then you will be considered troublesome by her lady in the future," Ader warns. Carl smirks and fires back, "If only someone doesn't do things that makes others have to supervise." The two boys glare and growl at each other in a fierce, dark-tempered face-off, leaving Beatty to sigh they keep fighting all the times. Beatty wonders, but Aslan doesn't pay much attention to agriculture, so why is the Harvest Festival so big? Carl explains, this is originally a festival to pray for the bountiful harvest in other areas. Carl boasts proudly, "If their farming goes well, we can receive more, right? What do you think? Isn't the generosity of the North something to be proud of?" Beatty sweat drops and thinks, what a gangster. Walking along the street, Beatty spots a small green sprout and recalls, "Papa said that he's been consulting for a long time about where to use the Goblin Stone." She looks at the magical, glowing gemstone and hopefully then the Harvest Festival can be organized for the northern region itself, not just to pray for other lands. She prays fervently, "For the peace of the mainland, please." The sky turns into a warm, glowing sunset as the festive banners sway gently in the evening breeze. "How was the day? Did you have fun?" Carl asks warmly. Beatty beams up at him, replying, "Yes, I did. Let's go together again next year." "Huh? Is that?" Beatty gasps as she spots a familiar face in the crowd. Beatty runs over calling, "Sir Peasus, what brings you here? I thought you were supposed to be in the palace." Sir Peasus turns and says, "Milady, I'm going to monitor the progress of promoting the free food stand." "Oh, the free food stand. This is what I proposed at the previous meeting," Beatty realizes excitedly. Sir Peasus smiles and replies, "Yes, because this is still a new concept to people, promotion is ongoing. There will be one around this alley. Do you want to come along, milady?" Peasus asks. Beatty happily agrees, but they are interrupted by a sudden crash and a loud shout. "Hey, you! What are you doing?" A guard angrily restrains a blue-haired youth, yelling, "You dare touch the food ingredients for tomorrow's free food stand? You thief!" The boy desperately cries, "I'm not, you're misunderstanding." Beatty gasps as her eyes lock onto a metallic device hanging from the boy's belt. She thinks in shock, "Is that a pocket knife?" "Misunderstanding? Just stand here and wait for the guard to come," the guard barks. The boy pleads, "I'm just trying to put it back in its original position," while Beatty observes, "The pocket knife hasn't been introduced to the market yet, so how did he get it?" Looking at the crying boy on his knees, a stunning realization hits Beatty. Could it be? That person is the genius inventor Bane? The narrator explains, to explain who Bane is to people who don't know, the pocket knife, which became an essential item for soldiers and merchants when first introduced, the doll clock, which greets in a different pose each time the hour hand circles, and the concept of a flying horse-drawn carriage becoming a reality. Everything was created by that genius inventor. Under the glowing skies, legendary creations began with the work of a single mastermind. Bane announced many incredible inventions and became well known across the mainland, but his brilliant fame was cut short by his tragic death from acute alcoholism. Following his passing, Bane's name sadly became a laughingstock, with people using his fate as a warning to others to stop drinking before they ended up just like him. Realizing that this crying boy is indeed the genius inventor Bane, Beatty resolves to step in and save him before he can fall down that tragic path, ensuring he gets the opportunity to use his incredible abilities to the fullest. Carl calls out to Bane, asking if he can make the intriguing device hanging from his belt, which catches the timid young inventor completely off guard. Bane nervously touches the device on his belt and confirms he created it himself, prompting Carl to ask if he can take a closer look. Bane hands over the device, explaining that it is a multi-tool knife he created, though it isn't fully finished yet, so he hasn't shown it to anyone. Bane rambles nervously about wanting to fix up the look and add even more features, while Carl sweat drops and asks him to speak more clearly. Believing he has bored them, Chibi Bane immediately apologizes, shrinking back and lamenting that he has a habit of rambling about things only he understands. Bane is stunned and deeply touched when Beatty enthusiastically tells him that his work is actually incredibly interesting. Beatty scolds Carl for threatening the poor boy, while Carl sweat drops and defends himself, claiming he was just talking and that Bane is simply scaring himself. Beatty clenches her fists with sparkling eyes and asks Bane to tell her more about his invention, leaving the young boy deeply moved that someone wants to hear his ideas. Looking at Beatty, Bane tears up with gratitude, reflecting that this is the very first time anyone has ever expressed interest in hearing his story. Bane's stomach suddenly growls with embarrassment, prompting Beatty to warmly suggest they grab some dinner while listening to his stories. Carl insists on joining them so Beatty won't be left alone with Bane, while Prince Ader silently laments his interrupted quality time with her. Under the soft evening sky, Beatty reaches out and calls out to Prince Ader. Taking Ader's hand under the glowing twilight, Beatty warmly smiles and promises to lead him through the festival this time. Beatty beams happily as she holds Ader's hand, causing Ader's heart to beat rapidly with excitement. Looking at Beatty's bright smile, Ader blushes gently, realizing that simply being together with her is more than enough to make him happy. Beatty guides Ader forward with a bright smile, while Ader happily accepts her hand, glad to walk by her side. Carl suddenly yells at Bane to let go of Beatty, leaving the terrified young inventor trembling in fear at how scary Carl is. At the tavern, a starving Bane ravenously devours a massive feast of steak, bread, and sausages. Carl and Beatty watch in sweat-dropping disbelief as Bane eats an incredible amount of food, realizing just how starved the poor boy must have been. The waiter serves their order of drinks, along with a glass of wine, which immediately puzzles Beatty as she wonders if Bane was the one who ordered it. Determined to prevent Bane's future alcohol addiction, Beatty quickly asks the waiter to replace the glass of wine with a non-alcoholic drink. Narration describes a text comparing Bane's potential to a baobab seed, insignificant and small at first, but carrying immense future success. The narration explains that once a baobab tree's roots touch the ground, it grows into a massive, undeniable presence, taking a significant position in the world. This metaphor perfectly describes Bane's future, and Beatty vows that his precious potential will never be lost to a tragic alcohol addiction. Beatty looks at Bane with sparkling eyes, her determination renewed now that she is certain of his identity and his immense talent. Bane blushes flusteredly and thanks Beatty for her remarkable vision, revealing that despite his looks, he is actually still a minor and has never tasted alcohol. Beatty, Carl, and Otter are completely flabbergasted, staring blankly in absolute shock at the sudden revelation that Bane is still a minor. Beatty realizes that Bane's fragile, exhausted appearance was simply due to his youth, meaning his tragic future with alcohol hasn't even begun yet. Seizing the perfect opportunity to save him, Beatty passionately grabs Bane and begs him to promise her that he will never touch alcohol. Scratching his cheek in confusion, Bane agrees to follow her advice, touched that someone is showing such sincere interest in his well-being. Beatty is caught off guard, realized with a soft gasp that she is the very first person to ever show genuine interest in Bane and his creations. Seeing the worn-out multi-tool knife on the table, Beatty wonders how such a magnificent and useful item could have gone unrecognized by the world for so long. Chibi Beatty asks Bane why someone with his talent hasn't attracted investors yet, and Bane admits he had complicated family circumstances. Bane explains that his father repeatedly borrowed money for failed, unstable businesses until people completely refused to lend them anything. In his desperation, Bane's father would force his own young child to beg others for loans, eventually ruining their family's reputation and leaving them with no hope. Beatty looks at Bane with deep sympathy, realizing how painful and complicated his life has been up until now. Beatty, Carl, and Ader loudly encourage Bane to hold his head high, telling him that he must disregard his father and not let his family's mistakes ruin his future. Beatty passionately assures Bane that his inventions have the power to change the world and that people will recognize their value, moving the emotional boy to tears. Gently patting Bane's hand, Beatty tells him not to be disheartened and to keep working hard with confidence, which leaves him deeply grateful. Overwhelmed by Beatty's kind, supportive words, Bane cries tears of profound gratitude, admitting he had no faith in his own invention until now. As Bane bursts into happy tears, Carl playfully teases Betty for making the boy cry, while Betty frantically waves her hands in panic and objects. Beatty kindly offers a tissue to comfort the sniffling chibi Bane, telling him not to cry. Once Bane calms down, Beatty smiles warmly and pulls out a document, revealing that she has a special proposal she wants to discuss with him. Beatty enthusiastically announces her plan to officially introduce Bane's brilliant inventions to the entire public. With a bright and encouraging smile, Beatty holds out the contract paper, welcoming him to partner with her. Completely stunned and speechless, Bain holds the contract as Beatty gently asks him to review the details of her proposal. Bain carefully reviews the contract document in his hands, murmuring, "Oh, I see. Let's see, where's the remittance? It's not asking you for all the rights, but only some specific patent rights. And the advance payment is..." Bain looks down at the specified advance payment in the document, his blue eyes widening in absolute shock. Question mark? Trembling with disbelief at the staggering amount, Bain stammers, "Oh my, there are way too many zeros in this amount. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Beatty stands behind him and reassures him, "No, it's an accurately calculated amount." Beatty beams with a sweet, genuine smile amidst blooming yellow flowers. She says, "I highly value Mr. Bain's efforts and have no intention of purchasing them at a low price. I firmly believe that Mr. Bain's inventions have more than enough value." Overwhelmed with emotion, Chibi Bain bursts into tears and eagerly grabs a pen, crying, "I shall sign right away." Sweat dropping, Beatty gently objects, "That you don't have to sign on it. It's a pre-contract." Chibi Bain continues to cry dramatically as he vows, "From now on, each invention that I make for the rest of my life belongs to you and you only." Chibi Beatty wags her finger with a warm smile, clarifying, "There's no such need. Please invent for the betterment of this world, not for me. However, the condition of the investment is to never touch alcohol." Carl and Prince Ader observe the interaction from a distance with smug, proud smiles. Ader comments, "The lady is truly astonishing, just like a true businesswoman," prompting Carl to reply proudly, "That's so obvious. Whose younger sister is she, after all?" Carl smirks confidently, thinking to himself, "Anyway, this..." Beatty enthusiastically presents the next step, while Bain looks on in shock. "Would you be ready to pick up the official contract from the workshop tomorrow for signing?" Bain gasps, "Workshop? No way! Do you mean Aslan's royal workshop?" A few days later, the grand and majestic spires of the castle rise high against a bright, clear blue sky as a guard calls out, "Did you call for us, miss?" Beatty sits behind her massive, regal desk and welcomes her gathered team. "Yes, I appreciate you all for gathering here despite being so busy." Inside a golden decorative frame, the three incredible talents are introduced: Chakrante, an underground prison engineer and mastermind of macrame; Barty, the exceptionally skilled head chef who helped create the potato menu; and Bain, the genius inventor whom Beatty fondly refers to as her baobab tree's seedling. Beatty looks determinedly at her team from behind her desk, thinking, "And after adding up the tasks I planned with this?" Bright golden light bursts forth as the narrator declares, "Surely the best team is formed." Chakrante, Barty, and Bain look at Beatty with focused and serious expressions as she addresses them, saying, "Everyone." Leaning forward with sparkling eyes and a dazzling, eager smile, Beatty asks them, "Do you all wish to give starting a business a try with me?" Beatty walks down a grand hallway of the estate, clutching her prepared document, thinking, "This more than I expected." Betty recalls how readily they agreed, thinking in disbelief, "Didn't I get their agreement way too easily? I thought they would have more objections for sure." In her memories, Chakrante cheers, "Yes, let's give it a try," while Barty is excited to cook new dishes and Bain pledges his absolute trust in her. Chibi Beatty looks slightly disappointed as she holds up her business plan, sighing, "Thanks to this, I haven't even had a chance to take out the business plan I prepared. I worked so hard to prepare for it." Walking toward a large set of double doors, Beatty reassures herself, "Yes, but I'm still very grateful. This brings me one step closer to my dream, now that I've gathered the requisite talents." Standing before her father's office with a dramatic, glowing golden light behind her, Beatty prepares herself. "I need to address the most important deed." Beatty stands tall and determined, resolving, "Gather the seed capital for the business as quickly as possible." Beatty dramatically lifts her business plan high above her head with a sparkling pink background, pleading, "Could you please take a moment to look at this business plan?" Beatty eagerly presents the plan to her father, the Duke, who sits at his grand desk. He asks, "A business plan?" And she proudly replies, "Yes, it's a business plan starting with the finest artisans in Aslan." The Duke takes the paper with a gentle smile, saying, "Well, it's our dear's work, so I'll just take a look right now." Beatty stands before him, clasping her hands and staring up with huge, nervous eyes. The Duke carefully reviews the document as his advisor looks on. He observes, consumer trends are firmly established, And there's also promising distinctiveness that can compete with others. Beatty smiles brightly and reaches into her round yellow shoulder bag, saying, "Right? And if you're thinking of investing..." Beatty places a document, a pouch of gold, and a glowing purple gemstone onto the desk, declaring, "And this here is the certificate of ownership of the oak forest." She eagerly pushes a small box toward her father. "Also this," leaving the Duke sweat-dropping in confusion as he asks, "Wait, dear, what's this all of a sudden?" Beatty explains with a serious and confident face, "These are the valuable assets I would put up as collateral for the investor," leaving her father completely stunned as he repeats, "Collateral?" Betty clasps her hands together, looking up at him with giant, pleading, sparkling eyes. "Yes, would it be possible to receive some investment funds with these items?" An illustration of chests filled with gold and jewels appears, with the narration explaining, due to Ant's reckless spendings, the little left of the Duke's wealth was spent on Bane's contract fee, and the capital needed for the business had to be filled in with investment funds. Beatty thinks, with a slightly downcast but determined face, "It's regrettable, but there's no other choice. As long as I repay the money promptly, I should be able to get it back." Beatty dramatically covers her eyes and weeps over her precious items, crying, "Until then, goodbye. I'll repay you as soon as possible and go find her, girls." The Duke gently places his hand over a wooden box, telling her, "You've reached out to the right investor." Standing before her, the Duke holds out a magnificent, ornate golden key decorated with a large purple gemstone. He smiles and says, "Here, you can have it, the key to my warehouse. Open it and take as many gold coins as you need for your plan." Beatty is completely flabbergasted, her eyes popping out in disbelief. As many as I want?" she asks, and her father calmly nods. "Right." Beatty happily throws her arms around her father's leg, hugging him tightly. "Really? Thank you so much, Dad. I'll make sure to repay the gold coins you've lent me tenfold." The Duke gently pats his daughter's orange hair, saying, "No, there's no need to repay." The Duke looks down at Beatty with immense affection and tells her, "As an honorable merchant, I have no intention of withholding repayment, but as my daughter Beatrice, you don't need to repay." The Duke gazes at Beatrice with a warm, gentle, and incredibly loving smile. Deeply moved by his kindness, Beatty looks up at her father with glistening, tear-filled eyes, whispering, "Father." Chibi Duke crosses his arms with a stern expression, while Chibi Beatty sweat drops in surprise as he commands, "Nevertheless, you must accept it." And she squeaks, "Yes?" The Duke's gray-haired advisor sweat drops in disbelief at how easily the Duke hands over his wealth. Beatty happily thinks, "Anyway, Dad has a subtly tender heart," while the advisor frantically worries, "My lady, so what will you do if you fall victim to a dangerous scam artist like that? Perhaps it's the scammer who will end up in trouble?" Beatty happily opens the door to leave, smiling brightly as she calls back, "As I mentioned earlier, I'll definitely repay it tenfold, so please don't worry and wait." Beatty cheerfully runs down the hallway, waving back to her father and his advisor. "Then I'll be off to share this good news with everyone. Thank you for the key, Dad." After Beatty leaves, the Duke turns to his gray-haired advisor with a calm expression, saying, "Long time no see." The advisor looks back at him in mild surprise, replying, "Pardon?" The Duke smiles warmly at his longtime advisor, saying with genuine emotion, "It's been a while, truly." The gray-haired advisor smiles back warmly at the Duke, remarking with a playful grin, "Indeed, nagging even to the world's golden lion?" Beatty runs down the hallway with her bright orange pigtails bouncing, carrying her yellow round shoulder bag. In the beautifully lit study, a stack of books rests on the table as a meeting is concluded. "All right, then unanimously." Beatty stands proudly in front of a blackboard labeled Golden Acorn Top, enthusiastically announcing, "The name has been decided as Golden Acorn." Gathered around the meeting table, Beatty's team claps in agreement, saying, "Golden Acorn, that's a great name. Just as squirrels gather acorns, we'll gather customers." With a very proud and satisfied smile, Beatty thinks to herself, "Plus, it has a cute ring to it. I really like the word golden." It's a really well-chosen name, even in my opinion. Waving goodbye to her team, Beatty says, "Then I'll go report the meeting's contents to Father now." The Chibi team members wave back, "Yes, have a good trip." As Beatty walks down the grand hallway, the tall figure of Viscount Jalot appears before her. Bowing politely, Viscount Jalot greets Beatty, saying, "Oh, aren't you madam? It's been a while. Nice to greet you again." Beatty is startled, thinking, "Viscount Jalot?" Viscount Jalot asks her, "Where are you headed?" Beatty replies, I'm going to report the details of the business to father. Viscount Jalot smiles warmly as he says, Ah, I've heard rumors that Madame is interested in starting a business in various places around the Viscount's estate. Bowing politely with a hand on his chest, Viscount Jalot smiles, but his eyes turn sharp and feline as he says, This time I really want to be of help as well. Is there anything specific I can assist with? For example, investment funds? Things like that? Beatty looks up and asks, Is Viscount willing to provide investment funds? To which he replies, Yes. A business can only start with sufficient capital. Viscount Jalot tries to persuade her, saying, Young lady, it may be a large sum for you to bear alone, so I really want to contribute. However, Beatty cheerfully declines. Oh, it's okay. Nodding confidently, Beatty tells him, Yes, I've already sorted out the budget for several years, leaving a surprised Viscount Jalot to ask, Oh, you're okay with it? Beatty cheerfully walks away, leaving Viscount Jalot sweat dropping in shock. She calls back, All right then, I'll be on my way once I'm done with my business, since I'll be quite busy. Standing alone in the empty hallway, Viscount Jalot trembles with intense rage, thinking, Oh, you've already used up all your funds? I heard just recently that you were getting ready to start the business. Oh, darn it, the Viscount acted before me. Gold coins float around a scales of justice symbol against a dark magical background, representing his lost financial opportunity. If I had invested in sync with Madame's merchant venture and expanded the business, I could have quietly sat back and easily multiplied my investment funds, but bursting through the heavy double doors, Viscount Jalot walks away in a towering rage, leaving the maids trembling as he thinks, Darn it, it's all because that incompetent fellow brought the information late. By the way, it's been a while since the second prince returned to the capital, but there's still no contact, right? If those cunning snakes are thinking of cutting ties with me like this, Viscount Jalot's yellow eyes gleam behind his glasses as he smirks malevolently, resolving, I can't die alone either. Beatty runs excitedly down the hallway towards her father's office, shouting, Daddy! Her father, the Duke, looks up from his desk and tells her gently, Sweetie, you might fall like that. Come in slowly. Beatty pants, saying, I have something urgent to tell you. Beatty slams both hands down on her father's desk, shouting, Dad! Beatty stands tall and declares, Like that day, Viscount Jalot's actions are suspicious. A screen displaying the studio credits for Daon Webtoon Studio, noting copyright protections. Sitting on a sunlit terrace, the Duke asks Beatty over tea, Did Count Jalot say that? And she replies determinedly, Yes. An illustration depicts Viscount Jalot forming an alliance with the silver-haired second prince in the forest to locate the Moonstone. After meeting in the forest, he formed an alliance with the second prince. They were trying to find the Moonstone together. Beatty looks extremely serious as she concludes, There's no doubt they're working together. The Duke looks down thoughtfully with a serious expression, thinking, So that's what you were telling me. As I had thought, it was the royal family behind it after all. Turning to Beatty, the Duke says, I wonder how he managed to break the covenant, but for now, thank you for letting me know. Beatty tilts her head in confusion. A covenant, you say? The Duke explains, Right, from ancient times in our sacred land of Aslan, the practice of covenant of loyalty has been passed down. A magical illustration depicts the noble magic of the covenant of loyalty. It was created by the most prestigious families in Aslan a very long time ago. It was meant to withstand the test of time without shaking the foundation of our land. It's indeed a very noble magic. Those who become the family's gem are different from other members, with Aslan's blood running through their veins. An illustration of a ruler on his throne bound by chains of loyalty. They have the power to issue only one command. They must never do anything that harms the family. The power of the covenant that comes from the family's lips is very strong, so a brown-haired figure is bound by chains of obedience. One is compelled to obey that command without question, even if it was directed to a child born from an affair like the Marquis of Jellock, who has the blood of Aslan. A glowing marble building stands peacefully under a sunny sky. The fact that there has not been a single act of rebellion in the long history of Aslan is all thanks to this covenant. Sweat dropping, Beatty wonders, It's such a powerful force. Maybe I misunderstood the Marquis. The Duke firmly responds, No. Looking gently at his daughter, the Duke reassures her, So what Beatty saw was correct. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. Flashbacks depict the Marquis of Gelat's suspicious acts of withholding reports and manipulating events. Coincidentally, the decision to withhold the final report in Bringing Me Here was all the work of Marquis Gelat. I had underestimated the power of the Covenant all along. Now I've been investigating him to bring him to justice. Leaning forward with a soft smile, the Duke says, during this process, there were suspicions of the royal family's involvement, but thanks to Bethy's testimony, my suspicions have become certain. The Duke's expression turns chillingly cold as his yellow eyes glow fiercely. He is no longer a member of the family, just a betrayer who sees himself as the tail of a snake. Back in the office, the Duke addresses Beatty from behind his desk. That's how Lord Gebran betrayed the family. Do you think he was trying to help the family's business by betraying them? Beatty nods vigorously, saying yes, as her father continues. As I mentioned before, I've been investigating the Marquis' activities. A dark graphic shows shadows of bribed household staff. In the process, I discovered that there are many threads connected to him. They were probably bought off with money. 2 guards escort a criminal away, so I revoked all the authority given to him. I cut off all the income he was receiving through his position. The Duke rests his chin on his hands, looking intensely serious. It seems like he tried to use you to solve his financial problems. A close-up shows the Duke's glowing golden eyes filled with quiet anger. Jonas Gelat, I only spared him temporarily while gathering evidence. Against a dark, splattered backdrop, the terrifying thought arises. Did he harm Beatty in the meantime? Beatty taps her chin thoughtfully, scheming a clever plan. Well, with such rotten roots, if used properly, you could give him a good taste of his own medicine. Chibi Beatty then gets an idea. Oh, by the way, Beatty asks eagerly, Dad, can I see the list of Marquis Gelat's associates right now? The Duke stands up to search. Right now? Just give me a moment to check. The Duke hands a detailed parchment list to Beatty, saying, Here it is, to which she replies happily, Thank you. The Duke, a handsome young man with golden hair and eyes, makes a serious request, saying, and I have a request. Please, let Marquis Trelaw do whatever he wants for the time being. Beatty looks surprised and asks, What, him? Beatty, with her bright orange hair, smiles joyfully against a beautiful background of pink roses and lily of the valley. She responds with an enthusiastic yes as the narrator observes her perfect plan. Beatty stands confidently as the Duke looks at her with an understanding expression. The Duke remarks, I understand now. You and your employees have worked hard on a business idea, and you'd like to see how it plays out without interference. Beatty? The Duke looks on with deep admiration and pride shining in his golden eyes, thinking, Your determination and fighting spirit? Indeed, the courageous blood of Aslan flows through you. The Duke gently kneels down amidst falling cherry blossom petals, softly saying, All right, I'll do as you say. The Duke tenderly pats Beatty on the head with a warm smile, reassuring her, I've always believed in you. Beatty looks up at her father with large, sparkling purple eyes filled with touch and admiration, whispering, Father? Beatty suddenly transforms into her adorable squirrel form, complete with cute round ears and a giant fluffy orange tail. With her squirrel ears twitching with excitement, Beatty pumps her fist in the air and declares determinedly, All right, I'll make sure to handle everything properly. Chibi Beatty enthusiastically throws a flurry of mock punches as her fluffy tail wags, leaving her father sweating in amusement. He thinks, That's the spirit. Absolutely, go for it. That's cute. Back in the beautifully lit study, Beatty enthusiastically presents her business plan on the blackboard, wrapping up the meeting by saying, Thank you, everyone worked hard in today's meeting as well. Her dedicated team members cheer in agreement. The red-haired woman and the chef declare, Thanks to all of your efforts, it seems like the golden acorn is just about to open. It's all thanks to you, miss. While the blue-haired boy nervously adds, The closer the date approaches, the more I keep getting nervous. Beatty gives the red-haired woman her final instructions, saying, Then I'll let you handle the door surveillance and I'll go in first. The woman bows politely, replying, Yes, see you again at the next meeting. As her teammates head out, Beatty watches them leave with a cute and determined look on her face. Left alone in the bright, quiet study room, Beatty prepares to execute her final task, murmuring, Well, then? Beatty meticulously checks the room, confirming that the windows are closed tightly and the blackboard has been completely erased to protect their business secrets. Standing in front of the desk stacked high with books, Beatty checks the surroundings one last time, thinking, And finally, looking at the neatly arranged documents on the desk, Beatty smiles in satisfaction, saying, Yes, everything is perfect there as well. Beatty slowly opens the door to leave the study, saying to herself, "Well then, I guess it's time for me to go too." With light, hurried footsteps, Beatty walks out of the study and down the grand hallway, her red shoes clicking softly against the floor. The heavy double doors of the study click shut behind her, leaving the hallway quiet once again. Suddenly, a suspicious maid approaches the door of the study, and with a quiet creak, she sneaks her way inside. The maid steps fully into the empty study room, her shadow stretching across the floor as she scans the desk piled with books. A wicked smirk spreads across the maid's face as she quickly rummages through the desk, grabs a green notebook, and hastily runs out, completely unaware of the trap. From around the corner, Beatty peeks out with a devious, satisfied smirk, giggling, "Yes, that's right." Wagging her fluffy squirrel tail, Beatty watches the maid flee and thinks with a mischievous grin, "Please steal everything like that." Later, in a luxurious parlor, Beatty enjoys a tea party with Ritter and the blindfolded Ether. Ritter offers her a plate saying, "My lady, try this too. It's a tart with nuts in it." Beatty happily replies, "Wow, thank you for the delicious food, Your Highness." As Beatty happily munches on her food, Ritter turns to Ather with a sharp, jealous glare, asking coldly, "Hey, aren't you going home?" Ather gently sips his tea with a serene smile, calmly replying, "Oh, home." Holding his elegant teacup, Ather sighs softly and says, "That place just doesn't feel like a home. And you know there's no one there who would be happy to see me. And you know there's no one there who would be happy to see me." An overhead view shows the tense atmosphere in the beautifully decorated room as Beatty looks at the two brothers and wonders to herself, does Ather not only have issues with Ritter but also with the whole family? Looking at the blindfolded boy with deep sympathy, Beatty thinks, "I'm living happily with the help of Ritter, but Ather is different." Ritter crosses his arms and changes the subject, asking, "By the way, my lady, I heard that the parlor you've been working hard to prepare for is opening soon, right?" Beatty gasps excitedly. "Oh yes, that's right. It will be next week." Ather smiles warmly and praises her, saying, "Amazing. There must be quite a lot to prepare, but you pulled it off." Blushing and waving her hands in modesty, Beatty replies, "Oh no, it's nothing like that. Thanks to the assistance of exemplary employees, the difficulties were minimal." Blushing even more from the compliments, Beatty modestly hides her face as the boys praise her. Still, my lady was the one who made the final decisions and managed everything. To which she replies, "Well, that's true, but..." Ather claps enthusiastically while a chibi squirrel Beatty spins around in sheer joy. The boys shower her with praise. "As predicted, you're amazing. You're the best. Excellent." Beatty giggles happily. "Wee-hee, it's not a big deal, really." The tall, majestic figure of the Duke enters the room, calling out gently, "Beefy." The children look up in surprise. The Duke, dressed in a stylish green and white coat, smiles warmly at his daughter, saying, "It looks like the interior of the parlor is all finished. Would you like to go check it out together now?" Beatty runs excitedly toward her father, shouting, "Really? That's great!" The Duke scoops Beatty into his arms. Behind them, Ritter and Ather immediately chime in, "I'm coming along too. Me too, my lady." Beatty sweat drops, thinking, "Oh, what should we do?" Beatty dreadfully imagines a terrifying scenario where her hot-headed brother, Ritter, slices Count Jellic clean in half with a sword the moment they meet. She shudders, thinking, if brother comes to the parlor, surely he'll split Count Jellic in half before he can even do anything. Sweating nervously, Beatty keeps up a bright smile and explains, "Then my plan will go up in smoke. Only my father, who is the largest investor, can attend. I'll invite both of you separately later." Ritter fumes with rage and yells, "What? Such rudeness!" while the Duke flashes a smug, victorious grin, saying, "Since the higher-ups have said so, there's nothing we can do." The Duke cheerfully carries Beatty away, saying, "Well then, let's go, Beatty." Beatty waves goodbye, while Ritter is left behind shaking with absolute fury, uttering, "Oh my goodness." Ritter's extreme anger explodes in a dramatic speech bubble, screaming, "Father is so annoying!" A beautiful title screen featuring clouds, fireworks, and a little orange squirrel, displaying the manhwa's title, "The Baby Squirrel is Good at Everything," and the chapter number 58. On a bright and sunny day, a bustling crowd gathers in front of the beautifully decorated wooden building featuring a giant acorn on top. The sign reads, "The Opening Day." Dressed in a lovely green and white dress with gold accents, Beatty stands proudly inside her newly opened parlor, surrounded by blooming sunflowers and lilies, thinking with a racing heart, "I've opened up a business." As the bustling store fills with customers, Beatty peeks sideways with a funny blank expression as she overhears a customer marveling at her products. And there, wow, take a look at this. Inside the lively new parlor, customers marvel at the unique items on display. One customer holds a versatile tool and remarks, "With this, you can do both slicing and dicing." Others inspect various potion bottles on the shelves, wondering, "Do you think this is the vermouth potion tea that Mom drinks?" While some are amazed by the cooking. Cooking like this with tova rosham? The dessert looks exquisite. Near the window, two ladies admire a golden macrame hanging, with one saying, "This is my first time seeing this," and the other suggesting, "It would look pretty if we hung it up on the door." Looking over the crowded, bustling shop, Chibi Beauty smiles happily with a satisfied expression, thinking to herself, the responses are great too. Delighted by the immediate rush of customers, Beady giggles happily and thinks, the sales from the start have been better than expected. Meanwhile, a customer holding a glass jar turns to her friend and asks, "Oh, what's this?" A close-up of a glass jar shows a prominent golden acorn logo printed on the label, as a customer notes, "Acorns?" And another observes, "Everything has acorns printed on it." Chibi Beauty pops up with sparkling star eyes and proudly explains to the curious customers, "Hee hee, that's our golden acorn brand mark." A golden emblem featuring a detailed acorn inside a decorative circular border is shown. A caption explains, "The products with this mark. It signifies that it's a product from our golden acorn brand, so you can trust and use it." Beady explains further with a bright smile, pointing her finger up. "If you think of it as the emblem of our family, it should be easy to understand," causing the customers to think in realization, "The family emblem?" The customers nod in deep admiration, saying, "Wow, it feels like something aristocratic." And that's right. And because it clearly indicates which brand's product it is, it feels trustworthy. Beady smugly closes her eyes and giggles, "Hee, that's exactly it." A flashback panel shows a newspaper under dim blue light as Beady recalls, "The first time this idea came to me was when I saw the Aslan family emblem in the newspaper." Under the blue light of her memories, a young, suit-faced Beady looks at the family emblem in the newspaper with sparkling eyes, thinking, even for those who can't read, surely when they see this pattern, they will think of our family, right? They say it can be easily imprinted in mind. Incorporating this into the business could be quite good, wouldn't it? A green potion jar featuring the Acorn brand logo is shown in front of white flowers. As the narrative explains, it can also be easily distinguished from counterfeit products. A hand holds up a premium gift box adorned with the golden acorn emblem. A young, ragged Beady looks up from her books on the floor, thinking, the pattern itself will become the brand value and image. If looking out of a window at a beautiful, starry night sky, Beady's past self thinks with determination, someday I will leave this place if I create my own brand. Back in the present, Beady proudly puts a hand to her face as customers praise her, saying, "It's good that you polished up what you've been thinking about for a while and tried it out," and it seems to have received quite a positive response. Suddenly, with a loud creak, the front door of the parlor opens slightly, and a man with long brown hair, glasses, and an elegant blue coat peers inside. The man steps fully into the shop with light footsteps, murmuring, "Well, I came in because it quite piqued my interest. It was the young lady's shop, wasn't it?" The man, revealed to be Count Gellet, smiles warmly at Betty and says, "Congratulations on successfully opening your business." Count Gellet looks around the elegant room and asks Beady politely, "It's a fantastic parlor. May I also briefly look around as a customer?" Beady looks up at him with wide, innocent purple eyes and welcomes him warmly, saying, "Of course, take your time and explore to your heart's content." Count Gellet bows gracefully with a hand over his chest, replying, "Okay, then I'll excuse myself for a moment." In a 3-panel sequence, Count Gellet walks away as Beady's expression shifts into a devious, knowing smirk. Count Gellet then walks through the crowded parlor, scanning his surroundings. Count Gellet turns his head in surprise, gasping, "Oh?" as he notices something hanging on the wall. Count Gellet stands in front of the golden macrame hanger with his back to Beady, murmuring in apparent disbelief, "No, how in the world? This... Really? What's going on?" Count Gellet puts a hand to his chin, acting troubled and confused as Beady walks over. He says, "Well, I'm not sure how to put this into words, but it's a really awkward situation." Beady replies innocently, "You don't have to hold back, just say it comfortably." Count Gellet sighs dramatically. "Okay then, it seems like it would be better to show and explain it at the same time." He then turns to his assistant and commands, "Go get that immediately," to which the assistant bows, "Yes, my lord." Pointing toward the golden wall hanger, Count Gellet explains, "Actually, I recently started a macram business." Beady replies politely, "Oh really? I've been so busy lately that I didn't know." I wish great success for the Beachex business. Count Gelat smiles warmly, saying, "Thank you, young lady." But as he turns away slightly, he smirks and thinks maliciously. As expected, the young lady is even speaking kindly right now. Must be the doings of those who are beneath. Beatty looks at him with a confused, questioning face. What? What do you mean by that? Count Gelat's assistant returns carrying a bundled brown rope macrame. The assistant says, "I brought it, master." Count Gelat turns to Beatty and says, "I do not dare to doubt my lady, but could you please take a look at this for a moment?" The assistant hangs up the brown macrame side by side with the parlor's golden macrame. Count Gelat says, "Here, this is the macrame I brought. That over there is the macrame with the young lady's brand. How is it?" Count Gelat smiles smugly under his glasses, looking directly at Beatty as he says, "Both ours and yours. Aren't they similar?" The customers in the background start whispering in shock, saying, "What? Did one side copy the other? And surely she isn't the princess's work, is it?" Count Gelat presses his fingers to his forehead, acting distressed as he says, "This is so similar to our product that was already finished a while ago." Count Gelat looks down at Beatty with a serious expression and asks, "What on earth has happened? Could you please explain?" A crowd of onlookers begins whispering, with speech bubbles saying, "Oh my, so does it mean Her Highness copied it? And who knows, probably just a coincidence," while another adds, "But they are both exactly the same?" Beatty stands calmly amidst the flowers. Count Gelat smiles apologetically to the crowd, saying, "Oops, my apology. Let's stop here, since I didn't think about Her Highness's circumstance when saying it in front of so many people." Count Gelat turns to leave, saying, "Now I'm gonna move, so..." But Beatty suddenly interrupts him, declaring, "No need." Standing confidently in front of a background of pink roses, Beatty looks directly at him and says firmly, "Do it here." Count Gelat sweat drops in surprise, thinking to himself, "Huh? How can she be such calm?" Before replying aloud, "Yes, if your highness is okay with it." Count Gelat smiles politely and asks, "Shall we continue where we left off earlier?" While Beatty stands beside him with a neutral, calm expression. The golden macrame hanging on the wall is shown. Count Gelat's thoughts continue. "Looking back, the two products are identical, but I'm afraid there's no way Her Highness would direct this matter herself. Anyway, it seems like there was a liar among the staff." Beatty glares sharply to the side with an annoyed expression, thinking, "Now he told my people liars who stole and ran away?" Beatty looks up at Count Gelat and says calmly, "Sir." Count Gelat turns to her in surprise. Beatty continues, "If you doubt and pressure others like this, then I hope you remember that." Beatty stands tall and sternly declares, "Karma might come to you eventually." Count Gelat sweat drops, laughing nervously as he thinks, "I see. You dare to teach me something worth almost nothing?" Beatty walks over to the macrame hangers, saying, "Besides, I cannot agree with your opinion." Count Gelat watches her walk with a puzzled look. Beatty points a finger at the bottom edge of the macrame, saying, "If you look closely, here, the item you brought had a different pattern than ours." Count Gelat crosses his arms, looking skeptical as he asks, "Your Highness, could it be that you're saying it wasn't a fake just because there is one difference?" Beatty smiles brightly and cutely, replying, "Of course no." Beatty reaches out and grabs the bottom of the macrame, saying, "Well, now take a closer look," as she pulls on it. With a loud ripping sound, the macrame completely unravels into loose hanging ropes. Count Gelat and the onlookers stare in absolute shock. Count Gelat gasps in panic, screaming, What are you doing?" While Beatty calmly puts a hand to her cheek and says innocently, "Oh, I just touched it lightly and it all fell apart." Chibi Beatty gasps in faux innocence, explaining that they purposely removed the decorative flowers before crafting their macrame, and notes with a smirk how strange it is that the competitor's item shared the exact same flaws. Count Gelat protests frantically to Beatty, arguing that she cannot jump to conclusions simply because a minor, identical error appeared on his product by chance. Beatty stares at him with an unimpressed expression, questioning his absurd claim that such a specific error could have appeared purely by coincidence. Beatty commands Count Gelat to bring all the other products from his store so they can pull the knots and see if they can withstand the same light touch. Beatty tells Count Gelat that if his other products are indeed sturdy and remain in good shape, she will gladly apologize to him. Beatty promises to face the consequences for everything as Shankrante steps forward to unroll a scroll presenting the initial draft of their controversial product. Count Gelat breaks into a cold sweat of sheer panic as he gazes at the draft, wondering how they could possibly have the exact design of his store's product. With her eyes glowing a menacing red, a furious Shankrante looms over Count Gelat and asks him if he is daring to suggest that Her Highness stole his draft. Count Gelot stammers nervously under Shankrante's terrifying gaze, while Chibi Beatty sweats in amusement at how easily her companion is overwhelming the shameless lord. A flashback reveals a young Beatty designing the product on a blackboard with Shankrante, showing how they initially attempted to add a complex rose pattern but discarded it. The narration explains that because the complex rose pattern made the structure fall apart with a single touch, Beatty had redesigned the current product to be incredibly durable. Beatty pulls on the golden macrame hanger in front of the astonished crowd, demonstrating that even when pulled forcefully, it perfectly maintains its shape. Standing proudly with hands on her hips, Beatty smiles brightly as the customers marvel at the incredible resistance and durability of her brand's products. The onlookers happily gossip about the exceptional quality of the items, ensuring the brand's positive reputation will quickly spread and promote the store. Beatty smugly looks at the utterly defeated Count Gelot, sarcastically thanking him for his hard work in helping her brand get so much free publicity. Beatty vows to make the shameless lord pay for trying to pick a fight with her beloved staff in the first place. Beatty demands that Count Gelot answer how a design they discarded during the planning phase due to fatal structural flaws ended up being sold at his store. Sweating profusely, Count Gelot attempts to make a pathetic excuse, suggesting that perhaps they simply shared a rare moment of identical artistic premonition. Beatty stares at him coldly, declaring that his ridiculous excuse only proves beyond a doubt that he stole her design. Count Gelot desperately maintains his act of innocence, while Beatty thinks to herself that he won't admit his crime easily because he possesses absolutely no shame. Staring at him with a determined gaze, Beatty resolves that she absolutely cannot let him get away with his malicious actions. The narration highlights that the Golden Acorn's target audience is commoners, meaning their products are designed to be highly practical, durable, and affordable for daily life. It is revealed that the design Count Gelot stole was actually bait, a discarded design Beatty deliberately left behind during the party. Beatty holds up a price tag of 500 silver coins, pointing out that charging such an outrageous price for a flimsy, defective product is a complete insult to the consumers. Two adorable chibi versions of Beatty stretch the sturdy macrame, proudly showing off just how exceptionally well-made her products are. The beautiful products of the Golden Acorn are showcased with highly reasonable prices, 50 silver coins for a macrame wall hanging and 35 for a flower pot hanger. As a customer happily purchases a beautiful decorative pattern for 30 silver coins, Count Gelot watches in utter despair, silently admitting his complete defeat. Realizing he is lost, Count Gelot bows and desperately shifts the blame, claiming his staff must have stolen and produced the designs without his knowledge or consent. Beatty looks up at him with a piercing, cold glare and asks him where that leaves his own responsibility in this matter. Beatty delivers a stern lecture on leadership, declaring that a true employer is responsible for the final decisions made under their watch and holds Earl Gelot fully responsible. Shankrante and Vine step forward to grab Count Gelot's arms, telling him he must come with them immediately on charges of selling counterfeit merchandise. As they politely apologize to the crowd for the disruption, they drag away the screaming, protesting Count. While Count Gelot screams his innocence in the distance, Beatty closes her eyes and smiles with immense satisfaction and relief. Peeking out of the parlor doors, Beatty happily celebrates her success in tricking the greedy Count before her father could even deal with him. Beatty waves and calls out to Shankrante and Vine to thank them for their help, while onlookers whisper in awe about how easily she dealt with that snake. The onlookers watch with deep admiration as Beatty happily skips back into her shop to resume business. Inside the parlor, the shelves are completely bare, indicating that every single item in the shop has been successfully sold out. While the rest of the crew celebrates the overwhelming success, Vine collapses onto the table in exhaustion, complaining of muscle pain. Beatty giggles mischievously as she approaches the exhausted Vine, announcing that she has prepared a special remedy for their hard work. A bright, sparkly bubble reveals her surprise, generous incentive money for every single employee who worked hard today. A small hand proudly holds up 3 thick envelopes packed with their hard-earned bonus money. Vine, the chef, and Shankrante clutch their envelopes in tears of absolute joy, declaring eternal loyalty to Beatty as they experience the wondrous power of financial healing. With a bright, happy smile, Beatty turns around to wrap up for the day as the shop's doorbell rings. Beatty looks surprised and confused, wondering who is visiting since they already put up the closing sign. A close-up of Beatty shows her eyes widening in absolute shock as she recognizes the unexpected visitors. Standing at the doorway are the handsome Prince Aether and his brother, smiling warmly at her. A vibrant title screen displays the chapter title card for Chapter 60 of the series. Aether complains with a pout that he wanted to be their very first customer, but Beatty kept the opening location and date completely hidden from him. Aether puts his hands behind his head and asks in a serious tone if that annoying punk Gellet dared to pick a fight with her. Aether smiles with a dangerous glint, saying he would have sliced him up if he had been there, leaving a sweat-dropping Beatty to think that is exactly why she didn't call him. The black-haired boy glances to the side with a sharp look in his yellow eyes, wondering how long they will be followed as his hand grips the hilt of his sword, while Beatty watches him with wide, curious eyes. He quickly draws his sword in a sharp motion, demanding to know if they plan on following him. He points his sword at two startled, pink-haired twin boys who freeze in shock and fear. Betty frantically asks her brother what he is doing to the children and begs him to lower his sword, but he defends his actions by pointing out that they have been following him for a while. Beatty continues to plead, arguing that they are clearly just helpless children, prompting her brother to finally sheath his sword with a sigh, grumbling that she is a child herself. When the boy demands to know who they are and why they are following them, the twins reply that they only followed because they have something important to say to the lion. The boy assumes he is the lion they are referring to, saying they should have spoken up sooner to avoid a misunderstanding, but the twins quickly correct him, pointing past him and saying they don't mean him. The twins point directly at Beatty, declaring that she is the one they were looking for, leaving Beatty utterly shocked and confused. Smiling brightly, the twins enthusiastically ask Beatty if she is the lion who caught the snake, explaining that they witnessed the entire event earlier. Scratching her cheek in embarrassment, a flustered Beatty cutely denies being a lion. Beatty's brother wonders aloud if he shouldn't be the lion instead, but the twins firmly argue that Beatty is the true lion because she made the snake's face turn completely red as he fled. As Betty tilts her head in confusion at the name Mr. Snake, her companion clarifies if they are speaking of Count Zealot. The twins confirm that the Count's name sounded like Jello, prompting Beatty to ask them if they can explain everything that happened from the very beginning. The twins nod solemnly and explain that their older sister instructed them to find the lion if she ever failed to return after a long time. In the flashback, the young twins watch their older sister bury a chest in the dirt, asking her if she is burying a box, to which she replies that it is a very important one. Their sister explains that she is going back to work the next day and asks them to wait patiently, while the twins complain about being left alone with their alcoholic father and ask if she is going to help the Count again. The sister gently corrects them, reminding them that his name is Count Zealot, but the boy whines that his name is far too difficult to memorize. The sister playfully suggests calling him Mr. Snake instead, which the twins happily agree is much easier to remember. She pats her little brothers affectionately on the head, promising to finish helping Mr. Snake and return to them as soon as possible. With a solemn and worried expression, she gives them a final instruction. If she doesn't come back for a long time, they must take the buried box and deliver it to the lion. When the twins ask how they will recognize the lion, their sister reassures them that the way to find the lion is actually very simple. She explains that the lion is the only being powerful enough to suppress and defeat the snake. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, Beatty is revealed to be the noble lion her sister spoke of. Beatty presents the heavy wooden chest filled with scrolls and papers to her father, explaining that the twins handed it over to her. Holding up one of the mysterious papers, Beatty notes that the contents are written entirely in code, suggesting it might contain secret instructions from the Count. Beatty's brother explains that the Count employed the twin sister, using her for his dirty work before heartlessly killing her, which deeply shocks their father. Beatty looks down with a deeply saddened and reflective expression. The narration reveals that the sister went missing right when a military supply warehouse burned down, and the body of a woman suspected of being the arsonist was found, meaning she was likely framed and killed. He concludes that Count Zealot must have started the fire himself and forced the sister to take the fall, adding that the Count committed suicide as soon as he was captured, leaving Beatty to sigh in pity. Despite the dark truth, they cannot bring themselves to break the tragic news to the twins, who are currently eating treats and laughing happily with their companion. Enraged by the Count's cruelty, the Duke resolves to get revenge for the children and orders his staff to call the code decryption team immediately. Beatty's brother impatiently asks why they can't just kill him now that they are gathering evidence, but the Duke explains that doing so would prevent them from discovering what the Count was ultimately planning. Beatty adds that if they continue digging, they might uncover how Count Zealot managed to bypass his family's sacred oath, confidently stating that those with secrets always get caught eventually. The scholars examine the encoded papers in the chest, confidently reporting that decrypting the codes and handwriting won't take very long. As the scholar promises to finish the decryption before the Duke returns, Beatty turns to her father in surprise and asks if he is planning to go somewhere. Her father calmly reveals that he is going to visit the mountains for a short while, which leaves Beatty repeating his words in curiosity. He explains that wild beasts struggle to find food in the winter and might descend into the streets to harm people, so he intends to use his beastly powers to prevent this and asks his sweet daughter to wait patiently for him. He begins to say he will be back soon, but halts in surprise as he notices Beatty's sudden, sparkling reaction. Beatty transforms into her cute squirrel form, clasping her hands together with stars in her eyes as she exclaims how amazing it sounds and begs to see it too. She looks up at him with giant, pleading eyes, asking if she can go along and begging him to take her with him. She unleashes her ultimate weapon of affection, surrounding him with a giant heart and calling out to him. The mighty Duke sits on his throne, looking completely helpless and utterly defeated by his daughter's adorable charms as she happily hops around him. A heavy sigh of relief echoes under the bright, clear sky. Bundled up in a thick red scarf, Beatty breathes out a puff of frosty air as she walks through the cold. Riding a majestic unicorn through the snowy woods alongside her brother and father, Beatty excitedly notes that this is her very first time venturing so deep into the forest. Her brother lifts her down from her horse, explaining that since it takes several days to reach the mountain peak, the long journey must feel completely new to her. He gently pats her head with her little squirrel companion perched on top, asking her if she doesn't find the whole experience absolutely amazing. He smiles warmly down at her, admiring her persistence for coming all the way out into the cold mountains with them. The Duke proudly boasts that his daughter is a true descendant of Aslan, prompting Beatty to puff out her chest and proudly declare that she is indeed an Aslan. While her brother pouts and reminds them that he is also an Aslan, Beatty happily agrees, though their father playfully teases her by saying she is actually just a little squirrel. Beatty sighs in exhaustion after getting dressed, complaining that simply arranging all her heavy layers of winter clothing takes up far too much of her time. In a flashback, Beatty is bundled up in several thick layers by her companion, who urges her to wear everything to stay warm on the freezing mountain. Although grateful for his care, the heavy outfit makes her so stiff she can barely move, and she couldn't even dismount her horse. Having changed into a much lighter and more comfortable outfit, a relieved Bestie stands happily as her brother enters her tent to ask if she is doing all right. Beatty busily packs her suitcase on her bed, proudly announcing that she is making her bed and politely declining her brother's offer to help. Her brother smiles warmly and tells her she has done a good job, adding that it is finally about to start, leaving Beatty looking up in surprise. Leaning against a pillar with a mischievous smile, her brother explains that their father's sacred shape-shifting ritual is about to begin. Walking alongside her brother, Beatty explains that she is familiar with the shape-shifting ritual, having heard that it prevents wild beasts from descending from the cold mountains into human villages in search of food. Her brother asks her if she knows how the ritual is actually conducted, and Beatty shakes her head side to side, admitting that she doesn't. He explains that the shapeshifters spread their immense power throughout the mountains to claim their territory, driving wild beasts deep into the forest. Hearing this, Beatty excitedly imagines how cool her father will look using his power. A heavy thud echoes as the Duke steps forward to begin the ritual. Beatty and her brother watch in anticipation as the powerful aura begins to manifest. A grand, majestic golden lion strides forward with glowing energy, surrounded by brilliant light and beautiful floral patterns. Beatty clasps her hands together with sparkling eyes, in absolute awe of her father's magnificent lion form, while her brother pouts and argues that his own black mane is much cooler. Watching the golden lion pass by, Beatty is struck by his terrifying and immense presence. Meanwhile, her brother grumbles, asking if she is even listening to him. Filled with awe and excitement, Beatty wonders how incredibly powerful her father's magic will be once the ritual truly begins. The golden lion walks to the edge of a rocky cliff overlooking the vast snowy mountains, while Beatty, her brother, and the royal guards watch respectfully from behind. The majestic golden lion closes his eyes, focusing his energy as a brilliant, divine light envelops his body. With a fierce expression, the golden lion snaps his eyes open, revealing a powerful and glowing yellow gaze. Standing proudly at the peak, the golden lion unleashes a colossal, deafening roar that echoes throughout the entire mountain range. Terrified by the raw power of the lion's roar, a pack of wild wolves flees in panic through the snow-covered forest. Beatty's eyes widen in sheer amazement, realizing that this ritual is far more than just a simple way to chase wild beasts away. She feels a profound sense of awe, realizing that her father is claiming his absolute dominion as the true king of the mountain. A close-up side profile shows the golden lion looking incredibly noble and majestic against the warm light of the setting sun. Later that night, Beatty lies awake in her bed, staring at the ceiling as she thinks about how amazing her father looked during the ritual. Grabbing her blanket tightly, Beatty's eyes sparkle with excitement as she gushes over how incredibly cool her father was. Sitting up abruptly in bed, Beatty enthusiastically declares that she wants to learn how to shake the entire mountain with a single roar just like her father did. With cute dolphin illustrations in the background, Beatty opens her mouth wide and tries her best to roar, letting out an adorable baby squeal instead. Beatty quickly covers her mouth in panic, reminding herself that it is late at night and she needs to remain completely quiet so she doesn't wake anyone up. With a puff of smoke, Beatty transforms into her cute squirrel form, realizing that she can squeak as loudly as she wants in this shape without making too much noise. In her tiny squirrel form, Beatty squeezes her eyes shut and strains her body, trying to force out some majestic squeaks, but only manages to emit soft, high-pitched sounds. Throwing her tiny paws in the air, she lets out a loud squeak, trying to summon the same power her father did. Disappointed by the result, she flops face down on the bed, grumbling that her squeaks don't feel solemn or majestic at all. Refusing to give up, she pushes herself back up and reminds herself of her brother's praise about her persistence, determined to try again. Under the beautiful starry night sky, Beatty continues to practice her squeaking late into the night, refusing to rest. The next morning, a proud and confident Beatty stands with her arms crossed and a smug smile, extremely pleased with herself. As the soldiers finish disassembling the tents behind her, Beatty walks past them, happily wagging her tail as she gloats about practicing all night and being able to roar just like her father. Wanting to practice a bit more to get the hang of it before they leave, Beatty suddenly remembers that there is a large, secluded lake nearby. Standing behind a tree near a roaring waterfall, Beatty smiles brightly, realizing that the loud sound of the rushing water will mask her voice perfectly. Transforming back into her squirrel form with a puff of smoke, Beatty runs excitedly toward the water, eager to surprise everyone with her improved skills. Squirrel Beauty closes her eyes and concentrates, focusing on the mental image of a fierce, glowing lion to channel the right feeling. Gathering all her energy, she prepares to unleash a mighty roar with every ounce of her power. Beatty lets out a tiny squeak, imagining herself as a fluffy, cute lion cartoon roaring fiercely, though the reality is far from majestic. She opens her eyes with a blank, confused look, wondering why she didn't feel the suffocating power she expected. Realizing that it didn't work, Beatty cries out in frustration, noting that it didn't feel right at all. Waving her tiny paws in the air, she despairs as she realizes that the powerful feeling she managed to conjure up last night has completely vanished. Sitting down on a rock, Beatty looks slightly discouraged but reassures herself that mastering her father's suffocating aura will take time, and consistency is key. Stealing her resolve, Beatty declares that she will try one more time and prepares to let out another squeak roar. Beatty gives it her all, roaring and squeaking repeatedly with hilarious intensity, jumping around in her tiny squirrel form. Unknown to her, her brother is standing nearby, sweat dropping and watching her make bizarre jumping and squeaking noises with a mixture of amusement and confusion. Proudly puffing out her chest, Beatty feels confident that she has improved significantly, but she is suddenly startled by a low chuckling sound behind her. Her brother peeks from behind a tree, covering his mouth as he tries to hold back his laughter, and teasingly asks Beatty what on earth she was doing. Startled by her brother's arrival, Beatty tries to cover up her embarrassment by thinking that her practice sounds alike, but quickly backtracks, telling herself she didn't mean it. Her brother casually asks why she is trying to imitate such a normal roar, leaving Beatty absolutely stunned and offended by his choice of words. While her brother asks what she is doing, Beatty turns away in utter despair, weeping internally over how incredibly hard she practiced. Her brother looks confused and calls out her name, while Beatty continues to sulk in silence, devastated that he dismissed her hard work as just normal. Furiously wagging her tail, Beatty fumes with anger, declaring in her mind that Carlitos is nothing but an absolute idiot. As Carlitos wonders why she is so angry and playfully asks if she is going through a rebellious phase, an annoyed Beatty bites his finger, squeaking furiously for him to shut up. Under a clear winter sky, the journey continues as Chapter 62 begins. Back in her human form, Beady pouts grumpily as Carlitos points to the tiny bite mark on his wrist, teasingly asking if that was the reason she bit him. The Duke stands tall in the snow, agreeing that this is definitely Carl's fault, prompting an eager Beady to look up and loudly seek her father's validation. With teary eyes, Beady explains that she practiced completely alone in secret so she wouldn't bother anyone, only for her brother to show up and make fun of her. Beady points an accusing finger and calls her brother the absolute worst, leaving Carlitos completely shocked and protesting his innocence. While Carlitos begs for forgiveness and Beady stubbornly refuses, the Duke watches them with a mild sigh, noting how easily Carlitos manages to get on her nerves. Gently kneeling down, the Duke warmly asks Beady if she would show him the results of her practice, making her look incredibly shy and hesitant. Looking at her with warm, encouraging eyes, her father tells her to be confident, assuring her that she can roar as fiercely as she has practiced. Touched by her father's supportive words, Beady looks up at him with giant, glistening eyes filled with absolute admiration. Filled with hope, Beady asks if she can really become as amazing and powerful as her father. She softly repeats her desire, wishing to be just like him when she grows up. Taken aback by his daughter's adorable confession, the Duke's eyes widen as a light blush dusts his cheeks. Overjoyed and completely misinterpreting her words, the Duke ecstatically thinks that his daughter just called him the best father in the world, while a funny caption notes that is not what she actually said. The Duke proudly asks his guards if Beady's roar would be even more fierce than his own, prompting the sweat-dropping guards to quickly agree to please their master. Fired up by all the encouragement and praise, a determined Beady nods happily and declares that she will do it. Transforming into her squirrel form, Beady squeezes her eyes shut and prepares to roar, while the guards watch in suspense, wondering how loud she is going to squeak. Squeezing her tiny paws together, Squirrel Beady assumes a fierce and serious expression, determined to unleash her inner beast. Gathering all her strength, Squirrel Beady leaps into the air and lets out a tiny, high-pitched squeak, giving it her absolute best. A heavy silence falls over the clearing as the guards stare in utter confusion, wondering if that adorable little squeak was really all she had. Seeing the silence, the Duke breaks the tension by calling out to his daughter, while the guards remain completely speechless. The Duke bursts into enthusiastic applause, proudly praising her and declaring that the next sacred ceremony will be under her complete charge. The guards quickly join in the praise, claiming they got goosebumps and begging to hear it again, which makes a flattered Beady happily offer to squeak one more time. Puffing out her chest, Squirrel Beady opens her mouth wide to let out another adorable squeak. As she squeaks, a sudden and blinding burst of bright golden energy begins to radiate from her tiny body. The Duke's eyes widen in sheer astonishment as he senses a familiar and incredibly powerful aura manifesting before him. Carlitos' yellow eyes snap open in shock, completely stunned by the massive power flowing from his little sister. Squirrel Beady blinks in confusion, completely unaware of the dramatic reaction her tiny squeak has caused among everyone. Both the Duke and Carlitos run toward her in panic, shouting her name in disbelief as she sits quietly in the snow. A voice echoes, revealing the shocking truth that Beady has just successfully awakened her powers for the very first time. Stunned by the news, Squirrel Beady looks up in pure wonder, trying to process what it means to have awakened. Gently crawling onto her father's gloved hand, Beady looks incredibly tiny and cute as she looks up at him. The Duke explains that the energy she released was actually the true power of a shapeshifter, while her brother happily congratulates her on finally growing up. As her father tells her that she successfully unleashed the same power he used during the ritual, Beady's eyes sparkle with joy as she realizes she is just like her papa. The guards excitedly exclaim that they felt the exact same majestic aura as the Duke's, amazed that she has awakened such immense power at such a young age. While her father and brother playfully bicker over who Beady takes after, Beady sits there dazed, wondering why this is happening since it never occurred before her regression. In a somber flashback, Beady remembers how she struggled as a half-shapeshifter, believing that she would never inherit any true power like the rest of her family. Returning to the present, Squirrel Beady's heart flutters with pure happiness and excitement as she realizes she is finally a real shapeshifter. Back in her heavy winter clothes, Beady lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh, looking completely drained. Carlitos places a supportive hand on her shoulder and cheers her on, bringing a soft smile to Beady's face. Despite her initial excitement, Beady notes in frustration that she hasn't been able to replicate the power even once since that day. Transforming into her squirrel form, Beady strains with all her might and lets out a loud squeak, but nothing happens. Walking alongside her, Carlitos gently explains that it is completely normal for a newly awakened power to be unstable in the beginning. Smiling warmly down at her, he reassures her that she shouldn't be in such a hurry since her journey has only just begun. He reassures her that her power will naturally stabilize with time, telling her not to worry because she will soon be able to use it whenever she wants. Carlitos confidently puffs out his chest as he boasts about fully awakening when he was only 10 years old, leaving a startled Beady completely shocked to hear about his early achievement. Looking adorable in her winter clothes, Beady learns that a shapeshifter's complete awakening is an incredibly rare and special milestone. The Duke explains that after Carlitos fully awakened, he was recognized as a half-adult and granted a brand new title within the family. As his full name is revealed to be Carlitos El Aslan, Carlitos looks slightly puzzled and wonders why his father chose to address him so formally. The Duke gently explains to Betty that the title El is a prestigious honor given to those who have achieved full awakening, asking her what she would do if she could freely control her power. A golden light radiates as the words echo, promising that Beady will eventually be known by the grand name of Aslan El Beady. Beady looks up with sparkly, wide eyes, her heart fluttering with hope at the thought of earning her own title. The Duke explains that receiving the title of El will grant her the official right to challenge Carlitos for the position of family successor, leaving a stunned Beady in absolute disbelief. While the Duke warmly reassures her that she is indeed his daughter and the successor position is naturally within her reach, Beady hesitates and looks downcast. Feeling discouraged, Beady sadly points out that she is merely a squirrel shapeshifter and not a powerful lion like the rest of her family. Looking down at her with gentle and warm eyes amidst beautiful white flowers, her father reassures her that she doesn't need to be a lion, as she can lead the family in her own unique way. Under a starry night sky, the magnificent White Castle stands tall as the Duke and Beady finally return from their journey. Inside the grand study, their loyal butler Peaches warmly welcomes them back and politely asks if they had a pleasant trip. Smiling brightly, Beady happily thanks Peaches as he offers his warmest congratulations on her first successful power awakening. Pages hands over a document to the Duke, explaining that it contains the cryptanalysis related to Count Zealot that they had been investigating. Taking the papers with a grim expression, the Duke prepares to immediately confirm the decoded findings. The Duke carefully inspects the handwritten letters and secret notes, uncovering the damning truth about the conspiracy. Standing nearby, Beady looks incredibly angry and shocked as she realizes the sheer malice of Count Zealot's actions. The Duke's eyes glow with a cold, piercing golden light as the sinister thoughts of the traitor are laid bare before him. With a firm and cold voice, the Duke calls out to Peaches, who instantly stands at attention. Seething with pure fury, the Duke tightens his grip on a chain and orders Peaches to summon Count Zealot immediately, determined to put an end to his treachery once and for all. Dragged into the study by two stern guards, a terrified Zealot panics, frantically asking his brother what is happening. The Duke stands tall by the window as Zealot is brought in, while Beady and Peaches watch the confrontation in tense silence. The Duke slowly and threateningly walks toward Zealot, coldly declaring that he has a great deal to say to him. Gritting his teeth, Zealot nervously tries to reassure himself that there is no direct evidence of his crimes and that he can escape by acting completely innocent. Trying to turn the tables, Zealot angrily complains that he also has much to say regarding the absurd rumors circulating about the family succession. Pointing an accusing finger at Beady, Zealot demands to know why a mere child is being granted the right to succeed the head of the family. Zealot loudly protests that the situation makes absolutely no sense, but the Duke calmly places a hand on Beady's shoulder and asks him what the problem is. The Duke firmly states that any child of the family head has the absolute right to challenge for succession, while Zealot fumes with silent jealousy over the privileges Beady is receiving. Looking up with a malicious and mocking smile, Zealot addresses his brother, Leonhart. Zealot maliciously points out that Beady shouldn't even be considered because she isn't even a lion beast, causing a shocked Beady to look up in despair. To Beady's shock, her father softly agrees with Zealot, leaving her wondering in panic if her father is taking the traitor's side. Just as Zealot smugly smiles, thinking he has won, the Duke suddenly grabs him by the hair and violently slams his head onto the floor. A brutal crash echoes through the room as Zealot's face is smashed against the stone floor, leaving him crying out in agonizing pain. Standing over him with a terrifying, suffocating dark aura, the Duke presses Zealot's head down and growls that this is the fate of a treacherous rat. His eyes glowing with murderous rage, the Duke asks if Zealot honestly believed he would have a chance at succession if both he and Carlitas died in battle. The Duke yells in fury, clutching Zealot's hair as he declares that Zealot caused immense suffering to his beloved baby just to satisfy his greed for the family head position. Terrified by her father's overwhelming wrath, Beatty rushes forward and grabs his sleeve, desperately crying out for him to stop. Startled by his daughter's voice, the Duke quickly regains his composure, sweating as he realizes he lost his temper in front of his baby, while Baby firmly tells him that he cannot kill Zealot. Shivering in pain with blood dripping from his forehead, a relieved Zealot thanks the princess for saving him. Glaring down at him with a cold, unyielding expression, Beatty bluntly clarifies that she did not save him for his own sake. Beatty orders Pedges to bring a wooden chest filled with old scrolls, telling Count Zealot that he should know exactly what is inside without her having to explain. Zealot's eyes widen in absolute horror as he recognizes the letters belonging to the commoner accomplice he hired, cursing her in his mind for failing to destroy his instructions. Zealot desperately tries to play dumb, but Beatty shuts him down by revealing that handwriting analysis has already confirmed the instructions to be written in his own handwriting. Presenting the floating pages of the detailed plans, Beatty demands to know why Zealot wrote down secret entries, fire equipment locations, and patrol routes in code. The dark truth is revealed as Beatty explains how Zealot murdered the twins' older sister to frame an innocent commoner as an arsonist. A grim flashback shows how Zealot's heinous crimes in the previous timeline ultimately caused the family's ruin, turning Aslan into the laughingstock of the entire kingdom. Dark red energy swirls as the narrative declares that all of Zealot's treacherous actions are absolutely unforgivable. Clinging desperately to the Duke's leg, Zealot begs for mercy, crying out that he is being framed and that his oath of loyalty would never allow him to harm his family. Looking down at the pathetic traitor with a cold, piercing gaze, Beatty calmly asks him why on earth he broke that powerful oath in the first place if he cared about it so much. Glaring coldly at the traitor, Beatty declares that Count Zealot is only still alive because they need to find out why he did what he did. A terrified Zealot asks what she means by still alive, but Beatty quickly counters, asking him if he truly believed her father remained quiet because he was ignorant of the truth. Beatty explains that if it were only a matter concerning Count Zealot, everything would have been resolved long ago, but they waited to weed out all the rotten roots intertwined with him. Pointing to a secret note, Beatty reveals that the answers detailing every spy and their assigned tasks are written right there, though she adds that there is one regrettable detail. Clenching her hand tightly, Beatty admits that the only unfortunate thing is that the exact method used to invalidate the oath of loyalty is not described in the notes. Leonhart coldly chimes in, stating that they will find out the truth soon enough, leaving Zealot trembling in confusion. With an authoritative tone, Leonhart orders the guards to drag the Count away immediately. As Zealot is dragged away screaming, Leonhart warns him that if he chooses to keep the secret of how he broke the oath to himself, there is only one way left to extract it. The dark atmosphere grows heavier as Leonhart's final words echo, promising to make the traitor speak by any means necessary. Desperately trying to stop them, Zealot begs his brother to wait as he finds himself bound and helpless. Strapped to a chair in a dark dungeon, Zealot desperately screams that he has been wronged and that they are making a terrible mistake. Leonhart points to the terrifying array of torture devices on the table, coldly mentioning that Viscount Cirrus also claimed innocence at first. Walking toward Zealot, Leonhart admits he wanted to kill him the moment he discovered Zealot helped file a false report and neglected the abuse on his baby, but he chose to be patient to catch all the rats. Leonhart explains that he had been patiently waiting for this exact day to deliver justice. Putting on a pair of black leather gloves, Leonhart warns Zealot that while he is free to keep his secrets, even breathing will become a painful chore from this moment on. Trembling with absolute terror, Zealot stammeringly calls out to his brother, hoping for mercy. Suddenly, a sharp wind cuts through the air, causing Zealot's eyes to widen in shock as a swift strike approaches. A brutal sound echoes through the dungeon as fresh blood splatters violently across the cold stone wall. The story shifts back to the past, beginning with a description of someone with plain brown hair. Jonas Zealot possessed a dull yellow eye color rather than bright yellow, proving that despite being blood related to the Aslans, he lacked the majestic golden eyes of the Golden Lion. Because he was denied the traits of the main family line, a dark and consuming desire grew within him for the power and status he could never naturally possess. In his youth, Jonas was constantly belittled and ordered around by his drunken father, who demanded more wine while calling him an idiot. When Jonas pointed out that his father had just drank the last bottle, his father furiously barked at him to go buy more, outraged by his insolence. Listening to his father brag yet again about once being called a young master in Aslan's dukedom, a resentful Jonas grows tired of hearing the same pathetic boast. Jonas tries to pacify his raging father, but the older man only demands more wine in return. Walking away in disgust, Jonas mutters under his breath about how useless and pathetic his old man has become. Despite his resentment, Jonas smiles slyly to himself as he realizes his father did manage to help him with one crucial thing. Standing before the grand crest of the Aslan family, Jonas acknowledges that thanks to his father, he at least inherited the blood of the lions. As the only collateral descendant of the family, Jonas stood beside his cousin, Leonhart, who carried the purest Aslan blood. Though Jonas was always overshadowed by Leonhart's immense presence, his mind was filled with dark and ambitious calculations. Jonas secretly imagined how his life would change if something were to happen to Leonhart, allowing him to escape his dull existence and seize the role of family head. As time passed, the perfect opportunity Jonas had been dreaming of finally began to take shape. When news of a surprising rumor spread through the castle, Jonas realized his first real chance had unexpectedly arrived. Jonas listens intently as the maids gossip about Leonhart pursuing a commoner guard named Starsha Cyrus with plans to marry her right after his coming-of-age ceremony. Jonas is struck by a sudden realization as he questions whether the female guard is a beast, realizing that she is actually an ordinary human. Since a beast normally only marries another beast, an ordinary human partner would mean any offspring would likely perish from being unable to handle the powerful beast energy. Jonas excitedly plans ahead, realizing that if Leonhart marries Starsha and fails to produce a viable heir, the title of family head would naturally fall to him as the next in line. Wearing a wicked, greedy grin, Jonas gloats to himself that the prestigious Aslan title will soon fall right into his hands without him having to lift a finger. However, despite everything initially proceeding exactly as he had anticipated, the golden opportunity was ultimately wasted. The castle staff happily congratulate the young master, celebrating the successful and safe birth of the newborn child. To Jonas's absolute shock, a healthy baby boy with adorable lion ears is born, instantly winning the hearts of everyone in the castle. Leonhart warmly embraces Starsha, expressing his deep gratitude and explaining how glad he is that his ancestors' squirrel beast blood allowed for such a healthy baby to be born. As the maids joyfully discuss making grand preparations for a celebration once Starsha recovers, Jonas watches silently with a cold, blank expression. Forcing a polite smile, Jonas congratulates his brother on soon becoming the head of the family, desperately telling himself to stay calm. Clenching his fist until it trembles, Jonas reassures himself that another opportunity to seize the throne will definitely present itself. A few years later, a mysterious cloaked figure delivers a sealed letter to Jonas, which he suspects might be his second chance sent directly from the royal family. The messenger urges Jonas to read the letter and judge the offer for himself, promising that it will be of immense help to his ambitions. Jonas warily wonders if the letter is from the snakes of the Astrum royal family, whose words are famously known to be as deadly as poison. The moment Jonas reads the details, his eyes glow with a cold, sinister yellow light as he realizes this is an offer he absolutely cannot refuse. Realizing that the contents of the letter will allow him to break his oath of loyalty and finally claim the position of family head, Jonas's dark ambition reaches its peak. Please go tell Her Majesty, the Empress, that it is an honor to meet such a strong collaborator. From this point on, I set out to devour Aslan. In my mind, I labeled myself a traitor and, until that darn princess came and ruined everything, please save me. Just this once, brother. I see you are still not telling me what I want. I guess the pain was high enough. Chakrente, bring something else. The guard replies, yes, sir. Darn it, what are the royal children doing? Shouldn't they have come to save me by now? That day, I definitely said that I had no intention of dying alone, and I clearly conveyed this to the two princes, so even if it's just to stop me from opening my mouth, they would have to come and save me. On the surface, it seems like all of this was planned by Count Zealot, who wanted the position of family head, but there is still a more important person hiding behind the Count. And it is certain that the person behind all of this, A sinister serpent looms over a portrait of the imperial family, indicating that the true culprit holds royal blood. Text is a royal. I need to quickly find the right evidence. Faster, run faster. Carl, brother, what are you doing with Snowy? Carl confidently shouts back, training. You never know when an internal traitor will appear and harass you. I was training this little punk to be able to protect you anytime, even when I'm not around. I'll let it go with you once its training is complete. Keep it next to yourself at all times. Beatty awkwardly replies, Carl, I think this trainee is trying to chew my head off. Carl exclaims, oh, such good results already, while the instructor nervously replies, what? Beatty looks on with wide eyes as the guards carry in several wooden boxes containing evidence. Fedgus, what are you moving? Fedgus replies, oh, lady, I'm bringing back items that could be clues from Count Zealot's residence after a night-long search. Fedgus asks, would you like to take a look? Beatty eagerly answers, yes. She notices the papers and says, everything here is encrypted. Fedgus reassures her, yes, but since it is encrypted in the same way as the last one, the code-breaking team will be able to decipher it well. That's good. Huh? This is... In a flashback, a young prince holds a handkerchief decorated with a particular floral symbol, offering to explain its meaning to Beatty. Text, you want to know what symbol this is? He explains, this is the casualty flower symbol. Beatty tilts her head in confusion, repeating, casualty flower? He remarks, what do you think? Aren't the dense petals pretty like snake scales? Beatty hesitantly answers, oh, that is... You don't have to contemplate that much. I don't think it's very pretty either. Huh? But didn't you like it so much that you had it stitched onto your handkerchief? The prince corrects her. No, this is my mother's handkerchief. My mother likes this flower so much that she even used it as a personal emblem. Beatty calls out, Fayez? Fayez responds, yes? Please have this deciphered right now. Jonas Zealot. Inside the torture chamber, Leonhardt and the red-haired lady look back in complete shock at Beatty's sudden arrival. Text, my dear? The lady gasps, my lady. Pedges, why is my daughter here? Pedges stammers in panic, about that. I tried to stop her. As soon as she checked the other deciphered evidence, she ran straight here. I apologize, sir. Children like you are not supposed to be here. Leave the count to me. Beatty quietly mutters, Father. I have something to check with him. Count Zelati, judging by your appearance, you must have confessed quite a lot already. Yes, some sinners can even last up to a week. Unfortunately, he couldn't even last one night. Setting fire to the military supply warehouse, fabricating the report on your life at the Capitol, he confessed to everything. Well then, did you also confess that you falsified my mother's letter? Leonhardt gasps, what? Jonas looks on with a pale, horror-stricken face, completely caught off guard by her accusation. A grim flashback shows how Beatty's mother was kept isolated, sending falsified letters to keep Leonhardt away. Text, my father was at war and couldn't stop by the Capitol even for a moment. Our daughter is getting better now that she's in the Capitol, so don't bother coming. See you after the war is over. There was a letter like that. Not even once. Every letter from my mother was full of lies. What exactly did you do to her? You bastard! How dare you mess with my wife? Jonas screams, ah! Cousin, please calm down. I didn't do that. Right, it's not like you could do it alone. I already know who's behind you. They also helped with breaking the loyalty oath, right? Damn, I'm not sure now. I said I would never die alone. It wasn't me who broke the oath. The second queen sits elegantly on a red velvet sofa, sipping tea in a lavishly decorated room, while Prince Leader sits across from her. Mother, can we leave things like this? What are you talking about? Count Zelati, he threatened that he wouldn't die alone. I'm worried that he may spill something to the Duke. As expected, we should do something first. You don't need to care, Leader. Do you remember what poison you first fed him? Oh, yes, you said it was poison of domination. Yes, that's it. It's a very special royal legacy left behind by 3 of the previous kings. They prepared for times of crisis in the kingdom. They put their poison and elixir abilities in a bottle and gathered them together. To prevent the ability from dispersing, they stored it in a room where time was frozen. However, our ancestors never once used those poisons. It looks like they were saving it to use in a true emergency. If we have the power, shouldn't we use it? So your wise and decisive father utilized that power. The Count must have drank the poison thinking it was an antidote to breaking the oath of loyalty. In fact, it was a poison that made him completely obedient. So the order to follow the royal family first, not the Aslan family, was overwritten. I made him ignore the pledge of loyalty. The Count drank that poison of domination. He didn't know he became a loyal dog for the royal family. So rest assured, if he tries to do something against us, he will stop breathing. I can't breathe through my mouth or nose. I might die. We can't let him stop breathing like this. Save him. Chakrante replies, yes. Chakrante pulls out a soft, glowing blue creature, noting that keeping the prisoner alive requires extra effort. Text, this guy really needs a lot of work. Chakrante slaps the blue creature over Jonas's mouth, shocking him. Text, huh? It's a creature called the sea umbrella worm. It's hard to bear the pain of torture, so some sinners try to take their own lives. It's hard for us if they die before we get the important clues. A sea umbrella bug can help humans breathe. I was preventing such situations in advance. He can breathe again. Good job, Chakrante. I'll keep watching just in case. Anyway, he seemed like he was going to say something and then he tried to hold his breath until he died. I didn't know he was this toxic. No, it was probably not his will, because he does not have that level of willpower. It's magic or another shapeshifter's ability. Father, I think I know why he's like that. The personal emblem of the second queen was engraved in the Count's mansion. I found a letter. What? That and the secret meeting between him and Leader in the forest? It's clear they've joined hands. By the looks of it, he can't use his mouth or hands. Let me try to get an answer in a different way. The thing that's stopping him from speaking is clearly the power of the snake. The thing that killed me before I came back? And the poison my aunt used, it's all snake's venom. Even though it's a shapeshifter's unique ability, there must be loopholes. Maybe what they're controlling isn't his will, but only his mouth. Count Zalat, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Every time I ask a question, blink once if it's true. If not, then blink twice. Do you understand? So first question. My mother's falsified letter when my father was at war. Were the people who broke the loyalty oath the second prince and the second queen? In the shadows of Beatty's mind, the sinister second queen and second prince loom, as Jonas slowly blinks once in confirmation. Text, blink. What? Why would they do that? Those sneaky snakes? So the oath was broken through the royal family's poison? Jonas blinks once again. Blink. Indeed, my prediction is correct, but the power of the snakes I have seen so far? It was all just poison that could kill a person. Father, apart from killing, do snakes have other abilities? Leonhardt answers, yes, that's why there was a time when it was called elixir instead of poison. Although it was a few generations ago, the enemy general who was at war with the kingdom at the time betrayed his country and became a person of our kingdom. He was known for his loyalty, so even our people questioned his actions. In hindsight, it is believed that the king's secret power at the time may have influenced him. Was it the ability to make people betray? Perhaps so. It could be brainwashing or the ability to completely change oneself. Then it's an ability to break the oath of loyalty. It really must exist. Beatty is shocked as she processes the terrifying possibility. Beatty turns with a look of demand and yells, Count Zalat was fabricating my mother's letter also using the poison to break the oath? Count Zalati, with a blue sea umbrella worm over his mouth, blinks twice in response to Beatty's questions. What? No. Was it another poison? Leonhardt stands deep in thought. Strange. Looking at what has been revealed so far, the numbers don't seem right. A poison with an incubation period, from manipulating the letter to removing the oath? Originally, snake shapeshifters had special abilities other than the simple poisoning ability, which was a very special case. If a snake shapeshifter with such power is currently in the royal family, then they must have been revealed to the public at this point when the royal authority is declining. But those people don't have the power to take revenge. I can't believe they used so much poison. There are a few suspicious details, Leonhardt remarks with deep skepticism. You can keep interrogating him. Yes, father, Leonhardt orders as they leave the dungeon cell. In the further interrogation, many shocking facts are revealed. Once Beatty's mother went up to the capital, the letters she sent to the Duke were systematically tampered with. The letters she sent were completely manipulated to suit the perpetrator's tastes. The poison to control any one action of a specific person, that's what my mother took unknowingly. A flashback shows her aunt poisoning her mother's tea in secret. It is said that under the control of my aunt, she was brainwashed into deciding which letter to write. The aunt stands over her, manipulating her actions. My mother didn't know that she had been brainwashed. She always thought she wrote the letter out of her own will. The mother wrote the letters herself, believing they were her own thoughts. That's how the letters were written. Even my father, who knew exactly her handwriting and speaking style, was also fooled. Leonhardt stands in grim, devastating silence as Beatty looks up at him with a heavy heart upon discovering the truth. Leonhardt looks down in deep pain and softly calls out his late wife's name, Stasha. He begins to weep, expressing his deep guilt. I'm sorry for leaving you all alone." He blamed himself and apologized to her mother, even though none of it was his fault. In a past memory at the Capitol, the second prince asks, "Did you take care of Zalat?" To which his subordinate replies, "Yes, sir. I sent him to the room where I dealt with the Viscount. I don't think he has any bones left after they're done eating." To receive this kind of ending, he betrayed the family. The second prince contemplates coldly. How foolish. The prince then turns to ask, "Has my daughter gone to sleep?" catching the servant by surprise. "Oh, that." A young Beatty stands quietly in a grand room, looking up at a beautiful portrait of her mother holding a sword. Beatty stares at the painting, whispering, "Mother, I know. I have never received an education from my aunt." "It's all thanks to you that I can read books now." Beatty smiles softly as she looks at the portrait. "From the letters that you sent to father, I saw how you taught me." Beatty remembers a warm memory of sitting on her mother's lap reading a book. "Good job, my smart baby. That's what you said. You hugged me so warmly." Beatty remembers her mother's affectionate praise and hugs. "Even for just one more time, I want to feel that embrace again." Leonhardt watches silently as Beatty wishes for her mother's presence. Looking up at the portrait, Betty expresses her deepest affection, whispering, "I love you, Mother." Leonhardt stands in the shadows of the room, looking down with a somber and pained expression. "My dear?" Leonhardt steps forward, prompting Beatty to turn around. "Father!" "It's late. Let's go to sleep." "Okay." Leonhardt gently leads his daughter to bed. Leonhardt lifts Beatty in his arms, carrying her down the dimly lit hallway as they head to sleep. "I promise you, so don't be too sad." Beatty looks up in surprise. "Huh?" "As long as I'm still breathing, our lion's anger towards the snakes will not stop. I will bring them all and make them kneel before you." Leonhardt's golden eyes burn with intense fury. "So don't be sad anymore." Leonhardt embraces Beatty tightly, offering her comfort. "Father? Okay. I will never forgive them." Beatty sheds a tear, her heart hardening with a vow of revenge. "Never." Standing before the giant window, father and daughter hold each other close, united in their resolve. After a massive storm of revelations, bright sunshine finally breaks over the tall spires of the Aslan Duchy. In her bright yellow dress, Betty stands before her mother's portrait once again, whispering, "Mother." To an outside observer, her face seemed completely blank, as if a dark cloud had covered a twinkling star. But in reality, her eyes were burning with a fierce, absolute determination to make their enemies pay. A dark-haired boy wearing a black blindfold peeks from behind a doorway, thinking, "Jonas Alat. That guy, he seemed to have done more than I knew of." The boy watches Beatty, realizing there are deeper conspiracies afoot. "I knew that he was taken to the dungeon for betraying his family." Inside the pitch-black dungeon cell, a terrifying, monstrous blue beast looms behind Jonas, who screams in pure horror. But it would be embarrassing to let other people know. They would pretend not to know. But if that little star makes that kind of face, I can't ignore her. The boy looks at Beatty, unable to overlook her deep sadness. "I want to take away her sadness as soon as possible." His thoughts are suddenly interrupted. Suddenly, a chubby little white squirrel flies directly toward the boy's head with a hilarious, angry expression. Beatty gasps in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she turns around. That voice? "Your Highness Ader, is something wrong?" "Lady?" "Oh, Snowstorm, why do you keep doing that to him?" "Choo-choo, choo-choo, I succeeded, give me snacks." "No, it's not a success." "I apologize. I guess my brother kept giving Snowstorm strange training." "I'm fine, lady. Look, I wasn't bit." "Chew." Snowstorm sits on Beatty's head, grinding his teeth with a hilarious, menacing look of determination. Text, "Not yet." Snowstorm, you're gonna get scolded, you know. It's useless pretending to be pitiful. Chew hick. Huh? Ugh, Your Highness, your shirt. What to do? You have footprints on your shirt. I'll wipe it now. I'm so sorry. Please come off, please. Don't worry, it will go away after laundry. If it doesn't come off, please tell me. Huh? Something's on here as well. Beady reaches out and gently touches the mysterious blue stone on Ader's neck. Huh? Why can't I wipe it? Lady, this. Huh? Your horns? Why are you so startled? You just touched me, so it's... What's wrong? Oh, I see. Was it because I touched you without permission? I apologize. I just wanted to wipe it for you. No, it's not like that. You don't need to apologize. I was just flustered. Just now, the thing you touched. Signum? The symbol of shapeshifter is on my right wrist, so dragons have it on their neck. I've never seen another signum. If it's not too much, can I touch it again? What? It's a bit... Huh? What's wrong? Oh, I was the only one who touched his signum. Beady stands proudly, happily looking at the tiny black signum marked on her own wrist. It's here. Lady, you can't just say things like that to a boy. I don't think you know it yet, but you have misunderstood it. I'm not saying that I misunderstood it either. Not at all. Yes, I'm the only one who's confused. As I said, I think of Little Star as my adorable sister. Hearing this shocked me for a moment. She's just cute. What misunderstanding? Ader's horns burst out of his head once again with a loud poof as his blush deepens. Text, again. Your family will let you know. Something came up. I need to go. See you again, lady. Oh, he's gone. He just took off, so I couldn't ask about his horns. They look familiar. What? Who was it? Tell me who told you to touch their signum. Who would dare say such a thing? Was it such a dirty thing? I see. That's why he was so strange about it. I need to apologize. Oh, what? Did you do it to someone else? Then, all right, people make mistakes all the time. But don't ever even think about touching other guys' signum ever again. It's very dirty, filthy, and disgusting. Even for someone as close to me as His Highness Ader? Yes, anyone. You can't do that, especially him. Signum is not something you can just touch because you are close to someone. What about my family? Well, Signum, a beautiful, dreamlike vision, shows a grown-up Beady in a wedding gown standing beside her husband. Text, you can do that when you're married. It's a very secret body part. When will I get married? Yes, so... Wait, why did she mention that guy? A chilling, dark shadow falls over Leonhardt's face as he glares into space with murderous intent. Hey, did you... Oh, what should I do? I touched Ader's signum! Betty stands frozen in place, staring down at her rose-adorned shoes as the shock of her actions completely sinks in. Ader covers his head in sheer panic, his heart racing as he desperately wonders, my horns, she must have seen them, right? The image of Beady staring at him with wide, curious eyes flashes in his mind as he realizes that, judging by her expression, she must have been reminded of when he was in his Attell shape. Ader looks down in deep regret, thinking, phew, I was so freaked out that I couldn't hide my horns. I'm such a fool. No, lying to her was foolish in the first place. He thinks back to when they first met, remembering how Little Star was just a young maid. Until they found out she was Aslan's princess, he hid his identity simply to understand the situation. He remembers his dragon form and his cloaked prince persona, thinking, and after that, because of the relationship between the royal family and the dukedom, I was worried she might be scared and keep a distance from me if she knew I was the first prince. I hid my identity because I wanted to keep being Attell, her friend. He looks back on their memories and thinks, it's different from His Highness Ader. Attell was her friend from the beginning, the one I told everything to. Ader curls up in distress, sweating as his anxiety peaks. He nervously wonders, if she finds out I lied to her, she'll be so mad, right? Perhaps... In his wild imagination, a furious Beady in a bright yellow dress confronts him, pointing a finger and yelling, what? Have you been deceiving me all this time and approaching me while pretending to be my friend? In Otter's nervous daydream, he tries to plead with her, saying, Little Star, that's... But she cuts him off, shouting, enough, stop calling me that. The imaginary Beady continues to yell with sparks of anger flying around her, screaming, you're so malicious and insidious, Attell, a perverted jerk. I really hate people like you. Ader trembles in absolute horror as the imaginary words hate hate, hate echo around him, making him cry out in despair, Little star? Adder snaps out of his daydream and stands up, frantically thinking, that can't happen. How can I make it better? But then he imagines consulting Carl and the Duke, only for Leonhardt to laugh while Carl sternly warns him, now stay away from my daughter. Just as Ader laments his terrible situation, a familiar voice calls out from behind him, startling him, Your Highness Ader! Ader spins around in surprise as Beatty walks up to him in her lovely winter dress, smiling brightly. She happily says, So you're here, I've been looking for you. Ader stammers in shock, My lady? Ader swallows hard, nervously asking, Were you looking for me? Why? Beatty looks up at him gently and replies, I wanted to apologize to you. With a deeply apologetic look, Beatty explains, I heard that the signum is a very precious part that is only touched during marriage. I'm so sorry for touching you carelessly. You must have been annoyed, right? Ader frantically waves his hands to reassure her, stammering, No, it's nothing, while Beatty tilts her head with a question mark, wondering, Huh? Why? Ader stands frozen in place under his blindfold, sweating nervously as he wonders, Huh? Why right? Ader's cheeks turn bright red as his yellow dragon eyes glow through his blindfold. He remembers the sacred rules of the signum. The signum is a part that only your future partner can touch. It's rude if someone else touches it. Why? In a cute, chibi speech bubble, Ader's embarrassed face pops up as he quickly tells her, You don't need to apologize, you didn't know. Beatty's cute chibi face sighs in relief in another bubble, happily saying, I was so scared that you were mad at me. Ader smiles warmly under his blindfold, assuring her, I'm really fine, don't worry. Beatty beams with joy, replying, Thank you for understanding. Beatty tilts her head and looks up at him with wide, curious eyes, asking, But Your Highness, could you please do me a favor? Ader blinks in surprise, repeating, Favor? Ader smiles brightly in relief, eagerly promising, Definitely, I'll help you with anything, just say it. But deep down, his inner chibi self cries out, So please, take back the punishment, I hate Ader. Beatty looks up at him and asks, Can you lower yourself to my eye level? Ader bends down slightly, asking, Like this? And Beatty smiles, saying, Yes, that's perfect. Beatty reaches out and gently takes hold of Ader's black blindfold, whispering, So, please excuse me, as she begins to slide it off his face. As the blindfold slips away, Ader's stunning, bright yellow gold eyes are revealed. He blinks in complete surprise, uttering, Huh? Beatty holds the black ribbon in her hands, looking up at him as she softly says, Indeed. Ader stands completely frozen, his luminous golden eyes staring directly into Beatty's as the autumn breeze gently ruffles his dark hair. A close-up shows Ader blushing furiously, his yellow eyes wide in shock as he gazes at Beatty. Beatty looks up at Ader with a soft, gentle expression, her beautiful eyes reflecting his face. Ader covers his face in embarrassment, thinking, You knew it when I showed my horns, but Beatty quickly shakes her head, explaining, No, I wasn't sure because I only saw your horns for a bit. Beatty takes a confident step closer to him, her yellow shoes crunching in the snow as she says, What I'm sure about. Smiling warmly, Beatty leans close and looks directly into his face, declaring, Only Attell has such bright and beautiful eyes. A beautiful memory of her childhood friend Attell appears in her mind, reminding her of those sweet eyes that shine like stars. Ader's heart beats wildly as his blush deepens, his chest tightening with affection as he thinks, Oh, again. Beatty stands before him in her lovely floral winter dress, looking incredibly pure and radiant. Under the soft winter light, Beatty holds Ader's hand and the black ribbon close to her chest, looking up at him with absolute trust and warmth. Ader tries to calm his racing heart, sweat dropping as he hesitantly speaks, Hey, but Star. Ader looks down at Beatty nervously, trying to gauge her feelings as he asks, Aren't you mad? Beatty blinks in surprise, repeating, Mad? Beatty realizes what he is referring to and smiles brightly, saying, Oh, about how you lied that you were His Highness Ader's servant? Oh, yes, about that. Beatty nods her head happily, reassuring him, It's fine. On the contrary, now that I know the truth, all my questions have been answered. Ader tilts his head, asking, Questions? Beatty smiles with pure, radiant joy, looking up at him as she happily exclaims, It's because of friendship. A shadow of her painful past flashes in her mind, reminding her of the unconditional affection she once believed in, only to be betrayed by those she thought were family and friends. In her previous life, as she fell to her tragic end, all of that precious affection had completely disappeared from her world. But now, her loving father Leonhardt and her brother Carl stand in the snow, holding a chubby little squirrel. They were the ones who taught her what unconditional love is, a feeling she had long denied. And on that starry night, the majestic black dragon had stood beside her on the balcony, proving to be her only true friend. Beatty looks at the beautiful sky, realizing that he was the one who made her recognize those precious feelings of trust again. Because of that, she could never bring herself to hate him. Beatty walks along the snowy path, looking back at Ader with a gentle, understanding smile as she says, "I think it was just difficult to say, so I'll skip this matter." Standing amidst beautiful blooming roses, Beatty looks back at him with a sweet smile, asking, "Instead, promise me that you'll tell me everything honestly next time." Beatty beams with a radiant, joyful smile, preparing to guide her companion forward in a cooperative effort to achieve their next mutually beneficial goal. Ader is caught completely off guard, his luminous golden dragon eyes wide with surprise as he processes the unexpected directness of Beatty's request. Otter quickly complies with a sweet, agreeable smile, happily saying, "Okay," to prioritize their positive relationship and mutual harmony. The two lock pinkies to seal their agreement, establishing a reciprocal pact of honesty that will prevent future misunderstandings and optimize their mutual trust. Beatty playfully questions if they are letting him off too easily, asking, "Still, isn't this too easy on you?" While a sweat-dropping Ader responds with a confused, "Huh?" as they maintain their pinky promise. Seeking to hold him to his promise for their mutual benefit, Beatty asks, "Didn't you say you'd do anything for me?" To which Ader readily nods and confirms, "Yes." Taking hold of his hand to lead him toward a productive course of action, Beatty asks, "Then can you follow me?" With a bright, happy smile, Beatty guides him along the snowy path, declaring, "There's a place you need to go with me," to ensure they can proceed with their joint plans. Duke Leonhardt sits at his desk, his expression darkening with anger as he clenches his fist and mutters about the persistent, deceptive threats to his family's security. Those cunning snakes. A knight reports to the Duke, asking, "Is it true there's no other evidence besides this letter?" And clarifying that despite thorough efforts to maximize information, "Yes, Count, I searched everywhere. Nothing that serves as other evidence could be found." Recognizing the lack of actionable evidence to secure their position, the Duke squeezes the letter in disappointment, muttering, "What a shame," as he calculates his next strategic move. The Duke reviews the limited evidence, noting that the letter, containing only a standard greeting, is the sole link to the royal family, leaving him in need of more substantial proof to justify further actions. The knight expresses concern over the testimony of Count Zealot, noting, "In addition, the testimony given by Count Zealot, it's worrisome if it wasn't done well, there might be a counterattack," emphasizing the high risks and negative consequences of an unstable outcome. They analyze the political landscape to predict the most stable path forward, questioning if the Count, as a member of the Aslan family, was coerced to testify in favor of the Duke's family to preserve his own safety. The Duke stands up in a surge of defensive anger, declaring that leaving hostile forces unchecked poses too great a risk to their collective safety, because it could be caught. So what? With his yellow eyes flashing with strategic determination, the Duke argues that passive inaction will lead to greater harm, asserting that the hostile forces are powerful enough to keep Islanga in check and must be neutralized to protect their people. The Duke remembers the brutal reality of the Great War, reflecting on how they had assumed their primary adversary was the defeated Holy Empire, only to realize that leaving unresolved threats behind invites future conflict. A massive serpent looms in the darkness as the Duke reflects on his oversight, the critical error of leaving a potential threat alive and unchecked. The Duke acknowledges the harsh tactical truth that failing to completely secure peace can turn former allies into dangerous enemies, threatening the safety of everyone under his protection. The red-haired and gray-haired knights discussed the inevitable friction, observing that while the Empire was a visible enemy, the royal family's past betrayals made a future clash highly predictable. A knight recalls the shocking realization of the royal family's treachery, remembering how their request for military support was met with treasonous plots instead of cooperation. The Duke grimly absorbs the gravity of the betrayal, whispering, "It's treason," as he weighs the necessary measures to protect his people from destabilization. To resolve the impending crisis with minimal collateral damage, they contemplate a direct confrontation, noting that letting the parties meet face-to-face could prevent unnecessary suffering. A plant stands on the windowsill as the cold season approaches, signaling a critical shift in timing and resources as winter draws near. The Duke plans a logistically optimized campaign, explaining to his knights that the warmer winter in the capital will facilitate troop movement and supply transport, reducing waste and minimizing hardship for the soldiers. With a calculated gaze, the Duke concludes that conditions are optimal for a decisive campaign, stating, "In short, it means that it is a good time for war, to resolve the threat efficiently." The gray-haired knight eagerly anticipates restoring order and rectifying past grievances, while a knock at the door interrupts their planning as a maid asks for a brief audience. The maid enters to make a request, prompting the Duke to recognize her and ask, "Aren't you the maid with the child?" prioritizing the welfare of his staff. Showing direct concern for the well-being of those under his care, the Duke asks, "Is something wrong with your baby?" to ensure no immediate harm has come to them. The maid explains that the request is simply to bring forward the family's tea time, causing the Duke to break away from his military planning with a soft smile, wondering if his daughter missed him. Prioritizing his daughter's immediate happiness and familial harmony, the Duke pauses his strategic meetings, stating he must attend tea time first. The knights look on happily, noting how much joy the Duke derives from spending time with his daughter, which serves as a powerful boost to his overall morale and well-being. The Duke's bright mood instantly sours into deep irritation as he enters the room, demanding to know why the domestic peace of their family tea time has been disrupted. A dark aura surrounds the Duke and Carl as they demand the exclusion of Ader to protect their exclusive family circle, while Beatty quickly intercedes, explaining that she invited the prince. Beatty holds onto Ader's arm, gathering her family to deliver a crucial announcement aimed at clarifying the situation for everyone's mutual understanding. The Duke and Carl are seized with panic, catastrophizing the potential negative consequences of Beatty's sudden family gathering. In their worst-case imaginations, they picture Beatty declaring her desire to marry Ader, prompting them to grip their hilts with protective resolve, determined to prevent any loss of her well-being. Realizing they have overreacted, the Duke and Carl hold toy swords while Beatty redirects the conversation to the actual threat at hand, asking if they are discussing the conspirators. Beatty stands confidently, carrying her yellow bag, prepared to present her reasoned arguments to ensure the family's safety and prosperity. Beatty asks a direct question to help guide their collective action. "Dad, how do you plan to handle this situation?" The Duke crosses his arms and begins to share his strategic plans, explaining that he has just returned from a high-level meeting to address the threat. The Duke explains the hidden dynamics of the royal family, pointing out that behind the actions of the young royals, the king is the true mastermind behind these destabilizing maneuvers. He illustrates the power struggle between the rising dukedom and the declining authority of the crown, which drives the royal family to engage in hostile plots to preserve their influence. The Duke explains to Beatty that as long as their power threatens the crown's authority, conflicts will persist, making a decisive war the only logical way to secure long-term stability. Beatty looks worriedly at her father, questioning the heavy toll of conflict as he outlines his plans to overhaul the military and march on the palace this winter. Beatty calculates the severe consequences of a winter campaign, fearing that an extended civil war will disrupt the food supply and expose the entire population to a devastating famine. She imagines the tragic outcomes of famine and assassination plots affecting her loved ones, concluding that she must prevent these high-suffering scenarios at all costs. Noticing her distress, the Duke stands up and acknowledges her deep opposition to the proposed military path, wanting to address her concerns. The Duke gently places his hands on Beatty's shoulders, listening to her objections as they seek a path that minimizes distress and maximizes safety. The Duke reassures Beatty that she will not be directly involved in the harsh realities of the conflict, leaving her slightly puzzled as he attempts to protect her peace of mind. Ader patiently explains his perspective to a surprised Beatty, saying, "Yes, I completely understand how you feel, but it's still early. I wasn't even allowed to compete until I was 10 years old." Beatty frantically waves her hands in denial, exclaiming, No, that's not it." Beatty explains her practical reasoning behind her stance, stating, "I don't like wars because we might end up losing money. There is nothing we can do about it if it is a loss. If we start a war, we have to endure that much." Carl looks at her seriously and questions, "As for that loss, does this include the injuries to my father and brother?" To which Beatty responds with a startled, "What?" Beatty expresses her deep concern for her family's safety, explaining, "If that's the case, I'm against war. It breaks my heart just to imagine my family getting hurt." Beatty notes that public opinion would be harsh regardless of who is at fault, thinking, also, if the sword of Aslan, the guardian of the kingdom, she continues to analyze the consequences of a conflict, reflecting, Turned towards the kingdom, even if the cause of the war is the royal family, people will blindly curse the Aslan family. With tears welling in her eyes, Beatty voices her fears. Only, they're just going to label it as treason and criticize my dad. I hate the possibility that my loved ones get hurt, and I don't want to hear such bad things. Deeply touched by her affectionate words, the Duke and Carl are overcome with emotion, thinking, loved ones. The Duke and Carl instantly smother Beatty in a tight, overwhelming hug as Carl's tail wags happily. Beatty gasps, I'm suffocating. Carl looks down in self-reflection, admitting, I guess I only thought about my own position too much. Reflecting on the painful loss of his late mother, Carl realizes the depth of Beatty's anxiety. You might lose someone precious. I couldn't understand your anxiety. I know better than anyone how great that sadness is. The Duke gently strokes Beatty's cheek and reassures her, saying, Daughter, I won't do anything that will make you sad, I promise. Beatty smiles softly and replies, Dad. Carl asks how they will address their enemies without conflict. However, if we don't go to war, how will we punish the snakes? Beatty confidently gestures toward her companion, declaring, That's why I brought His Highness Ather here. Beatty hops in excitement as she presents her alternative strategy. I'm thinking of taking away what they want the most. Beatty proudly introduces her key ally to her family, with the help of His Highness Ather. Beatty focuses on a bloodless victory, stealing away what they want the most. Beatty beams with absolute confidence as she reiterates, with the help of His Highness Ather. Carl thoughtfully inquires, what does the royal family want most? While Ader crosses his arms and asks, what is that? Beatty smiles brilliantly, ready to reveal her clever plan to secure the future of everyone she loves. Beatty recalls how Ritter, the second prince, carried himself with a deceptive air of ease. Although Ritter appeared relaxed as if he had everything at all times, she remembers the underlying tension surrounding his relationship with Ader. But whenever the story revolves around his stepbrother, I always found myself on the edge. Beatty remembers Ritter scoffing at a newspaper article, muttering, Tisk, you barbaric fellow, prompting her to ask, barbaric? Who? Ritter had dismissively explained, Oh, it's about my brother. Newspapers are all over it because he made some achievements on the battlefield. After telling him to go die, he's just doing pointless things. Ritter had laughed mockingly, saying, Isn't it great to stand tall? We defeated the Imperial Army after all. Haha, you really don't know anything. Ritter had callously stepped on the newspaper reporting his brother's victories, muttering, Regardless of that, trying so hard just to get a bit of father's attention feels embarrassing. Beatty reflects on the royal family's true priorities. Anyway, ascending to the throne? Looking at her memories of the past, she recalls, is above anything else. I have inherited the noble blood of a snake. Ritter had smiled mockingly, thinking to himself, I feel a bit foolish for not knowing such a simple thing. Observing the situation, Beatty questions Ritter's condescending attitude, thinking, Ather isn't stupid, is he? She reflects on Ader's undeniable bravery and sacrifice during the war. When all the royal figures were hiding behind, Ather bravely defended the kingdom right on the front line. Beatty strongly believes in Ader's right to lead. Ather deserves the throne much more than Ritter. Standing before her family, Beatty explains the political divide. The king and queen discriminate between the two princes. Everyone knows that they want to put Ritter on the throne. The Duke recalls their prior conversation. Earlier, in front of His Highness Ather, you said you would attack the kingdom without hesitation, right? While Beatty knows that the only thing that can break this flow is war. Carl adds to the strategic assessment. That's because even my father, in a subtle manner, knows that it's not someone else but Ather who should convey such words to the king. Beatty outlines her bloodless plan to neutralize the royal family's threat. So, by supporting His Highness Ather, who is both our ally and the one the royal family is most wary of, to take the crown away. Carl contemplates the monumental scale of Beatty's proposal, thinking, it's a change of the monarchy. Beatty's thoughts dwell on the logistical and emotional benefits of her strategy over a brutal campaign. It might take some time, but if you consider the profit and loss, revenge can definitely be more efficient than war. I don't want to leave my baby alone anymore because of the war. Carl crosses his arms and stares intently at Ader, analyzing the prince's willingness to participate in their plan. Carl feels a twinge of reluctance about placing Ader in a position of power, thinking, but why should I adorn that guy with a crown? Is it just because I find him attractive? Carl turns to Beatty and asks, does even the first prince agree to this matter? To which Beatty happily replies, yes, I have already finished talking with His Majesty Ather. Adder smiles warmly and confirms her words, saying, "You're right. I'm not particularly interested in the throne, but—" Ader's smile turns slightly sharp as he reveals his motivation. "If it involves exposing dear family members, I do have some interest." Beatty looks up at Ader, sensing the heavy emotions behind his agreeable demeanor. "Ader?" She recognizes the pain masked by his gentle attitude. Aether speaks with a smile, but I can sense the profound sadness hidden in his heart. Looking back at her own difficult past, Beatty empathizes deeply with him, because I, too, have felt the same way. Beatty firmly takes hold of Ader's hand, thinking, I can't forgive the people who did that to Aether, and if we hold hands like this in advance? She recalls the tragic fate that befell Ader in her past life. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid Ader's death in this life? Before the regression, it was about a few years later. Ader was praised as a war hero. One day, it was reported that he suddenly lost his life to an imperial assassin. Beatty realizes she had been blind to the royal family's internal dynamics in her previous life. At that time, when I didn't know much about Aether and Ritter's true nature, looking at the bloody memories of the past, Beatty deduces the grim truth of Aether's demise. Perhaps Aether didn't die at the hands of an assassin, but rather at the hands of family members due to opposition to the succession to the throne. The Duke promises Beatty, so this time we'll have your back and protect you. The Duke declares, I understand, following the wishes of my daughter, Aslan will support the first prince, prompting a delighted, really, from Beatty. The Duke issues a firm reminder. However, don't forget that this is a choice made, not just for the first prince, but solely to protect my baby and Aslan, the Duke emphasizes, to which Ader calmly replies, yes, I fully understand. Ader suggests, nevertheless, wouldn't it be wise for us to refrain from openly revealing our friendship for a while? Ader gestures thoughtfully as he outlines the necessity of keeping their alliance discreet. He continues to explain the risk, saying, if the Emperor knows that the two entities he was wary of have joined forces, he might become even more aggressive, so it's better to be cautious. Carl agrees with the idea of keeping their friendship a secret, muttering, I think that would be better. Looking at Ader with deep irritation, Carl thinks to himself, why is that guy you haven't let go since a while ago, you hypocritical scoundrel? Before shouting, go there, pig squirrel, Carl points dramatically as he commands Sealpong, his white pig squirrel companion, to launch an attack. Sealpong flies through the air with a fierce hiss and slaps Ader right in the face, making the prince cry out in pain while Beatty screams, Ader! As Ader begs for help and Beatty rushes to restrain the angry pet, Carl watches the scene with a look of utter disbelief, stammering, what? Outraged by Ader's familiarity with his sister, Carl yells, how dare you call Beatty a nickname? Pig squirrel, torment him more, while the chubby creature lets out an angry hiss. Beatty steps in front of Carl to shield the prince, shouting, brother, please stop, Alter is my old friend. Beatty stands resolutely with her arms spread wide, completely shielding Ader from further harassment. Both the Duke and Carl freeze in absolute shock, uttering a stunned, what? Glaring with dark, thunderous expressions, they repeat in unison, old friend? Attempting to process the revelation, the Duke says, right, you met in the capital, to which Beatty happily confirms, yes. Beatty fondly recalls her difficult past, remembering how Ader was the only and most precious friend by her side during her stay in the capital. Beatty gives her brother a fierce glare and warns, so if you bother my friend, even if it's you, brother, I won't forgive you, leaving Carl utterly dumbfounded. Carl looks deeply wounded and betrayed, whimpering, you're taking that guy's side, not me. While Ader blushes happily at being defended, an enraged Carl screams, hey, what are you pleased with? I will kill you. Sweating at her family's antics, Beatty sighs and says, then I'll continue with the story from before. Beatty explains the political reality of their plan. In order to make Ader ascend to the throne, we need support from other nobles besides us. The Duke notes that won't be easy, and Beatty agrees, adding, yes, we need to win the hearts of the noble people while keeping our support for Ader a secret. With a determined therefore, Beatty slams down a glass container, declaring, there's one thing I've been thinking about. Carl curiously asks, this vermouth potion? And Beatty explains, yes, it's a popular product served at the nobles' tea time on the top golden acorn. She points out a critical market gap, noting, if the product favored by nobles is second grade, nobles always want to stand out more than others and prove themselves once again, don't they? Beatty beams with a brilliant, scheming smile, musing, I wonder what it would be like to take advantage of the desires of such people.